On the planet Aqua Blue, Suhan stared at the video with only double-digit views. His face was expressionless, completely numb. It had already been several months since he'd been reincarnated into this parallel world. Originally, he had planned to go out and find a job. But now, no matter where he went, he needed official documents. And he didn't have any of those documents. With no other choice, he could only scrape by on Little Station, uploading Genshin Impact content as a creator. After all, he had played that game for a very long time. But reality had just smacked him right in the face. In this parallel world, competition in derivative content creation was brutal. Voice actors doing skits, cosplayers making videos. New ones popped up every day. As for game guides, half an hour after a new update dropped, all kinds of walkthroughs sprouted like mushrooms after the rain. His video wasn't even finished editing yet. And already online, there were multiple videos with over 10,000 likes. What could he even do now? Yesterday, he had barely finished a video on Klee after a lot of effort. But it only got 46 views. Ugh, how am I supposed to survive like this? Suhan sighed in despair, clicked the close button, and shut the video off. Just then, a robotic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the Dual World Portal and successfully bonded with the cross-dimensional content creator system. Finally came, huh? A gleam of joy flashed across Suhan's face. He hadn't expected this Deus Ex Machina to take 3 whole months to show up. System, quickly explain the features. At once, Master. Receiving the command, the system began describing its many functions. Suhan had originally assumed the system would only have one function, but to his surprise, this was actually a combined system. To put it simply, it merged the Dual World Portal and the cross-dimensional content creator into one comprehensive system. Dual World Portal, a bridge connecting 2 worlds. Currently, it has already linked the world of Teyvat with the real world. Effects. Currently, this is a level 1 portal. Guests from the other world cannot bring any items into reality, and their stay is limited to 4 hours. Currently, Master cannot travel to the world of Teyvat. Current invitation quota, 02. Tip. Accumulated video views required to reach next level. Spending 500,000 would upgrade the dimensional gate to level 2, unlocking 2 additional invitations. Note, the invited individual must obtain the inviter's approval to enter the real world. Otherwise, no one else is allowed to use the dimensional gate. Special rule. Cross-dimensional travelers are not allowed to harm the host. Moreover, the host has the right to completely prevent the traveler from causing harm to this world, and even remove them from this world entirely. Staring at the system's description, Suhan couldn't help but nod. If someone invited a dangerous individual, this world could face serious consequences. Dimensional Vlogger System, the host can use the system to record, edit videos, or even go live. The higher the popularity, the richer the rewards. Tip. People invited to film videos will receive additional rewards every 100,000 fan points accumulated. Grants the user 1 independent random reward. Each view plus a like, comment, and follow counts as 1 fan point. A single like alone does not increase fan points. Special notice. A 10 pull guarantee will yield at least 1 special treasure, while a 100 pull guarantee will drop 1 epic tier treasure. After reading through all the system instructions, Suhan finally understood completely. With this system, he could not only invite characters from Teyvat into the real world, but also earn various rewards. So what was he waiting for? System. Activate the dual dimensional gate and begin inviting characters. Ding, searching for targets. A golden glow then lit up the room. A strange door materialized before him. The bright blue sky, the pure white clouds, and the twisted, swirling space-time gate. This was clearly the gacha interface. In the world of Teyvat. Inside the Montserrat prison in Mondstadt, Klee sat on a chair, her small hands supporting her chin, her cute little feet swinging in the air. In her beautiful eyes, she was clearly thinking about what had just happened. It was just fishing with explosives. Why do they keep locking me up for 3 more days again? Her good mood vanished. My tummy is so hungry, I don't even feel like working on new bombs. Today was supposed to be her time to get out and play. She could go have some fun. But when she passed Starfell Lake, she suddenly felt an itch she couldn't resist. So she just whipped out her Dodoko bomb and started tinkering. and ended up accidentally blasting a passing knight senseless. Sigh. What rotten luck. Fine, this one's Klee's fault. If you're gonna blame someone, blame Klee. Next time Klee's blowing up fish, Klee will watch first before making a move. If only the Anemo Archon suddenly showed up and took Klee out to play. Klee was still just a kid. Her mood bounced back fast. And when she knew she was wrong, she'd fix it. She hopped off the chair, ready to work on a new model of bomb, only to notice that at some point a starry door had appeared in the room. At the same time, a voice slipped into her mind. Want to go to Azure Blue Star? Complete the mission and you'll get a special treasure. Huh. Did the Anemo Archon really hear Klee's heart? Awesome. Time to go on an adventure. What kind of special treasure will it be? Could it be a special edition Dodoko bomb? Hee hee, Klee's going. She bounced up and down with excitement. Little Klee wasn't about to overthink any of it. She figured it was the Anemo Archon, Barbados, who heard her voice. She stuffed Dodoko into her backpack, then spun around and slipped right through. As her body passed through, the mysterious door vanished at once. The knight outside the door didn't notice a thing that had happened inside. But out in the forest beyond the city, a bard suddenly sneezed. Which devotee is calling my name? Forget it, dealing with Dvalin is more urgent. Hope it gets back to normal soon. The bard with the lyre rubbed the tip of his nose. Turning into a gentle breeze, he vanished right on the spot. On the treetops, curious little squirrels looked around, puzzled. They seemed genuinely confused. Why did the wind feel so unusually soft today? Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the scene was completely different. Suhan stared at the small, delicate figure walking out of the door, his eyes filled with delight. He never even imagined this in his dreams. The very first person he had invited was actually Klee, Mondstadt's little son. She was not only the Knight of Sparks, but also the ambassador and face of Mondstadt itself. Klee's popularity on Xiapozen was no joke. You'd often see people dressing their daughters up like her. Just about any video featuring her would rack up hundreds of thousands of views. If she showed up here, it'd probably hit 1 million without breaking a sweat. Huh, are you the Anemo Archon? But you don't look quite like the statue. Klee looked up at the unfamiliar man before her, tilting her head in confusion. Her tiny hand covered her mouth cutely. Suhan was about ready to melt. She was just too adorable. Ahem, I'm definitely not Barbados, the god of wind. But Big Bro here has some special powers too. Before you came through that door, didn't you get some kind of hint or message? Once you finish the mission, you get a reward. Upon hearing that this man wasn't the Anemo Archon, Klee's expression dropped slightly. She had been hoping to meet the Anemo Archon in person. But the moment she heard the word reward, her eyes lit up again. I want the reward. Klee wants the reward. Big Bro, what's the mission? Do I blow up some hilichurls or smash a big boulder? I only brought 200 enhanced Dodu bombs today. If it's a really big mountain, Klee can't do it. In her excitement to prove she could handle the mission, the little girl proudly began listing off her explosives all on her own. Klee took out the bombs. She looked at those little red, glowing spheres. Somehow, they looked kind of cute. Suhan quickly stepped forward to stop her, shouting, "Wait, Klee. We're not here to blow things up again. Just recording a few videos will do." Videos? What's that? Klee doesn't get it. The little sunbeam, confused, looked up at this older brother. Her eyes filled with innocence and uncertainty. Suhan explained, "You've been with Albedo before, right? You know what a photo device is, don't you?" Klee knows that. It's that thing that can capture distant scenery, but it's too expensive. Albedo won't let Klee touch it. Well, this is simple too. You just need to record a few clips, like taking photos, but continuously. Oh, Klee can do that. But, older brother, Klee's really hungry. Can we eat something before we start the mission? Seeing Klee rubbing her little belly with a pitiful expression, Suhan finally realized. She had come here without eating anything. He smiled and asked, "What would you like to eat, Klee?" "Big brother will get you anything." Klee loves fish, especially sea bass. The fish from the grapefruit lake are the best. Mom says sea bass is super delicious too. All right then. Big brother will order you some sea bass. And maybe a dessert too. Yay. He pulled out his phone and placed a food delivery order. Looking at his balance, only 1,000 more left. Suhan's mouth twitched. Thank goodness there was still the system. Otherwise, he'd be starving soon enough. While they waited for the food, Klee talked to him a lot. But when she found out this place wasn't Tevat, the little son nearly burst into tears. Because she was afraid her mom wouldn't be able to find her. And that would make her really sad. Wah, big brother, can Klee go back home? Klee doesn't want mommy to not find Klee. Sure, we can head back in 4 hours. Really? Big bro has never lied to Klee. That's great. They kept chatting. The delivery guy dropped off the food. 1 steamed base, plus a slice of strawberry cake. It cost a full $200. Wow, it tastes amazing. It's every bit as good as Mom's. And there's cake, too. Big bro is so nice to Klee. Klee really likes you. The little girl ate with pure delight. Suhan smiled and said, because we're friends. After a pleasant lunch, Klee beamed with satisfaction and said, Big bro, let us go do the mission. If acting Grandmaster Jean can't find Klee later, she'll get worried. Suhan nodded. Then he pulled up the dimensional creator system. A beam of light flared, and the two of them who'd been in the rental apartment were enveloped. In a flash, they were standing in a blank room. A virtual panel popped up in front of Suhan. Temperature shifts. Sunlight. It could generate anything. It could even recreate Mondstadt's scenery. This is insane. Suhan was stunned. He hadn't expected the dimensional creator system to be this over the top. But that meant he had way more tricks to play with. Since this was Klee's first time on camera, better keep things normal. Hi, are you here to play with Klee? I'm Klee, the Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. Today, I came to Aqua Blue Star at Big Bro's invitation. Even though I can't blow up fish, Aqua Blue Star is really fun. Set off Expo. Big brother, Klee was brave again today and caught a strange little lizard with patterns on it. Klee's never seen markings like these before. Do you want to see? How is that last line supposed to go again? Klee can't remember it. Big brother, Klee forgot her lines again. Sorry. Looking at the crestfallen Klee, Suhan pressed the record button and hurried over to comfort her. It's okay. It's not Klee's fault. You've already done a great job, and Klee's been recording for over an hour now. That's enough. Really? Of course. Big brother would never lie to Klee. Heh. Right, Klee, come do the outro. The lines are super simple this time, just, pretty please give Klee a triple like, comment, and subscribe. That's simple? Soon, the shoot wrapped up. Counting breaks and filming, it was a full 2 hours. But the edited video was only 2 minutes long. As for the title, let us call it Breaking the Dimensional Barrier. When Klee comes to the blue planet. Once the video finished uploading, Suhan took Klee out shopping. She'd only just arrived here, after all. It wouldn't feel right not to send her back with some gifts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, it was already lunchtime. Knight would carry a kid's meal to the door of the confinement room. Klee, lunchtime. Why is it so quiet? Did she fall asleep? The pudgy Knight shifted the tray in his hands and pushed the door open. Klee's a child. She often forgets to eat because she is sleeping or totally absorbed in studying bombs. So he had to go wake her. But the moment the door swung open, the food slipped from Wood's hands and hit the floor. The confinement room was empty. The normally present Klee was suddenly gone. That wasn't all. Her backpack inside the room had also vanished. Oh no, Captain Jean. This is bad. Something huge has happened. Jean, who had been busy with official duties, couldn't help but frown when she saw a knight burst through the door. He was just an ordinary knight assigned to the Knights of Favonius. How did he end up in such a panic? Knightwood, what's going on? Captain, urgent report, Klee's gone missing. Pardon me, what did you just say? The moment she heard about Klee's disappearance, Jean could no longer sit still. She immediately rushed toward the confinement room. Seeing the empty room, her face changed instantly. She quickly shouted at the knights, "Call Lisa and Lord Dialog over now." "Yes, ma'am." Before long, 4 of the most important figures in Mondstadt had all arrived. Kay, glancing at the clean room, shook his head and said, "This doesn't look like a kidnapping. If it were a stranger, Knightwood outside would ve her to struggle. It's just that the bombs and the backpack are missing." There were only 2 possibilities. First, someone Klee knew took her. Second, the opponent was absurdly strong enough to subdue both Lisa in the library and you in the next room without resistance. Even in the first scenario, though, I think the kidnapper must have used some kind of space magic. What do you think? Klee may be young, but she's never reckless. Could it be Alice has returned? That witch? It's possible. Still, knowing her personality, Even if she was playing a prank, she would have left a note or something. She wouldn't leave us worrying like this. Dialect nodded in agreement with Lisa's reasoning. He then offered his own analysis. Jean rubbed her temples and sighed. We haven't found a single clue yet. This is really frustrating. Would, go gather everyone up. Send the knights to scout the city and surrounding areas. We should split up and search different parts too. We absolutely cannot let Klee come to any harm. Understood, Captain Jean. Although the Knights of Favonius locked Klee in the confinement room, this place was never meant for imprisoning criminals. Instead, there was a cozy little bed, a custom-made workbench and desk built specially for her, and various crayons all prepared just for Klee. While the method of handling her might seem questionable, this was truly the best arrangement Jean could offer. With Mondstadt facing both internal and external pressures, how could she possibly find time to personally look after a powerful, gifted child? Originally, Jean had planned to have Klee reflect on her actions for a day, intending to release her the next morning once she realized her mistake. Then she'd let Amber take Klee to clear out some hilichurl camps, and maybe sneak in a little fun on the side. Who could have predicted something like this would happen? Unlike the panic spreading through the nights, Suhan and Klee had simply wandered around the neighborhood and returned with full hands. The reward wouldn't appear until the video reached a certain level of popularity, so Klee couldn't go back empty-handed. Suhan bought her some snacks and toys to bring back, and even took the time to write a short letter. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the current situation. Today's live gameplay session will end here for now. Lunchtime next. Oh, and I'll check if there are any fan-made videos of my daughter Klee. Then I'll take a break afterward. On the small site known as Xiaopozen, a voice actress named Hualing was eating lunch while browsing videos. But after watching a few clips, she felt a little disappointed. Though the girls cosplaying Klee in real life were also quite cute, they still fell short compared to the Klee in Genshin Impact. The difference was obvious. In contrast, the funny parody shorts were actually more entertaining. But right now it was time to eat. Watching those kinds of videos felt a little off. Just as Hualing, disappointed, was about to end the stream, the captain sent her a DM. They dropped a Bilibili link with a note, "You'll regret it if you don't watch." The real Klee had appeared. We just finished that video, and I was about to take a break. This is a Klee fan-made clip the captain shared. Let us enjoy it together. Hualing clicked the link right away. The title read, "Piercing the Dimensional Barrier, Klee arrives on the blue planet." The video started. The camera cut to a park. Dodoko was hanging in a bird's nest, swaying. Then a cute little head peeked out from behind a tree trunk. "I'm Klee, the Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. Today I got an invite from the big bro who broke the dimensional barrier, so I came to the blue planet. Even though I'm not allowed to bomb fish, the blue planet is super fun." Watching Klee come to life on the screen, Hualing and everyone in the stream were stunned. "Oh my god, Klee crossed over? This looks way too real." My daughter Klee sobbed. "Super cute. Klee is the cutest. No wig, no makeup. Every expression looked unbelievably real. If you set off explosives in the city, you have to report to the confinement room. If a bomb hurts someone, Jean will come knocking. If you start a wildfire, Klee's done for." These are Klee's survival rules in the Knights. They'd all seen this bit a million times, but hearing Klee recited in the video still made everyone burst out laughing. But the next shot made Hualing scream. God, how did they even pull this off? On screen, Klee stood on the grass, pointing into the distance at a massive ancient Jovishap rolling around. Pride lit up her face. "Big brother," said Klee. "Today I bravely caught another weird lizard with pretty patterns. I've never seen this design before. Want to take a look? Do ya?" She gave her signature cute and heartwarming smile. But lying in the distance was a massive dragon lizard several meters long. Its body was covered in scars. Looking at it really tugged at your heartstrings. Who knows what kind of torture it had been through? And yet, strangely, you couldn't even bring yourself to hate the one responsible, because she was just too damn adorable. After watching the video, Hualing had only one thought in her head. This girl must be an incredible 3D modeler. Otherwise, where else would this dragon lizard design come from? So, was Klee fake too? Before long, the end of the video arrived. There was Klee wearing a pale white little dress, her face full of nervousness. Which line was I supposed to say at the end again? Klee forgot. Big brother, Klee forgot again. Sorry, The little sunbeam cast a pitiful glance toward the front. It seemed like she was talking to the cameraman. Could it be? This wasn't special effects? Was this actually live footage? Hualing was completely stunned because a man's voice came through the video. It's okay, it's not Klee's fault. You've done really well. And besides, Klee's been filming for over an hour already. Big Brother is really happy. Really? Of course, Big Brother would never lie to Klee. Oh right, Klee, let's do a short ending scene. This time the line is super easy. Just say, please, please, give Klee a triple thumbs up. That's all. Finally, Klee folded her little hands in front of her chest. She delivered the closing line with maximum cuteness. Please, 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 give Klee a triple thumbs up. Her voice was so soft and sweet, it was almost unbearable. Hualing couldn't resist at all. Not only did she hit triple thumbs up, she immediately sent a donation. And in that live stream, the screen was suddenly flooded with shocked expressions. Forget the triple tap like, share, and follow. I'll even grab you a star from the sky if you want it. Oh my god, how was this video even made? Klee, my daughter, have you finally come to find your dad? Hualing, your daughter has broken through the dimensional wall. Go find your daughter already. The live stream originally had around 50 or 60,000 viewers. After all, it was lunch break right now. It was normal to have a decent crowd watching a stream. But no one expected to stumble upon such an amazing video. On Xiao Pajan Little Station, the video's traffic skyrocketed, catching the attention of the platform's staff. After watching the video themselves, they were absolutely stunned too. Quick, put it on the homepage right away. What kind of monster is this new creator? The video's quality was no joke. It was literally out of this world. That Klee character in particular had even mesmerized the female director. As Suhan brought Klee back home, preparing to say goodbye to her, the system alert kept going off nonstop. Ding, congratulations to the master. The popularity of your video has exceeded 100,000. You've earned one chance to draw a prize. Ding, congratulations to the master. The Klee fan leaderboard has been activated. You'll receive a random reward once you reach 100,000 fans. This fast. Suhan glanced at the system notifications and saw that the popularity had already jumped to 150,000. Although he had mentally prepared himself for it to go viral, he never expected it to happen in less than an hour. How could the popularity rise so quickly? And it was still skyrocketing wildly. It climbed almost every minute. Suhan checked the backend user info was hidden, but messages from Xiao Pajan hadn't been blocked. It clearly showed his video had been promoted to the homepage. No wonder the popularity is spiking. If it's a homepage recommendation, then traffic will probably climb even higher soon enough. The popularity value has already hit 1 million. Inside the lottery interface, 10 consecutive pulls guarantee one special treasure. This gacha setting feels a bit like the pity system in Genshin Impact. Therefore, Suhan originally planned to wait until the popularity hit 1 million before pulling, but at the current pace, they'd probably reach it by tomorrow. As he was staring at the numbers, Klee, who was snacking, suddenly looked up and said, "Big brother, that weird voice is back." What did it say? It said Klee completed a mission and received a treasure. Here, take a look. As she stretched out her little hand and opened her palm, a strange item appeared before Suhan's eyes. It was actually the bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon. Plus, there was an attached instruction manual. Simply place the dragonfly on your head and you can fly. However, the flight altitude must not exceed 10,000 meters, and the daily battery life is capped at 4 hours. Also, this device is controlled by thought. Out of all things, this treasure? Amazing. Nice job, Klee. Now you can fly. Really? Can Klee fly, big brother? Yeah, of course. But for safety reasons, Klee can't just fly around on her own. You have to go with Lieutenant Amber. If you fly alone, big brother will worry something might happen to you. Okay, Klee understands. Big brother, how do you know Amber? All right. That voice told Klee it's time to go back now. Goodbye, big brother. Klee will come play again tomorrow. Bye, Klee. Watching Klee leave, Suhan checked the system message. It turned out that Klee had just completed the task of accumulating 100,000 fan points. What a monster. No wonder she's the Spark Knight. Totally ridiculous. With a single triple action, she smashed past the 100k mark. Inside the Mondstadt Knight's headquarters, on the bed in the confinement room, Chi-Chi sat, her eyes filled with guilt. Alice had entrusted her daughter to her, and now the girl was gone. What was she supposed to do? As she let out a sigh, a sudden blur of movement appeared before her. The figure who entered carried a strange-looking toy. She wore a bright red dress, and her smile was as sweet as candy. Klee was back. Captain Chi-Chi, hee. Did you miss me? Keely, where in the world did you go? Everyone watched as the furious Captain Chi-Chi exploded. Startled, Klee quickly crouched down low. Wah, don't be mad, Captain Chi-Chi. This is a letter from Big Brother. He wrote down everything. That happened to me. I just got really bored, so I snuck out to play for a bit. A letter? Let me see it. After Klee returned, others rushed quickly into the room. As Chi-Chi read the letter, her expression turned complicated. What is going on? Could it be that Alice took Klee away? No. Actually, it's the opposite. Klee didn't just go out to play normally. She actually traveled to another world for about 4 hours. To be precise, she was invited to another world. She went there to help shoot a short video. And after filming, she even received a reward. Another world? Did I hear that right, Chi-Chi? Kia said, his expression exaggerated. Dialect frowned. Is that person a god? How could they have such power? But why doesn't even the Anemo Archon know about this? I'm not sure either. The letter only explains what happened to Klee. Also, the invitation seems random. Look, that item in Klee's hands is probably the treasure she got this time. According to what the letter says, the more popular the video becomes, the more treasures she'll receive. Everyone followed Chi-Chi's gaze toward the direction she was looking. To their surprise, Klee was holding something strange in her hands. It was hard to describe. It was definitely unlike anything anyone had ever seen in Teyvat. Facing the curious stares, Klee giggled and said, "This is called a bamboo dragonfly. It was a reward from the Grand Adventure. My big brother said if you attach it to your head, you can fly. Then shouldn't we go try it out? Yeah, let us go outside and give it a shot." Okay. On the way, Chi-Chi and the others flipped through the instruction manual. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. The reason? The bamboo dragonfly's capabilities far surpassed those of the Anemo glider. And its battery life? Unbelievably long, almost scary. Kay grinned and said, "If only we had a bunch of these dragonflies, maybe we could even use them against the Storm Terror. But just because it lets people fly doesn't mean it can handle a monster with that kind of power." Lisa gave him a look, slightly exasperated, bluntly bringing everyone back to reality. They arrived outside the Knight's headquarters. Klee attached the bamboo dragonfly and gave a little thought. And just like that, she lifted off the ground. Everyone stood there, stunned. Well, you can fly without the Anemo glider. This bamboo dragonfly is insane. What an incredible invention. Whoa. TSK, TSK, TSK. Klee's flying. Klee turned into a bird. Up in the sky, Klee's joyful laughter echoed down. She flipped midair, then suddenly braked, effortlessly pulling off all sorts of high-difficulty stunts. Klee, watching the Spark Knight go wilder and wilder, the others were a mix of shock and fear. Finally, Chi-Chi couldn't take it anymore and shouted for her to stop. If someone didn't rein her in soon, this kid might come up with even crazier ideas. A commanding voice came from below. Startled, Klee quickly pulled the dragonfly down and landed. What's wrong, Captain Chi-Chi? Klee stepped back onto solid ground, blinking in confusion at everyone. She couldn't help but notice the strange way they were all looking at her. Kaya grinned and pulled out a piece of candy, saying, "Klee, earlier Jean was afraid you'd get too carried away playing and get hurt. So here Kaya, big brother, gives you candy." He added, "Can I borrow your bamboo dragonfly to study for a bit? Just for a little while." "No way. This was given to me by my big brother. And besides, the candy in Mondstadt isn't even that tasty. Klee has way better candy." Hearing someone try to trick her out of her dragonfly, Klee immediately took the object she had been balancing on her head, stuffed it quickly into her pocket, and clutched it tightly with both hands, as if guarding a treasure. Onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Lisa, however, asked curiously, "Klee, did you eat a lot of things in that other world?" "Uh-huh. All bought for me by my big brother candies. Little cakes and all sorts of snacks," she said, setting her backpack on the ground and pulling everything out, because her big brother always said, good things should be shared. Since everyone was always so kind and caring toward Klee, she naturally wanted to share her treats with them. Lisa picked up a candy with a white rabbit printed on the wrapper, popped it into her mouth, and was instantly filled with a rich, milky flavor. The texture was layered and delightful. It was truly leagues beyond the candy in Mondstadt. Meanwhile, Jean took a small bite of the chocolate. The aroma was intoxicating, and the taste was absolutely exquisite. This flavor was unlike anything you'd find even in a bustling city like Liyue. "This is amazing," Jean said. "No wonder Klee didn't want Kaya's candy." Haha. "Yeah, our candy really doesn't compare to this at all. This little cake tastes incredible, just the smell alone is wonderful." Seeing everyone so clearly enjoying themselves, Klee stood with her little hands on her hips, grinning proudly. "Hee hee, pretty cool, huh? All of this is from my big brother, though he doesn't seem to have much money." From now on, Klee would help him earn a bit of money so he could buy more treats. "Klee, can I study this bamboo dragonfly for a while? I'll give it back to you once the experiment is done." Okay. But acting Grandmaster Jean, don't break it, okay? Klee only has this one. She might look pretty strict, but Klee knew Jean was more like a mother to her. She understood the discipline was for her own good. After handing over the bamboo dragonfly, Klee went back to her room to play. Once Klee was gone, Jean fixed her gaze on the tiny bamboo dragonfly in her hand, baffled at how something like this could possibly fly. She put it on top of her head. A rush of information poured into her mind. With just a thought, she could make it fly. With a sharp whoosh, Jean shot straight off the ground and rocketed into the sky. The speed was staggering. She vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. White clouds drifted across the sky, and a silhouette streaked through them. It was about 30 times faster than a wind glider, and it didn't rely on any external force at all. "This is insanely strong. If we had a few of these, we might actually be able to take down Storm Terror." Everyone looked on, full of envy. Jean soared freely for a good half hour. Only then did she return to the Knights of Favonius. Kia, who had been waiting forever, took the bamboo dragonfly and shot into the sky right away. Amber and the others could only watch, envious. Rank has its perks. Only after the higher-ups were done would it be their turn. Jean glanced at the knights and asked, "Is Albedo around?" Reporting, acting Grandmaster, Albedo isn't here. He seems to have left Mondstadt a few days ago, apparently headed to Dragon's Pine for some kind of experiment. "I see that's a shame." Jean looked genuinely disappointed. Lisa picked up on what she was thinking and advised, "Even if Albedo were here, I don't think this thing could. I made a copy of it, but I couldn't sense any elemental reaction from it at all. That was something I discovered back when I was in Sumeru. Although people have studied Kenrya machinery, this bamboo dragonfly here, I haven't detected even the slightest energy fluctuation from it." "I feel the same way," said Dialek, but he paused, glancing toward the knight's direction. He continued, "If Kale was able to bring back the first artifact, don't you think we might have a chance to obtain other treasures as well? Or maybe even purchase some supplies from there?" Dialek always had a far-sighted vision. But right now, because of that wind dragon incident, the city of Mondstadt was running dangerously low on food supplies. Being able to get some help from that other world would be absolutely perfect. "No, you've forgotten what was written in the letter. The level of the interdimensional gate is too low. Although Kale can bring things back, her body is just too small. She can't carry much at all. There's also something at the end of the letter that's been bothering me." Jean pulled out the letter and handed it to Dialek. Dialek only glanced at it briefly before his face instantly showed an expression of disbelief. The letter stated that the Anemo Archon, Barbados himself, was actually in Mondstadt under the name The Wandering Poet, Vinny. Jean's eyes immediately narrowed. Kia, who had just landed, looked utterly shocked. "Hey, you've got to be kidding me. The Anemo Archon is actually that drunkard? I saw him just a few days ago, completely wasted at Dialek's tavern. Could it really be Vinny? When I was little, I even saw him personally. Tricked my father into giving him that jar of sweet flower wine. The mighty Barbados being a street performer? That's impossible." Luckily, everyone gathered here were high-ranking officials of Mondstadt. The news wouldn't easily spread beyond this group. Jean gazed at the distant sky, shaking her head slightly. "I'm not entirely sure either. But if we want to save the wind dragon, then it seems to be Dvalin. But besides Barbados, There must be someone else involved. Relying solely on Barbados won't be enough. We'll also need someone capable of crossing over. The other party just so happens to have the ability to cure Dvalin's corruption. If we depend only on Barbados, it's likely we won't be able to resolve this. If that's the case, the problem of the dragon calamity won't be solved. By now, Dialek had finished reading the letter. His expression turned complicated. I'm starting to suspect that the person who invited Klee might be someone with power on the level of a god of nations. They not only know about Klee, but also seem to know a lot about Mondstadt itself. Let us set those thoughts aside for now. I think this is actually a great opportunity to get closer to them. Using Klee as a connection, we can gather more intelligence. Even though she couldn't bring anything back before, we could have Klee ask them a few questions. What do you think? Lisa's suggestion convinced everyone. That was right. Since Klee could travel between worlds, why not? Let her become an envoy between the two realms. They could still get rewards, and at the same time, gather valuable information. So why not go for it? Meanwhile, in the real world, the video's view count had suddenly skyrocketed. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the popularity had finally surpassed 1 million. Out of that, over 500,000 were actual plays. Add the favorites, donations, and likes together, and it was another 500,000. After all, the video quality was top-notch. It was only natural that few people would watch it without paying. Few finally got enough for a 10 pull. Let us see what kind of good stuff I can roll. Suhan rubbed his hands together in excitement. He had waited the entire day for this. Now he was practically vibrating with anticipation. System, start the draw. Just do a 10 pull straight. As you wish, master. As the mechanical voice rang out, a series of rewards appeared before Suhan. Ding, congratulations. You've obtained a delicate fine day doll. Ding, congratulations. You've received a pet hamster. 1 unit, with a bonus cage and 100 kilograms of universal pet food. Ding, congratulations. You've drawn a pair of Kamet Sabaki's original scented stockings. Ding, congratulations. You've drawn a spirit exorcising talisman. Ding, congratulations. You've received 100,000 in cash. Ding, congratulations. You've drawn a Mountain View villa. Ding, congratulations. You've received a bottle of spirit spring water. Ding, congratulations. You've received a special reward, 1 pinnacle core pill. Ding, congratulations. You've received a box of exquisite, high-grade snacks. Ding, congratulations. You've received a special cement production formula. The 10-draw streak was over. All those items before had made Suhan's scalp tingle with disbelief. A sunny doll and a hamster? What the heck were those? Aren't those just plain, ordinary things? And then came the Kamet Sabaki stockings original scent included. Come on. Still, the later rewards finally started to look decent. A spirit exorcising talisman? That was a talisman powerful enough to subdue ghosts, very powerful indeed. And it was personally inscribed by Mastering too. Just looking at it gave a sense of deep reassurance. When he saw the special reward, Suhan was beyond excited. Because this pill could completely cleanse and renew one's meridians and bones, a true rarity. Its value far surpassed that villa. Name, Pinnacle Core Pill. Quality, 4-star human grade. Effect, reconstructing and purifying the body. This special pill can transform one's constitution. One person may consume only one. After claiming the treasure, Suhan immediately swallowed it. A powerful sensation, like a hot spring surging through him, rapidly spread throughout his body. He could even directly sense the immense energy hidden within the pill, though the effect only lasted a moment. His body, once so weak he struggled to run, now felt full of energy. He clenched his fist experimentally. Explosive strength surged through him. In that moment, Suhan felt like he could punch a bull to death. Not bad. Definitely worth a 10-draw streak. If I could do this a few more times, I wouldn't have to worry about getting ambushed by the Fatui and Tevat. Looking down at the dirt and grime that had been expelled from his body, he shrugged, went into the bathroom, and took a hot shower. Then he canceled the lease on the place. He headed to Shanshui Villa. The property sprawled across about 11,800 square feet, ringed by dense, towering woods. It had a garden, a swimming pool, a boxing gym, every kind of amenity you could think of. And beyond that, the entire interior was smart and automated, super convenient to use. The villa had 4 stories and a massive basement. Even so, Suhan didn't bother to look around. It was already close to midnight. For the sake of his health, he decided it was better to turn in early. He had no idea who he'd be able to bring in tomorrow. Still, the Knights of Favonius were probably pretty shaken right about now, right? From the look of things with Klee, Lumen, and Paimon hadn't shown up yet. He could still line up a lot of things. After turning it over in his head, Suhan drifted into sleep in no time. The next day, outside Mondstadt, a string of explosions kept rattling the air. Up in the sky, a red figure was swooping around. Every so often, little red spheres appeared, dropping from above. Moments later, with the earth roaring, plume after plume of thick smoke billowed up. Boom. Blow up, all you bad hilichurls. This take copter is so handy. Big Bro's reward is amazing. Once I wrap up today, I've got to go find Big Bro. Klee piloted the take copter, pulling out Dodoko again and again to bomb the enemy. The poor hilichurls had nowhere to run. Even if they squeezed under rocks, the bombs would blast them to ash. One hilichurl archer fixed its sights on Klee. Too bad her speed in the air was something they could never hope to match. A fist-sized sphere dropped from above onto its head. The bow in its hands was blown to bits. In the distance, the Knights of Favonius stood there stunned. Seeing that spectacle, everyone was left slack-jawed. Jean couldn't help but remark, with a take copter, Klee's combat capability might have actually jumped up by several tiers. It had definitely increased by at least one level. That's insane. She's basically a grenadier. And she's super agile too. If only I had a bamboo copter. As well. Amber watched the tiny Klee flying through the air. Her eyes filled with envy. Kia chuckled and said, "Then you'd better pray. They invite you next time. If you help shoot a video, you might get your own flying gadget too." That's actually what I was thinking. Once they confirmed Klee was safe and sound, everyone gradually dispersed. Only Amber stayed behind to take care of her. About 10 minutes later, Klee finished her combat mission and returned to Amber. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and cheerfully asked, "Amber, big sister, was I awesome?" "Super awesome. Klee is the most awesome ever. Let's go back now. First, we'll take a nice hot shower. Then go find your big brother to play." Reality. Suhan woke up and had breakfast. Then he opened the system to check the records. The popularity points had already reached 400,000. Probably. By tomorrow he'd be able to draw the lottery again. Not bad. He casually glanced at the private messages in the inbox as well. The mailbox was bursting full. 999 plus. All messages begging him to update new videos. After closing the system, he walked into the courtyard. System, activate the dual world portal. Summoning target, Klee. Ding, searching now. With a flash of golden light, a special door unfolded before Suhan's eyes. Blue sky. White clouds. The portal looked like twisted stardust. Exactly like the one last time. Liyue. Near Gili Plains. A storm of thunder roared into existence. Let sword light follow me, cutting down all chaos. Dozens of terrifying afterimages slashed through enemy ranks. A massive horde of monsters was instantly torn apart by lightning. In the end, he collapsed to the ground and drew no more breath. She watched as the enemy slowly dissipated into ash. Keqing sheathed her longsword, only to notice something strange ahead. At some point she didn't know when a bizarre door had appeared there. This is travel to Blue Star? Complete the mission to obtain a special treasure. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. The sound made Keqing instinctively furrow her brows. Who's there? She glanced around, scanning the area. She even tapped into her vision, but the result was, aside from the wind, there wasn't a soul in sight. Is it this door? In Keqing's beautiful eyes, a hint of doubt flickered. Go to Blue Star? What kind of place was Blue Star anyway? She had no impression of it at all. Special rewards for completing a mission, could it be some ancient ruin? Keqing thought it over, then decided to go take a look. Her family's ancient texts recorded events of long ago. Gili Plains had once been an ancient city of Liyue, built together by two demon gods. If it was related to Rex Lapis or relics of that demon god, there had to be astonishing treasures inside. If she went and didn't return, she might never get another chance. Maybe this was Liyue's adeptal fate. After pushing through a stretch of darkness, a lush green lawn unfolded before Keqing's eyes. In the distance stood a lovely house. There was a swimming pool nearby and a few trees. It looked like someone's private villa. At last, her gaze settled on a stranger. Were you the one who opened this door? Who are you exactly? I remember that demon god was supposed to be a woman. She watched him warily, the girl with crackling lightning in her hand staying on guard. Suhan hurried to explain. I'm no demon god, but I did open this space-time gate, and I'm the one who invited you. To be precise, you've already left Teyvat and arrived in another world. Oh, if that's what you say, do you have any proof? Keqing didn't let her guard down for a second. In fact, lightning crackled along her blade. But the elemental reaction here was unusually weak. As a result, Keqing's power was somewhat diminished. Seeing she still didn't believe him, Suhan spoke bluntly. I'll show you around a bit, then you'll understand. But when we go out, you'll have to put your weapon away. Because that kind of power doesn't exist here. I'd like to see then what this world really looks like. Keqing sheathed her sword, but she still didn't relax her vigilance. After following Suhan for a quick tour outside, she was completely stunned. Towering skyscrapers. In the distance, ships made of steel floated on the water, and flying through the sky were airplanes. These sights completely shattered Keqing's understanding of the world. Back at the villa, Suhan said to Keqing, now you believe me, right? I wasn't lying. Incredible, I actually traveled from Liyue. No, wait. From the world of Teyvat to this blue planet. You're saying I can go back, right? Yeah, in about 4 hours. And what did you mean by video earlier? Is there a reward just for recording one? It's simple, you'll understand once you see it. Suhan led her into the villa and immediately pulled out a brand new tablet that had just arrived that morning. He opened up the small video website, then navigated to his own channel. Staring at the figure on the screen, Keqing immediately recognized the person and exclaimed in shock. This is Mondstadt's Spark Knight, Klee? She's here too? Yeah, she arrived yesterday. She recorded a video and got a flying gadget as a reward. She'll probably be here soon. Want to go meet her? Faced with Suhan's invitation, Keqing was clearly a bit hesitant. For her, recording a video wasn't a big deal. But after watching the content, she realized it wasn't just some ordinary show. What do you want me to film? Something like Klee does? I can't do it, absolutely not. Keqing firmly laid down her bottom line, her expression serious. There was no way she was going to act all cute and playful like that. Absolutely not happening. Not in this lifetime. But she didn't realize that Suhan had already come up with a plan. A plan specially tailored for Master Ku. You don't have to act cute. And honestly, your version of cute isn't all that effective anyway. How about we just make lunch instead? I've already thought of the dishes. Lunch would be fine. I've already picked out the menu. It'll be beef offal. It'll definitely go viral. Just follow my instructions and add a little stage acting. As she listened to his explanation, Keqing's face turned cold as ice. Making beef offal wasn't too bad. But asking her to play the role of a waiter shouting at customers and say those embarrassingly cheesy lines? Absolutely not. Before she could even react, Suhan grinned and said, if you agree to film this video, I can tell you something about the next decision Rock Lord Morix is planning to make. You know Morix? And you know what he's planning to do next? Of course. And this decision, it's extremely dangerous, affecting the entire Liyue. You really won't be even a little tempted? Just tell me then. Though she still resisted the idea of filming such a video. When it involved the safety of Liyue, Keqing felt that this small sacrifice was nothing. Even stone eventually wears down. The same goes for a god of chaos. Even the Rock Lord has moments of fatigue. This time, he chose to let Liyue face the chaos god on its own, to see whether Liyue can remain safe without his protection. And what will set this in motion is the next Qixing ceremony. The enemies you'll have to face won't just be the Fatui, but also the Vortex Chaos God or Cell, sealed beneath the solitary cloud pavilion. Impossible. How could the Fatui possibly release? The seal of the sovereign can only be broken if the sovereign himself permits it. You're saying he gave his approval? You're lying to me, aren't you? Well, this tablet just so happens to have a game installed. Play it for a bit and you'll understand. And if I am lying to you, we'll know in 4 hours. Once those 4 hours are up, you can return to Liyue immediately and investigate for yourself. You'll get your answer quickly, right? Listening to Suhan's reasoning, Keqing fell silent. That's right. If it's just a video he made to fool her, it wouldn't take long to verify. And so, under Suhan's guidance, Keqing experienced the game Genshin impact for the first time. Though still a complete beginner, she was incredibly gifted. Within 10 minutes. She was already playing with surprising fluency. This account's Archon storyline was stuck right at the Adeptus test chapter. If she played fast enough, she could definitely finish the main quest within 2 hours. This is a simplified version of Liyue Harbor, and even the people inside look this realistic. Indeed, this time the Adeptus test was hosted by Ningguang. What exactly happened to the sovereign? Just as Ningguang spoke of the assassination attempt, a dragon descended from the sky. At that moment, the so-called Master Ku had nearly panicked. But then he recalled what Suhan had just said, and so he patiently continued playing. To repair the everlasting regret machine, to meet with the Adepti. These events left Keqing utterly stunned one after another, especially after defeating the boss at the Golden House. Liyue Harbor had changed dramatically. The all-forbidden talisman was activated, breaking the seal. The vortex-wielding Anemo Archon appeared. So that's why? Keqing stared at the Archon rampaging across the sea, feeling an immense pressure bearing down on her. This is a true Archon from legend? Do we actually stand a chance against something like this? As she remained immersed in the world of Genshin, the starry sky gate lit up. Klee suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Looking around at the beautiful, spacious yard, Klee beamed with delight. Wow, big brother, is this your house? It's so pretty. This place was way nicer than the last cell I was in. Well, that wasn't exactly a prison cell, it was a rental room. Anyway, did Klee miss her big brother? Nobody plays with Klee in Mondstadt anymore. Guess what? Let me tell you something. Good news, Klee just destroyed 6 Hilichurl camps. Wow, Klee is so amazing. Hearing Suhan praise her, Klee got even happier. But when she saw Keqing nearby, she immediately looked confused and asked, Big brother, who is she? You can just call her Chef Keqing, the one who sells beef offal. Suhan thought for a moment, then said it seriously. Chef Keqing who sells beef offal? Is she a cook? But her clothes don't really look like a chef's. Well, if Big Brother says she can cook, then she must be really good at it. Klee worked all morning, and hasn't he eaten anything yet? Klee's really hungry. Big Brother, can we go find that beef offal selling big sister, please? She said, looking at her little son-like belly. Suhan held back a laugh and said, You can just go straight over. That big sister is really kind. Really? Of course. Then Klee feels much better. With that, the little girl ran straight up to Keqing, who was completely absorbed in her game. Klee quietly said, Big sister who sells beef offal. Klee is hungry. Can I buy some beef offal from you? What big sister who sells beef offal? Keqing lifted her head, slightly annoyed. But the moment she saw the cute and clueless Klee, she suddenly didn't know what to say. At that moment, Suhan walked over. Keqing instantly understood this was definitely all his doing. She shot him a glare right away. So, you done with your mission? You promised me you'd help me film a cooking video. Let's do it then. Oh, by the way, don't talk about the game while we're cooking. Got it. Suhan, seeing Klee's eager expression, handed her the tablet directly and opened a classic Big Fish Eats Little Fish game for her. Then he took Keqing to the kitchen to cook. Some system functions were actually helping out. Changing clothes happened in an instant. After all, it was all just holographic projection. In the end, the cooking still happened in the kitchen, under Suhan's guidance. Keqing quickly learned how to use the gas stove and all the different seasonings. Wait, can you actually get rewards for cooking? Of course. It might be hard for you to understand, but I really do have that ability. Before we start the costume change, let's record an intro first. Alright, Keqing quickly struck a slow-motion sword pose, emotionless as she recited. I am Keqing, the Yuheng of the Liyue Qixing. When you believe you're right, speak up loudly and take action decisively. That has always been my personal code to live by. Therefore, if your damage isn't enough, it's definitely because you haven't eaten beef offal. With the 2 lines of her intro done, Keqing sheathed her sword and picked up a spatula instead. Her outfit also changed into a chef's outfit. Though she was a noble lady, years of outdoor adventures had given her quite the cooking skills. Plus, she even had food videos uploaded on that little station Xiaposen. Making a plate of beef offal was a piece of cake for her. Holding a chef's knife confidently, she didn't miss a beat with her technique. In the blink of an eye, she had sliced an onion into perfectly even strips. And all the other ingredients were no exception. At first, Suhan thought she might be a bit grossed out handling the messy beef offal. But Kaching threw herself into the task with full concentration. About an hour later, Chef Kaching's beef offal masterpiece was finally done. Phew, I guess that's it. But we still need to record an ending segment. Let me think. What should I use? Alright, just say it like this. Kusherfu really didn't shave, please. Smash that support button. Triple subscribe, and I can get a sharper weapon. That should be pretty interesting. Facing Suhan's kind of twisted sense of humor, Kuching didn't argue. Instead, she stood there with a ladle in hand, expressionless, and said the line like that. In the end, Suhan muttered in exasperation, "We're recording a show here." Smiles, smiles. Kuching, your expression when dealing with customers is off. You gotta keep smiling to get more rewards. Oh, I see. Then Kuching forced a faint smile and recited the line. The filming ended like that. Suhan was busy editing the video while Kuching and Klee had lunch. During the meal, Kuching glanced at him and asked, "Is the guest advisor of the Genshin Hall really the Geo Archon?" Of course, people like Madame Ping already know. I suggest you verify this by checking with the guy who used to have the Tabula Rasa talisman. It was Tartaglia who took the talisman from him. I'll look into this when I return. As for that reward, we'll have to wait until the video gains some traction. You've seen those kinds of videos before, right? If you don't go a little wild, nobody's gonna watch. That's just how it has to be on first impression. Once we build up some fame, things will get easier. I understand. Kuching lowered her head and continued eating the beef offal. She had to admit, the seasoning was much more complex than what she knew back home. It was actually better. Of course, the ingredients themselves weren't top quality. Not very fresh. At that moment, Klee swallowed a bite and smiled brightly, saying, "Thank you, Kuching sister, your cooking is so delicious." Klee's never eaten anything like this before. Western-style cuisine was the norm in Mondstadt. So naturally, no one ever made beef offal dishes. It made sense that Klee had never tried something like this. All right then, as long as you like it. Next time you come by, I'll make it for you again, okay? Kuching replied with a smile. The two had met in this strange, foreign world. It was fate, really. And besides, the other was just so adorable. Klee giggled. Then Kuching, later on, can we play together? I can't today, sorry. I only have 20 more minutes before I have to log out. Maybe next time if I'm free tomorrow, we can hang out. How is that? Okay, promise. She whispered, her voice fading along with the shimmering light particles. Back in the real world, Kuching opened her eyes, holding a delicately wrapped dessert and a neatly packed bag of beef offal. She was still at Gili Plains. But now, the sun was setting. Looking out at the endless wilderness, a thought quietly crossed her mind. Perhaps a world without conflict is the happiest one after all. Still, she needed to hurry back to Liyue Harbor. There were too many things she needed to confirm. She recalled the visions she had seen in the game. Channeling her lightning, Kuching dashed swiftly toward Liyue Harbor. Roughly 40 minutes later, she arrived at the Jade Chamber. Just finishing her paperwork, Ningguang looked up in confusion as Kuching walked in holding a package. "Did you pick this up on your way here?" The dessert was a gift. The beef offal? I made that myself. It's actually pretty good. Want to try some? The three secretaries beside her, even Ningguang herself, all exchanged surprised glances. Since when did Kuching ever have the time or interest to cook beef offal? All right, no more jokes. Ningguang, she said, growing serious. I need you to send someone to investigate the Rock Tea House immediately. I need to confirm whether they still have possession of the unrestricted talisman. And make sure the operation stays under the radar. Let Ninglan handle it herself. I'll explain everything to you later. She stared at Kuching, who wore a serious expression. Ganyu nodded and said, "All right." The order was immediately issued. Soon enough, Ninglan from the Department of Civil Services personally showed up. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be deployed so casually. But whenever Ganyu gave a command, there was always something unusual behind it. Now can you finally tell me what the hell is going on? She paused, then continued, and that thing you mentioned, the all-forbidden talisman. If I'm not mistaken, that's a divine treasure from the Adepti. It's been lost to time. How could such a thing end up in some little tea house on the cliffs that's about to close down? And how did you even find out about it? You might not believe me, but earlier today, I was clearing hilichurls near Guyunstone Forest. and I was doing a little extra investigating on the side. Then suddenly, a starry sky gate appeared. Keqing recounted everything in detail. She even told her about Klee's appearance, and how she herself had played the game for 2 hours. Heck, even the Geo Archon got dragged into this somehow. Such a thing actually exists? Our world became a video game on Earth, and the Geo Archon is now a guest consultant at the departed company. Ganyu looked stunned. That's impossible. So that's why you got your hot pot ingredients from that other world? Yeah, Keqing replied. Suhan said the reward would be available everywhere after the video blows up, but when I came back, they were still working on it. It might take a while before we can get our hands on that artifact. Keqing herself could feel how shocking all this was. After all, she remembered being shocked herself when she first played Genshin. Ganyu gently rubbed her temples, trying to calm herself. After a long pause, she lifted her head and said, "If what you're saying is true, then we definitely have our work cut out for us. The Qixing ceremony is still 2 months away. We have enough time to make our preparations. Whether it's repairing the Gnosis or facing the abyssal god of the vortex. I want to let things spiral out of control. I've been thinking lately, maybe we could use Suhan's strength to help rebuild Liyue. As for Mondstadt, there's only one child capable of acting as a bridge between us. Yet no one even realizes his true value. Keqing, don't you think since he knows so much already, why not let him help brainstorm solutions? Right? How could I forget about that? I completely overlooked this option. Though Keqing is a capable fighter, she lacks Gili's depth and strategic thinking. And since she spent such a short time on Earth, she naturally hadn't had the chance to think things through. But Gili was different. After gathering all the information, she processed it and uncovered a crucial clue. This person clearly knows everything about Liyue. Even without the game, he possesses deep knowledge of many secrets. And furthermore, throughout the past millennia in Teyvat, he is the only one capable of opening the door to time and space. If we could earn his favor, Liyue's most pressing problems might be resolved effortlessly. As for seeking help from the Geo Archon, it's not impossible. But for one thing, he has already signed a contract with the Tsarina of Snezhnaya. And secondly, what he said wasn't without merit. He has guarded Liyue for 10,000 years. Even stone tires eventually. We can't just force him to stay forever, can we? As one of the Liyue Qixing, Gili has full confidence in making this nation even stronger. Of course, her respect for the Archon has never wavered. With a calm smile, Gili said, "We shouldn't panic. On the contrary, we should feel fortunate. Without this encounter, we might never have discovered the Fatui's plot. Keqing, from now on, I'm counting on you. For Liyue's sake, I hope you won't refuse." Agreed. Keqing accepted without hesitation. But the moment she thought of the awkwardness during that video shoot, a wave of embarrassment swept over her. She still felt a bit uneasy inside. Before, she had an excuse to back out. But now, she actually had to ask someone for help. What if they asked her to film something weird? How would she get out of that situation? Even worse, the other party had a deeply twisted sense of humor. Just thinking about being watched by millions made her shiver. Keqing's smile became noticeably stiff. But just then, Baihu burst through the door. "Milady, just received word the heavenly talisman of absolute freedom from the Noryang tea house. It's confirmed to have been stolen." Explain clearly. According to Miss Yinlan's report, after she visited the Noryang tea house and used a few of her tricks, she got the full story. Truth was, the tea house wasn't doing well to begin with. The owner was deep in debt, so he went to the Northern Cross Bank for a loan. But the owner knew his limits. He never wanted to keep running the business anyway. He was planning to take the money and flee outside Liyue Harbor. But the Fatui intercepted him at home. They took the money and also stole the family-inherited heavenly talisman of absolute freedom. They even warned him not to tell anyone. But when faced with Yinlan, he couldn't hold up at all. "Humph, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, milady." When only the two of them were left in the room, Keqing's expression darkened. That boy with orange hair. It seems he really is one of the Fatui's Harbinger executives. So even the things from the game are real. It's not 100% confirmed yet, but if something this secret has come true, then the rest of it probably did too. This is the first time I've ever thought about fighting against a god. What do we do next? For now, don't alert them. Once Ganyu returns later, I'll have her repair the Evermarch machine. If we want to. If we're going up against a god of darkness, we can't do it without that thing. Other things can be handled later. We can take our time, no rush. Yeah, I get it. Kaching nodded, understanding that keeping her emotions in check was the most important thing now. Only by staying calm could they come up with the best possible strategy. The night sky slowly descended. After sending Klee off, Suhan uploaded the edited video. I hope this time doesn't disappoint. After all, this is Master Kaching's debut performance. A smile lingered on Suhan's face. He was genuinely excited inside. What kind of reward will this bring? Inside Xiao Pajan Littleby Station, Big Ganja and Hua Ling were playing a game. More accurately, Bao Bao and Duo Duo were there too. The four of them were playing in a squad. Ugh, why did we die again? This is so annoying. I'm not playing anymore. Don't get mad. Bao Bao, I got you, haha. De Ganja laughed in a slightly maniacal tone. Hua Ling's voice, on the other hand, sounded a bit timid. Help! Help! Oh no, died again. Full team wipe. A round of the shooter game ended. The four were waiting for the next match to start. They began chatting about yesterday's video. Bao Bao said with envy sigh, "It'd be so nice if we could get a video with Lumen too. Klee was just too cute. By the way, Hua Ling, have you managed to contact them yet?" "Yeah, probably their DMs are already flooded. I checked the video this morning. Wow, it already has almost 600k likes. That's insane. But then again, the quality speaks for itself, so it makes sense." Hua Ling looked slightly helpless. Duo Duo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Being super popular has its downsides too, but honestly, I think I'm the unluckiest one here. No matter how hard I try to recreate it, there's no way I could ever recreate the effect of that Paimon moment. Sigh, I really wish I could see Paimon. Just as everyone was joking around with each other. Suddenly, a notification tone rang from Ganjade's phone. Ding me up, break the anime barrier. Ufolo has just released a new video. Check it out. Huh? Girls, that up just posted a new video again. What? So fast? That's insane. This is way too competitive. She glanced down at her phone. Then she screamed out loud. OMG. You guys, quick look. This time the character is Kaching. My dream daughter in my heart. Come take a look already. As Ganja Da's scream echoed, Bao Bao and others immediately understood that Mysterious Up had released another new video. And this time, it was actually Kaching. As Kaching's voice actress, Ganjada was naturally super excited. Soon, the live stream screens of all four people switched to the same video. When Duo Duo saw Kaching in her chef outfit, she burst out laughing. Uffed. Haha, what the heck is this? Chef Kaching making beef offal? Now that's something. Let us see what's in the video. Are you saying Kaching can only make offal? That's not fair. I disagree. You don't have to agree, just look at her. She's already holding a wok and spatula. It's definitely awful. Accept it, Ganjada. Joking around, they all kept watching the screen. The video then started playing. In the opening scene, Kaching appeared wearing her original outfit. She stood in a field of grass. A gentle breeze blew her twin tails into the air. She drew her long sword, swiping it sharply toward the camera. I am Kaching, the Yuheng among the 7 stars of Liyue. That single line alone nearly made Ganja to drop her jaw in shock. Oh my god, this really is Kaching herself. That bold and heroic aura, like a female general who has fought countless battles. So damn cool. That's really my daughter. Come here, take a look. Qingbao just dropped a new video. In the stream, the viewers were already yelling wife. They couldn't stop spamming wife. In-game, everyone complains Kaching's damage is too low. But on video, who could resist this twin-tailed little sweetheart? Oh my black stocking sword goddess, my Kaching, I'm crying. Finally seeing her in the flesh. That thrust went straight through my heart, I can't take it. I can't live without you, Kaching my wife. Too strong, too absurd my wife. Kaching actually showed up on the stream. Chat was completely flooded. Even Hualing had to turn the chat off. Then a funny scene popped up. The camera suddenly cut. Kaching's voice was still going. But the long sword in her hand had been swapped for a spatula and a cleaver, and her clothes for a chef's outfit. If you believe you're right, you should say it loud, and act on it without hesitation. That's the creed I've always lived by. So if the damage isn't enough, it's obviously because we didn't eat beef offal. As she said it, she actually started cooking. Her knife work was so dazzling that even a state banquet chef would be left slack-jawed. All the viewers saw was a blur streak by. An onion was sliced into fine shreds. Then the other ingredients got minced just as finely. Stunned, Hualing hit pause and asked in voice chat, "Hey, I'm not seeing things, right? Is this video sped up? What kind of normal person has knife skills like that? This has to be special effects, right? No way there's an hourglass sitting next to her and a clock on the wall. Look closely." Prompted by chat, Bao Bao caught the key detail. Then Hualing and the others all took a few steps back. Time was actually ticking by second. In other words, this was a Keqing cosplay. There was no speed up, it was legit, jaw-dropping knife work. Geez, that speed, is that even humanly possible? Duo felt her scalp prickle. She felt like she was watching a martial arts movie. And a live one at that. Not to mention the meticulous, no-nonsense look on her face. As if this was no big deal at all. Nothing worth showing off. Then something magical happened, Klee's voice. It actually came out of the video. "Big sis Keqing, is the beef awful ready? Klee is so hungry. Almost done, don't worry." The female swordswoman, who'd been expressionless, suddenly broke into a sweet smile. "Big sugar cane. I don't care anymore, I'm topping up," my Keqing sob. She really broke the fourth wall. She's too cute. Duo, I strongly request Paimon join in. This is so unfair. How can you have something this good without me? The resident big eater. Right, Lumen? Bao Bao. I'm Keqing's dog. Woof woof woof. Hualing. Kamisato Ayaka is gonna cry. Everyone burst out laughing. The stream was absolutely blowing up. The chat exploded in an instant. Message after message teased that Keqing had left them all in the dust. The video was about to end. A steaming, fragrant plate of beef offal slid into frame. With swordlight like mine, I'm hogging all the beef offal, get ready. To eat, Klee. Coming. Wow, smells so good. Klee. Loves it. Watching the two of them happily dig into the beef offal. Everyone watching couldn't help but swallow hard. At the very end, Keqing changed back into her usual outfit and solemnly delivered the sign-off. "Chef Ku really didn't shave today. Please smash that like, comment, and subscribe so I can equip an even stronger weapon." Hualing. "This is way too funny. Ha, I'm literally dying over here." Daganja laughed and hollered. "Who dares say my Keqing is just tickling them? Who dares? It's already version 3.1. Once Dendro reactions kick in, you'll see what's what. My Keqing is the real precious baby." Duo nodded. "Yeah, but she is seriously badass, so straight-laced and no nonsense. Ha. It wasn't just the folks in the live stream. Everyone watching the video was cracking up at Keqing too. Before Dendro was a thing, some pros said Keqing wasn't even as useful as Guoba. Some went even further, someone claimed a slime was stronger than her. Worse yet, people actually ran tests, the damage was painfully low even with Mist Plitter reforged, even then she still couldn't beat others in the abyss. The video ended like that. Hualing couldn't hold back her laughter. There's a little Easter egg. This creator really knows how to play, let's see what's in there. She clicked it open. Klee popped up on the screen. Pointing at Keqing in the distance, she asked, "Big brother, who is she?" Someone next to her thought for a moment and said, "Just call her Master Ku, who sells beef offal." Then Klee actually ran off to buy beef offal. She even pulled out some Mora. That did Hualing in. She doubled over, laughing. "Ha, oh my god. This creator is too good." They actually egged Klee on to go buy beef offal from Keqing, waving around Mora that's downright terrifying. I bet when Klee got turned down, she was totally thinking, maybe I didn't offer enough Mora. Quick, tip her, ladies, this video is so good. We gotta show some love. Yay. The 4 voice actors were all pretty well off. They didn't think twice about spending that kind of money. Today's video could be considered another peak after the last Klee one. It blew up fast. It shot straight back onto the trending page. 2 back-to-back trending hits, and the whole platform was rocking. The video itself was insanely good, blowing those fan-made cosplay remixes out of the water. The level of skill wasn't even in the same league. One creator even posted a breakdown of Keqing's knife work, saying she clearly knew real martial arts. Her speed was so high her hand didn't even twitch, and the onion shreds were crystal clear on camera, with less than a millimeter of variance. Enough to prove she's got genuine chops. Down in the comments, aside from the usual wife crowd, Even more people were debating whether the Kuching in the video was actually a trained martial artist. Naturally, the fiercer the debate, the higher the hype climbed. Of course, Suhan didn't know any of this. He was already out cold by 8. Early the next morning, inside the Jade Chamber, Kuching woke from her dreams, and the moment she stirred, a mechanical chime sounded. Ding, congratulations. Your uploaded video has earned 100,000 fan points. You may randomly claim one. Treasure. Claim now. If you don't claim, the system will remind you once per day. This voice. Could this be the reward Klee mentioned? Wide-eyed, Kuching tapped claim right away. She hadn't expected that after just one night. She'd already be able to redeem a reward. As soon as the thought formed, the system chimed again. Ding, claim successful. You've obtained a treasure, Fire Qilin sword. Description. This sword has been refined. The malice within the blade has been completely purged. It houses the Qilin's flame within. Its power is formidable. Endless. Tip. Wearing it long-term will boost your power. Note. Grants the user potent fire element damage. Special. When not in use, it can be stowed in the dantian to gently nourish the body. As the voice faded, a crimson longsword appeared in Kuching's hand. Holding it sent a cozy warmth through her palms. A sword? And it can even grant me fire element power. Let me give it a try. Kuching hurriedly sprang up from the bed. As she circulated her qi, alongside the lightning she was used to, a fierce surge of flame rose from the sword itself. Not only that, the fire wove together with the lightning, forming an even more devastating force. So strong. Who would thought filming a video would actually let me wield a divine weapon? Joy spread across Kuching's face. She completely forgot the awkwardness and reluctance from yesterday's shoot. Don't be fooled by how good the video looked that took countless retakes. She quickly threw on her clothes and ran to the Jade Chamber Plaza to test the blade. When she pushed the Fire Qilin sword to its limit, her overall strength jumped by more than 30%. After all, this was a divine weapon from the world of Storm Riders, forged from the scales of a Fire Qilin and further optimized by the system. A spike like that was only natural. Kuching leveled the sword at a distant wooden post and gave it a gentle swing. A fearsome blade aura lightning laced with flame shot out in an instant. A deafening boom followed, and the post, sturdy as stone, crumbled into ash on the spot. The onlookers were stunned. No one had expected Kuching's power to soar that much. Ningguang arrived, drawn by the commotion. One look at the weapon in Kuching's hand, and she immediately put 2 and 2 together. Is that the treasure you received? Yeah, it's called the Fire Qilin sword. It gives me extra elemental damage and boosts my combat strength. Best of all, it's a dream to wield, right when I don't need it. The sword can be hidden inside the body. Kuching demonstrated. The Qilin sword in her hand strangely shrank in size, finally transforming into a beam of light that vanished into her lower abdomen. With just a thought, the Qilin sword quickly returned to Kuching's hand. What a great gadget. It definitely boosts your strength. Looks like this video turned out pretty well. Bring it back sometime so I can watch it. I heard there's something you can use to play videos. Maybe later. It's really just a cooking video. Thinking about the video of herself making beef offal stew, Kuching couldn't help but stammer. That particular video was pretty much socially embarrassing, and she definitely didn't want Ningguang to see it. Well, actually, this whole internet thing is something our world didn't have. Oh right, when you go there today, don't forget to ask around. That kid from Mondstadt isn't very reliable, but it's all up to you now here in Liyue. Don't worry, I won't forget, Kuching said seriously. When it came to official business, she never joked around at all. For the sake of Liyue, even if it required some sacrifice, it was only right. Besides, filming videos might even help her grow stronger. Meanwhile, on the Mondstadt side, Qin had just finished listening to Klee's report and was already feeling somewhat of a headache. The task she had given the girl yesterday had apparently been completely forgotten. This kid only remembered food and playtime. Everything else went in one ear and out the other. It was ridiculous. Sigh, what are we going to do now, Lisa? Not a single thing we told her stuck in her head. She only remembers that beef offal tasted good. She also said the lady selling beef offal was really pretty. I calculated everything, except for one thing. I never expected Klee to be distracted by food. Seeing her friend's expression of despair, Lisa covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Actually, I think that's not such a bad thing. Don't be too upset. At the very least, we did gain a piece of valuable intel. That intel was about the woman who sells spicy beef stew. It turns out, she might actually be one of the Liu Qixing." Well, Klee completely forgot the main task. But the other party clearly remembered that stew vendor. Just as we were having a meal, we noticed that she carried a vision. That naturally raised curiosity about where she came from. The answer, of course, was Liu. Last evening, Jean recalled that conversation. "Captain Jean, Klee brought back something delicious today. It was from a Yua, something star big sister. Anyway, she was a really pretty older lady. And from what the big brother said, that sister's swordsmanship is super strong, and she even has an electro vision. She must have seen that mysterious door while she was clearing out monsters. The stew from that shop really was delicious." Though Jean wasn't tasting it for the first time, the cooking skills were truly exceptional. Jean snapped back to attention and nodded. "Klee did mention something like that. So you're saying this? Yuhing Star." "Exactly. Although Klee's drawing was a bit off. Based on the description, there's only one person in all of Liu who has an electro vision and is also beautiful. I can't think of anyone else who fits better than Kaching." Lisa gave the answer. Among the intelligence she was familiar with, only one person matched. It perfectly fit what Klee had described. That person was the Yuhing Star Kaching. Jean's eyes lit up as she said, "I understand now. We should immediately send someone to Liu Harbor. Even if we can't find this Yuhing Star, we can at least contact Tianquan Ningguang." "Exactly. That was my plan all along. If we approach them sincerely, I believe they'll agree to our request. After all, we're on the same side now. Now that both nations have transmigrated individuals, why not make the connection a bit tighter? Granted, Mondstadt might be at a slight disadvantage for now, but looking at the bigger picture, Lisa still believed there was a way to persuade the other side." Jean quickly picked up her pen and smiled, saying, "If that's the case, then we'll just send Kia on the trip. For something this important, sending an ordinary knight wouldn't be appropriate. What if the information leaks? That would cause a huge problem. No, I need to go in person this time. I want to speak directly with that Liu Tianquan." But isn't your health condition like this? Are you really going to be okay?" When Jean heard that Lisa wanted to leave, she couldn't help but feel worried. Lisa, once a witch, indeed possessed terrifying strength. Even the Sumeru Academia acknowledged this. Had she continued her studies, she might truly have become a sage. Some even believed that without a doubt. They considered her a once-in-2 centuries genius. But in the end, Lisa chose to return to Mondstadt and took up the job of a librarian there. That seemingly lazy and low-effort position wasn't chosen because she truly enjoyed it, but because her body could no longer endure prolonged combat. You could say the mark left behind after becoming a witch had been slowly eating away at her from within. Just like the flame witch of old, that power was both mighty and dangerous. And precisely because of that, Lisa rarely went on adventures, barely leaving her home in Mondstadt each month. Many people in Mondstadt thought Lisa was simply a respected scholar. Few knew that her strength surpassed even that of Dialek and the others. But this kind of forbidden power has always been a double-edged sword. Too much activity would only deepen the wounds inside her body. That's why Jean was so surprised. "Don't worry so much," Lisa said. "I can manage for at least a little while longer. And besides, this isn't about going into battle, just a long journey. If Mondstadt faces another dragon disaster, that's when we'll need someone like Kia. I've never been the type to get involved in battles. Actually, going to Liyue might be a good thing for me." "Did you really expect me to go to the front lines?" Faced with Lisa's rebuttal, the situation was just like that. Jean quickly shook her head. "No, sending you means Mondstadt has fallen into an unavoidable crisis." "Fine, I understand. Since you've made up your mind, then you should go personally. To be honest, I trust you more than I trust Kia. Although Mondstadt is in a bit of chaos right now, this kind of diplomacy is still necessary. Even if we punish Kale, they might still end up forgetting everything, or even fail to understand the actual issue. But if someone else went to explain, the problem could be resolved perfectly." Lisa nodded and said, "Then hurry up and finish writing the letter. While it's still early, I'll head out right away." Got it." Not long after, the letter was completed. Lisa borrowed Kaliai's bamboo dragonfly and flew toward Liyue Harbor. Although the little son wasn't too thrilled about lending it out, she had no choice since she had to fix the mess she made herself. In the air, Lisa enjoyed the gentle breeze brushing past her. If she could take this opportunity to find a solution to her own physical condition, that would be great. This trip wasn't just for Mondstadt. It was more for herself. After all, it's all a matter of random chance. Who knows how long it'll be before Mondstadt gets another chance? If that's the case, she might as well take the initiative. Not long after Lisa had left, a figure dressed as a wandering bard appeared. Against the blue sky, the figure watched her disappear into the distance, stroked their chin, and said in surprise, "Huh, since when did Mondstadt get something this interesting? It seems even more useful than the Anemo glider. It actually lets people fly. Nothing like the technology from Kenria. Wake up, brush your teeth, finish everything." As usual, Suhan opened the two-way portal. After all, the slots were limited. He couldn't invite anyone else for now. Still, judging by the current buzz, it probably wouldn't be long. The portal would level up soon. When it did, the gate to the stars would unlock along with it. Keqing and Klee appeared before him in quick succession. Only, the little son was clearly in a funk today, her lips stuck in a pout. "What's wrong, Klee? Did someone bully you?" "And no, it's nothing. It's Klee's fault. Acting Grandmaster Jean did give Klee a task yesterday, but we were having so much fun, I forgot all about it." Suhan stepped forward and ruffled her hair, his gaze soft. "Then we'll finish the task today, yeah? Tell Big Brother what kind of trouble Acting Grandmaster Jean is facing." Whom Klee remembers really clearly this time. "I think she wants to ask Big Brother what we should do while we wait for that traveler to arrive." Hearing them, Keqing came over. "What traveler? Do you mean the blonde girl?" "Yeah. Mondstadt's situation is a lot messier than Liu's. Grandmaster Varka took 90% of the knights with him, leaving the city in a window with practically no garrison. Now Storm Terror keeps attacking, and the Fatui are making trouble outside. I'm sure Acting Grandmaster Jean has a pounding headache right about now. As for why we need that traveler, it's because their power can cleanse the corruption festering inside Storm Terror. That blight comes from the wounds left by Durin and the Abyss. Even Barbados can't fully eradicate it. It's really that serious? Do you have a plan?" Keqing Henti expected Mondstadt to be in such a bind, defenses hollowed out, Fatui stirring up chaos in the city, and Storm Terror prowling outside. It was hard to imagine how the other side's nation had even managed to hold together. The moment Klee heard Suhan's account, she hurried over and tugged at his collar with her tiny hands, pleading, "Big Brother, please help us, okay? Master Jean has really been having a tough time these past few days. And Klee can't even go out to blow up fish anymore. There are enemies all over the roads. Big Brother will help you. Let me think of something." Suhan sat down on the grass and sank into thought. Given the way Mondstadt was right now, there really weren't any especially effective options unless they pushed through reforms. A full overhaul, top to bottom. Break those stale, hidebound notions. Freedom has never been an excuse for letting everything slide. As residents of Mondstadt, we have a duty to protect this nation, not to swallow the Fatui's so-called plans. And someone as capable as Dialect being sidelined? That's just wrong. Maybe this is the opening we need. If the chance comes, it could be a solid plan. You've thought of something? Keqing, who had been helping him brainstorm, watched as Suhan stood up with a smile. Surprise filled her eyes. In her view, Mondstadt right now was a complete mess, lackluster in combat, hearts scattered, beset within and without. Suhan smiled at her. "Yeah, it's a crisis, but I think it's also a chance to clean house in the Knights of Favonius. If we're going to stand up to Storm Terror, we have to start by fixing things from the inside. Mondstadt's in chaos, but for Jean, the first priority is rooting out the Fatui spies in the city who are spreading rumors. Get rid of them first. Stabilize public sentiment, then we can start training the troops. It won't show dramatic results overnight, but if everyone pulls together from top to bottom, then we've got a real shot against Storm Terror. And while Mondstadt may be the city of freedom isn't the same as disorder. Too much laissez-faire will only cause trouble. Freedom can actually bring disaster. Freedom does not equate to chaos." Keqing pondered his words, her eyes suddenly lighting up. He actually made a decent point. Monty today was indeed a bit too free-spirited. It was fine for Grand Master Varzaz to go on a military expedition, but taking so many people away would eventually bring trouble to Mondstadt. Do you know the specific details about spies in Mondstadt? Oh right, this is from the Genshin Impact game, right? No, the game doesn't provide much information. No specific details about spies. But I think the current situation is in urgent need of change. After saying that, Suhan went back inside, grabbed some paper and a pen, and started writing. Klee, meanwhile, was snacking while casually playing a game. To her, once the mission was done, she could play however she wanted. But Kuching, watching from the side, looked genuinely fascinated. So this is your plan? Do you really think it'll work? What doesn't break won't be rebuilt. A crisis that pushes them to the edge will force them to make the right decision. This letter is their last lifeline. Tell me, what would our dear Dandelion Knight choose? Strict and decisive action, or letting Mondstadt rot away further? Suddenly, Ningguang's image flashed through Kuching's mind. Truthfully, the answer was already obvious. For the sake of the nation, Jean really had no other choice. After handing the letter to Klee, Suhan originally wanted to record another video. But then his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. Are you the up who broke through the dimensional wall? This is the operation director from MiHoYo. There's a Comic-Con in your city recently, and I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to attend. Of course, we wouldn't ask you to come for free. We'll provide you with some traffic support. Suhan had been hesitating at first. 5 million views would take several more days to reach. So wasn't this opportunity coming just in time? Posting a video every day is definitely doable. But Suhan didn't want to rush into filming just for the sake of speed. She had no interest in producing boring, low-effort content. And obviously, Kuching wouldn't be happy about that either. Plus, constantly featuring the same character wasn't a good idea. People might start noticing something off. A manga or anime convention event like this, though, actually seemed like a solid fit. Suhan smiled and replied, "Of course I can come. What time does it start today?" "In about 20 minutes. The location is 365 Yintian Road. I know. The timing is a bit tight, but it really took a lot of effort. Just to get your phone number. Billy's privacy protections are extremely tight. To find Suhan's contact info, this director had to pull quite a few strings. It was only just now that she finally got any information at all. And even then, it was just a phone number. As for why she didn't just send a private message, she already had. Sent over 100, but never got a single reply. All right, sure. I'll get ready and head over right away. That's great to hear. When the operations director from MiHoYo found out Suhan would be attending the event, she finally felt relieved. If they missed out on such a high-level cosplay, it would be one thing. But now they had a chance to see a near-perfect, 100% accurate portrayal. Not inviting her would be a complete waste of such a rare and valuable resource. After the call ended, Kuching looked over and asked, "What was that about? An event?" "Yeah, more specifically, it's where people dress up as characters from anime, cartoons, and games. There'll be a lot of different characters there. Some of them even from the Genshin Impact universe. Oh, so going will help raise our profile, right?" "Exactly. But we need to be careful when we go, especially with elemental powers. Don't use them at all. There's no elemental energy in this world. If you don't want us getting hauled off for experiments, you're going to have to tough it out." "Then we'll tough it out. All right, I'll be careful." Klee, listen carefully. "Did you hear me? We can't use elemental powers." "MHM. Klee got it." The moment she heard there was a big event to play at, she lit up with excitement. Klee bobbed her head in quick agreement. As long as she got to play, that was all it took to make her happy. As for not blowing our cover, we have to be extra careful. Jean and Lisa had already drilled Klee many times before coming over. If she ran into trouble, she was to play the cute card and muddle through. With Suhan around, everything was covered. The car was self-driving. It didn't even need a driver. That's the amazing thing about this parallel world. We sat in the car. Kuching looked utterly stunned. If only Liyue had transportation like this. Merchants wouldn't have to drive horse-drawn wagons every day to haul goods. Getting to Liyue or other nations would be much more convenient, way simpler. Huh, that's true, but over in Teyvat the infrastructure is terrible. Even with cars, there aren't any smooth roads to drive on. Back home, there's a famous saying. What is it? If you want to get rich, build roads first, right? I've got a treasure here, want it? It's just the thing for building up Liyue. As he spoke, he took out the cement manufacturing formula he'd obtained. To show how to use it, he even pulled up a demonstration video. After watching, Keqing was stunned. So that is how your roads and buildings are made the way they're built. No wonder they're both beautiful and sturdy. With cement, road building would be so much easier. Su-Han, thank you so much. If you put this formula out in the real world, it would be worth a lot of money. After all, it's something produced by the system far better than anything of its kind in this world. But over in Teyvat, the infrastructure really is poor. To Keqing, this alchemical formula was practically priceless. That's incredible, because it could even alter a nation's ecosystem. We're talking about cement. The cost is extremely low. No need to mobilize large numbers of workers to carve roads through mountains. Just some common materials like iron or are enough. And you can make concrete. It can be used for building houses or paving roads. It saves a huge amount of money and time. Don't be shy, we're friends, and besides, if I ever go to the world of Teyvat, I'll need you to protect me. Don't worry, as long as you stay in Liyue, I'll be right by your side, protecting you. I won't let anyone hurt you. Keqing said it with unusual seriousness, looking at her sharp, beautiful face. Su-Han was momentarily stunned. This serious Keqing was just too gorgeous. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Seeing Su-Han's silence, Keqing asked in confusion while touching her face. Cough cough, no, I just think you're really beautiful when you're serious. Keqing was taken aback after hearing that. A slightly odd expression appeared on her face. But thinking to herself that she was pretty, it only made sense that someone would like her. Still, for the sake of pride, she shot back. Flattering words, definitely up to no good. As soon as she said it, she turned her head to look out the window. Her pale earlobes turned a soft shade of pink. Before the words had even faded, the car had already reached the stop. Klee looked out the window at the crowd and shouted in surprise. Wow, so many people. Big brother, look. There's someone wearing Klee's outfit. Su-Han followed her pointing finger. Outside, a child was imitating Klee, with an adult taking photos nearby. There was quite a crowd gathered around. I didn't expect the event you mentioned to draw this many people, Keqing said, gazing at the lively plaza with a smile. All of this, just for a single plaza. Over 1,000 people had already gathered here, mostly photography enthusiasts. Quite a few were cosplaying too, and some were just random passers-by. With people coming and going, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Keqing was holding little Klee's tiny hand as they walked toward the Genshin Impact section. Big brother, Klee whispered. There are so many familiar faces, but they all look kinda weird. Logically speaking, Dialek is a nobleman, but that guy doesn't act like a noble at all. He looked off more like a wandering bard than a lord. And then there was Vinny. Her arms had practically no muscle at all. She probably couldn't even beat a Hilichurl. Su-Han chuckled. Everyone here is just cosplaying. Of course they're not the real deal. Look over there. There's even a supersized Klee. Have you ever seen a Klee like that? This isn't Klee at all. This is a monster. Wah. Big brother Klee is not that ugly. Keqing had originally been watching the cosplayers with interest. But when she heard Klee crying, she followed Su-Han's gaze to where he was pointing. And the moment she saw it, she burst out laughing. Because that Klee was actually a hairy-legged middle-aged man in costume. And when he noticed Su-Han and the others, he even gave them a big, bright smile. No wonder the little Klee was scared. If she looked like that, she'd have nightmares for sure. Little Klee stared in shock at the fuzzy, muscular legs. She even forgot everything Su-Han had told her. She pulled out her toy, ready to eliminate the monster. This so-called Klee. Luckily, Keqing stopped her just in time, avoiding a major scene. Still, the commotion had already drawn quite a crowd. When they saw that Klee, their eyes lit up. Oh my god, this Klee is so accurate. If anyone dares to bully Klee, I'll make sure they disappear from this world. I'm Klee's dog, woof woof woof. Cutie Pie Kale just melted my heart. A big crowd had gathered around. Among them was a cosplaying girl holding a staff. She pulled out her camera, about to press the shutter. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness froze her in place, stopping her from moving at all. What exactly do you think you're doing to Kale? A shining silver longsword, pointed straight at the girl. The cosplayer was trembling from cold and confusion, completely unable to make sense of what was happening. Of course, she had no idea what was going on. The coldness came from none other than Kaching's killing intent. Once the crowd saw Kaching drawing her sword, they all screamed. Whoa, it's actually Kaching. No way, I'm actually seeing the real Kaching. She's so cool, the way she drew her sword. That gaze, even the real Kaching couldn't be more authentic. Such a beautiful Kaching. I'm dropping 648 the second I get home. No, I need a full 6-star Kaching. This must be the most accurate Kaching cosplay ever. Suhan looked around and saw that the crowd still hadn't snapped out of it. He quickly rushed over to Kaching's side. Hurry up and put your weapon away. She was just trying to take a photo. It's like those photo machines in Fontaine, not some hidden weapon. Oh, I see. Kaching finally understood. Earlier, she had instinctively thought the person was going to harm Kale. So she had drawn her sword immediately. She forgot that this world was safe, with hardly any criminals around. There were already plenty of security guards patrolling the event venue. She nearly caused a real mess. Looks like she needed to be more careful in the future. Kaching sheathed her sword, picked up the camera that had fallen to the ground, and handed it back to the girl, her face showing a sincere expression of apology. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. It's okay. Wow, your aura is so intense. Can I take a picture with you? Sure, I guess. Whatever. Accepting the older girl's request, Suhan felt a bit awkward due to the earlier misunderstanding. Kaching took a photo with her. Then the older girl walked off smugly, hugging her camera to her chest. Just then, Suhan's phone rang. Hello. Hi. This is the director from MiHoYo. May I ask, where are you right now? Should we send someone to pick you up? I'm at the plaza. It's super crowded here. You guys. Where exactly? We're behind the official viewing stand for the Genshin Impact convention. There's a private makeup room and lounge here. And also, many outstanding content creators. And voice actors are already here. We heard you were coming. A lot of voice actors rushed over specifically. All right then, I'll come right over. Suhan was worried that staying surrounded by this crowd might lead to some kind of accident. So he quickly left with Kaching and Klee. On the way, Klee kept muttering nonstop. I'm not a fuzzy monster. Klee isn't a monster. Inside the Genshin convention lounge, hearing that Suhan had already arrived, several voice actors looked extremely excited. We're about to meet Kaching and Klee. I'm so excited. Oh, my hands are actually shaking. Hee hee. I'm really looking forward to seeing that Klee cosplayer. By the way, Karen, are you planning to give that special Digikeo to Klee? Of course. My daughter is so beautiful. How could I not bring a gift? Karen hugged the Digikeo plushie with a proud pout. This Digikeo toy was specially made by the official Genshin team. There was only one of its kind. It was a limited edition. Just as they were chatting and laughing, a sudden scream erupted from the front desk. The group exchanged glances. No way. She's already here. Quick, let's go. Charge. The voice actors rushed outside immediately. An attractive man appeared, accompanied by 2 figures, walking together toward the lounge backstage. The cheers rose one after another, naturally coming from the staff, because none of them had ever seen such lifelike versions of Kaching and Klee before. When Hannah first caught sight of that red-clad figure, her entire body froze instantly. That tiny frame, those round, big eyes, and that childish, baby-voiced tone. Could it be that Klee really crossed the dimensional wall and came here? Big brother. Who would have thought Klee would be so popular? Hee hee. I got a little cake as soon as I arrived. It's delicious. You should try some too. Yeah, the taste is actually pretty great, Suhan replied after taking a bite, nodding with a smile. It was a freshly baked strawberry shortcake. The aroma was incredibly rich. No artificial additives or fancy gimmicks, just plain, satisfying deliciousness. As soon as Bao Bao saw Klee, she rushed forward. Duo wasn't too far behind, not wanting to be left out. Oh my gosh, Klee, I'm Ether. You remember me, right? Mommy loves you so much to Threezu? Wait a second. I was clearly the first one to spot you. Klee, I'm Paimon, the Paimon who always treats you to meals. Hee hee. Facing these 2 unfamiliar older ladies, Klee's eyes sparkled as she quickly flashed a sweet smile. Hello, big sisters. My name is Klee. Hee hee, very nice to meet you. These were all lines Suhan had taught her on the way. Whenever she met someone unfamiliar, just call them big sister. That term was the most universally safe. After all, Klee was still a child. There was no hidden meaning, and no one would take offense. In short, As long as she was super cute, that was more than enough. The operations director behind them watched with a heart completely melted. This kind of realistic cuteness was just too perfectly recreated. She had never seen anything like it before in her life. Hannah snapped out of her trance and quickly stepped forward, handing Klee a large-sized Dudu. Nice to meet you. This is for you, Duduko. Wow, even Big Sis likes Dodoko. Yeah, Big Sis really is a good person. One good person card secured. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Klee hugged the fluffy Dodoko, grinning from ear to ear. Right then, a woman with long black hair rushed in from outside, a takeout bag in hand. She'd run so hard, she was panting loudly. When she spotted someone in the crowd, a twin-tailed girl with a long sword on her back, her eyes lit up. Finally made it. Kaching, my sweet Ching. Mommy brought you a present. I'm here. Hearing someone call out to her in a voice exactly like her own made Kaching turn on instinct. What do you want with me? It was the exact same timbre, yet carried an inexplicable air of authority. The resemblance between them was uncanny. Hua Ling and the others stared, eyes wide. Where did that fourth wall-breaking hotshot even find her? She is way too spot on. Still catching her breath, the newcomer introduced herself. I'm De Ganja, Kaching's Chinese voice actress in Genshin Impact. I heard you were coming, so I hurried over to that shop across town and had a gift specially made for you. Hope you like it. She opened the takeout box. Inside was a plate of golden shrimp balls. That's really thoughtful of you. Thank you. At the sight and smell of the golden shrimp balls, Kaching's eyes lit up. Her attitude warmed noticeably, and the other woman had even brought her favorite dish from far away. That thoughtfulness alone moved her. Looks like Suhan was right. These characters from Teyvat really are beloved in this world. Just then, Qing Wan, the operations director, walked up to Suhan. Could we invite the two of them on stage in a bit for a quick performance? Just a few lines together, it won't take long. Sure, that's easy. Oh, by the way, do you want? How about having Kaching perform a sword demonstration on stage? What did you say? Are you telling me that Kaching cosplayer actually has martial arts training? Though Qing Luan had her suspicions before, once it was confirmed, she was still stunned into silence for a moment. Suhan nodded and said, yeah, she knows a bit. You could say she's been training since she was little. That's amazing. Thank you so much, I'll go make the arrangements right away. Qing Luan said excitedly before dashing out. If she could pull this Comic-Con off successfully, it would do wonders for her career. Plus, she had already planned to have both cosplayers take the stage and blow everyone away. But Suhan had just handed her an unexpected bonus. The girl playing Kaching actually had a martial arts background. When Suhan returned to the crowd, Kaching immediately shot him a questioning look. It was obvious she had overheard their conversation. So what should I do? Just do a few flashy sword moves. Don't use sword chi or elemental power. That's all. Kaching had expected some kind of live sparring match. She hadn't expected it to be this easy. Suhan replied, true martial artists are getting rarer and rarer in this world. Someone who can perform sword techniques? You'd be lucky to find one in 100,000 people. No wonder you didn't want me to reveal my real strength. So that's how it is, Kaching said, realization dawning on her face. As the Comic-Con officially kicked off, voice actors took the stage one by one alongside the cosplayers. When Hannah Ring walked onto the stage, the atmosphere in the audience immediately reached a fever pitch. Clearly, everyone really loved this voice actress. Hello everyone. I'm Hannah Ring, the voice actress for Klee and Naida. For today's event, we've invited two very special guests. Want to know who they are? Hee hee, it's none other than your favorite Klee. As the stage lights flared to life, little Klee ran on stage from the side with her signature airplane arms, racing up to Hannah Ring with excitement. The venue went quiet for a beat. Everyone in the audience looked stunned. Seriously, where did this Klee even come from? Klee, come on, say hi to everyone. Spark Knight, Klee of the Knights of Favonius reporting for duty. What's the next line? Hualing Big Sis. Klee tilted her head, all wide-eyed and adorable. Hualing was the first to laugh. Next up, want to blow up fish with Klee? Even if you get caught and end up in timeout all day, fish really is delicious, so it's worth a try. Hee, so that's how it goes. Want to blow up fish with Klee? Even if we get caught, we'll be in timeout all day, but the fish is super tasty, so it's worth in no. Wait, Hualing's sis big brother said Klee isn't allowed to blow up fish, even though fish really is delicious. The audience was laughing and tearing up at the same time, not sure what to do with themselves. Meanwhile, the Genshin Impact livestream was going through the roof. And it wasn't even lunchtime yet. The show was just that dazzling. The banter kept rolling without a pause. Besides, Klee's still a kid, so most of the bits were straight from the game. Even so, the crowd kept bursting into cheers. Da-da-da. Brothers and sisters of the honorary knight, Klee really loves you. If a big bad boss ever comes to bully Klee, you have to come help, okay? Klee spent 10 minutes on stage riffing with Hualing before heading off. Everyone was reluctant to see her go. But she is a child, after all. The fact she played along that well was already amazing. Then Hualing, all mysterious, said, "We've got one more guest, any guesses? But I'm probably not the best person to host this part, so let us switch. She is a voice actress you all know well. Please welcome to Ganja." Another familiar figure stepped up onto the stage. The audience instantly erupted. No way it's really Master Ko? Oh my god. Master Ko is coming, my heart is pounding. Master Ko. Maybe it LLB Ganyu. Doesn't he have to be Kaching? Bullshit. Ganyu's voice actress isn't big sugar cane you. Fake fan. The energy in the room kept climbing. Anyone who'd seen those crossover videos could pretty much guess what was coming. The next character to appear was definitely Kaching, no doubt about it. They guessed the person, but they hadn't expected the way she make her entrance. When the lights snapped to a single spot, everyone realized Kaching had been standing at the edge of the wings, watching in silence. The beam flared. She tapped the floor with her toes, sprang up, and with the grace of a swallow skimming the air, landed on the stage. The whole crowd was stunned. Even Big Sugarcane was left slack-jawed. "I'm Kaching, the Yuheng of the Liu Qixing. I was invited to be here today. If you like what you see, please show your support, smash that like, share, and subscribe for breaking the dimensional wall." People were still lost in shock. Some were even searching for that overwhelming aura. Too bad. This was just an ordinary stage. There weren't any special effects rigs. Only when Kaching kept winking at Big Sugarcane did he snap back to reality. I'm not sure if you liked that performance just now, but you should know. Kaching is actually a master swordswoman. Isn't knowing a bit of martial arts normal? So, please don't be too surprised. Kaching, I heard that back in Liu you often ran into combat. Since you're here today, could you show everyone your signature art, the Yunlai sword art? Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, it was already flooded with rows and rows of question marks. What the hell is this even supposed to be? Her specialty turned out to be martial arts. The stage was almost 2 meters high. Could the area underneath be part of the props? Just as everyone was speculating, Kaching responded, "Of course I can demonstrate. But everyone here is my friend, not an enemy. So I'll just give a light demonstration." As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze turned sharp. That faint smile vanished completely. A low hum filled the air. In one motion, her sword shot forward. Everyone clearly heard the sound of the air being sliced open. Although everyone had seen Kaching's sword techniques in the game before, and some even admired her moves greatly, watching her in person still completely captivated the crowd. A single sword technique lasted less than 20 seconds. But with a final, graceful sheathing of her blade, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Meanwhile, Han, backstage, wiped away the small amount of sweat on his forehead. "Thank goodness I didn't use Sky Street Tour. I don't even want to think about how I explain that." As Kaching exited the stage, the cosplay performances that followed felt somewhat dull by comparison. After such a stunning appearance by Kaching and Klee, what came next inevitably paled in contrast. At the same time, in the Genshin Impact Convention livestream, the viewer count shot past 600,000. This made the event staff nearly scream with excitement. After all, this was just a small local convention. Such a massive turnout was a delightful surprise. The convention hadn't even finished yet, but after Klee and Kaching's appearances, the following cosplay acts felt far less impressive. Even if someone imitated them perfectly, it was still just imitation. Klee's innocent cuteness, Kaching's elegant sharpness. They had completely blown everyone away. Backstage, Qing Wan thanked Suhan. "Thanks to all three of you for your support. This is just a small token of appreciation. I hope you don't find it too little." Suhan quickly replied, "Not at all. As long as we have traffic support, everything else is negotiable. I've already discussed this with headquarters earlier. From now on, you'll be listed as an officially invited Genshin Impact creator. Whenever there's an event, we'll notify you first. As for a traffic boost, as long as your video quality doesn't take a big hit, we can make sure you keep showing up in the homepage recommendations. By the way, quick question, any Naida cosplay? Or maybe have Klee do a short performance. Version 3.2 is right around the corner. If we can ride this wave, it'll be good for both of us. We haven't found anyone yet. As for Klee, she's pretty busy, and I have high standards for derivative content. Better nothing than something mediocre. Alright, once you find the right person, remember to let me know. Qingluan looked a bit disappointed. But thinking back on their videos, both were top tier, no flaws to pick out. Got it. The convention wrapped up. Suhan walked away with a bank card loaded with 100,000. He also got 100,000 Primo Gems, redeemable to any account. The rest was Genshin Impact merch figurines like Baron Bunny, Guoba, and Dodoko. Just redeem them at the official booth to claim them. A small perk for attending the con. On the way back, Klee was so tired she fell asleep sprawled across Suhan's lap. Since we still have a bit of time today, can I ask you a few things? Is it about Liyue's future development? Yeah. After we finished the quest yesterday and got back, Ningguang and I talked for a long time. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Affairs dug up intel, saying the No Taboos talisman from the Rockrise Tea House has been taken by that Fatui Harbinger. So I'd like to hear your advice. Honestly, the answer is simple. Zhongli looking to retire. As long as you prove you've got real strength, the trial will take care of itself. By then, whether the Vortex Demon God appears or not will be practically meaningless. The key is whether you can defeat the Fatui and stop this disaster in its tracks. Strength isn't just about battlefield combat. To be honest, the Fatui has been secretly infiltrating every nation. Zhongli has always found that deeply distasteful. Keqing's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately understood Suhan's intentions. If Liyue becomes strong enough, the Vortex Demon God would essentially be nothing more than a decoration. This was exactly what the Geo Archon wanted to prove. Whether Liyue could continue to thrive even after his departure. Once she figured all this out, Keqing immediately thought of the formula Suhan had given her. It carried the same underlying meaning. So, you had this all figured out already. Of course, for Liyue to become powerful isn't just about military might. It also requires a stable and thriving civilian life. Go back and tell Ningguang if she's capable enough. Let her build a city on Guyun Plains. You've seen the transportation systems in my world. You understand how trains work. If we lay down railways between Guyun Plains and Liyue Harbor, Liyue's development will speed up dramatically. At the same time, control over Liyue will be much more solid. Suhan pulled out a tablet computer. He opened a map of Liyue and started sketching notes and drawings. Though it was just a rough draft, one stroke at a time, Keqing couldn't help but feel excited as she looked at the blueprint for Liyue. This was her country. Could it really become like this? Once transportation becomes convenient, we can begin to develop those rocky areas. Liyue is vast and rich in resources perfect for growing all kinds of crops. In the past, much of the land was left barren due to poor transportation. Look here, if we clear out the silt from the salt lake, ships will be able to pass freely. And if we're even more ambitious, we could carve a tunnel straight through this mountain range, connecting directly to Mondstadt. With Teyvat's current technology, this isn't difficult to achieve. Once the two nations open up trade, the more you'd rake in would be astronomical. I never saw it developing like this. I mean, nobody in Liyue Harbor would think of something like this. How did you even come up with it? Suhan gave a faint smile. He didn't answer. He could said he just liked wandering around in the game whenever he had free time. He spent long hours grinding, and naturally the ideas started piling up. Plus, the map of Teyvat can't be freely zoomed in and out, so your ideas end up being constrained. The car soon pulled up to the front door. After walking the bleary-eyed Klee to the house, Keqing was about to head out. But before she left, she said to Suhan, "Don't buy breakfast outside tomorrow morning. It all tastes kind of off. I'll make it for you myself." Deal. Getting to eat your cooking now, that's a treat. Having Keqing cook every day, just thinking about it made him happy. Delivery is convenient, sure, but food safety isn't always guaranteed. Keqing chuckled. It's nothing, just a small thing. See you tomorrow. With that, she vanished into the starry portal. After seeing Keqing off, Suhan went online to start prepping the order. Since she wanted breakfast, he couldn't skimp on ingredients. Once he had everything ready, he opened the system. His popularity score had already hit 1.6 million. Clearly, it was thanks to today's convention, plus the official Genshin shoutout, that sent his video's momentum even higher. Alright then, let us draw. System make it a 10 pull. Yes, honored host. Whoosh, the gotcha screen popped up. A string of mechanical chimes followed. Ding, congratulations, you obtained a jar of 100-year monkey wine. Ding, congratulations, you obtained 3 bottles of spirit spring water. Ding, congratulations, you obtained a serving of delicious salad. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a special bandage. Ding, congratulations again. You've received a special reward, sun breathing peak. The following rewards were pretty average. Suhan skipped right through them without a glance. His eyes locked onto that sun breathing technique. Could this really be the so-called ultimate breathing technique from the Demon Slayer world? Suhan hurriedly checked the system description. Sure enough, his guess was spot on. Name, sun breathing peak. Rarity, 4-star human grade. Effect, grants immediate mastery of the peak stage of sun breathing, no training required. So it's actually the real peak stage? That's insane. Suhan was over the moon. Without hesitation, he crushed the card in his hand. Threads of light seeped into his mind. Just like that, he had learned the sun breathing technique. His body, already refined and purified, became even more powerful. With the help of this breathing method, he picked up the long sword that Keqing had carelessly left beside him. It used to be hers. After she obtained the Huilan's sword, this one naturally became obsolete, which was why she had left it here as a decoration. He gripped the sword tightly. As he activated the breathing technique, a surge of scorching flame erupted from the blade. Though the elemental energy in this world was weak, a powerful breathing technique was still enough to ignite flames. The blade even shimmered with a faint crimson hue. Sun breathing scorching bone, blazing sun. Boom. A blazing wave of fire spiraled outward, scorching everything in front of him. The once lush grass was withered and blackened by the sheer intensity of the sword's energy. Suhan chuckled. Not bad, I should go find Master Keqing later and train a bit more. It'll probably get even stronger. After obtaining this martial technique, his safety was finally secured. Even if bullets came his way, he was confident he could slice them in half. Back in the Teyvat world, Keqing hummed a cheerful tune as she returned to the Yujing Terrace. From her expression, it was obvious she was in a great mood. Bai Xiao immediately hurried over the moment he appeared. Lord Keqing, the envoy from Mondstadt has arrived. They've been waiting for you. Please come with me. I understand. Although she had mentally prepared for the other party to send someone, she hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. They walked into the meeting room. Keqing spotted Lisa. The woman was chatting with Ningguang. From the atmosphere of their conversation, they seemed to be getting along quite well. There, our envoy's back. So, how was today? Did you shoot another video? Hello, I'm Keqing. Calling me an envoy sounds a bit too grand. It really is a bit over the top. I just went there for a bit of fun. I didn't shoot a video today, but I did go to a plaza, grabbed some food, and performed a little casually. Keqing recounted everything she had experienced that day in detail. Although no video was filmed, she had still gained quite a few valuable things. Among them was a map printed for her by Suhan. Lisa stood beside her, looking at the Liyue planning blueprint. Her eyes were filled with envy. With a plan like this, Liyue 1T just gain an additional trade route, but possibly even a whole new city. Though the cost is still unclear. The cost is actually quite low. Suhan gave me a special formula that allows roads and buildings to be constructed quickly. The price is surprisingly cheap. We estimated it at around 8,000 mora per ton. You heard that right, 8,000 mora per ton. No need for mountain excavation. No need for a large workforce to complete it, Keqing said proudly. When calculating the cost, truthfully, she had been shocked by the number at first, but it wasn't exaggerated. And that price already included both labor and materials. Seriously? 8,000 mora. That's just too cheap. Keqing, just 1 ton of mountain rock costs over 10,000 mora alone. And that was just the transportation cost. The mining costs. Even if it costs 10,000 mora, it'd still be a bargain. Ningguang found it a bit hard to believe. until she saw the formula for that special cement. That S when it finally clicked. That explained why the cement was so cheap. The formula used almost nothing but waste materials. Even stuff others had thrown away could be repurposed. But could that kind of thing really match rock in terms of hardness? Seeing her skepticism, Keqing stepped in with a suggestion. Why don't we find an alchemist to test it out? After all, in Suhan's world, you see sturdy cement everywhere. That kind of cement is super tough. Then can I come along? Since we've already signed the cooperation contract, Moni can use the formula too, right? Right? Of course. But only if you actually have enough workers. A tight smile formed on Ningguang's lips. Lisa's expression, however, turned a bit stiff. Right, their country probably couldn't even gather that many workers. Even if they could, the people there were pretty laid back. Nowhere near as hardworking as the laborers in Liyue. If the formula works out, I'll open a cement plant near the Dragon's Pine Mountains. Then you can buy it at cost price. That'll help cover my workers' wages. Does that sound fair? You'll have to handle the shipping costs yourselves, though. That works. As long as we deal with the dragon disaster first. I can arrange for the knights to guard the plant. I'll make sure the Fatui don't get anywhere near it. Great, then. Deal. Deal. The two mature women shook hands, sealing the big deal. In Liyue Harbor, alchemists weren't exactly in abundance. Not without someone like Albedo leading the way anymore. Still, something like cement was well within the abilities of most alchemists. Inside the Ministry of Civil Affairs office, an alchemist stood before Ningguang, staring at the cement formula in surprise. What the heck is this? Some kind of special dirt? But it doesn't really look like it. This formula just came in. Shaoli, do you think you can make it? No problem. We have all the materials we need in our department. Just give me a moment. As the alchemist busied himself with the work, it wasn't long before the workers delivered the required materials. First came the mixing, then the smelting process. Several special types of ore were also added. Thus, the special cement was created. However, what came out of the furnace was nothing but pale gray powder. Lisa pinched a bit between her fingers, looking puzzled as she said, "This stuff can't be used for construction directly, right? Don't we need to add something else to make it solid like stone?" She turned her gaze toward Keqing. Since Keqing had received a lot of information from Suhan, she should naturally know how this cement was supposed to be used. Keqing nodded after hearing this and said, "We need to mix in some stones, or maybe pebbles. Even some steel would work. That way, it becomes concrete. Shaoli, go grab a wooden mold." Got it. The alchemist immediately started directing the workers. Before long, a cement mold was ready. With regular concrete, it would usually take 24 to 48 hours to fully harden. But this time, the materials were produced by the system, so it solidified in just over 2 hours. Ningguang and the others weren't worried. They simply waited patiently. Time passed quickly. When the alchemist Shaoli removed the wooden mold, a concrete cube, roughly 1 square meter in size, stood before them all. It's already hardened this fast? No wonder they say it's convenient for transport. Next, we need to test its strength. Let's give it a few whacks with a hammer. All right. Following Ningguang's order, 2 burly workers hefted a large iron hammer and swung it down hard onto the concrete cube. Thud. A dull thud echoed. A white mark appeared on the surface, but there wasn't any actual damage. Alchemist Li gasped, "Goodness gracious. This thing's harder than rock. My 2 workers guys who can smash rocks to bits with a single hammer. This concrete didn't even leave a scratch." Lisa said to the group, "Step back a bit. Let me test its durability." A flash of grim, violet lightning flickered from her fingertips. Everyone retreated to a safe distance. The lightning intensified. It twisted into a purple serpent of electricity and slammed into the concrete's surface. A crack formed where it struck, but the artificial stone remained intact. Lisa chuckled. This material would work great for construction. I only gave it a light test, but it's way more reliable than natural rock. The force she had used just now could pierce through 2 meters of solid stone without effort. Yet it only left behind a shallow scar. This proved just how dependable this concrete really was. Li, starting today, you'll oversee the cement plant. Everyone who witnessed this will be transferred to a new department. If we're short on hands, borrow from other divisions. The workers at the chasm have been idle for too long and are getting anxious. Giving them work will help calm things down. Yes, Lady Ningguang. I understand completely. Who wouldn't he be happy to transfer to a new department? This was a real chance to break new ground. An opportunity to lead, not just follow. That's nothing like being stuck in this factory. Now that the cement's effectiveness is confirmed, we need to start road construction as soon as possible. Begin with the road. From Guyunstone Forest to Liyue Harbor. Make it as straight as possible. Minimize curves wherever we can. Baiwen, go inform the Kikia army. Have them clear out the hilichurls around Guyunstone Forest. The construction team will move in tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll also announce the news about building the new city. Prioritize those who are unemployed. I'll take care of it right away. With that, she turned and left. They quickly divided and assigned the tasks one by one. Watching Ningguang's decisive and efficient manner, Lisa felt a bit envious. If she had been born in Mondstadt, the Knights of Favonius might have been several times stronger than they are now. By the way, Miss Lisa, during our discussion today, Suhan asked me to pass along a message to you. What did he say? Break before you build. To change the current situation, you must be willing to burn your bridges and fight with no retreat. The letter contained a lot, but I could tell there was even more hidden between the lines. Mondstadt really is facing both internal and external threats now. After hearing Chi-Chi's description of her homeland, Lisa couldn't help but sigh. She was right. Mondstadt truly was in a difficult position, with weak city defenses to boot, and with the Anemo Archon loving his role as a wandering bard, often hanging around taverns. Thinking about it all just made things feel uncertain. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Lisa asked, "What does that man suggest then?" We've got faith, but right now we're just lacking direction. There is something, though it's all written in the letter. If you're interested, I can share a bit. Please, enlighten me. To get Mondstadt through this crisis, the most urgent task is to expose the Fatui and drive them out of the city. That is how we eliminate the internal threat. At the same time, it would help restore the honor of the Knights of Favonius. Right now, public trust in the Knights is at an all-time low. Sometimes, they're even looked down upon. So Suhan's suggestion is to go after the Lawrence family. Force them to reveal themselves in desperation. And that would be our chance. To expose the Fatui's crimes to the public. And at the same time, allow the Knights of Favonius to regain their honor. But the Fatui aren't idiots, they won't fall for it so easily. Even if they did, Lady Eula's uncle wouldn't be that foolish. Wait, you're saying that? Exactly. That's precisely Suhan's plan. That man is proud, arrogant, and holds himself in extremely high regard. He's always dreamed of restoring the once great glory of the Lawrence clan. Now, Mondstadt faces a dragon calamity, and the Fatui are trying to seize control of the city's defense forces. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? You say it's impossible? Then create the opportunity for them. Suhan's strategy is indeed ruthless. It's impossible to drive the Fatui out directly. And who knows how many of their spies are already hidden in the shadows, watching. In that case, why not put on a good show? Go all in. Use this chance to flush out every stray cat and mangy dog, and then eliminate them all at once. Only then can Mondstadt truly return to peace. And send a warning to all the fence-sitters. After listening to the plan, Ningguang nodded and said, "It's risky, but it's actually a solid plan. Especially if you can get the Anemo Archon on your side. It would make things much more secure. If this succeeds, the Knights of Favonius would become the sole voice of authority in Mondstadt. Deal with internal threats first, then face the Storm Dragon." Truly a brilliant strategy. The three were deep in conversation when Keqing suddenly heard a familiar mechanical chime. "Ding, congratulations. Your video has reached 200,000 followers. You may now randomly claim a reward. Would you like to claim it now?" Another reward already? Looks like today's event is pretty generous. I just got back and there's already a prize waiting for me. Lisa was about to leave when she caught the word treasure. She stopped in her tracks. A moment later, she saw Keqing holding a new pill bottle. "Ding, congratulations. You have successfully claimed treasure, pure yang clarity pill. Description: a miraculous pill from another realm. When consumed, it purifies the spirit and dispels evil and ominous energy within the body. Note: the effects of one pill can last up to 10 years. Details: made from Clarity Heart Herb. This pill is extremely valuable. Special effect, particularly effective for those trapped or affected by the bloodthirst of battle. After reading the reward details, Keqing couldn't hide her excitement. Ningguang, look at this. This treasure is incredible. With this, we can help the Yiksha who protects. Liyue regained his clarity of mind, and it also let him feel the sincerity of the people of Liyue. What treasure is that? Ningguang took the pill bottle and read the description. After understanding the effects, she immediately grasped Keqing's intentions. In the Wangshu Inn, there resided a great demon-slaying sage. This was common knowledge among the higher ranks of the Liyue Qixing. In fact, every staff member working at the inn was handpicked by Ningguang. The purpose was to prevent ordinary people from disturbing the immortal's rest. Even the sage's meals and daily needs were carefully taken care of. According to what Keqing had told her yesterday, this great sage was currently suffering from karmic burdens and malevolent energy. If they could give him this pill, it might finally free him from the torment of negative karma. It could also help us grow closer to him. It was perfect. Keqing, if that is the case, you should go yourself. That way, we can show our sincerity. Of course, I'll go right away and be back soon. And with that, Keqing hurried off. Lisa asked, that pill must be really powerful. It seems extremely important to both of you. Yes, there's an immortal in Liyue who has been battling a god of malice. The battle of the remnant may have safeguarded our peace, but it also brought us suffering from the remnant itself. And that pill just now, it was exactly what we needed to calm the other party down. The Emperor intends to retire, yet our relationship with the Adepti is still very distant. That is not good at all. But with this pill, the situation could turn around. This might just be the perfect chance to bridge the gap. So that is how it is. Lisa suddenly understood. No wonder Keqing was so worked up. That must be been why. She didn't stay there any longer. She flew off using her bamboo dragonfly. She had a lot on her plate. She probably wouldn't get to sleep in for a while. Just avoiding overtime would be a win. Keqing soon arrived at Wangshu Inn. She asked the owner, Fair, is the Adeptus back? He just returned. This morning he brought a serving of almond tofu jelly, probably resting on the top floor now. I'll go check in on him. Good, I heard he was back. Keqing let out a quiet sigh of relief. He is an Adeptus, but even he leaves once in a while. Sometimes he wouldn't return for half a month, even a whole month. It was always just a matter of luck whether you could catch him around. Today, it seemed, she was lucky. When Keqing reached the top floor, she spotted a young man with floral tattoos sitting quietly, sipping tea. Venerable Dharma King, I remember you're the current Tianquan star, right? Is there trouble? The man set down his teacup and turned his gaze toward her. His tone was somewhat cold. Keqing, having read up on him beforehand, already knew his manner. The Adepti were always indifferent toward mortals, sometimes even bordering on disdain. Precisely because of that, Keqing believed even more that Liyue needed human governance. Liyue should be protected by its own people, not left entirely in the hands of the Adepti. Keqing shook her head. No, Liyue is currently. Today was supposed to be quiet, but I ran into an unexpected twist and got my hands on a treasure, something that should suppress the karmic debt inside you. Oh, what kind of treasure? A pill. Keqing set it on the stone table. Xiao gave it a glance and didn't even think about taking it. Instead, he turned to Keqing. The karmic debt in me is something even the Geo Archon couldn't press down. If he can't, a mere pill won't make a difference. If it's useful, you should keep it. You're always out there on the road, maybe it'll come in handy. I don't need it. Hearing that, Keqing was a little moved. It wasn't that he was unwilling to try, he just thought our group needed it more. They'd even lived through that whole Wind's Rise, Crane's return affair. Keqing knew perfectly well that this seemingly aloof Adeptus had his mind entirely on Liyue's people. When the Vortex Goddess consort came to attack, he was already waiting outside the city. If the few of us couldn't hold the line, he would be rushed in to save the day. With that in mind, Keqing pressed him. This pill comes from another world. It doesn't just cleanse karmic debt, it can keep you safe from outside corruption for 10 years. Conqueror of demons, you should give it a try. If it really works, then for the next decade you won't have to endure that inhuman torment. Another world? It's a little complicated, but the pill's effects are astounding. The sword I'm carrying was brought back from another world too. To prove she wasn't lying, Keqing drew the fire-chilling sword. The blade kept spewing searing flames, enough to make anyone's heart skip. Xiao was taken aback. Since when could people from Liyue travel to other worlds? Even so, her words stirred him. Lately, he felt like he couldn't suppress his karmic debt anymore. The last time it got that bad, someone from Mondstadt stepped in to help. If losing control again would only bring trouble to Liyue, wouldn't it? Thinking about this, Xiao picked up the porcelain bottle and said, "You've gone through a lot of trouble. Lately, I really have been feeling restless. Maybe it's because the land itself has become unsettled. There have definitely been more monsters around." Keqing overheard these words, her eyes lighting up. She had a rough idea that it might be because the Geo Archon had loosened the seals, which caused the monster activity around Guyun Shrine to increase. After saying that, Xiao opened the porcelain bottle and swallowed the turquoise pill inside. He had only meant to give it a try, but he hadn't expected it to turn out like this. As soon as the pill hit his stomach, a wave of coolness surged through his mind, like suddenly sprinting up to the Dragon's Pine Glacier in the middle of midsummer's heat. The chill ran through his entire body, instantly washing away the inner heat and agitation. This pill is actually this powerful? The cursed energy inside me has completely vanished, and my mind feels incredibly clear. Xiao stood up in shock. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced since his youth. Back then, there was less bloodshed, and his heart was still at peace. Now his mind was calm again. How could he not feel astonished? If this state could last, his combat power would definitely increase. Before, every time he fought, he worried that the curse would interfere with him. Now, that cursed energy was gone. It felt surprisingly liberating. Seeing the restored guardian Yiksha, Keqing gently pressed her hand against her chest, unconsciously letting out a breath of relief. Thankfully, this time it worked. She had been genuinely worried the pill wouldn't work on an immortal. "Thank you. Without your help, I probably would have lost control again soon, and then I wouldn't have been able to protect Liyue anymore. No helping you is only right. Great Guardian, you've protected Liyue for so long, I've only done what I should. But there's something I want to say, if I may." "Then go ahead, I'm listening." "Liyue has been under your protection, and you've never uttered a complaint. We're here to help you. Don't need to go out of your way to thank us. We're all people of Liyue. Why make it feel so distant? Helping one another is only natural." Xiao listened and went still. Suddenly, his thoughts wheeled back to those days with his elder brother and sister. If there's no war someday, we want to live like ordinary folks, work the fields, share drinks with friends. How happy that would be, don't you think, Xiao? A breeze broke the memory. He came back to himself and offered a faint smile. "You're right. I let myself get caught in a haze. But all these years I've been under the influence of the baleful energy inside me. I've always been afraid I'd drag others into it. Little by little, I didn't dare talk to people, and I drifted away from the purpose I started with. Since you put it that way, I want to stand on ceremony. If anything thorny comes up in Liyue, just call me. That's for the best." Seeing the conqueror of demons smile, Keqing smiled too. This time's reward had worked in her favor. It also helped mend the bond between Liyue and the Adepti. In Keqing's eyes, that mattered. Though she privately felt Liyue's affairs shouldn't always be led around by the Adepti. Their millennia of guardianship was truly worthy of respect. Not long after Keqing left, a soft gold light gathered on the far side of the stone table. With it, another cup took shape. "My lord, do you know anything about that other world? I haven't heard of it. Likely it only surfaced recently. Still, that longsword is not something a common smith could forge. The fact that you regained clarity is a blessing." Watching his subordinate return to himself, Zhongli smiled as well. Among the Yikshas, only he remains now. That he managed to slip free of his karmic burden was nothing short of remarkable. He was genuinely delighted. This medicine is truly miraculous. It melts the moment it touches the tongue, like snow water, completely clearing my mind. I probably won't have to worry about karma for quite a while. I actually think that's trivial. What the Liyue Qixing said earlier is what you really should think about. Truthfully, immortals are no different from ordinary people. You're all Liyue people, and you've been protecting Liyue for thousands of years. Although you enjoy solitude, after a long time, you gradually drift away from the common folk. Occasionally descending to the mortal world for a walk isn't such a bad idea. Thank you for your guidance, deity. The two of them chatted for quite a while. It wasn't until the moon climbed above the treetops that Zhongli finally rose to leave. Meanwhile, Venti, who had been searching desperately for Dvalin for several days without luck, arrived at the Angel's Share Tavern, feeling down. Sigh, this is really troubling. Maybe I should just have a few drinks, perhaps inspiration will strike, who knows. He pushed open the door. Venti casually made his way to the bar counter and ordered a glass of dandelion wine. When the bartender Charles spotted the familiar figure, he quickly smiled and said, "Welcome back, sir. Congratulations, you're our 5,000th customer. We've got a private room upstairs with free snacks and drinks, plus some aged vintage. Care to try some?" "Huh? Everything's free. Of course. Look, there's a banner hanging in the shop congratulating you. Guess my luck isn't too bad today. Well then, I'll head upstairs." Vinny grinned and cheerfully made his way up the stairs. Charles gave a nod to the staff, who immediately rushed out. Within a short while, Dialek arrived. Kia showed up too. Jean appeared as well, and others like Eula followed one after another. Charles pointed toward the upper floor. Everyone exchanged glances. Then they all headed upstairs together. What event? There was no event at all. It was all a setup for Vinny. The goal was to corner that laid-back Wind Archon. Vinny happened to be there when everyone walked into the second-floor private room. He'd already downed several bottles. Master Dialek, and acting Grandmaster Jean too? What brings you all here? Something up? Is there some special event? Let me finish this drink first. Want me to play you a tune? Everyone watched the Wind Archon still playing dumb. Jean slowly closed the door and said evenly, "Lord Anemo Archon, we're here about the dragon calamity, the lingering toxin in the corrupted dragon. Are you truly unable to purge it? Hick, what Anemo Archon? I'm just an ordinary bard, hick. Did everyone get drunk? That's not a joke you can make. If the Church of Favonius hears, we'll have trouble. But this could blow up into a real mess." Vinny put on an exaggerated drunken act, even flailing and staggering until he looked every inch a drunk. But everyone just stared at him like he was a clown. Kia shook his head with a sigh. "Come on, drop the act. Lord Barbados, is this fun for you? We're your followers. What can't you be honest about?" "Exactly. Mondstadt S in chaos, are you really going to sit back and do nothing as the Anemo Archon?" Eula glared, fuming. Dialek stepped forward. "I know you long for freedom and hate restraints. But with Mondstadt beset within and without, is it really right to stand by?" Seeing the certainty in their eyes, Vinny suddenly felt a pang of guilt and a jolt of surprise. Damn, who is it? Who sold me out? I don't want to end up like old man Zhongli, pestered day in and day out. Ahem, I think you've got the wrong guy. I'm Vinny, just a humble bard. Poet, if you're really the Anemo Archon, then why not just take that dragon down? And have any of you ever seen an Anemo Archon who plays the lyre with a wine goblet clenched between his teeth, drinking all the while? To prove he wasn't any kind of Archon, Vinny went ahead and pulled a party trick. Dialek and the others stared at the comical bard, and one by one fell silent. Could it be he really isn't the Anemo Archon? After all, what kind of god shrugs off his own identity like that? Jean watched the bard's ridiculous performance and sighed softly. I did have a way to save it, I really did. But in Mondstadt today, people only remember the name Stormterror. They've forgotten its true name. One of the four winds, Dvalin, the dragon of the east. Vinny, still playing and drinking, shuddered involuntarily. Acting Grandmaster Jean smiled to herself and continued, 500 years ago, the beasts of calamity swept in. The most terrifying among them was a demon dragon called Durin. Boundless poisonous clouds choked the skies over Mondstadt. It was the Anemo Archon who called upon Dvalin, the east wind. He scattered the miasma with 1,000 gales, and with his sharp teeth tore out the enemy's throat. No one ever knew any of this. And gentle Dvalin has been tormented by poison for 500 years. Can you really bring Dvalin back to his senses? You should know even getting close is extremely difficult for me. With that, Vinny had pretty much blown his cover as Barbados. Dialek and the others traded glances and chuckled. Looks like Suhan's intel was all true. Sit down first. I'll have the servants bring some dishes. We can talk over food. This isn't just a dragon calamity caused by Dvalin. It involves all of Mondstadt. I know you hate being tied down, but this concerns Mondstadt's future. I hope you'll hear out our suggestions. Of course, no problem. But could we get some drinks? The non-alcoholic stuff really doesn't hit the spot. Heh. I heard Master Dilik's tavern just rolled out a few new beverages. I want to give them a try. Heh. Vinny's serious expression didn't even last a minute before it vanished. The mood eased, turning light and easy. All kinds of food and drink were set out, non-alcoholic options included, and everyone started chatting merrily. To save Dvalin, we need two key things. First, the holy lyre der Himmel from the Church of Favonius. That relic can soothe his restless heart and temporarily calm his rage. Second, the traveler from another world. They have the power to cleanse the abyssal corruption within Dvalin. How you actually know what the holy lyre can do? That's great. I thought you'd be like the Church of Favonius and just treat it as a sacred relic to worship. That would be a waste of its true value. Go on, tell me what else you're planning, Vinny said with a hint of praise. Though the Church of Favonius is very loyal to him, too much devotion turns rigid and stodgy. Don't forget, he is the god who loves freedom most, and nothing irks him more than pomp and ceremony. He much prefers the folks in the church who, when they've got nothing better to do, will sing and dance with him, that is, when he feels most at ease. Sadly, the devoted types can't manage that. Jean nodded and continued. It'll likely take some time before the traveler reaches Mondstadt. So for now, what we can do is hold Dvalin at bay. Most crucially, we have to clear out the threats within Mondstadt itself. You've lived in the city a long time, so you must know Mondstadt looks free on the surface. But in truth, this kind of freedom has brought more harm than good. The Fatui from Snezhnaya have grown bold enough to operate even within your own church, recruiting followers right under our noses. It's absolutely outrageous. And many of Mondstadt's citizens have actually fallen for their lies, forgetting the memory of the Four Winds Guardian entirely. They don't even realize what kind of sacrifice that Dragon of the East Wind made for us all. That's why the Knights of Favonius have decided to start by cleansing from within. As the Liu's saying goes, to defeat external enemies, one must first secure internal stability. Only when the hearts of Mondstadt's people are united as one can we fully focus on dealing with the matter of Dvalin. But what does that have to do with me? Dealing with the Fatui. You should be able to handle it yourselves. And besides, I'm already preoccupied with holding off Dvalin. I've had to lead him away multiple times. I don't have time to keep an eye on the city. I'm not slacking off on purpose. I understand, but there's an executive officer who has been watching you closely this whole time. Our plan is simple. We'll have you draw that executive officer away, and the rest of them, we'll deal with ourselves. Barbara was deeply shaken by Jean's words. The Knights of Favonius were actually planning to provoke a conflict with the Fatui at a time like this? But even if you say that, it won't be easy to lure them away. The plan is too obvious. That executive officer will see through it in an instant. We've already thought of that. In fact, that person used to be one of your own believers. I think you might remember. This name, Rosaline Krushka Latte Faust. 500 years ago, she was the lover of Rustin, the former deputy captain of the Knights of Favonius. She once traveled to the Sumeru Academia for studies. But when she returned, she found her beloved slain by a monstrous beast cloaked in darkness. Grief-stricken, she fell into despair and became a Fatui executive officer, plunging entirely into the path of darkness. Oh, so it's her. No wonder she seemed familiar. The moment they passed each other, when he caught a glimpse of inexplicable hatred in the other's eyes, when he let out a long sigh, then memories began to flood back. That once gentle bard had now become an enemy of Mondstadt, although not entirely because of him. Still, he couldn't deny his part in how things had turned out. If it's for Mondstadt, then I guess I have to lend a hand. But first things first, you can't reveal my identity to anyone. Consider that our little agreement. When he didn't want anyone to know he was actually the Anemo Archon. If that got out, he wouldn't be able to loaf around and enjoy his easygoing life anymore. Jean nodded and replied, "Rest assured, we'll keep your secret. As long as we can eliminate the Fatui, we'll start rebuilding the reputation of the East Wind Dragon. We'll make sure every citizen of Mondstadt knows just how much Tevrin has done for this city. All right then, I suppose I'll leave it to you." After the banquet ended, when he quietly took his leave, Jean and the others hurried back to the Knight's headquarters without delay. Seeing Lisa waiting for them, she took off her coat with a smile and asked, "So, how did things go with Liu? Better than we expected. You and I were right. The person who traveled to the other world was indeed one of the Liu Qixing. Keqing, the Yuhing star. This time, not only did we reach an agreement with them, but we also signed a major trade deal. Once this dragon disaster is over, Mondstadt will surely flourish like never before. After hearing the whole story, Dialec's eyes lit up. If the canal was completed, all the ships traveling from Liyue to Mondstadt would have to pass through his Dawn winery. His tavern was definitely going to see a surge in business. Is this cement so strong that even your lightning can't easily break it apart? It's inexpensive to produce and incredibly durable, Jean added. Wendy, what do you think? What if we built a big mansion in Dodapa Gorge? The sunlight there is pretty good, and there are streams and springs too. If we planted crops there, it'd probably be fantastic. Back then we gave up a lot of land because of poor transportation. If we could cut costs, we could establish a base. That would even give the West Wind Knights a bit more income. Just a little, mind you. Let's talk about that later. For now, we should focus on dealing with the Fatui first. Everyone nodded in agreement. Getting rid of this immediate threat comes first. Other things can wait. Soon, everyone began discussing their next steps. Meanwhile, in the confinement room, Keqing was busy writing and doodling. Big brother Suchin once said this. Since so many people like Keqing, she should give something back to these kind-hearted folks. Besides bombs, drawing seemed to be the only other thing she was good at. As Keqing was busy making art for her fans, a familiar mechanical voice notification suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations. Your video has reached 300,000 fan points. You may now randomly claim one. Treasure. Would you like to claim it now? You currently have 2 rewards waiting. Would you like to claim both at once? Hearing the sudden voice pop up in her head, Keqing put down her brush. A confused expression spread across her face. Huh, another notification again. It looks like Lady Jean and the others are all busy right now. If that's the case, then Keqing will just go ahead and claim her reward. I hope it can help them out a little. Without even realizing it, Keqing had already reached 300,000 fan points. She had been too busy recently to claim it before. She hadn't expected her fan points to climb back up to 300,000 so quickly. Ding, claim successful. You have obtained the treasure, strange marbles recipe. Description, records dozens of unique bomb-making methods. While some of them might not be deadly, they still pack terrifying power. Includes, this recipe comes with 12 special seeds, each with its own unique power. Notes, for example, burst fruit produces little marbles that erupt with terrifying flames, while windbell grass seeds unleash a fierce whirlwind the moment they touch an enemy. Seed list, burst fruit, windbell grass, giant vine flower, stinky fruit. Ding. You've successfully claimed treasure, ultra-powerful slingshot. Description, a super powerful slingshot from the great pirate world. It can fire objects like bullets with astonishing force. Tip, even a child can pick it up and use it. Note, it was once used by a world-class sniper. Wow, is this for Klee? Yay. Now Klee 1T have to stretch her arms out to fight. Hee hee. Big Brother-S gifts are always so great, but Klee doesn't T know how to plant things, and Brother Albedo isn't here. What should Klee do? There's a way. Go find Sister Sucrose. She'll definitely know how to plant these. Hugging the treasure, Klee sprinted out of the Knights of Favonius and made a beeline for the alchemy lab. Someone was in the middle of an experiment. Seeing Klee rush in, Sucrose quickly set down her flask. Huh, isn't that Klee? What brings you here? Is something wrong? Sister Sucrose, please help Klee plant these seeds. They're Klee's weapons. But Klee doesn't know how to plant. Klee was Master Albedo's friend. Sucrose would naturally take extra care of her. Seeing the strange seeds and the manual in Klee's hands, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. These are seeds? There's even a plant that can release frost? Interesting. Sure thing. That's so cute. Let me do it, you'll see. Sis will grow it for you. It's getting late. You should go to bed now. I'll call you once it's done, I promise. Okay. The next day, Keqing and Klee returned to the real world once again. I heard the prize you won actually restored the great sage's sanity, Suhan said, slightly taken aback. Looks like you got lucky, scoring such a rare item. And thanks for that video clip too. Also, do you have time today? How about we shoot another video? Keqing was chopping vegetables when she suddenly turned and asked. Suhan was a bit startled. She's actually suggesting another video shoot on her own? Has she started to enjoy the perks? Sure, no problem. But I haven't thought of a topic yet. How about a sword technique demo? I remember your swordsmanship is pretty impressive. You can actually take that out? I thought you said you were worried it might expose your identity. Only if we're alone. Anyway, people will just think it's a special effect. Got it. Then let us do it after we finish eating. Klee, what did you win? Just as the mixed vegetable stew was simmering, Kaching looked over at Klee, who was playing on a tablet. Klee looked up and said, I got a special slingshot and some unique ammo. Captain Jean said it's super powerful. Then she handed the manual to the two of them. Kaching glanced through it and frowned. This is just a toy, isn't it? It only shoots a bit faster. It doesn't seem that impressive. Actually, you're underestimating the speed factor. Klee attacks with bombs. With this slingshot and a flying device, she could strike enemies from a distance in an instant. And those bullets were no less important either. They were in no way inferior to the Holin's sword. Each type of bullet had its own unique effect, and when used together, they could be extremely effective. Enough to completely catch the enemy off guard. As soon as Su-Han read the item description, he understood. This was clearly something straight out of One Piece. It was like the gadgets Usopp often used. Except these looked like upgraded versions. If even a simple pop green was as strong as a regular Deduko bomb, then the other bullets must be just as powerful. What if we fire a Kabuto and a stink bomb at the same time? Su-Han asked, turning to Kaching. What do you think would happen? A Kabuto? And a stink bomb? Kaching thought for a moment. It would probably create a vortex that pulls the enemy in. And if the stink bomb exploded inside it, the enemy would get trapped in that stinky whirlwind, continuously caught in its effects. That is such a sneaky, underhanded move. Kaching's face was full of shock. She had never imagined techniques could be used like that. Klee, on the other hand, looked at Su-Han with pure admiration. Whoa, big brother, you're amazing. I never thought of that trick at all. Could we then fire a Deduko bomb or a pop green next? Of course. You're so smart, Klee. Once the enemy loses their offensive ability, we must immediately press the advantage. Strike while they're weak and finish them off in one move. Hee hee. Klee beamed brightly after receiving praise from Su-Han. Kaching, standing nearby, shook her head helplessly. This was practically turning Klee into a little troublemaker. But considering Mondstadt's current situation, boosting their combat power did seem necessary after all. So she decided not to interrupt the two who were deep in tactical discussion. Soon after, breakfast was ready. Looking at the steaming hot pot of mixed vegetables and meat stew, Klee's mouth was practically watering. Even though it was already autumn, eating a hearty bowl like this still felt incredibly comforting. It had vegetables, meat, truly nutritious and satisfying. It's really absolutely delicious, big sister Kaching. Your cooking's really good. Klee cradled the little pink bowl. She did her best to polish off every last bite. The way she was scarfing it down drew a gentle smile from Kaching. The corners of Kaching's mouth lifted. Slow down, Klee. If you like it, just tell Big Sis I'll make it for you every day. Breakfast wrapped up. Klee dutifully went to wash the dishes. Su-Han led Kaching into the virtual filming space. So how are we going to shoot this? Why don't we try some sparring? Didn't you say you don't know how to fight? If we actually go at it, you sure you're up for it? Kaching looked doubtful. After all, she'd been tangling with monsters since she was little. As for Su-Han, he was in decent shape. But without formal combat training, could he really spar with her? Think of it as a test. Since you guys can get your hands on treasures, I can snag a few things too. Sparring with you should be fine. Su-Han tightened his grip on Dragon's roar as he drew it from its case. At the same time, he set sun breathing into motion. Scorching flames shrouded the blade of the long sword. A glint flashed in Kaching's eyes who would thought that after just a day apart, he'd already grasped elemental power. No wonder he wanted to test himself against her. Seeing Su-Han's fighting spirit, Kaching drew her own fire-chielan sword and smiled. Come on, I'll be your sparring partner. Let us trade a few moves before we start filming. Okay, Su-Han took a breath. In an instant, he snapped into combat mode. Boom. The next moment, he vanished from where he stood. A blazing meteor, streaking straight for Kaching. Whoosh. A lightning stiletto flashed into being. Kaching slipped past the slash as if it were nothing. Nice speed. At this level, if you get a bit more polished, you really can trade blows with me. Then keep it coming. Suhan flowed from one technique into the next. In the arena, the two of them exploded into a fierce clash. His moves were still a bit rough around the edges. But after crossing blades with Kuching, Suhan slowly started to grow into his body. About an hour later, Suhan had completely seized the rhythm of the fight, and Kuching was fully warmed up. A true showdown was about to begin. Next, I'm going to use my elemental skill, Suhan. Heads up, even if I'm not going all out, you still need to be careful. Don't get hurt. Got it. Lightning crackled in Kuching's grip. An endless storm of thunder danced around her. Whoosh. In a flash of light, her elemental skill erupted. Sword light, with me sweep away the chaos. Kuching's signature sword art took the stage. A dozen thunderous afterimages bloomed above Suhan. Even a single brush would be devastating. Suhan made the call in an instant. He sprang back, and the case blade Dragon's roar in his hand burst with scorching heat. Breath of the sun, solar halo dragon. Searing flames wrapped him head to toe. Suhan turned into a winding dragon of fire and surged upward like a parade through the sky. The soaring fire dragon smashed into the swarming thunder phantoms. Suhan and Kuching skimmed past each other by a hair. His forearm was slick with blood. The cased dragon's roar shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. And with that, the filming wrapped. Kuching hurriedly sheathed her weapon and ran over. Are you okay? You could VE dodge that just now. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to test where my strength is right now. With the help of the breathing technique, the bleeding had mostly stopped. Still, so as not to scare Klee, Kuching brought a basin of water, carefully cleaned the wound, and wrapped it with bandages. If I hadn't brought the flame Qilin sword, your arm might have. No injuries. I didn't expect you to improve this quickly. Not bad. I mainly got a sword saint level technique. Later, you can go play games with Klee. I'll edit the video first before uploading it. This one should be the last one. In less than 2 days, the portal will be upgraded, and we'll welcome some new friends. Kuching said in surprise, so soon? Yesterday you told me it would still take quite a while. It's because of the comic convention we VE partnered with MiHoYo. They'll even promote our links officially. That's the benefit of me bringing you guys to the event. Just wait. The rewards these few days will be more than you can handle. Suhan said with a smile. This morning, Qing Luan, a planner from MiHoYo, sent him a message, saying everything for the promotion had been arranged. The recommendation would last for a whole week and would be pushed simultaneously on the official website and community platforms. Right during the filming just now, he had heard the system notification saying the view count had already broken 3 million, though he himself hadn't participated in the giveaway. Kuching smiled happily and said, that's great news. If we can get some treasures, Liyue will become even stronger. Big sis, are you done yet? Klee's been waiting for 2 hours. Just finish, come on, let us go play games. Today, Big sis will carry you. Yay, Klee's gonna win all the way today. Watching the two figures, one tall and one small, getting lost in the game, Suhan began focusing on his work. First, he edited the newly recorded footage, including the final battle scene as well. But this time he split the video into 2 versions. One would be posted on the little station Xiapozen, while the other was handed over to Qing Luan's team. This was because MiHoYo and Demon Slayer belonged to 2 different companies. Releasing content from another company without permission could cause legal issues. No need to make things harder for myself. But Bilibili is different. There's tons of transformative work. Play it however you want. Hope this doesn't make your jaws drop again, because this is a live-action Heavenly Street Parade. Suhan's lips curled into a wicked grin. She hit upload and sent the video up. It happened to be noon. Bored and scrolling on her phone, Little N suddenly got a push notification. Ding, the creator you subscribed to has uploaded a new video, check it out. She was in the middle of her stream. Out of nowhere, she burst into explosive laughter. Ha ha ha. Fam, good news, Dimensional Wall. Just posted a new video, go watch it. Your girl will play the game later. In the live chat, question marks flooded the screen. What is happening? Dimensional Wall dropped another one. Damn, do their videos have 0 budget? Is it gonna be another newcomer this time? Little N, don't get too. No, wait, it might be Kamisato Ayaka. I'm a die-hard Kamisato Ayaka fan. That line should really be coming from Bao Bao. Doesn't T hit the same? Nah, the comment above Bao Bao already betrayed Kamisato Ayaka. His wife now is Keqing. Amid the non-stop teasing, Little N smoothly opened the site. When she saw the title, a flicker of disappointment flashed in her eyes. So it's not Kamisato Ayaka, Hasai. ID takes Xiangling too, honestly. Truth be told, she really was a bit let down. But the title did catch her eye. Live-action Heavenly Street Parade, are you ready? Oh my god, no way is Dimensional Wall. Having Keqing do the Heavenly Street Parade. Can they really recreate it? Anyone who played Genshin knows. The Heavenly Street Parade is gorgeous and hyped. But recreating it is no easy task. To this day, no one in the entire world has managed to do it. Perhaps only those top-tier powerhouses who control dimensional barriers could possibly recreate it. The video began to play. Keqing appeared on the grass, gripping her weapon. A dragon-like roar echoed from the sheath. I heard that last time. In the comments section, many people voted saying they wanted to see me fight enemies in Teyvat. Well, today I'm here to give you a live demo. In the previous video, those who had seen Keqing at the anime convention started a poll. Over 100,000 people voted, eager to watch Keqing show off her martial prowess. That's why this video exists today. Suhan never picks topics at random. As the words faded, a group of monsters suddenly appeared behind Keqing. Swift as a shadow, sharp as a blade. 2 lightning blades formed behind her. In a flash, Keqing vanished in a streak of lightning, releasing a thunderous whip of pure electricity from her blade. With a thunderous boom, accompanied by a burst of lightning, several hilichurls were instantly sliced in half. At that moment, about a dozen hilichurls in the distance had already drawn their bows, aiming at Keqing. Xiaoan screamed on the spot. Watch out. You're being sniped. On camera, Keqing seemed to see it coming, but she didn't even try to dodge, because there was simply no need. Right as the arrows flew toward her, Keqing's body turned into pure lightning and vanished in an instant. The next second, she reappeared in the middle of the horde. Endless rays of lightning blazed forth, engulfing the entire battlefield. Anyone familiar with Keqing understood. Her sword techniques were about to go full throttle. The live chat exploded. Holy crap, here it comes, here it comes. Damn it. This is the real Keqing. What the hell did the game do to nerf her? Multi-target teleportation, this is the real flying thunder god, Keqing. Let me show you how good I am after eating awful. On screen, Keqing's elemental burst was finally unleashed. My blade shines like lightning, cutting through all chaos. 16 copies of her appeared, covering a radius of 20 meters. This terrifying attack range. This was where Keqing truly proved her strength. His physical body transformed into a flash of lightning, launching an attack alongside the Phantom. As the final slash came down, purple lightning erupted from every hilichurl, and those scars eventually turned to ashes, vanishing into nothingness. Little N watched in stunned disbelief. Even the special effects in Hollywood blockbusters weren't this realistic, were they? There was no blood spraying. But Keqing's swordsmanship had just been displayed to everyone, in the most authentic way possible. The video was still short, only 1 minute long, but it was the kind of clip that made you want to replay it over and over again. However, after the video ended, there was a hidden little bonus tucked away, a full 30 seconds long. Could it be like last time? Another surprise? It jumped to another category, and on the screen popped up a striking title. Dragon of the Solar Halo versus the Heavenly Street Parade. No way, holy crap. Just how much more amazing is this treasure? Uploader going to get. The video kept playing. The Huolian sword in Keqing's hand had been enhanced by Su Han with special effects, transformed into the dragon's roar in its sheath. Yet Keqing himself received no visual enhancements at all. Alright, what comes next is our duel. A little surprise for hitting 1 million followers. I hope everyone enjoys it. Okay, I'm about to use my elemental skill now, Su Han. You need to be careful even if I'm not going all out. Don't let your guard down. Stay sharp, don't get hurt. Come at me. In the next second, lightning flared suddenly. Keqing's eyes turned deep purple. He was clearly getting serious now. The sword in his hand seemed like a raging beast, roaring in fury. Heavenly Street Parade. Keqing struck first. Countless illusions surged forward, enveloping Su Han like grim reapers. Little N covered his mouth. His breathing quickened. How could anyone possibly block a move like that? But Su-Han gave the answer. He stepped back, and elemental power surged from his body. Fire. Flames writhed across the blade, a searing breath of fire thrashing like it had gone mad. He whispered, "Breath of the sun's sun halo dragon." A blast of fire surged up. Out of nowhere, Su-Han became a fire dragon and lunged straight at Keqing. Not a single slow mo shot, just raw footage. The two of them brushed past each other. The afterimage and the fire dragon vanished together. Keqing turned to look over her shoulder, worry on her face. As the camera slid over, everyone finally saw that the long sword in Su-Han's hand had snapped in two. Blood kept streaming from his fingertips. Is that really VFX? I've got goosebumps. Oh my god, folks, did you see that? This match was insane, my god, so strong, so spectacular. In real life, Shaoan sat at his computer, shouting, totally hyped. And everyone watching the video reacted the same way, because these so-called effects were just too jaw-dropping. Even though Su-Han lost this fight, he won. Countless fans, fingers spamming the chat, just wouldn't he stop. We thought this creator only did cosplay. Who could VE imagined? He D-drop a finisher that strong, with zero warning. This beats the hell out of those crappy homegrown dramas. In the livestream, the chat had long since been flooded with endless holy shit, because no other words could even begin to capture their shock. Give those hacks who only churn out trash dramas a real lesson. This is what VFX is supposed to look like. Try learning, will you? Fuck, a bunch of sissies just know how to holler. That's your idea of a fight? Just clowning around with foam props. All I can say is, Dimensional Wall badass. I already hit the triple like, comment, subscribe. You in? +1. You can freeload off everyone else's videos, but not Dimensional Wall. If you know, you know. The video blew up, big time. As the voice actress of Keqing, Daganja Big Kane had also been endlessly replied by fans. All because as soon as this video was posted online, she skyrocketed in popularity once again. Su-Han, who had been meditating, suddenly felt his phone vibrating. He opened his eyes and glanced at the device. It turned out to be a WeChat message from Daganja. "Mr. Cross-Dimensional Wall, when are you going live next? I want to send you some gifts." This video went totally viral. I'm kinda embarrassed now. The video had gone absolutely wild, and she rode the wave of its popularity too. She even shot straight up to the trending topics list. If she didn't send some gifts to Su-Han's stream, she'd feel guilty deep down inside. Su-Han smiled and replied, "Maybe in a few days. I heard there's a version 3.2 preview livestream coming up, and it seems they might invite me." Wow, seriously? Can you even say that out loud? My viewers are asking about it non-stop. Of course I can. Awesome. You're the best, Mr. Cross-Dimensional Wall. I love you so much. Make sure to bring Keqing with you. I adore my little Keqing most of all. Sure thing. After receiving a clear answer, Daganja was beyond excited. He immediately shared the news with everyone in his live stream. Folks, great news. Great news. In the upcoming preview livestream, Su-Han and those amazing cosplayers will appear too. Would you look at that exciting, right? Totally unexpected, huh? If you're a fan of Mr. Cross-Dimensional Wall, don't forget to click like, follow, and share. The best way we can support Mr. Cross-Dimensional Wall is by doing the triple click. After hearing Daganja's announcement and seeing the WeChat screenshot, everyone in the chat was super pumped. No way. Is it true? Mr. Cross-Dimensional Wall is joining the Genshin Impact preview livestream? Dude, this is insane. Do you think the little green goddess might show up too? I'd die to see her. Bro, stop obsessing over the grass god. The man's name was Xiao Jixiang. Grass King, dude. You can call him the grass god. You can call him Grass King, bro. I just want to bite his little feet. Bro, this is just too damn good. I'm gonna report it, I guess. The live streams were flooded with this exact scene. Everywhere you looked, it was videos of Keqing. People had a lot to talk about too. Like some said, even with good visual effects. If you don't have the basic martial arts skills, you can't pull off swordplay that beautiful. Someone once said, when Xiao Gong retires, our TV shows are gonna go backwards. 50 years, and now it looks like it's even worse than that. This is the kind of visual effects and swordplay we want. Legend status. That final showdown had me so hyped. Keqing, my waifu. The whole thing quickly became the hot topic everyone was talking about. But naturally, Su-Han had no idea. because someone from Mihoyo's operations team was calling him. They'd heard he agreed to participate in the livestream preview event. Thank you so much, Suhan. We've already shared your video and updated it on the forums. Even though it didn't include the final duel, it was still amazing. We just couldn't help it. If we could coordinate with the Japanese side, we could probably release that final part too. That shouldn't be a problem. Our influence over there is pretty strong. By the way, what do you think would be a good time for the next preview? We can do it as late as 10 days from now, because version 3.2 is coming out soon. I'd say probably within the next week or so. May I ask, how many characters will be cosplayed this time? Will it just be the 2 we already know? No, there'll be 4 people in total. Kaching, Klee. Continuing from where you left off. There were 2 more people, but we'll leave that as a mystery for now. Oh right, I can't go to your headquarters. I can't make it to your base this time. I'll just stay home. It's fine, don't worry. We'll be streaming live. There'll be other voice actors joining the broadcast via live connection. That won't be a problem, right? No problem at all. With that, both sides wrapped up their conversation. There were only 20 minutes left before Kaching's departure. The female hero, who was in the middle of playing a game, suddenly gasped, Suhan, I can claim another reward already. This time came way faster than expected. Of course, our stream's really hot right now. Get ready to claim it. Okay. Kaching nodded, setting the game aside, and decided to collect this reward. Ding, congratulations. Successfully claimed. Item, reinforced solar lamp. Description, a lamp that absorbs sunlight and emits light at night. It can be customized to suit various needs. Tip, suitable for home use, outdoor expeditions, or even as street lighting. Note, after system optimization, 5 hours of sunlight absorption enables continuous illumination for 3 days. This reward was actually quite practical. Suhan glanced at the item, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Kaching to draw a solar lamp. Truthfully, he could teach her modern technology from his world. However, some materials and techniques in Teyvat made that impossible. But the blueprints from the system were entirely different. All the required ingredients and formulas could be found within Teyvat. He had only recently discovered this. After returning to Teyvat, Kaching reappeared inside Ningguang's office. This was the safest place available. No chance of secrets leaking out. Ningguang looked at Kaching, who was smiling, and asked, What treasure have you brought back this time? That makes you so happy, huh? It's like an extension of that time we went to the anime convention. I made a video and also got my hands on a special kind of lighting equipment, windproof and waterproof. She handed the other person the blueprint for a solar-powered lamp. Ningguang looked it over and said in surprise, This thing could actually become a treasure for Liyue? It recharges just from sunlight, so convenient. If that's the case, we could finally get rid of oil lamps for good. Right now, on the continent of Teyvat, everyone was still using ancient methods of lighting. Something like solar power was completely new. Ningguang summoned the alchemist named Shaoli. As he looked at the blueprint for the solar lamp, his expression turned to shock. This is just incredible. A device that can absorb sunlight as energy? I never would imagine something like this even existed. Can you make it, Shaoli? Yes, Lady Ningguang, I'll have it done by tomorrow. Tonight, if possible. Understood. And remember, keep this secret. Go handle it. Got it. Seeing the alchemist's face full of excitement, Kaching asked, How is the construction going over at Gili Plains? She now had to spend half a day every day in the mortal world, so there were a lot of things she couldn't personally oversee anymore. Ningguang replied, Progress is going smoothly. The workers are clearing the rubble, and I've tripled their wages so they can work in shifts. At most, another half a month and the foundation will be completely ready. As for that concrete road, construction is also moving forward at full speed. Hearing that Liyue was stable and progressing, Kaching finally let out a sigh of relief. The video ended up blowing up far beyond Suhan's expectations. The very next morning, he received the system's notification sound. Ding, congratulations, Master. The video has surpassed 5 million views, and the portal of transmigration has now upgraded. Portal of transmigration. Current level, 2. Number of invitations, 2-4. Duration of stay, 6 hours. Upgrade condition. Automatically advance upon reaching 10 million views. Finally, I can invite some new people over. It's almost been a week. Suhan muttered under his breath. As soon as the portal upgraded, the number of people he could invite increased by 2. and the duration of their stay was extended as well. It had increased from the original 4 hours to 6. However, items from the world of Teyvat still couldn't be brought into the real world. Likewise, Suhan himself still couldn't travel to Teyvat. To upgrade the portal to level 3, he needed 10 million views. At the current recommendation rate, he estimated it would take no more than half a month to reach it. Kaching, who was cooking at the time, heard Suhan and said in surprise, "Can you really bring others over now?" "Yeah, the portal just upgraded. Let me see who gets pulled through this time." With a thought, Suhan activated the portal. A familiar starry sky appeared before Klee and Kaching's eyes. Klee whispered a prayer. "Please don't let it be Lady Jean or Lisa, or else Klee won't get to play anymore." Suhan couldn't help but chuckle at that. Looks like Klee had developed some serious trauma from those two. She was actually this scared? That was a bit of a surprise. Still, who got invited was purely up to luck. He couldn't control it himself. Inazuma, the shogunate estate. In a garden where cherry blossoms drifted gently through the air, a lone figure trained relentlessly in the falling petals. Swish! A blade of wind cut through the air. The blossoms in front of her instantly froze, then shattered into pieces. "Few still not improving my swordsmanship, huh?" Shinobu Kitahara sheathed her blade. Her clear eyes held sorrow and frustration. As the young lady of the prestigious Shinobu clan, one of Inazuma's 3 noble families, she appeared to the common eye as radiant, brilliant, and dignified beyond measure. No one could truly know how much Lady Kid Kuroda had sacrificed. Every day, aside from fulfilling her official duties, she had to deliberately train harder in the martial arts. Now, with the seclusion directive and the I Hunt decree weighing heavily upon her, various crises in Inazuma kept piling up one after another, nearly crushing her under their pressure. Originally, she had planned to use these burdens as an excuse to distract herself through more training. But in the end, she found that her skills hadn't improved at all. She knelt silently in the courtyard, wiping the sweat from her brow, her eyes filled with confusion. Where exactly should her future lead? A few days ago, she had visited the shrine as chief priest. The fox spirit priestess had seemed gloomy about Inazuma's current situation, offering only that she should wait patiently. "If only there was something I could do for Inazuma. Then the shrine priestess and my brother wouldn't be so overwhelmed." As Kid gazed at the hanging lightning cherry blossom above, these thoughts drifted through her mind. A voice suddenly echoed out. "Would you like to go to Aquarian? Complete a mission and receive a unique treasure." A cold, mechanical tone rang out alongside a mysterious, starry portal of light that had appeared out of nowhere, right in the courtyard itself. Cherry blossom petals drifted down gently. Kid stared at the strange door, unable to hide her shock. What in the world is this? An Aquarian? A mission with a reward? Could this be an ancient gateway opened by the shogun herself? In Inazuma, aside from the mighty Raiden herself, Kid couldn't imagine anyone else capable of opening such a space-time portal, right inside her own home. Indeed, Inazuma was not known for having many ancient ruins. But that didn't mean Kid had never gone exploring before. Her extraordinary martial prowess came not only from sparring with her brother, but even more so from her own solo adventures. She stared deeply at the starry portal. Then, she adjusted her weapon and prepared herself. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and walked through the gate. Whether this door was opened by the shogun or not, she had to find out what lay beyond. After all, this was her home, and her brother was away handling official duties elsewhere. There couldn't be even the slightest mistake at home. After Kamishi Ayaka stepped over the threshold, what she saw instead was a courtyard even more spacious than her own. The sky stretched endlessly, blue above. Fluffy white clouds floated gently. In the distance, someone was grilling food, with 3 figures standing nearby. One was a small and adorable girl. Another was a swordsman with sharp, piercing eyes. And then there was a smiling man. The scene was clearly not what she had imagined. She had expected to face fierce enemies, or perhaps a wandering Ronin. But now what exactly was going on? Ayaka couldn't wrap her head around it at first. However, the closer she got, the more she realized those 3 were actually talking about her. "Big brother, is she a new guest? I don't recognize her, can you introduce us?" Klee was munching on a skewer of lamb, giving Suin a pleading look, because she thought this big sister was quite pretty too, and wanted to get to know her. In Klee's mind, Kaching always made delicious food for her, so this new big sister was probably nice like that too. So she wanted to befriend her a little. After all, in her heart, her cuteness was unbeatable. Suin nodded and began the introduction. Her? That's Kamishi Ayaka, from the land of Inazuma. She's the white heron princess of the Kamishi clan, one of the 3 great noble houses and the Shrine Agency. The Shrine Agency? I remember when Beidou went to Inazuma. The local contact we worked with was from the Kamishi family. His name was Toma, I think. Kaching, chewing on grilled enoki mushrooms, suddenly recalled the name. She felt like she had heard it before. Ayaka turned to Kaching and asked politely, "May I ask who you are? Since you know Toma and Miss Beidou, you must be quite well known here in Liyue Harbor. Would you allow me the honor of your acquaintance?" "Let me introduce," Suin said. "She is Kaching, the Yuhing star of the Liyue Qixing. And the one next to me is Klee, the Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. Hee hi, Big Sis Ayaka. Klee will treat you to some barbecue." Thanks to Big Bro's introduction, the place suddenly came alive. Klee hurriedly handed over the food she was holding. Faced with such an adorable child, Kamisato Ayaka couldn't bring herself to refuse. She quickly accepted it. She took a small bite and found it especially tasty. A bit spicy though, but compared to Inazuma's grilled meat, the flavors were much richer. Suhan took a sip of his drink and went on. "As for me, I'm Suhan, the one who invited you to Aqua Blue Star. In short, you've crossed over to another world. But don't panic, you can go back to Inazuma anytime." With his explanation, things gradually became clear. Only then did Kamisato Ayaka realize she really had crossed over. So that is how it is. She never imagined there was actually another world, and that the two could be wondrously connected. Not even Lady Guji could necessarily pull off something like that. By the way, can I ask a question? What kind of video are we supposed to shoot? And what are the rewards like? Shidi just heard Suhan say that as long as they filmed a clip, they get rewards. That left Kamisato Ayaka rather tempted. Rewards from another world would probably be quite beneficial to Inazuma's current situation. Kaching set down her skewer, casually wiped her hands, and suddenly a red glow flared to life. A fire Chilan sword appeared before Kamisato Ayaka. This is one of the rewards I got for filming." Suhan said it was forged from a fire Chilan's scales. Its power is anything but ordinary. With this in hand, my combat strength went up by 30%. Of course, that's not all. There are many other rewards. For example, there's an adeptus in Liyue who has been tormented by karmic debt and inner demons for years. One of the rewards I received actually wiped away the agony that had plagued him for 1,000 years. It can even do something like that? Kamisato Ayaka's eyes widened in shock. She had heard many detailed stories about the adepti of Liyue from none other than Lady Saizo, many more than most people ever did. But the adepti of Liyue were different from those in Inazuma. The adepti of Liyue were far stronger, and each of them possessed formidable combat abilities. They could even dispel the inner demons that sometimes plagued even the immortals themselves. It was easy to imagine just how powerful they must be. Ayaka was instantly filled with excitement and awe. But when she saw the video that Suhan spoke of, she froze in place, completely speechless. Because what she saw was nothing like what she had imagined. For example, Kale's video was simply cute and playful. But Chi-Chi's, well, it was a bit too jarring. She was the Yuheng of Liyue, a high-ranking official. Yet there she was, holding a spatula, boldly declaring her intent to chop all the mystery meat to pieces. This Mr. Suhan. Do you really have to film something like that to get a reward? Ayaka looked up at Chi-Chi and Suhan, her voice trembling slightly and her words coming out in a stutter. She was the White Heron Princess of the Kamisato clan, one of the 3 great houses of Inazuma. Ayaka had always taken great care to maintain her image as a noble lady. Any unseemly behavior was strictly off limits. Manners at the table, how to smile politely, how to greet others. There were strict rules for every occasion. But the video had shattered every expectation she had. Suhan paused for a moment, then shook his head. "You don't need to imitate Chi-Chi. This kind of video is her thing. Phew, that's a relief. If it was required, I don't think I could handle it." Ayaka finally exhaled in relief. If she had to film something so outlandish herself, it would have been a huge psychological burden. Chi-Chi, Standing nearby, couldn't T help but smirk as she watched the exchange unfold. Exactly. He would never let you make a video like that. The more embarrassing videos are still waiting for you. Over the past few days, Kaching had browsed through countless content on Xiao Pajan. From what she saw, any video that didn't bring something fresh and unique to the table usually had low view counts. Some were even plain boring. In contrast, those with surprising twists or dramatic contrasts got insane engagement. Of course, Suhan Wunti let someone like Kamisato Ayaka, a pure-hearted girl, like a little white lamb, slip away. Especially since she knew the inside story about Inazuma's lockdown. With that alone, there was no way Ayaka could avoid getting dragged into this. Sure enough, a faint smirk appeared on Suhan's face. If you don't want to cook, then you can just dance instead. A Hemdi dance? Kamisato Ayaka, who had just taken a sip of juice, nearly choked in shock. Truth be told, deep down in her heart, she had always secretly wanted to dance. But performing in front of millions of viewers? That was still a bit too much for her to accept. Can I showcase my sword techniques instead? I remember Miss Kaching did a swordplay demonstration before. My swordsmanship isn't top-notch, but it might still draw some attention. Ayaka hesitated as she tried to suggest an alternative. Beside her, Kaching chimed in, "That's different. If we film something like that later on, it would be fine. But for your debut video, you've got to make a splash, something that really grabs people's attention. Besides, I heard Inazuma is going through a lot right now. Don't you want to help ease things a bit for your country? What if the treasure you pull from a gacha actually helps change things for the better? Also, Ayaka, the people of Tevat 1T even be able to see these videos. I don't know, can I think about it for a while? I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed right now." Ayaka kept shaking her head. Her traditional, conservative mindset was holding her back. Suhan watched her struggle with a kind, understanding expression. He nodded gently and said, "No problem, take your time to think it over. You can come by for 6 hours each day. Oh, and if you still can't make up your mind, perhaps you can go to Inazuma Mountain and ask about that shrine maiden, Lady Yayorozu. You know Lady Yabami too?" Surely Lettuce looked genuinely surprised. It would be understandable if he knew about the I Hunt decree and the Sikoka decree. But the fact that he even knew about Lady Yabami was shocking. This place isn't another world, right? Then why is this happening? Looking at the puzzled white heron princess, Suhan smiled and said, "I know everything that happens in your world, even things that haven't happened yet. For example, I know that Yabami opened a publishing house called Yabami Publishing, and she even released some light novels. I even know little habits like how she loves deep fried tofu. This can't be. Are you a god too?" He's definitely not a god, but he does have a strange power. If you want to know everything, just play Genshin Impact. Kaching handed over her tablet, though they had never met before, and were even from different nations. Once they started talking, they ended up discussing Inazuma. Kaching also heard many inside stories from Suhan. Compared to other nations, Inazuma was probably the most unfortunate nation. After having her fill, Shirley Lettuce wiped the oil off her hands and awkwardly started playing Genshin Impact. Kaching and Klee stood beside her, giving pointers. They had several accounts. This one just happened to be Kaching's character, freshly completed with the Liua main story. It was perfect for heading straight to Inazuma. They pushed through the storm. Seeing those familiar sights, Shirley Lettuce couldn't help but exclaim, "This is our Inazuma. This is Ritu. But why are they charging so many mora? 2 million just to get through the storm? No wonder merchants refuse to come here, risking their lives to brave the lightning storm, only to get exploited afterwards. The Kanju Commission, they actually dared to do this." The Kanju Commission, one of the 3 major powers in Inazuma, was actually exploiting foreign merchants like this. Could this not infuriate Kamisato Ayaka? After all, this was something that could shake the very foundation of Inazuma. If merchants were to vanish, a nation like Inazuma, an island country, would see prices skyrocket endlessly. Reflecting back, since the isolation decree was issued, the country had been filled with complaints. So that's how it was. As the story progressed, Ayaka gradually began to uncover many truths. Things even her own retainers hadn't been able to learn. Piece by piece, the information unfolded before her through the game. It wasn't until she set off toward Inazuma Castle that she saw a nun wearing a fox mask standing by the roadside. Who is she? It seems like their essay quest. Ayaka accepted the quest and began playing through it only to discover it was the Great Narukami Purification, something she had never even heard of before. The puzzles were definitely time-consuming. Before she knew it, 5 hours had passed. At the moment the quest was completed, Ayaka's eyes were already moist. It had started with confusion, but slowly. She had been drawn in until the very moment the quest ended. All her confusion was finally resolved. The person wearing the fox mask was actually Inagami Gyubu. So even now, Inazuma still has so many hidden crises. Ayaka murmured softly. Staring at the mask on the screen, she hesitated for a long time before picking it up. This was the last remaining trace left behind by Gyubu. Although the quest felt scattered and fragmented, as a native daughter of Inazuma, she understood the current state of her homeland better than anyone. Those ghost-like samurai, they were all born from lingering malice left over from ancient wars. A celestial fox who had died 500 years ago, and yet even in death, her lingering wish was to save Inazuma, all for the sake of reuniting her dear friends and restoring peace to this land. What boundless, selfless love! Kamisato Kuching looked at the screen and sighed. What a sorrowful tale. Though we never met, this love. What a remarkable person. Truly admirable. She truly deserves the title of former shrine maiden. Suhan, do you have a way to save her? If someone so kind were to die, it would be such a waste. Hearing Kuching's question, Kamisato Ayaka quickly wiped her tears and turned toward him. She hoped to hear something from Suhan, to get some useful information. If the former shrine maiden can truly save her, no matter how difficult it may be, the Tenryu Commission will do everything in our power. But to save Lady Inari, even someone like Takani or the Raiden Shogun Wunti be able to help. They simply don't have the ability. We can't rely on them. It all depends on what rewards you may obtain in the future. If you could somehow purify the corrupted soul, there might still be a sliver of hope. As for how to temporarily prevent her from vanishing, I do have a method. Please, tell us, sir. Ayaka quickly knelt and bowed. Clearly, she now fully trusted Suhan. The answer is simple. Just stop performing the Great Mikashi Purification. Right now, Lady Inari's soul is surviving by clinging onto the impurities. As long as those impurities remain unpurified, her soul will be safe for the time being. Based on my understanding of Inazuma, she should be able to last about 6 months. During that time, you can visit often and record some videos. And if you happen to obtain a treasure drop later on, wouldn't that solve everything? Suhan said with a smile. Ayaka never expected the solution to be so simple. Before she could even respond, a system notification suddenly rang in her ears. Your time here today has expired. I must leave now. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I can't stay any longer. We'll have to continue tomorrow. With that, she disappeared into the swirling starry vortex, bowing in apology until she was completely gone. Suhan smiled. I wonder if that poor fox would get spooked if she heard news about Kitsune Saigu, an old friend from 500 years ago. I'm guessing she'll be giving Kamisato Ayaka a bit of tough love. Forget it. I can't be bothered to overthink this. Better to figure out what kind of closing line I should have Kamisato Ayaka use tomorrow. Inazuma. The sun was sinking in the west. Shadows stretched across the mountain. A figure hurried up, worry written across her face. The shrine maiden standing at the gate, Inaji Hodamai, looked surprised and said, Oh, it's the Shirasaji Himejimai. Are you here to see the Guji? Yes. Is Lady Guji in? Sorry, her ladyship went out this morning. She probably won't be back until tonight. I see. Then I'll wait here for a while. Inside the shrine, Kamisato Ayaka waited for over 3 hours. Only when night finally fell did she hear footsteps outside. With the soft rattle of a beaded curtain being lifted, that familiar voice followed it in. Well, if it isn't the little sister of the Kamisato clan. What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? The Yashiro Commission lot is getting sloppier by the day. Imagine making the princess herself come all this way to find me. Greetings, Lady Guji. I've come to report something, and it's very important. It concerns the whole situation in Inazuma, and also that friend of yours from long ago. Oh, let us hear it. At the mention of Inazuma's overall situation and that old friend, the playful glint in Yae Miko's eyes vanished at once. She flicked a look to have the attendants sweep the area, then shut the door. With a rumble of thunder, a ward sprang to life. Speak, let me hear what could be so important that it's got you this tense. Well, earlier today, I was repairing my sword when suddenly, a portal through time and space appeared in the courtyard. A gate leading elsewhere just materialized right in front of me. At first, I assumed it was a passage opened by Lady Daimyo. So I stepped inside, never expecting that I'd be transported to another world. It took a full half hour. Finally, Kamaya Ayaka managed to explain everything clearly. Sitting across from her, Sakamiko Miko wore a heavy expression, because this matter was of utmost importance. At first, they thought it was just the Shrine Commission being oppressed by the two noble houses. But no one expected the truth to be completely different. What did you just say? Lady Kazami isn't dead yet. That's impossible. But I never imagined she hadn't completely perished. If Lady Yami were to find out, she might not be able to remain peacefully in her pure land anymore. Come on, let us go check out Sanin Village. I never expected her to be there. Yes, priestess. The two left together. Before long, they traveled from Inazuma Mountain down to Sanin Village. Yet neither saw the figure wearing the fox mask. Not even a trace of her. Not a single soul was around. Frowning, Miko muttered, "Could it be she has been lying to us?" By now, night had fallen. According to the description, no matter day or night, Hanakaru Sato should have appeared. So why had things turned out like this? If it truly was a lie, there would be been no reason to waste so much time. Then Ayaka seemed to recall something and quietly asked, "Priestess, do you think Lady Kazami might be avoiding us because she is afraid of facing an old friend?" It's possible now that you mention it. Miko fell into thought. Truth be told, she had passed through this place many times before. Yet never once had she encountered that shrine maiden. It seemed the other woman had been avoiding her on instinct. That's why she hadn't noticed her all this time. Let us go. Let's go check out the well in Sawedeni village. But, this time, we have to hide our presence completely. We must erase all traces of our spiritual energy. I understand. Even though the place was rigged with traps and seals, it was no match for Yakumo Yukari. She gently brushed her sleeve. The objects sealing the well in trance immediately scattered to the ground. The two of them quietly descended down the well, walking deeper into its depths. As they approached, Yukari began casting a spell, completely masking both of their spiritual signatures. They kept going until they reached the barrier of lightning. Only then did they stop. Kamisato Ayaka gazed silently at the figure standing before the seal. For a moment, she fell quiet. Yukari's eyes slowly welled up. How free and powerful that person used to be back then. Now, it was as if she had become nothing more than a wandering spirit. If it weren't for the risk of giving themselves away, she felt like she might have already burst into tears. The two waited quietly in the cold, damp cave for quite a while, until the spell was about to wear off. Then they turned and left, returning to the surface. Wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes, Yukari smiled softly and said, "She's still alive? I'm so glad. If Inaba knew this, she'd be completely shocked, wouldn't she? I'm just so relieved. The high priestess of the Kitsune Shrine is still alive. Back when she was still a little girl, that person had always been so kind to her. But before she reached adulthood, that person had already passed away. When she first heard the news, it felt like the sky itself had dimmed. She had rushed wildly toward the coast. But by the time the dark tide receded, it had already swallowed everything whole. Nothing was left, everything was gone. Only a pink fox howled furiously at the sky. She felt helpless and powerless to change anything. That person had sacrificed everything for Inazuma, even giving up her own life. With the death of the leader of the Shirishin clan, the entire fox clan of Inazuma mourned. The celestial foxes and earth foxes followed suit, turning to stone statues to forever guard Inazuma. It was the darkest moment of her life. Right in the eye, my old friend has finally arrived. From now on, the shrine will be under your care. That position of chief priestess is rightfully yours." Miko had stared at that seat countless times before. But now, at the very moment of succession, she couldn't feel even a bit of happiness. After returning to the grand shrine, Miko earnestly started inquiring about Earth, this water blue planet, and the situation regarding video production. If that's the case, Kamisato Ayaka, for the sake of Inazuma, I hope you'll give it your all. No matter whether it's for the sake of the Fox Palace or for the greater good of Inazuma. We need treasures from this other world. Yes, I will do my best. No, just trying hard isn't enough. I need you to give it everything you've got, no matter what it takes, no matter what their demands are. Honestly, I need to make this perfectly clear. The situation with EI is far worse than you know. Recently, even I have been unable to enter the pure land of oneness. They're responding with complete isolation, rejecting all communication. Certainly, if we wait half a year, when that blonde traveler arrives, we can naturally rely on him to lift the I Hunt decree and the seclusion edict. But have you ever considered how many lives will be lost during this waiting period because of EI's recklessness? Right now, Inazuma faces more than just the issues of the I Hunt and isolation. There's also the Fatui, the island of Yashiori, multiple forces intertwining. The situation is complicated. If EI doesn't return to normal, Inazuma will only continue to decline. I need to tell you this first. I've long known about the crimes of the tribunal already. I've just been lacking solid evidence. If you think making videos is embarrassing, then think about the sacrifices others have made. If I could go to Earth myself, I would give everything to obtain that treasure. As long as there are fans, there will be rewards, though it may seem difficult. Actually, you've overlooked one thing. As long as you please that person, everything becomes much easier. That person holds abundant resources and knowledge, exactly what Inazuma needs. Think about the Liyue Qixing, a high-ranking official, the ruler of Liyue herself, grilling meat like a servant, even washing clothes in person. Do you really think she is foolish? After listening to Okuni's analysis, he'd realized everything at once. So that is how it is. Once she came to this realization, he'd spoke without hesitation. I understand now. I'll do my best to earn rewards. Please rest assured, Lady Okuni. A promising student indeed. Okuni smiled, clearly satisfied. Tomorrow, once the video recording is done, be sure to play Genshin Impact a lot. I need more intel, and I'm curious to see how the shadow regains clarity. Oh, and by the way, if you get the chance, take on more side quests. It seems there are still many hidden secrets within Inazuma that I don't yet know. Since this game records every aspect of Teyvat, spending more time on it will definitely reveal more secrets. Late at night, inside a room at the Narukami Grand Shrine, Okuni was briefing Keed on her mission. Compared to Kaching's work on rebuilding Liyue, she was far more interested in what hidden truths still remained undiscovered in present-day Inazuma. If she could learn about them through the game, that would be incredibly convenient. After all, going to investigate in person not only wastes time, but sometimes leads to unnecessary losses. A complete waste of effort. But this game, Genshin Impact, is different. It allows free exploration. Drowsy and half asleep, Keed nodded and replied, "Yes. I understand, Lady Okuni. I will complete this mission, I promise. Well, it's getting late. Let's rest here. For now. Tomorrow, I'll be sure to see what that door of time and space really looks like." All right. This wasn't the first time Kamiyama Ayaka spent the night at the Narukami Shrine. It was back when she was still a child. This place used to be her favorite spot. But as she grew older and responsibilities piled up, she rarely had the chance to return. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Ayaka yawned and stretched, then freshened up, readying herself for the journey to the other world. Since they were going to film, of course she needed to look her best. Yae Miko had her attendants apply a light makeup for Ayaka. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, in the back courtyard of the Narukami Shrine, Ayaka finally heard the system's voice notification. She turned back to look at Yae Miko. "Is it here?" "Yes." "Then open the door." "All right." As the activation command was given, a mysterious door of time and space appeared before the two women. Staring at the swirling vortex that resembled a starry sky, Yae Miko's expression turned cautious. She reached out, gently touching it with her fingertip, but felt absolutely nothing. Could it truly be, as they said, only Kamiyama Ayaka could use it? She pushed a bit harder, and to her surprise, her entire arm passed right through. It seems what that person said was true. This door only responds to you. I suppose even other divine presences wouldn't be able to influence it. What an incredible power. It goes beyond my imagination. Hearing Yae Miko's words, Kamiyama Ayaka softly said, "Then I'll go ahead now, High Priestess. Go. Travel safely, and don't forget your mission. As you command." With that, she stepped forward into the mysterious doorway. Moments later, The massive, swirling vortex vanished without a trace. Yae Miko wore a curious expression, smiling as she murmured, "Truly fascinating. I wonder if one day I too could travel through. It would be nice to go back to that world. Who knows what kind of interesting story it might bring. But this sudden invitation, without any warning, is really kind of annoying." She shook her head and walked back into the shrine, then started preparing for the work she needed to do today. Back in the real world, when Kazuha arrived at the villa, Keqing and Klee were already there. But one was watching a drama while the other was watching an anime. She glanced over and noticed that breakfast had already been prepared earlier that day. It looked like small steamed buns. "Please, try some. These are freshly bought Xylong Bao." "Thank you, Mr. Suin. In that case, I won't hold back." Kazuha politely expressed her gratitude. She rarely had the chance to try foreign cuisine. This was actually her first time trying soup dumplings. Klee, watching Kazuha about to bite straight into a bun, quickly warned her. "Sis, you can't just bite into these directly like that. You'll burn your mouth. You have to make a small bite first, drink the soup inside, and then it's safe to eat the rest." "Foreign food is eaten like this? Let me try." Kazuha gently bit into the dumpling. As the skin broke open, a fragrant aroma instantly rose from the bun. The smell was incredibly rich and inviting. She took a sip of the broth. The intense flavor made Kazuha's eyes widen slightly. It was rich but not greasy, with a faint, pleasant fragrance. It was a truly unique experience. So dumplings could actually be eaten by drinking the soup first. How novel. Her older brother probably hasn't even tried this before. Besides the Xylong Bao, Suin had also specially ordered a bowl of tea-soaked rice. It was topped with scallions, sesame seeds, and pickled plum. The aroma of the tea was strong. It immediately caught Kazuha's attention. "This is tea-soaked rice. Did you order this for me?" "Yeah. I was a bit worried you might not be used to our local food, so I added this as an extra order. Not sure if it'll suit your taste, though. And besides, don't hold back when talking to me, and no need for formalities. This isn't Inazuma. Friends don't need all that etiquette. Just call me Suin. Thank you for your kindness. This soup dumpling is really delicious. Also, can I share this akazuke with others? I was thinking Kale and Keqing might have never tasted the flavors of Inazuma yet." "Of course you can." Suin nodded in agreement. Shinobu handed over 3 clean bowls from the side. She divided her akazuke into 4 portions. Kale, holding a pink little spoon, scooped some rice and put it into her small mouth. The aroma of tea filled the air, mixed with the savory taste of seaweed and the slight sourness of pickled plum. All of it instantly conquered the little girl's taste buds. "Wow, this is amazing. Shinobu's akazuke is truly delicious. If you guys like it, I can learn how to make it for everyone in the future, not just akazuke. I can also make some sweets." Seeing Kale enjoying the taste of her homeland, Shinobu's face immediately lit up with joy. She even offered to take care of lunch for everyone from now on. Keqing asked in surprise, "You, as the white egret princess, can really stay out this long every day without issues?" "Well, Lady Saman will send someone to temporarily take over my duties. And besides, I feel like being here is somehow more important than staying behind in Inazuma." "Did you confirm the identity of that fox girl from yesterday?" "Yes. Although we didn't run into her at the entrance of Kamaduma village. We saw her later in the well after hiding our presence. So that's how it is." Keqing nodded, finally understanding the reason behind Shinobu's change in attitude. If something like this happened in her own homeland, she probably would have thought twice as well. Thinking about that, Keqing turned to Suin and asked, "Does something like that exist in Liyue?" "Yeah, you'll find out eventually, but the timing just isn't right now. Going there now would be pointless, and also, that place is extremely dangerous. Even an immortal like me might never come back." "Is it really that serious?" "Yes." The place Su-Han was talking about was naturally the chasm of Yanwei. Even Xiang, who went there, barely made it out alive. There was no way Keqing could handle it. That's exactly why he didn't tell her. The meal was finished. Keqing and Klee were cleaning up the table. Kamisato Ayaka followed Su-Han upstairs. The moment the door shut, the white heron princess of Inazuma knelt before him. "What are you doing?" Su-Han was a bit confused. Ayaka apologized sincerely. "Mr. Su-Han, I truly acted improperly yesterday. I wanted to help you with all my heart. I was just held back by the rigid traditions of my past. I'm deeply sorry. Please continue to guide me from now on. If it benefits Inazuma, Kamisato Ayaka will do anything. Ah, you don't have to be so formal. Get up. Don't be kneeling around me like this. Come on. Let's go record the video first. We can deal with everything else after you finish playing the game. Understood. Work comes first. Ayaka no longer held back her professionalism. With a flash of light, they arrived at the virtual filming set. Looking at the shifting sky above, it transformed into a vivid mountain landscape. Except this time, it wasn't night. The sky was clear and bright. A mountain stream flowed gently. Flowers bloomed in full color. It was the first time Ayaka had ever seen something so magical. This is truly incredible. Let's try the daytime version first and see how it looks. If it doesn't work, then we'll switch to the night scene. Just remember, your lines before the dance, okay? Of course, Mr. Suhan. Kamisato Ayaka took a deep breath. She immediately slipped into filming mode. That glance over your shoulder isn't natural enough, it's too stiff. Try to imagine I'm your close friend, that kind of hope you feel when you want to show someone your true self. Don't understand? Think of it as you growing up in Inazuma, always bound by strict teachings. But this is the first time you've met someone you can truly open up to. She listened to Suhan's explanation. Ayaka still looked troubled, because those emotions were completely foreign to her. Acting alone wasn't enough. How could she pull this off convincingly? Seeing her hesitation, Suhan suddenly had an idea. He thought maybe this would work. The virtual interface appeared. The scenery of Inazuma shifted and transformed, becoming exactly as it was on the festival day. Ayaka stared at the bustling street in front of her. She was startled at first. Then she remembered it was just an illusion and relaxed slightly. Suhan, what is this? Come on, he said. Let me show you some things you've never experienced before. I think this way, you might finally be able to let go. Just give it a try? Okay. She followed Suhan forward. Ayaka saw many familiar figures. Some were street vendors. Others were soldiers. She could even hear their conversations. Hey, isn't that the young mistress of the Kamisato clan? If I remember right, this is your first time joining the festival. Hope you enjoy yourself. Thank you. Even though they were just projections, Ayaka couldn't help but immerse herself in the scene. The festive, joyful atmosphere filled her with happiness. Suhan waved from a nearby stall, calling out, Ayaka, come here. Let us draw some amakuji. All right. Kamisato Ayaka drew a slip of paper from the box. It was a daikichi, extremely lucky. The vendor, Shimizu, said with a smile, congratulations. This fortune slip, it's great fortune. It means the god's blessing for a bountiful year, fair winds and gentle rains, prosperity in all things. With that, the fortune-drawing experience was over. Kamisato Ayaka suddenly remembered they still hadn't put on masks. Oh, I totally forgot you're supposed to wear masks for the festival. Here, I've got one. Suhan conjured up a cute fox mask and handed it to her, then put one on himself. Little by little, the joy in Ayaka's eyes became impossible to hide. To experience a festival like this firsthand was something she hadn't even dared to dream of. They were supposed to be here on official business just to wrap up the shoot, but she hadn't expected it to turn out like this, or to stumble upon scenery so beautiful. Before long, the two of them stopped at a snack stall. Ayaka stared at the food displayed there and asked in surprise, Suhan, have you been to Inazuma? How come the food here looks exactly the same as over there? It's just imitation, honestly. I can't even name a lot of them. I see. Let me introduce them to you. This is Sakura Machi, this is tricolor dango, and these are grilled quail eggs. If you want to try them, get the ingredients and I can give it a shot. Then I'll be waiting to see you show off. Ever since he tried Kitching's cooking, Suhan had pretty much stopped ordering takeout. He just asked her to make extra, then reheated it in the microwave when he got home at night. After they passed the snack stalls, they soon came to a little stand selling Emma wooden prayer plaques. I didn't expect they'd have these too, Suhan. Do you want to write a wish? Of course. They took down a couple of plaques and wrote their respective wishes. Ayaka looked at the words he'd written, and her gaze softened. He had written, I hope Kamisato Ayaka can be free and happy. Sure. Here's a natural and emotionally resonant English translation of the passage, tailored to fit the tone and style of a novel, and using authentic American English expressions. Suhan smiled and asked, Mind if I take a look at what you wrote? Not at all, said Kamisato Ayaka. handing him the Emma she was holding. There were no words written on it. Instead, it was a simple sketch of basic line drawing. Though plain, it was clearly a depiction of the Tenshikaku. There were many figures drawn into the scene as well. I hope that everyone in Inazuma can live in peace and happiness, and that the shogun will soon find her way out of the darkness. What a beautiful wish, Suhan replied. In the game, this moment would have ended right here. Ayaka noticed that the festival stalls had already disappeared. She realized this short journey had come to a close. But then, Suhan smiled and said, "Come on. I've got one more thing I prepared for you. I hope it can give your heart always so tense a little peace." "What is it?" Ayaka asked, following him up the cliff. In the distance, the ocean stretched along the horizon. Suddenly, the sky lit up with countless fireworks. The sight was breathtaking. Ayaka's lips parted slightly in awe. "This is incredible. I'd say that is the work of the Nagano family's little firework master. So beautiful." The fireworks painted the night sky in brilliant colors, lifting Ayaka's mood to its peak. Her heart swelled with emotion she couldn't put into words. Even after the fireworks faded, she stood there, lost in the moment, unable to shake off the wonder. The scene shifted. The two were now beside the spring waters of Mt. Yagami, no longer at the festival. Though it was night, the moon hung bright in the sky. Around them, countless fireflies danced through the grass, illuminating the area like daylight. "Suhan, thank you so much for today. Shall we continue filming?" "Yeah," he nodded. As Ayaka recalled the script, she walked forward. When she reached the edge of the pond, she suddenly turned back with a glance. Her eyes, deep and full of emotion, were nothing like the forced expression she wore earlier. They were far more moving. She looked much more relaxed now. It was as if she were truly gazing at the one she loved. The white egret princess smiled gently. Then, she gently unfolded the folding fan in her hand. "Thank you for being with me today, Suhan. Please, look at me carefully." The words softly slipped from her cherry lips. She began to hum. White egret returns to the courtyard. Fireflies swirled and flew toward her. The girl danced gracefully. After rigorous training from Karafudanamiko, her body had become more flexible and her movements more elegant than even in the game. She looked like a delicate piece of art. A few minutes later, the filming came to an end. The scene returned to its original state. Karara Ayaka, smiling, asked, "Was this shoot successful?" "Yeah, the effect should be great. You could even call it a piece of art." "Good. If all the takes ended up failing, I'd feel really guilty. Oh, by the way, I heard from Kaching that we still need to film some kind of closing remarks. How exactly do we do that? Let me think." "Got it. Just say it like this, and we're done." Suhan whispered a few words into her ear. After hearing him out, Karara Ayaka stared at him in shock, her face showing disbelief. Are you sure this will work? Isn't this way too rebellious?" And the fans, wait, do people really enjoy watching something like this? "Trust me, it'll be totally fine." Suhan gave a confident thumbs up. This was the closing line he'd been racking his brain over for a long time. Only Karara Ayaka could pull this line off. No one else could possibly use it, and it would definitely go viral. Karara Ayaka took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. "All right then. I just hope he doesn't blame me for this." From start to finish, this video shoot had taken a full 5 hours. After Suhan and Karara Ayaka exited the virtual space, Suhan began editing the footage himself. Kaching looked over at the girl approaching her side, her face puzzled. "You were filming for that long? Did something go wrong? Is there anything I can help with?" "It's all on me, the shoot never found its groove. But it's taken care of now. It's just that the closing line is kinda weird. I don't really get it." "You mean that one? Outros are always weird, people kinda like that. As long as you're into it, it's fine. Come on, let us party up and run some dungeons. We still haven't done this week, Wolf of the North." Okay. Kaching had arrived in this world. Besides training with Suhan, she spent most of her time buried in books or playing Genshin Impact. When Kamisato Ayaka showed up, Kaching casually added her as a friend. As for Klee, that kid doesn't do the main story at all. She just logs into her account every day to blow up fish. As she puts it, Klee says you can't blow up fish in Teyvat. But does that mean you can't blow up fish in the game too? Boo-hoo. Of course, aside from skipping the main quests, she does pretty much everything else. Like blowing up Timmy's pigeons. or sneaking up on sleeping mobs in the wild and tossing out jumpy dumpties. She never gets tired of it, which is why Klee's level is super low, and she doesn't have any artifacts. By contrast, Keqing can solo Storm Terror, and even the Fatui's child is no big deal. After playing the game herself, she finally kind of gets why so many people online call her Master Keqing. Because her insane DPS is, well, about as effective as a gua sha massage. Keqing teamed up with Kamisato Ayaka. Their coordination was smooth as ever. To the Wolf of the North's howl, the boss finally went down. Keqing stretched and smiled. I'm gonna call it for today. I'll go check what's happening over at Gili Plains. See you tomorrow. She still had half an hour left on her stay. But today was plenty, so she didn't stick around. But for Klee, she had to stay in there for 6 whole hours each day. That was just how it was. Now back in Mondstadt, she'd either be locked in solitary confinement or forced to go out and clean up hilichurls. It wasn't nearly as comfortable as staying in the other world. Back there, she could watch cartoons and eat delicious meals. Shinobu laughed and said, "Then I'll see you tomorrow. I want to stick around a bit longer. Let me push the main story forward just a little more." Then she returned to her own world. She controlled her character, completing daily tasks around Inazuma City, all the way until a system notification popped up. Only then did she wave goodbye to Suhan. At the same time, a streak of light flashed. She had returned to Mount Yagami, gazing at the familiar scenery. It was only then that Shinobu finally realized. She was back in the world of Teyvat. Reflecting on what had happened today, a sweet, gentle smile spread across her face. What a truly wonderful memory this was. Hey, now look at that happy little face. Did you finally fall for that guy? The younger sister of the Kamisato clan. Gee, godmother. I didn't I just wasn't expecting things to turn out this way. Come now, no need to deny it. Because right now, you look just like someone who has found her sweetheart. What is he like? Tell me, what exactly happened today? Shinobu was skeptical at first, but the moment she saw the mirror floating beside Siko, she realized something. Her usual icy expression had changed. Today, her face carried a delicate cuteness, a subtle pink tinge of shyness on her cheeks, and in her eyes, pure joy shone through, so different from the usual authority and composure she always displayed. She never expected herself to change so noticeably. Shinobu felt a bit surprised, but not at all displeased. After receiving guidance from Suhan, she had come to understand one thing. A clan's revival could never come from rigid, old-fashioned traditions alone. Yes, Godmother today was full of events. I originally thought filming would be simple, but I never expected it to be like this. Her expression had to be precise in every subtle detail to truly feel authentic. Kneeling, she sat down and began recounting the events of the day. As she reached the most exciting part, Miko couldn't help but laugh and said, "That makes sense." Without first-hand experience, no matter how hard you try to mimic the expression, it'll still show cracks. You can see right through it. So what happened to him after that? Suin held a festival in Inazuma, something I've never experienced before. It was fresh and incredibly immersive. Gradually, I started to relax. At the same time, I came to understand how important friends really are. Along the way, Suin shared a lot of wisdom with me, and I found it truly enlightening. In the end, the video was a success. After playing some games, I came back. Not a bad story if that's true. I'm becoming even more curious about that man. If I get the chance, I'd like to see it for myself. Though I doubt I'll be able to go anytime soon. Miko said, a touch of regret in her voice. An intriguing man. A world unlike anything she'd known. And that power to create anything from nothing. So many secrets, all worth uncovering. Well then, Lady Ye, I'll take my leave now. It's been 2 days since I've been home, and I've started to miss it. All right, go ahead, just remember to come back every day to report to me. If you ever run into something you don't understand, I can still lend you my advice. Yes, of course. With that, Kamisato Ayaka rose, bowed politely, and left the Murakami shrine. When she returned home, her older brother had just arrived as well. Seeing how radiant his sister looked, Kamisato Ayato was slightly taken aback. You look different, little sister. Did you receive a blessing from the shrine maiden? No, I just ran into a few strange things. That's all, brother. For some reason, Ayaka found herself unable to meet his gaze directly. He watched his sister hurry off in a panic. Kamisato Ayato was a bit puzzled. Why wouldn't she meet his eyes? Was it because he hadn't been coming home much lately? So the two of them felt a little estranged? At the Genshin Operations Center, Qingwan stood there with a cup of coffee, zoning out. Her subordinate grinned. Thinking about that real-world crossover legend? Yeah, I've no idea what surprise he'll bring this time. Honestly, it's been a long time since I've looked forward to something this much. I actually feel like a player waiting for a new patch to drop. Same. Those videos have been blowing up these past few days. Even on Bilibili, the total views have blasted past 5 million. How long has it even been? I'm hoping for some jaw-dropping female characters. The kind that really make waves. Qingwan set her coffee on the desk. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps rose from outside the office. The director's brows knit. This was still work hours. How could they be carrying on like that? She pushed the door open and stepped out. Downstairs, the staff were screaming nonstop. Oh my god, this is like top-tier acting. This takes me right back to what Bao Bao said on the preview stream. I'm Kamisato Ayaka's dog. Say no more, me too. I'm Kamisato Ayaka's dog. Woof woof woof. The excited group naturally didn't notice Qingwan standing there. She blinked, then something clicked. She quickly moved in behind one of the employees. On their screen, a Kamisato Ayaka video was playing. The location was once again the foot of Mt. Yogo, by the same mountain spring. Fireflies drifted through the air. Fan in hand, Kamisato Ayaka began to dance, moving in time with the lilting strains of White Heron Returns to the Nest. The footage looked far more lifelike than anything in the game. Her expression was even more vivid than Inaba Ayaka's in the game. Those gentle eyes of hers held a faint flicker of emotion. Her waist was so supple it felt boneless. Combined with her incredible dancing skills, Qingwan was completely stunned. So beautiful, where the hell did he even find someone this monstrous? This is just terrifying. Looking at the current situation, Qingwan could only think one word fit: terrifying. The music ended. The folding fan snapped shut in a final flourish toward the sky. Countless ice crystals slowly drifted down from above. It was my first time dancing, but thankfully I didn't embarrass myself. I hope everyone enjoyed it. The scene froze at that moment. Inaba Ayaka's smile was radiant. Qingwan's heart melted a little inside. Damn it. This cosplay is too perfect. Even I'm tempted to drop $600 on this. That's just over the top. Of course, the video ended right after. The closing line played as well. There's no room for the older brother in this household anymore. Everyone, please give this video a triple like and wish me luck to become the new head of the Inaba family. Hearing Ayaka's dead serious tone, Qingwan couldn't hold back any longer. She burst into laughter. Everyone around her followed suit, laughing loudly too. Holy crap, Ayaka Inaba's staging a coup. I support Ayaka becoming the family head. Crush the rest of the Inaba clan. I'm Ayaka's dog. Anyone who doesn't triple like this video has no place in this household. Mihoyo's office atmosphere had always been pretty lively. Earlier, Qingwan had just assumed they were messing around, playing a joke. Who would guess that today, the Master of Dimensions had updated again? Faced with content like this, even the employees couldn't control their excitement. Ahem, director, you're here. Yeah, when was this video uploaded? Just 3 minutes ago. Hurry, come look. The opening scene, that's where the real magic was. Oh, the staff member replayed the video. Qingwan stood there, mouth agape. What exactly had she seen? That gaze so captivating, so full of emotion. Could it really be Ayaka herself? Wow, she's absolutely stunning. He must be hired a top-tier actor, right? She even looks better than our in-game character. I don't know either, but this video is already going viral. Look, this was less than 10 minutes ago, and the triple action likes, comments, and shares already passed 50,000. The live viewership has hit over 100,000. That's insane traffic. No doubt about it. Now he's definitely a master of another dimension. I'm actually starting to get excited about who the fourth cosplay will be. Send this to all departments. The moment this dimensional master releases the fourth character cosplay, we launched the version 3.2 preview. Copy that. At MiHoYo, everyone was completely hooked by the video. And on that small station, Bilibili users were sharing like crazy. Little N had just finished watching the live stream and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what the heck is this? Ayaka's basically staged a coup, right? But hey, well done. After all, who told Big Bro not to come home during the gacha draw? So I'll help you out a bit. Ayaka dethrones the current clan head, and we take the throne. Nope, I gotta tell Bao Bao and the others right away. The third cosplay was mine. I'm so happy. With that, Little N hopped on a voice chat with others, bragging about how her daughter made it into the video. Oh, come on, Little N with that face of yours. Once Paimon makes an appearance, I'll print it out as a poster and slap it on your front door. Haha. Translation note. The dialogue has been localized to reflect the tone and atmosphere of a light-hearted, modern, and slightly comedic web novel scene, with appropriate expressions and slang commonly used in American English fiction and internet culture. Sure, here's a natural, context-appropriate American English translation of your novel excerpt, fully localized for a Western audience, while preserving the tone and flavor of the original Chinese. What can I say? It's not like I asked for a daughter this amazing. She's just too good, you know? Those who didn't get the notification found out through other people's live streams. And just like that, everyone knew. The Dimension Wall had posted a new video. The update frequency? Absolutely insane, like pulling an all-nighter kind of work rate. It's seriously mind-blowing. But what's even more impressive is that the quality is still top-notch. Hana Suzuri had just barely woken up when a text from Xiao in WeChat woke her up for real. She'd been at a recording session yesterday, so she stayed up super late. As a result, she didn't wake up until the afternoon. Huh, this time it's Kamisato Ayaka again. I gotta see it. Hana quickly grabbed her tablet and opened it up. The video was already flooded with Damaku. The screen was full of wife. So much so that you could barely see the actual footage or subtitles anymore. Wow, this has only been out for 20 minutes? And it already has 70,000 likes? I'll just drop a like first and then watch, hehe. Wrapped up in her blanket, Hana watched Ayaka's dance, completely mesmerized. She was practically drooling. Unbelievable, this is just too beautiful. How can there even be an Ayaka this gorgeous? Is her waist made of jelly or something? I love this so much. Meanwhile, Xiaoen was getting so many gifts her fingers were going numb. But she knew full well most of this hype was riding on the coattails of the big boss, the Dimension Wall. Guys, please go support the big boss from the Dimension Wall and my daughter's video too. Don't just keep spamming me with gifts. She's the one who actually put in all the hard work. Make sure to like before watching, develop that habit, okay? Just as Xiao In was busy trying to drive traffic, a familiar voice suddenly popped into the channel. Hey little Kamisato sister, you're feeling yourself today, huh? Not even bowing when the Great Lord shows up? Haha, so you finally showed up too, Juju Hana. If I didn't come, this place would be way too boring. Is this my spot? You guys have been crazy popular lately, boo-hoo. Why is no one cosplaying my Raiden Shogun? I'm just not okay with this. Juhuahua's grumbling drifted out. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Little N's eyes darted and she said, then why not hit up that big shot beyond the dimensional wall and ask for a favor? Maybe next time at LLB your daughter's turn. Or maybe not. They're so busy barging in out of the blue would be rude. Juhuahua talks a big game, but it's mostly hot air. She still knows where the line is and doesn't push it. That person drops a hard-hitting video every few days. How would they have time to chit-chat with everyone? Seeing the buzz still strong, the voice actors seized the chance to start gaming. The next morning, Kamisato Ayaka woke from a dream, and the system chime followed. Ding, congratulations. The video you posted has earned 100,000 fan points. You can claim a random treasure. Claim now? Ding, congratulations. The video you posted has earned another 200,000 fan points. You can claim a random treasure. Claim now? If you don't claim, you'll get a daily reminder. Huh, already getting a treasure, and 2 of them? Kamisato Ayaka was stunned speechless. She truly hadn't expected this. She only posted the video yesterday, and today she was already reaping rewards. 2, no less. Looks like yesterday's video really did blow up, just like Mr. Suhan said. It went fully viral. Ding, congratulations, claim successful. You received treasure, a set of training spells from the Shrine Maiden Kikyo. Description: this compendium collects the hundreds of spells Kikyo mastered in her lifetime. Anyone can study it. It's a highly practical handbook of Shrine Maiden magic with very comprehensive coverage. Note: advanced spells require sufficient aptitude to learn, but basic techniques like sealing arts have no threshold. Sure, Here's a natural and contextually appropriate English translation of the passage in a novel style consistent with American English usage. The power of this spell won't exceed the level of an immortal, but it's quite practical. Ding, congratulations, successfully claimed. Treasure acquired. A pair of Din mushy transponder snails. Description: this is a unique treasure from the great pirate world, capable of communication no matter how vast the distance. However, it cannot cross into different worlds. Note: usable only within the same world. If there's a barrier or if you're in another dimension, it won't work. Additional note: just feed them some vegetables and clean water, and they're easy to keep. She looked at the two treasures. Kamisato Ayaka was a bit puzzled. She didn't quite understand what these items could do, so she decided to bring them to the Morikawa shrine. When the news arrived, Ukami Himiko was mildly surprised. She hadn't expected Ayaka from the Kamisato family to receive a reward so quickly. My, I never thought the Kamisato girl would be so popular. Let me see what treasures she got him. So it's this kind of thing. Are these spells practiced by shrine maidens? How interesting. These techniques are rather delicate, though of course, not as powerful as the spells I practice. Still, they'd be great for Aya and the others to train with. When Himiko saw the spells inherited from Kagome, her eyes lit up involuntarily. The spells she herself practiced were part of the sacred heritage of the Celestial Fox clan, something ordinary humans couldn't even begin to master. But these treasures were different. Though their power was a bit weaker, with dedicated training, they could definitely lead to real accomplishments. It was a nice addition to the strength of the Morikawa shrine. And what about this Den Mushi? Oh, this one is even simpler and even more practical. For example, even if I go to Liyue while you're still in Inazuma, you'll still be able to receive my messages. In terms of intelligence transmission, it's both discreet and fast. Very handy indeed. Hearing Himiko speak so highly of it, let me know if you'd like me to continue translating the next section. Kamisato Ayaka let out a sigh of relief. Hand those two things over to me, and you should head to Shuelon Star right away. Don't delay the mission. Don't get too hung up on what exactly that treasure is. If things don't work out, Mondstadt or Liyue might have something similar. I'll find someone to trade with. Your main task is to gather intel and record some video if you can. She listened to the warnings from Sakuya Mizuki. Kamisato Ayaka nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave immediately." Just moments ago, the system notification had already sounded. Since she had no other pressing matters, she naturally needed to go to Shuelon Star. After watching Ayaka leave, Sakuya Mizuki seriously began flipping through the spell book in her hands. Ever since the destruction of the Fox's Shrine, the influence of the Narukami Grand Shrine had greatly diminished. With this cultivation method, however, things would surely improve. After a while, Sakuya summoned several subordinates and handed them the spells she had already inscribed. "Milady, what is this?" "This is a cultivation technique granted to you all. Cultivate it diligently. With the corruption spreading across Inazuma, we desperately need your strength." "Yes, milady." Ina Tachibana and the others exchanged glances. Excitement was clearly visible on their faces. They were merely ordinary shrine maidens serving the Celestial Fox. Yet all of them longed to become assistants to their master. Unfortunately, without a vision, they were unable to cast spells. Now that their master had bestowed a cultivation method upon them, their excitement was beyond words. Within less than 10 minutes, Tachibana Hataru, who had the best talent, quickly grasped the basic seals. She even managed to restrict the movement of a wild inagami that Sakuya had deliberately released, completely immobilizing it. Sakuya Mizuki showed mild surprise and said, "It seems those who practice this method are indeed extraordinary." She had originally thought this was just an ordinary cultivation technique, but now it had become rather intriguing. In the present world, as soon as Kamisato Ayaka arrived, she thanked Suhan first. "Thanks for looking after me. I just got 2 treasures. If you hadn't offered ideas and suggestions, we probably wouldn't have made such a splash." "Huh, you already got 2 treasures? What exactly are they?" "One is a transponder snail, and the other is a shrine maiden cultivation method called Kikyo." "I see. Those are pretty nice." Suhan praised her offhand, though their power can't compare to the Fire Chilan sword. Given Inazuma's current situation, anything that strengthens the Grand Narukami Shrine is still quite useful. After all, the Shogunate's armies are all under the Raiden Shogun's control. Right now, Yamiko can hardly bring those troops to heel. The only forces she can move are the Yashiro Commission and her own shrine maidens. Otherwise, why would the story have Yamiko letting the forces of Watatsumi Island fight their way all the way to Tenshikaku? After breakfast, Suhan and Kuching dove into the virtual space to train as usual. And the person who had been watching over Klee this time, it was Kamisato Ayaka. The two of them were both playing Genshin Impact. One was roaming all over the map, while the other was sticking to the main storyline. Ayaka couldn't help growing nervous when she saw Toma get seized. How could this happen? To face the Raiden Shogun head-on, no. That's just not possible. If I could really pull that off, it would mean the entire Yashiro Commission would be wiped out. So, can we really count on this traveler to do it? In her memory, the Raiden Shogun had always been Inazuma's true god. Even Lady Guji couldn't beat him. But now, with Toma captured, she lost her composure for a moment. Thankfully, Lumen came through. She charged straight into the execution grounds to save him. But that move enraged the Raiden Shogun. Right now, Suhan and Kuching walked out of the virtual space, drenched in sweat. Looking at him, Kamisato Ayaka quickly asked, "Suhan, is there really a way to defeat the Raiden Shogun? I know it's not exactly proper to ask, but it seems like there truly isn't any other way to make her change her mind." She knew more than the traveler in the game did. The vision had been taken away. The after effects were too terrible. Because of this, many people from Inazuma had become nearly like idiots. The two great shogunate houses publicly obeyed, but secretly resisted. They used every means possible to push those people aside. It was just too extreme. If things continued like this, even if things eventually returned to normal, Inazuma would still be left in ruins. One traveler alone definitely isn't enough after all. She's only one person. The real strength comes from the people of Inazuma themselves. When belief becomes powerful enough, even mortals can stand against gods. You'll understand more as you continue with your mission. Suhan took a towel from Kale and wiped the sweat from his face as he spoke. "Yeah, that's true enough," Ayaka replied. She continued advancing the story. After the Raiden Shogun defeated the traveler, Tonio rescued them. Later, she joined the rebellion, which meant taking a stand alongside the people of Narukami Island. But as the mission progressed, Kamisato Ayaka couldn't help but furrow her brow. The Shogunate army and the forces of Narukami Island were locked in constant battle, and the fighting was especially brutal. There seemed to be absolutely no path toward reconciliation between the two sides. How could it be like this? The more casualties pile up, the stronger the malice grows. The spirit of the Fox Priestess becomes even more tormented. Why? Why is this happening? It's simple. Narukami Island is being used. Tell me, who do you think benefits the most from endless war in Inazuma? Could it be the Fatui? Ayaka immediately grasped the core of the issue. In Inazuma, the three major shogunate offices would never wish to see a war break out. Even if someone gave them the guts, those officials wouldn't dare to provoke a conflict. The only faction reckless enough to do something like that is, in fact, the Fatui. Suhan handed her an apple and chuckled. "You're pretty close." Who else could it be besides the Fatui? Although, the game never really explains this part clearly. At first, practically nobody could have guessed the truth. Everyone just assumed the hatred between the Makoto Island and the shogunate was because the god Oroba was killed. But there's one thing you probably don't know. Oroba didn't die naturally. He was forced to commit suicide. And even more specifically, he was forced to ask the Raiden Shogun to end his life. Only by doing so could the safety of Makoto Island be guaranteed. Otherwise, why would the Raiden Shogun allow such a small island to remain independent? But how come the people of Makoto Island don't know any of this? Kamisato Ayaka found it hard to believe. Could the people there really be that naive? Aren't they afraid that the great Ogosio herself might descend upon them and wipe the entire island off the map with a single stroke? Suhan let out a helpless smile. Their so-called military strategist is actually just a young girl, buried in books all day, coming up with plans. What real ability could you possibly expect from her? Even if someone did suspect the truth, the soldiers are too caught up in their cries for revenge every day. What could possibly stop them at that point? I'll tell you this much. Even after the war ends, those soldiers won't just stop fighting. Because they're afraid of not knowing what to do once the war is over? Keqing suddenly chimed in. Suhan gave her a nod. He agreed with her assessment. In truth, even the five-star jellyfish Candace was struggling. She was still so young when she inherited the role of Shrine Maiden. And though people publicly acknowledged her position, deep down, she knew exactly how many looked down on her. She was fully aware of everything happening behind her back. Even when she pushed herself to the point of collapse, she kept going. Kana Maboroshi also wanted to learn more. Unfortunately, in Inazuma, all her efforts ended up being used as tools by others. The game was still ongoing. Not long after, Kamaya Aoi figured out what was coming next. Scaramouche appeared. The plot for war began to surface. He had secretly been pushing for conflict, even profiting from it, mass-producing so-called tears of the forest at hidden factories to fight against the shogunate's army. Many soldiers from the Watatsumi Island were forced to use the tears, but the cost was their lives slowly being drained away. This is too cruel, the Fatui. They actually dared to use us like this. These people are our fellow countrymen in Inazuma. I will never forgive that bastard. The White Heron Princess glared at him, gritting her teeth. Suhan shrugged helplessly. Getting angry won't change anything. The truth is, once Scaramouche uses the power of the vision, he is practically capable of challenging a god. Eventually, when Kamaya always saw Yakumo Saori rushing in, she more or less figured out how things would play out. Sure enough, the other side used the Great Lord's vision to save the Traveler's life, while the secret plots of the two great factions were also gradually exposed. Only then did Kamaya Aoi finally understand how to awaken her beloved Raiden back to her senses. In short, her enemy was now completely surrounded. But that was only how things appeared on the surface. Just as Suhan was working the fields in the Genshin world, a little cutie suddenly appeared beside him, gently tugging at the corner of his shirt with small hands, as if she had something to say. What's wrong, Klee? Hee, look what I found, big brother. It turned out Klee had just received some new news. There's a chance to claim rewards twice, and I want to do it here in this world. Why not just go back to Tevat to claim them? When he brought that up, little Klee pouted and said, last time I pulled a 4-star character, but I forgot to claim the reward. I only got to play with that bamboo dragonfly once before Kia took it away from me and wouldn't let me touch it again. He said he's always busy with official duties. But Klee can't even reach it. If it were actually useful for the knights, I guess that'd make sense. But Amber told me that Captain Kia spends all day flying around in the sky. Where's the official business in that? I just want it. I want something fun and exciting like that. Let's just leave it here for now. If it really is useful for the knights, then I'll take it back. Suhan glanced over and noticed that Klee's triple tap popularity had already passed the 500,000 mark. No wonder she could claim another reward again. He patted her head and smiled, saying, all right then, go ahead and claim it. Let Big Brother give you a few pointers. Yep. Klee started nodding like a little chick pecking at rice. Then, she claimed her reward. Ding, congratulations. Your video has earned 400,000 fan points. You may now randomly claim one. Treasure. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations. Your video has earned 500,000 fan points. You may now randomly claim one. Treasure. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. As soon as Klee's words left her mouth, 2 rewards appeared simultaneously in front of the group. Ding, congratulations on successfully claiming your reward. You have obtained the treasure, penetration ring. Description, a special technological artifact from another world. There's no logical explanation for how it works, it's just incredibly powerful. Effect, place it on a wall or sealed barrier, and it allows direct passage through, ignoring all obstructions from walls or barriers. You can remove it from either side at any time. Note, with this, no place will ever trap you again. Unique trait, although extremely powerful, it's surprisingly fragile on defense and can be destroyed easily handled with care. Big brother, is this treasure good or not? How should I put this? I'd say it's perfect for you. Using this thing, you can escape from anywhere. As long as there's a wall, that's enough. Even a powerful magic seal counts. You can even slip right through the wall with it. Suhan eyed the thing while explaining what it did. It's basically like one of those gadgets Doraemon uses all the time. But if we gave it to Klee, she'd probably use it to crawl out of the confinement room, right? The kid's eyes were practically sparkling gold. She clearly already figured out the trick. So Suhan added, "You can go out and play during the day, but don't you dare sneak out at night. If I find out, I'm confiscating this thing." Huh? Why? Nights are extra dangerous. Big Bro's worried you'll get into trouble. Got it. Okay. Klee will be good. Good girl. Suhan ruffled Klee's hair and, in passing, handed her a candied date. Then he turned his gaze to the second treasure. Name, portable dimensional pouch. Description, a special piece of high-tech from some other world. Don't ask how it works, somehow it just does. And it's ridiculously powerful. Internal space, 3 square meters. Effect, stick it onto your clothes, and it becomes a dimensional pocket that can hold anything. Inside the pocket, items remain in stasis. Limitation, no living things. This one is pretty nice. You can stash all kinds of stuff in it handy in a fight or when you're out and about. It's just a shame the capacity is a bit small. Klee, if we got this, Kaching said, you could carry your jumpy dumpties on you. Really, Sister Kaching? If that's the case, does Klee not have to lug around her red backpack anymore? Every time Klee wants a jumpy dumpty, she has to set it down first before she can pull one out. Such a hassle. Every time she fought, Klee had to fish them out of her pockets or her pack. With a dimensional pocket, that save her a lot of effort. Sure, here's a natural and contextually appropriate English translation of the passage, written in a novel-style tone and following American English conventions. You can just take it out directly. Kaching nodded and said, that's right. Oh, and by the way, the slingshot you got earlier, and those special ammunition rounds. You can put those in your bag too. They'll make a nice surprise for enemies during battle. Whoa, that is so cool. Hee. I'm just so lucky. Cece beamed with joy, her face lighting up. She could really feel herself getting stronger and stronger. Someday soon, she'd be able to help Captain Jean defeat that evil dragon. As soon as she got her dimensional bag, Cece started playing with it right away. She tossed in her little pouch, and all the small cakes she had bought that day. Of course, her favorite toy, the dodo cannon, went in there too. She kept pulling it out and stuffing it back in again, just having fun all by herself. Suhan reminded her, Cece, listen carefully. This bag has its limits. You can't put living creatures inside. Not live fish. Not frogs. Nothing alive. Got it? Yep, Cece remembers. Thank you, big bro. The little sunbeam giggled happily. He pulled out a phase ring and stuck it on the wall, then slipped right through it without effort. Seeing her having so much fun, Kamisato Ayaka couldn't help but smile. She couldn't quite explain why, but whenever she was with Cece, her worries always seemed to fade away. No wonder Suhan sometimes called her the sunshine of Mondstadt. She really was like a little ray of joy. By mid-afternoon, Cece had worn herself out playing and went upstairs for a nap. Suhan turned to the 2 girls and said, all right, log on. I'll take you too. To fight Tagasifer. What is that? The Ifrit Dragon King. Oh right, forgot you might not know him. Ayaka, have you even done the legendary quest for your character? Long story short, Ifrit was once a dragon king who served the god of Liyue under the guidance of the Geo Archon. But time wore down his sanity, and eventually, he lost his mind. Sigh. Just talking about the Ifrit Dragon King brought back a lot of thoughts. Klee's eyes were filled with regret. What an incredible mighty one it was. After emerging from beneath the earth, the sovereign bestowed it with eyesight. Then it followed that person, waging wars across the land. But now wasn't the world already at peace? Yet it itself had been tortured beyond recognition. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Suhan flicked his finger lightly, pulling the 2 into his domain. Then he immediately began attacking the Dragon King, Ifrit. They looked at the massive body pinned beneath the jagged rock spines. Shinomiya Keed exclaimed in shock, it's this big. In the game, it's been shrunk down several times. The real Ifrit could destroy an entire mountain range with a single strike. Kaching, don't be sad. If we were able to restore the great sage to his senses, then there must also be some treasure that can restore Ifrit's sanity. Suhan immediately activated the 10,000 moving phenomena, placing a shield over the 3 of them. Then he went all out attacking Fatso Big Brother. Kaching unleashed her, culling the wicked, combining with Keed's Shinmei style, Frostfall, to rapidly bring the enemy's health down. Let's push harder. By the way, besides recording videos, what else can I do to gain more fans? Oh, plenty, like doing live streams. Honestly, you don't really have to do anything special, just playing games casually would work. Although, I've already discussed it with Mihoyo. In a few days, we're doing a preview livestream. That should cause a huge spike in popularity. Later we'll go claim the rewards together. Sounds good. After going through several consecutive transformation phases, Fatso Big Brother let out a mournful cry and finally collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Suhan was curious, was Fatso Big Brother male or female? His stamina was fully restored. Kaching and Keed left shortly after. Klee also had to return since her time limit had expired. Back at the Knights of Favonius headquarters, she opened her eyes. To her horror, she found herself face to face with Captain Jean, the person she feared most. "Oh, see, Captain Jean, what are you doing here? I came here to give you something. Didn't you ask Sucrose to plant those weird plants the other day? Well, someone already delivered the stuff to the Knights today. Klee, why do you look so guilty all of a sudden? You're not hiding something from me, are you?" And no, Klee couldn't even look the authoritative acting grandmaster in the eyes. But her panicked expression had already given everything away. Looking at her, Jean couldn't help but feel amused. Even with that face, you couldn't fool someone like Razor, let alone anyone else. "Did you find another treasure again? Don't worry. I promise I won't take it away this time." Jean paused, then added, "But you still need to tell us what treasure you've found." "Oh, really? It's a bamboo dragonfly." Klee blinked her eyes innocently. She wasn't entirely convinced, though after all, the bamboo dragonfly hadn't been returned yet. Jean shook her head and sighed. "So you were worried we were going to take your treasure away. Actually, Kia has been flying patrols in the sky these past few days. Because he's worried about Dvalin attacking again. Once this is all over, I'll have him return it to you. And you wouldn't want the people of Mondstadt to live in fear all the time, would you?" "Oh, so I misunderstood Kia? I thought he was just hogging Klee's toy every day. But if it's for the people of Mondstadt, then Klee will let him borrow it for a little longer." "Okay." Today, Klee also got 2 new treasures. But they might not help you much. Saying that, she pulled the items out from her person. One was a spatial ring. The other was a dimensional pouch. After showing them off, Jean handed the items back to Klee, not forgetting to remind her repeatedly, "Don't use the spatial ring to sneak out at night. If anyone sees you just once, we'll confiscate that tool immediately." Klee knows. Big Brother also said Klee shouldn't go out at night. He said it's dangerous outside, and that he is scared something might happen to Klee. I'm glad you understand. By the way, let us try out those goodies we picked up last time. Let me see just how strong they really are." "All right, Master Jean. Hee. This time Klee's gonna scare you half to death. Don't forget, in the real world, Big Brother Suhan even trained her in the virtual space. Master Jean's using her for a little test this time. But it'll make her eyes go wide." The two of them headed to a hillside on the outskirts. There were 3 hilichurl camps nearby, all small outposts. They wouldn't cause much trouble, so the knights hadn't bothered to clear them. Jean looked at a camp roughly 300 meters away and asked, "Can you hit from that far?" "Yup." Big Brother taught Klee. "Just watch." Little Klee pulled out her slingshot. First she stuffed in a pea-sized fruit, then slid in a bright red one. She gently sighted the target, then, with a whoosh, the 2 fruits shot out like bullets. In the blink of an eye, a violent wind vortex erupted in the distant camp, and vicious flames swallowed the whole place. The hilichurls howled in pain, but the vortex kept dragging them back in. There had only been 5 or 6 to begin with, and in moments they were all wiped out. Jean's eyes widened. "That powerful? Heh. That's not all, Master Jean. Look, there's another squad over there, and they've got an abyss mage. Watch me take them out. This one's a stink attack, even their magic shield can't block it." A dull yellow fruit paired with a teal one, plus a purple berry, 3 effects in one shot. One breath later, as another wind vortex bloomed, the Hydro Abyss mage in the distance started cursing and screaming. "What the hell kind of lightning is this? Ugh, it stinks. I'm about to pass out from this stench the magic shield can't hold. Ugh." The other hilichurls were tormented by the overpowering reek, collapsing in despair. Every so often they foamed at the mouth, convulsing. This Hydro Abyss mage wasn't particularly strong, but for an ordinary knight, it was still hard to handle. Jean hadn't expected 3 measly fruits to pack that kind of punch. Even so, An Abyss Mage is an Abyss Mage. Their resistance is no joke. Too bad for them. Klee wasn't he about to give them any chance. Mondstadt's little son trotted up to the mage, stopped right in front, and pulled from her arms a jumpy dumpty about the size of a basketball. Under his hopeless stare, Klee giggled and said, "Big bro said, when the enemy's hurting. That's when you go for the kill. Bye-bye, bad guys who hurt Mondstadt." Boom. A fierce tongue of flame shot up. The Abyss Mage melted on the spot. Hee hee. Captain Jean, Klee's awesome, right? Very impressive. By the way, where did you learn to fight like that? The last move had been a bit shameless, sure, but Jean figured when it comes to enemies, the method doesn't matter. Abyssal creatures are the truly despicable ones anyway. Klee tilted her head and said, "Of course Big Bro taught me. He doesn't just play games with Klee every day? Big Bro not only drills Klee in real combat, he teaches Klee lots of useful stuff. He's the one who taught me how to mix and match these munitions. He said, if you go soft on the enemy, the people you care about get hurt. Klee doesn't want everyone in Mondstadt to get hurt. So Klee has to be strong." Watching that earnest little son, Kitahara Kazuha suddenly felt a sense of failure. She had always thought that Kale was just a mischievous child. Granted, she did have impressive talent. After all, she was still a young kid with an undeveloped mind. But that wasn't actually the case. Kale had her own clear sense of right and wrong. Take that moment earlier, shooting from over 300 meters away. Kazuha estimated that even she herself might have missed at that distance. Yet Kale hit her target with incredible precision. What did that mean? It meant that, behind Kazuha's back, Kale had definitely undergone intense and rigorous training. Captain Kitahara. Captain Kitahara. Huh? What is it? All the enemies here are cleared. Let's move to the next location. All right. The two climbed over hills and ridges and arrived near the windswept highlands. Suddenly, there was movement in the grass. Instinctively, Kazuha shielded Kale from behind as several arrows flew toward them. A Nemo-resonant slash. Shwip. A dazzling arc of wind blade shot out, knocking all the arrows midair. Before Kazuha could act, two strange fruits had already landed. Near the enemies, water burst forth, accompanied by strange vines, quickly wrapping around and binding the hilichurls. Umph, daring to ambush us? Kale is angry. You're gonna regret messing with me. The ambush clearly enraged Kale. She pulled several fruits from her pocket. Moments later, the enemies were frozen solid. Then, Dadadesu appeared, dropping mini-bombs that obliterated the frozen foes. Within just 2 hours, 6 enemy camps were destroyed. Originally, they had only planned to take down 3, but seeing how bravely Kale fought, Kazuha decided to bring her along to clear more spots. Tired from playing, Kale went inside to start making bombs. Meanwhile, Kazuha sat quietly on a chair, lost in thought. Not long after, Lisa walked in through the door. Seeing her friend in that daze, she couldn't help but smile. What? Did Klee bruise your ego? Not exactly. I just feel a bit defeated. I can keep Mondstadt running pretty well, but when it comes to bringing up a child, I'm nowhere near Suhan. You know, Klee's made a lot of progress lately. She's not just well-behaved, her combat instincts have sharpened a lot. I'd say even Amber wouldn't be a match for her right now. And if Kia went in without intel, Klee might even take him out. That strong? Lisa arched a brow. She hadn't expected Jean to praise anyone that highly. After hearing how Klee performed today, the seasoned woman finally understood why Jean sounded so moved. But Lisa's attention wasn't really on Klee, she was more interested in that artifact. Jean, something just occurred to me. What is it? I remember the Fatui headquarters is right across from the Goth Grand Hotel, and that Harbinger's there too. If we had the phasing ring, could we slip in without making a sound? You want to scout the enemy's intel? Yeah, I want to get a read on the Fatui's latest moves. If we can quietly get our hands on their information, that's way more useful than just training raw combat power. So that's what you're thinking. The Fatui will definitely set up all sorts of magical defenses at the room's entrance. But the walls might be another story. And the phasing ring ignores magical wards. Exactly, that's what I had in mind. According to the Knight's reports, that lady's not in the city today. I want to take a look at her room. Lisa had been fretting over how to gauge the other side's depth. She hadn't expected the artifact in Klee's hands to have such astonishing uses. Jean nodded. All right, I'll go borrow it from Klee. Let us go together tonight. Fine by me. As soon as night fell, two shadowy figures slipped past the guards and quickly arrived at the spot, right beneath the room. This floor belonged to the Mondstadt Hotel, which had been entirely booked out by the Fatui. Therefore, sneaking in from an adjacent room was completely out of the question. However, entering directly from right below was possible. To their surprise, they found themselves in a storage room. It was unusually quiet. Lisa quietly checked for any human presence with her elemental sense, then drew a circle on the ceiling. A black portal opened before them with a swish. Then another swish. Jean and Lisa swiftly slipped into the room. They glanced around at the magical seals. Both of them smirked. Such tight security must mean something was hidden here. Lisa and Jean exchanged a look, then began searching the room quickly. Before long, a special document appeared before them. It was a list of the Fatui branch offices within Mondstadt. Lisa felt her heart sink. The Knights of Favonius Temple itself was harboring Fatui remnants. Even within the Favonius Knight Order, there were spies. Granted, none had reached high ranks yet, but one of the names belonged to a city gate captain, a key guard of Mondstadt's entrance. Lisa quickly snapped photos of all the documents, beyond just the list. Meanwhile, Jean discovered something else. It was evidence that the Fatui were manipulating public opinion in Mondstadt. However, these actions weren't ordered directly by Rosaline. Rather, they were carried out by one of her advisors. The advisor was trying to climb the ranks. He believed that only by pulling off something huge like crippling Mondstadt's defenses would earn him a promotion. In the letter, he even wrote that, if they could use this public sentiment wisely, Mondstadt might even be fully absorbed into Snezhnaya. And in the future, the Favonius Knights could be driven out entirely. This place had become their paradise. Jean tucked the letter against her chest. She found what she came for. As for anything else, she hadn't seen anything of real value. When Jean walked up to Lisa, her eyes widened before she could stop herself. What had the two of them just seen? The Fatui of Snezhnaya had already seized parts of Inazuma. And not just that, they were plotting to split Inazuma, setting Watatsumi Island and the Shogunate against each other in endless war. The Harbingers stuck in Inazuma wasn't just lining their pockets, they were also churning out delusions and even sneering in the letter. The people of Inazuma humph. They're nothing but fools who don't even know what they're fighting for. Our delusions are all second-rate junk. These things come with huge risks, but they're blissfully unaware, actually using this stuff for the power it brings. We can sell to both sides at a steep price. The two exchanged a look, their eyes brimming with anger. These lawless bastards treat ordinary people's lives like a joke. We need to go. It's not safe here. Yeah, I know. Jean drew a breath and slipped out of the room with Lisa. Meanwhile, deep into the night at the Knights of Favonius, an emergency meeting was underway. Dialect stared at the letter and said coolly, I've been saying it, Mondstadt is already rotten. The Knights of Favonius are just a bunch of slogan shouters. We've long since been infiltrated from within. It's a disgrace. There's no point saying that now. Let us just be glad. We have Suhan. Thanks to her, we actually have the power to hit back. Otherwise, if they made a move, we'd have no way to fight back. Kia rubbed his temples, resignation written all over his face. The Knights had already been infiltrated. He felt he bore a heavy responsibility. He is the cavalry captain, after all. Lisa leaned against the wall and said, save the snark for later. Jean and I dug up a lot of useful leads on our sweep. We don't have time to waste. Eula, what's the situation with your uncle? Same as ever. He keeps trying to rope me into his cause every day, but I figure he's just testing the waters. He doesn't actually want me to join. She thought of her uncle. The Spindrift Knight's face was full of disdain. That guy's being led around by the nose. He has no idea he's just a tool in the Fatui's hands. If he ever really brings Mondstadt down, they'll toss him aside. Put simply, he's nothing but a brainless fool. Here's the current situation. I've already reached out to a bunch of people at the Adventurers Guild, top talents like Bennett and Fiscal. I've brought them on board. They're willing to lend a hand to Mondstadt. Lisa, Razor's yours. He may not be big on the human world, but this isn't something we can take lightly. Got it. He was her pupil. She had to step in this time. She believed Razor wouldn't say no. Dialect asked, what's the status with the Holy Liar der Himmel? The Church of Favonius isn't exactly reliable right now. Relax. My little sister promised to get it, and she can slip it out without a sound. I see. Then we're good. At the news that the holy liar could be secured, everyone breathed a little easier. Lisa chuckled, teasing. When she finds out her god's a drunken bard, your sister's going to totally freak out. Sigh? It's complicated. Bottom line, it's hard for her to accept. But it sounds like the Anemo Archon had a few words. Barbara could only accept her fate. That's just how it was. Thinking back to the first time they found Barbara, the way she had completely broken down back then. Even now, recalling it still felt a little awkward. I heard that someone from Inazuma also got an invite, apparently. And she's even a noble lady from a prestigious family. The other party claimed the reward as soon as it was offered. That's seriously enviable. Enviable or not, what can you do? It's not like we can help it if she is pretty. Our girl from Mondstadt here just knows how to be cute. It'd be great if another invitee showed up. Communicating with Klee is such a hassle. Yeah, it would be nice to have another one. Everyone really hoped Mondstadt could get another invitee. Otherwise, just exchanging information was such a pain. Right now, they basically had to rely on messengers to accurately understand what was really happening on Blue Water. What else had Suhan mentioned? It would be so much easier if only there was a grown-up who could go to Blue Water. Then they wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Of course, Klee had no idea about all the commotion that had happened in Mondstadt that night. Whatever the case, by morning, her penetration ring had been returned to her. That was good enough. Give and take, sooner or later, it all evens out. Klee, fully dressed and ready to go, walked through the space-time portal and returned to the real world. When she reappeared at the villa, Shinomiya Kid had just finished preparing some desserts. A plate of cherry blossom mochi, fragrant and inviting. It was the first time Klee had ever seen such a dessert. Wow, pink mochi. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Can I try a bite? Of course you can. It was made especially for you, little Klee. Hee hee. Thank you, Wani-sen Kid. The little sunshine smiled sweetly as she spoke. Then, using her chopsticks, she carefully picked up a piece of the mochi and began nibbling on it tiny bite by tiny bite. Kid smiled and asked, "How does it taste?" "It smells amazing. Klee loves it." Good to hear. I was a little worried the sakura from this world might not taste right. This dessert really couldn't be recreated originally. Sakura mochi was made with petals from the sacred sakura. Since they couldn't bring the blossoms over, they had to order some online. Kamisato Ayaka and Kuching, each of them had a private account, basically supplementary cards opened under Suhan's name. Half of the revenue from the videos they posted would be deposited into those accounts. After all, they planned to live in this world long-term. They couldn't keep hitting him up for cash. Filming videos was part of the collaboration. With their own income, shopping was a lot easier. For example, today Ayaka bought a bunch of clothes, including a kimono-style yukata that Suhan really liked. Naturally, JK-style school uniforms made the list too. Besides that, Ayaka set up a few little secrets in her room, like a Raiden Shogun figure, plus a poster and a body pillow of Yae Miko in her fox form. As for Kuching, Suhan had once gone to see her room at her invitation. The thing she had the most of was those cute Zhongli dolls. Of course, there were child figurines as well. She also displayed a few Xiao cartoon figures. It was practically a mini-figure exhibition, complete with its own display case. And Klee, her room was decorated entirely to her liking, mostly pinks and reds, piled high with Dodoko plushies. In short, it was especially cute. Watching Klee eat and the fashionably late kitchen, Suhan couldn't help but smile. This was probably the life he always longed for. He opened the system and checked the popularity points. He was about to hit the 30 pull mark. Suhan gave the system an order. "Let us do a 10 pull." "Yes, host." A string of mechanical sounds followed, and treasures popped up on the screen. Ding. Congratulations. You've drawn a top-tier treasure. 100-year-old vintage, 10 bottles of Moutai liquor. Ding. You have obtained 10 storm rounds. Ding. Congratulations. You've received a sharp stainless steel kitchen knife. Ding. Congratulations. You've received 5 million mora. Ding. Congratulations on your special reward. 1 Millennium Gathering Corpse Casket has been added to your inventory. Huh? What is this, a coffin? I definitely don't need something like this. Suhan stared at the black coffin he had just drawn. He was visibly annoyed. What rotten luck. Of all things, he had to pull this. However, after reading the description, his thoughts changed. Name, Millennium Een Gathering Corpse Casket. Quality, 6-star Divine Artifact. Effect, can be used to preserve corpses inside. If the corpse is a Jiangshi, it will gain numerous benefits, and even improve in quality. It can also gather wandering souls and repair damaged souls. Review, an extremely rare treasure even old Nine would kill to get his hands on one. This might actually be perfect for Chi-Chi. Suhan's eyes lit up as he read the effects. It could help nourish her spiritual consciousness. Even though it wasn't useful to him personally, he could definitely give it to his little Jiangshi, Chi-Chi. As for the bandages from Yoimiya, might as well keep them as a collectible. He didn't have any weird hobbies, after all, just a general appreciation for rare treasures. Suhan turned back to the system and ordered 10 more pulls. Understood, master. Once again, a series of robotic chimes rang out. 10 new items immediately appeared. Ding, you have obtained a bottle of grass seeds from the green grasslands. Ding, you have received 100 pounds of yang meat from the green grasslands. Ding, congratulations. You've obtained a steel pitchfork marked Zhuanghua. Ding, congratulations. You've received 8 million mora. Ding, congratulations on your special reward. Eastern Spirit Blood Pure Yang Flame. At the moment Suhan saw the special treasure pop up on the system, he couldn't sit still anymore. His eyes lit up with pure surprise and excitement. He'd actually pulled the spirit blood of the Eastern lineage, and it even automatically awakened the supreme Pure Yang Flame. Name, Eastern Spirit Blood Pure Yang Flame. Rank, Human Grade, 7 stars. Effect, automatically grants the bloodline of the Eastern Spirit Clan and awakens the ultimate Pure Yang Flame. Note, this is a divine flame that slays demons, inflicting unimaginable damage upon evil spirits. Comment, seems like this ancient legendary bloodline, passed down from antiquity, greatly boosts cultivation speed and grants special bonuses to fire elements. Damn good luck. Suhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Compared to the treasures he'd pulled before, this one was clearly the most powerful boost he'd ever gotten. It was even a key item that could allow an ordinary person to ascend to becoming a cultivator. Seeing his face flushed red with excitement, Keqing asked curiously, "What's going on? What kind of incredible treasure did you pull? Big bro, is it something super powerful? Can I see it, please?" asked Klee. "I want to see too. What kind of treasure could possibly make you this happy?" As the three of them gathered around, Suhan took the treasure out. A flame flickered in the palm of his hand, golden in color, and even just looking at it gave off a sense of sacredness. Shinobu looked at it for a moment, surprised. A flame? So this is the treasure? What does it do? You're not telling me this is just for roasting fish. Klee stared at the flame with deep confusion, unable to figure out what was so special about it. After all, it wasn't like Dialek couldn't already summon flames. He could even form them into giant flaming birds. After thinking for a moment, Keqing said, "There must be some special ability hidden within this flame." "Yeah, strictly speaking, it isn't exactly a treasure, it's a special constitution. As long as I merge with it, I'll obtain the Eastern Spirit Blood. I'll awaken the demon-extinguishing divine flame, Pure Yang Flame." As Suhan spoke, he pressed the flame to the center of his brow. He chose red. With a thunderous boom, golden fire suddenly erupted and swallowed him whole. In that instant, Suhan felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Blood raced through his veins. His muscles and bones felt as though warm currents were washing over them. The sensation ran from head to toe. Every inch of his skin was wrapped in flame. Seeing this, Klee was scared out of her wits. Crying, she blurted, "This is bad, this is bad. Big sis Keqing, hurry and save Big Brother. Big Brother Suhan is on fire." Sob? Klee sobbed and begged for Big Brother not to die. "Klee, don't panic. Suhan is fine. He has absorbing power. Look who catches on fire without their clothes burning. And if you look closely, the flames are being steadily drawn into him." "Really?" Klee wiped her tears and stared hard at the Big Brother floating in midair. There were plenty of flames on him, but they were like food, being devoured by him. This phenomenon lasted a full 10 minutes. Only when all the flames had been absorbed into his body did Suhan slowly descend to the ground. He opened his eyes, a wisp of golden fire danced within them. The strength he had stockpiled from tempering his swordsmanship turned into a warm current flowing gently inside him. At the same time, understanding dawned on Su-han. His blood had likely turned a pale gold as well. That was the hallmark of the Spirit clan bloodline. Seeing Su-han regain consciousness, Klee rushed over at once. "Big brother, are you okay? Just now I saw you being." As that aura spread, Keely nearly froze in fright. "Haha, don't worry. That was just Big brother. He just awakened his power." Su-han stared at the dried tear streaks on her face, a wave of emotion rising in his chest. Sure enough, this little cotton jacket really did care about him. "Huh, how come there's a flame-shaped mark on your forehead?" Keqing fixed her gaze on Su-han, surprised by the change. It definitely hadn't been there earlier. Could this also be a result of awakening his power? Kamisato Ayaka glanced over and added, "It's not just the mark on his forehead. His eyes also seem to have a faint golden glow." "Really? Let me see." Su-han walked into the room, and when he looked at himself in the mirror, he finally saw the changes. First, the sigil of the Eastern Ling clan had appeared. Second, his eyes had changed from plain black to having a faint, sacred golden shimmer. It wasn't very noticeable unless you looked closely. "Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine. The mark on your forehead is from the awakening of the pure solar flame. And the golden glow in your eyes means your power has reached its peak." As he recalled that story about the fox spirit, Su-han finally understood the changes happening to his body. Actually, this was a good thing. Still, it was a bit awkward. The mark on his forehead and the golden shimmer in his eyes couldn't be removed. If someone saw it, they might think he was being overdramatic or full of himself. But if he let his hair down a little, the mark on his forehead could be easily hidden. Su-han raised his hand, focused his will, and instantly flames of pure solar flame ignited in his palm. Much fiercer than the flames seen in anime. Golden specks danced within the red fire, proof of its supreme quality. No wonder it was considered top tier. Earlier, Keqing hadn't paid much attention, but now, looking at the flames in Su-han's hand, she actually felt a sense of danger. "Your strength has improved quite a bit." "Of course. Obtaining the bloodline of the Eastern Ling clan means I've transcended my mortal body. By the way, can I borrow your Huanlin sword for a moment? I can help you temper it while I'm at it." "Can weapons even be tempered?" "Absolutely. That's exactly the second use of pure yang flame." Hearing this, Keqing quickly handed her weapon to Su-han. Golden flames enveloped the Huanlin sword as the tempering began. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. When Su-han finally stopped, panting heavily, Keqing noticed her Huanlin sword had clearly become much stronger. It even carried a faint trace of sacred energy. Keqing gave the sword a few test swings. The blade felt sharper than before. At the same time, the power of the flames on the sword had also increased. What pleased her most was that an indescribable connection had formed between her and the sword. She sheathed the sword back into her body. Keqing was about to thank him when she noticed Su-han was still panting, beads of sweat on his face. What's wrong? You're not injured, are you?" "And no, it's just my first time using this kind of power. I'm not quite used to it yet. I feel a bit drained. This planet's spiritual energy is thin to begin with. It might be better in Teyvat. Probably would be easier there." The elemental power in this world really isn't as strong as in Teyvat. You really are rushing things too much, you know? Actually, we could have tempered it later. There's no immediate battle coming with the Fatui right now." As she spoke, Keqing walked behind Su-han. She helped him sit down on the sofa. Her delicate white hands began to massage his shoulders. Her touch was skillful, gently applying elemental energy as well, to gradually relieve Su-han's fatigue. Soon, the feeling of exhaustion disappeared. "I remember we can still invite one more person, right? Why haven't you gone to invite them yet? Is there some concern holding you back?" "That's actually true. I just finished releasing the video of Kaori Ayaka. I was planning to send out the invitation in a couple of days. If I time it right, you'll get to meet your new friend tomorrow." "I see. I'm actually kind of excited. I wonder if they'll be from another country or someone familiar from Liyue. I just noticed something interesting. It seems like everyone you've invited so far has a vision." Well, I can't really control that part, to be honest." The two were chatting casually when Klee suddenly burst in carrying a tray of snacks. "Big brother, have some tasty treats. These are all made by Kaori Ayaka, and Klee helped a little while ago too." "Thanks, Klee. The taste is really good." Suhan took a bite of the three-color dumplings. He smiled and complimented her on the delicious food. Encouraged by his praise, Klee giggled happily. Cece took a skewer and tried one too, her eyes lighting up in surprise. This is unexpectedly good. I can even taste the freshness of shrimp. Klee, how did you guys make this? It's amazing. Hee hee, you should thank Kaori Ayaka. Klee just helped stir and assist a bit. The recipe is actually pretty simple. However, since I didn't have any golden saffron or sakura petals, I had to substitute them with other ingredients. I'm glad you like it. The golden dumplings are shrimp balls made with fresh shrimp meat. The white ones are either fish balls or milk rice dumplings. Each has its own unique flavor. Kaori Ayaka walked in carrying a tray of pastries. She had already changed into a chef's outfit by now. You'd hardly recognize her as the poised and reserved swan princess from just a few days ago. After the pleasant meal, Kaori Ayaka picked up her tablet and resumed her story mission. Yesterday's main quest wasn't finished yet, and many mysteries were still waiting to be solved. Klee was just as distracted, happily munching on a bag of potato chips while watching a show. Of course, Suhan was deeply immersed in cultivating the pure solar light. He would train whenever he had the chance. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. It took about 2 hours. Finally, Shizuka had completed the main story quest. So the almighty shogun bore such a heavy burden all along. Loved ones and friends leaving one after another, which eventually led to the current situation. That's why the seclusion policy and I hunt decree were finally lifted. But that deep sorrow still lingers in her heart. Logically, this should be something to celebrate. Yet Shizuka felt even heavier in her heart. She had always believed the almighty shogun was the most noble and revered being in Inazuma. Under that blade of the Miko no Ryu, no enemy could stand a chance. But the truth wasn't as cold and ruthless as she had imagined. Every time a friend left, it had wounded the shogun deeply. And when even her closest kin died in her arms, the silent thunder god could no longer bear the grief. Still, what shocked Shizuka even more was that swordsman named Kazuhaya Kali. He was only a mortal, yet through sheer willpower, he managed to reactivate a once-dead vision. And in the end, he blocked that fatal slash for the traveler. Suhan, I have a question I don't quite understand. What is it? Suhan, just finishing his cultivation, heard Shizuka calling him and turned to face her. Shizuka put down her tablet and asked, can mortals really stand against gods? Just now, I saw Kazuhaya Kali block the shogun's sword strike, right? Yeah, in my eyes, the almighty shogun is the most. That power was immense, but in the end, he was just a swordsman. How should I put it? I think conviction itself is the strongest power of all. Even the Anemo Archon's vision was activated by an incredibly strong wish. Only when Kagami Hayato faced danger without fear did that miraculous power ignite. And in the end, you saw the result with your own eyes. Yes, precisely because of that, I was truly amazed. I used to believe mortals could never reach the divine. But now I understand conviction is the greatest power there is. Kamisato Ayaka deeply agreed with Suhan's words. After all, many people awaken their visions through sheer belief and unshakable faith. Then, Ayaka suddenly recalled something. Oh, by the way, speaking of the previous Electro Archon, isn't she truly gone? If she did perish, could we use the artifact to bring her back? She hasn't truly died yet. She still clings to life by a thread. You'll understand more once you continue with your mission. What? The former Electro Archon is still alive? This changes everything. Ayaka was visibly startled by the revelation. She had assumed that Raiden Ei had long since passed away. Who would have thought she was still alive? This was truly astonishing news. If she told this to the shogun, would it finally mend her heart? Suhan shook his head. Don't get your hopes up. If you don't want Raiden Ei to truly die, you need to let go of that idea. Because once she meets Ei, that will be their final farewell. It might even be better not to meet at all. That way, she still has a sliver of hope to survive. That's impossible. Ayaka stood frozen, lost in thought. She never imagined the former Electro Archon would end up in such a state. Keqing, seeing her friend's sorrowful expression, gently took Ayaka's hand and comforted her. Suhan must have his reasons for saying this. He had his reasons, and besides, you can always continue the story tomorrow. After all, The fall of the former Thor is still a long way off. You've got plenty of time to work with. That's true. I'll keep at it. I think I'll head back for today. Tomorrow I might need to take care of some official duties. Before coming over again, Kamisato Ayaka seemed a bit embarrassed. Though truth be told, she really should visit more often. Still, the Shrine Division couldn't run without her. She had routine administrative work scheduled for tomorrow morning. She wanted to finish the most important part first, then come over later. Suhan smiled and said, "No worries, I've already granted you access. You can come anytime. Just silently recite, 'Open the portal of time and space' in your mind." That's wonderful. Ayaka's face lit up with joy. If that's the case, I can even come at night. I can handle my duties during the day and still get other things done too. Once I'm finished with work, I'll come right back. I'll come to play again. Kaching perked up as well. This way, she could also free up some time to get more things done. She'd been staying here for several days straight, and during that time, she'd collected quite a few treasures. But there were still many things she felt uneasy about, unless she checked them herself, especially now that Liyue was undergoing massive infrastructure upgrades. She was worried some contractors might cut corners and take advantage of regular workers. Hearing everyone talk like that, Klee looked a bit sad as she said, "If both big sisters aren't coming, what about breakfast for me and big brother?" Ayaka looked a bit conflicted. Kaching thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we work something out? Like, I can come in the morning today, and then tomorrow you come early, okay? That way, we can both help take care of Suhan's daily life. And filming won't take up too much time either. If there's an event or something going on, we can both show up together. Sounds like a good plan. I'll head back for now. I'll swing by around 4 in the afternoon tomorrow." "All right, bye." The portal slowly opened. Kamisato Ayaka stepped through first. Then Kaching and the others filed out one by one. The room emptied in a heartbeat. Suhan was about to resume his cultivation when an unfamiliar number came in. "Hello? Who's this?" "Hello, Mr. Suhan. I'm with Billy's livestream operations team. Your recent videos have been getting a great response, and I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in doing live streams and the like. There's no cap on your monthly streaming hours. You can host the streams yourself, or have those actors go live, either is fine. And you haven't signed with any streaming company yet, right? We can offer you the best terms, a 90-10 split, and that applies to all cash revenue after taxes. Plus, whether it's live streams or videos, we can put you in prime featured slots." Hearing such generous terms, Suhan chuckled and asked, "If I remember right, even the top 100 creators only get a 70-30 split. Why are you valuing me this much?" "It's mainly your potential and the fact that your actors racked up 1 million followers in just a few days. You're the first to pull that off on our platform. What do you think? If you have any conditions, feel free to lay them out." With that kind of sincerity, I'd be a fool to say no. My asks are simple: better exposure and more featured placement. If you can agree to that, send the contract over. I'm swamped lately and don't have time to go out. Deal. That's an easy ask. The call ended. Suhan went back to his cultivation. Billy reaching out first was exactly what he'd expected. He'd blown past 1 million followers in under a week. Who else could pull off something like that? Who wouldn't he want more exposure and recommendations? It's a perfectly reasonable ask. Over at the platform, they were dying for a chance like this. Once the two sides finalized the deal, cheers erupted in one of the platform's divisions. "Congrats, we finally signed this big shot. Their VFX puts Bollywood to shame." "No doubt. Still depends on how Mr. Chen wants to set things up. Of course, our director got real chops." All right, don't get too hyped. This is just the first step. We need a stronger promo plan to show we mean it. Only then will the follow-up go smoothly." "Got it." Plenty of people had their eyes on the value Suhan represented. Too bad he doesn't take brand deals. That left most folks with no way to reach him. In the end, it was the platform that, after some discussion, took the initiative and reached out. Turned out his ask wasn't outrageous at all. He just wanted us to ramp up the recommendations. Easy enough. As long as the video clears the quality bar, we'll put up a dedicated banner for him. And once he starts streaming, his numbers will only climb. In an age this hyper-connected, genuine talent is still painfully scarce. In the world of Teyvat. Morning. Sumeru City. Inside the frigid sanctuary of Surasthana, a small figure is confined within a verdant, special vessel. Her eyes are closed. Her consciousness rides along inside a living creature, taking in the splendor of Sumeru. When she spots people in trouble, she uses her own power to ease their burdens. Listening to ordinary folk drop to their knees in excited thanks. Nahida, nestled within a fungi's mind, smiles. But then her joy slowly freezes. Because the ones kneeling in gratitude aren't thanking her. They're thanking the departed greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Thank you, Great Lady of Mercy, venerable guardian of the sacred tree. It was definitely your radiant blessing that saved me from disaster. Phew. Once I get back to the city, I'm definitely going to spread your name and deeds far and wide. Though I doubt anyone will believe me. But I truly felt your care for us, your people. He picked up his bag. The merchant walked towards Sumeru City, completely unaware. In the bushes, a fungi beast watched with a look of loneliness in its eyes. Whoosh. Consciousness shifted once again. The original fungi beast snapped back to reality, not having the slightest clue what had just happened. Birds flew happily through the sky. Suddenly, a spark of awareness flickered within one of them. It spread its wings and soared high, flying past the rainforest toward the harbor. Perhaps some comfort awaited it there. The bird landed on a tree branch. Below were Sumeru's mercenaries. Sumeru had no standing army of its own. It relied entirely on mercenaries to maintain order. That was because most of Sumeru's people were scholars, and to them, combat and violence were simply too vulgar. As long as one had intelligence, one could defeat enemies. Why bother getting involved personally? Besides, the current Grand Sage had even banned dancing. Any scholar who enjoyed going into battle themselves would surely be blacklisted and ostracized. Nahida watched the people of Sumeru, her eyes showing a faint trace of warmth. Perhaps it's better for them if I simply stay away. She dwelled atop the bird, resting quietly, enjoying this brief moment of peace. Ever since she gained the ability to project her consciousness into the world beyond her body, Nahida, as the Dendro Archon, had spent nearly every day outside, sometimes riding on birds, other times possessing fungi beasts, or even briefly inhabiting small blades of grass. In short, she rarely returned home, because the moment her consciousness returned to her physical form, she would have to face the cold emptiness of Gandharville. Even the guards at the gate wouldn't acknowledge her. They had only come to check up on her. They were loyal to the great sage. In their eyes, a powerless god like herself had no place in Sumeru, so she simply decided to go out for some fresh air. Unfortunately, even such a simple wish could be easily shattered. Down below, some mercenaries were chatting idly. The topic they were discussing, however, sent a chill down her spine. Seeing those people in Sumeru living comfortably makes me sick, truly sick. Those traitors who betrayed King Deshret have the audacity to live better than us, the true children of the desert. Tarek, watch your words. Hey, haven't you heard? King Deshret is going to return soon, right? Once he returns, Sumeru won't even be worth mentioning. King Deshret? Where did you hear this? Of course I have the source. Otherwise, do you think I'd be sitting here as captain? Humph. Listening to the conversation among the members of Al-Amar's Eye, little Dendro Archon, Nahida, felt a wave of cold dread. It looked like war was about to break out again, but she was powerless to intervene. Even if she wanted to save someone, she couldn't risk revealing her identity to them, because once her identity was exposed, it would draw suspicion and alertness from the great sage. Her mood plummeted to the lowest depths. Nahida no longer felt like wandering around. She pulled her consciousness back into her body. Gazing at the lonely Gandharville, she sighed softly. Just then, a massive swirling vortex of stars pierced through the barrier of her imprisonment and appeared right before her. Such an unbelievable sight left Nahida completely speechless. What kind of power is this? How did it get through? Though she couldn't understand the reason, just the fact that she could finally escape Gandharville was enough. Nahida didn't hesitate. She walked straight toward that mysterious door. She stepped through the threshold and passed beyond the great gate. What lay before her wasn't some ancient ruin. Instead, it was the open sky, blue and vast, with soft white clouds drifting above. The air here was a bit polluted, admittedly, but for someone who had been locked away for years, this place was nothing short of paradise. She had arrived in an unfamiliar land. Nahida began carefully observing her surroundings. So the other side of the door leads to a completely different world. The elemental energy here is weak, but not entirely absent. Is this another dimension? Or perhaps another nation altogether? She shifted her gaze forward. Not far away, she noticed a few people watching her. Maybe they knew something. Nahida began walking toward them. Big brother, this new person looks about the same age as Kale. What's her name? Kale wants to play with her. Her name is Nahida. She's from Sumeru. Nah, Shurda? That's such a weird name. Kale tilted her head, as if trying to figure out what the name meant. At that moment, the little grass god approached. When the man called her by her real name, a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. Who exactly was this guy? How did he know her true name? If he had called her Lesser Lord Cassava or Pamies, that wouldn't have been strange at all. But this Nahida, that name should have been known only to her alone. Even though her mind was full of questions, Nahida still maintained her polite demeanor. Hello, my name is Nahida. May I ask, how do you know my name? Hey there, I'm Suhan. As for how I know your name, it's a bit of a long story. In any case, for the next 6 hours, you're free from the palace where you were imprisoned. You can finally enjoy some peaceful, carefree time. This isn't a world like Tevat, it's another world, another world. Suhan looked at Nahida, who stood before him deep in thought. A smile tugged at his lips. What luck! On the 4th try, he actually managed to invite a god. And not just any god, the wildly popular Lesser Lord Kusanali. The version preview stream was coming up in a few days. If she could show up, that would be perfect. Twitter and Bilibili would probably lose their minds, right? Of course, the ones who'd be the most thrilled would be the viewers. After all of this was for Nahida. At this point, they were practically ready to grab rocket launchers and level the academia. The white-haired little girl stood on the grass. Her consciousness kept expanding outward. Even though her divine authority had been greatly weakened, Nahida could still use sheer mental strength to perceive everything in this world. The streets were teeming with traffic, steel, and high-rises everywhere, an architectural style completely different from Tevat. And that wasn't all. People in this world didn't have elemental power or visions. What a strange world, she murmured. They clearly have no elemental power, yet they've built such grand structures still. Maybe it's only a dream. A green glow rose around Nahida, but it faded quickly. She realized this world wasn't a dream crafted by the Grand Sage and his followers. Once she pieced together the situation, a smile touched her face. She glanced down at herself and said, smiling, I still don't quite understand what's going on, but being able to move freely, it's a wonderful feeling. Thank you, Suhan. Even if it's only temporary freedom, it makes me truly happy. No need to thank me. After all, you're my guest, Suhan replied. Inviting a god, Suhan was so delighted, he'd probably grin in his sleep. Archons always pull massive numbers, especially with version 3.1 right around the corner. On Xiaopazan, short videos about the grass god kept popping up one after another, almost all of them hitting millions of views. The view counts were all in the millions. This clearly showed just how incredibly popular Nayuta had become. Temporarily free? Nayuta, were you under house arrest too? Is that right? Can Keely come visit you? I brought my penetration ring. It can pass through any wall. From what Big Brother told me, even magical seals can be broken right through. A penetration ring? What kind of thing is that? Nayuta wore a look of surprise. So there was actually such a convenient item in the world? Why had she never heard of it before? Keely giggled, pulling the penetration ring from her bag and pressing it against the wall. Right before their eyes, a hole instantly appeared on the white wall. Come on, Nayuta, let me show you the inside. Okay. The two little girls crawled through the small hole. Nayuta looked at the bright, clean room inside, her eyes filled with amazement. What kind of magic was this? Why had she never seen anything like it before? When Keely removed the penetration ring, Nayuta noticed the wall instantly returning to normal. Pretty cool, right? This is a treasure Keely got while filming videos actually. Keely's been grounded by Captain Jean too. Although it was for her own good. It just gets too boring being stuck inside alone. But with the penetration ring, everything's different. Can this thing really break through magical barriers? Nayuta stared at the ring, her heart pounding with excitement. If she could get her hands on this treasure, would she finally have a chance to leave Genshin Palace? At that moment, Suhan walked in and, hearing Niyuta's words, couldn't help but warn. The penetration ring might not be able to break through the barriers set by the great sage. It might work on ordinary magical seals, but those seals created using divine authority. I doubt it. Why not, big brother? Nahida was locked away in the confinement chamber, and she felt incredibly lonely. Not even the piercing rite worked? And what exactly is this divine authority anyway? Klee looked at her silver-haired friend and felt a pang in her heart. But honestly, she had no idea what this so-called divine authority even was. So she asked the new guest. Hello there. I'm Kaching, one of the Liu Achishing. I just finished making breakfast. Would you like to try some? It might not exactly be your style, though. Kaching walked in holding a steaming bowl of noodles. Yancha noodles. Simple, yet delicious. Beside it was a small plate of pickled vegetables. Nahida smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness. My name is Nahida. I'm from Sumeru. Wow, so you're from Sumeru. How far is that from Mondstadt? Klee wants to visit you someday. What do you think? Even though Captain Jean 1T let Klee go out at night with a friend, maybe it'll be okay. That might not be possible. Sumeru and Mondstadt are quite far apart. A look of disappointment crossed Nahida's face. Klee sighed helplessly. All right, then guess we'll just have to wait until we drive away the storm dragon before I can visit. All right, big brother. You haven't answered yet. What exactly is this divine authority? Kaching also turned toward him, curiosity in her eyes. Clearly, she'd never heard of the term before. Suhan looked at the little white-haired girl slurping her noodles and chuckled. That divine authority you're asking about is the very power that a god possesses. Why, you mean, what are you saying, Suhan? You're saying that? Yep, exactly. I am the current god of Sumeru, the little god of auspicious Tishita. But I'd rather you just call me Naida. This noodle dish is really good. This is the first time in centuries that I've tasted something this delicious. The little girl wiped the corner of her mouth. She flashed a bright smile at Kaching. It was actually a god. The current god of wisdom from Sumeru had appeared on Earth, a planet of blue waters. Kaching couldn't hide her shock. And beside her, Klee was just as stunned. She tilted her head, puzzled, and asked, Now that you're a god? But if you're a god, how come you were locked up? As she brought up the reason, Nahida's originally cheerful expression slowly turned gloomy. Maybe it's because I wasn't worthy enough to follow in the footsteps of the previous Dendro Archon. No way. Who in their right mind would imprison a god, let alone for hundreds of years? Nahida, don't be scared. Even though that ring is stopping you from escaping, don't worry. Big brother will definitely help you. Right, big brother? Little Klee looked at Suhan with pleading eyes. She herself couldn't even stand being locked up for a few days. But Nahida had been imprisoned for 500 years? That was terrifying. Suhan gently patted Klee's head and smiled. Of course. I don't give a damn about the Sumeru Academia. Nahida, for now, you can come over every day. Even if Klee's little toys can't help you right now, I believe we'll find a way eventually. Thank you for your kindness. Moved by Nahida's story, Klee didn't log on to her explosive fishing game today. Instead, she held Nahida's hand and sat on the couch, telling her all sorts of interesting stories, like flying bamboo dragonflies and fruits that could release stinky gas, the dignified Captain Jean, and the always helpful Kia, who kept covering for her, and so many other fun things. Nahida listened with wide-eyed excitement. She never imagined the real world could be this fascinating and so full of wonder. Watching from the side, Kaching quietly asked, looking at the white-haired little girl, is she really a god? Well, yes, absolutely, the Dendro Archon of Sumeru. But why would the people of Sumeru imprison her? Wouldn't doing something like this provoke the wrath of a god? That would only matter if she could actually leave in the first place. Those so-called sages were strange and full of pride, convinced they could solve every problem with knowledge alone. If someone lacked learning, they deemed them worthless. What a ridiculous idea. When they realized that Nahida didn't meet their expectations of what a god should be, they naturally arrived at a single thought. What use is a god like this? After their disappointment, they locked her away and they kept her imprisoned for no less than 500 years. Goodness. Kaching was stunned, her eyes wide open. She couldn't have imagined such a thing even in her dreams. A nation full of scholars actually imprisoned their own deity, committing such a mad act. Although she had always believed that humans were capable of governing a nation, She had never once considered imprisoning the Tenma. Actually, to be precise, Keqing deeply admired the Tenma. Their only issue was a difference in ideology. But the people of Sumeru? They didn't even respect their own god. How could they possibly respect ordinary people? The answer was clearly no. Thinking about it, Keqing couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. That nation might be even more terrifying than Inazuma. War, mutual slaughter, people suffering endlessly. That was everyday life in Inazuma. So what exactly was Sumeru like in reality? Keqing turned to Han, who was smiling brightly at her. Want to know what kind of place Sumeru really is? Yeah. Keqing nodded obediently, like a well-behaved student. Rather than going off to piece together information in Genshin herself, she wanted to hear Han's interpretation of Sumeru. After all, the suggestion he had made about Liyue had been brought up at yesterday's 7-Star Summit, and everyone had praised it highly. The introduction of concrete had completely changed Liyue's landscape. Now the workers were toiling tirelessly. Meanwhile, Ningguang and her team were busy offering ideas and plans for the new city. By now, many merchants had already reached out to the Jade Chamber, hoping to secure a piece of land in the new city. Even the Wanman restaurant had sent people to inquire, building a new city from scratch and laying out a brand new road network. It was as if a fresh wave of energy had surged into Liyue. Brand new highways, unfazed even by cloudy or rainy days. At night, solar-powered streetlights had even been installed. You could say, once this new city was completed, it would surely drive Liyue's economy to soar. Suhan looked toward Nahida, who was playing with Klee not far away, and said, Sumeru, it's the land of scholars. You could say that 90% of the scholars in the world of Teyvat come from there. Because Sumeru holds the largest library in existence. It's a treasure trove of human knowledge. But a nation like Sumeru, governed mainly by intellectual elites, has one big flaw. That flaw is greed and arrogance. Once these scholars, who hold knowledge in their hands, forget humility and empathy, they become tumors within Sumeru itself. And such a presence can be even more terrifying than the Fatui. Why would it be like that? Imagine something truly terrifying. Inside Sumeru exists a certain artifact called the Ever-Finite Uniting Device. It's an object similar to a smartphone, capable of instantly accessing any information. Just like the cream cake recipe you looked up on your phone the day before yesterday. How convenient, right? But if people rely on it for too long, they stop questioning the knowledge from the device. What if someone suddenly inserted horrifying ideas into it? What do you think would happen? And what would the result be? Keqing's face paled as she listened. Meanwhile, Nahida, sitting on the couch, gave a slight twitch of her beautiful ears, turned her head, and asked, Suhan, how is it that you know so much about Sumeru? Big brother knows a lot of things. Oh right. Nahida, since you say Sumeru has a lot of troubling issues, why not ask for help? Where's big brother? Perfect timing, Klee's heading off to play a game too. Heh, I'll play with you later. This little girl is sharp. She knows she can't really help a friend she just met. But there's still big brother. If big brother Suhan steps in, there's almost nothing he can't do. Nahida listened, and something stirred in her heart. If he could summon her here from Sumeru, and he understood Sumeru so well, maybe with his strength, she could truly change her nation. Nahida hopped down from the couch and walked up to Suhan. Please help me. I know it's presumptuous to ask, but this concerns the fate of countless citizens of Sumeru. I can't reach the outside world at all, so I can only beg you. Looking at the white-haired little girl in front of him, gently biting her lip, Suhan set his hand on her head and smiled. Of course, I'll help you. I like Nahida the most. That gentle palm brought her a wave of warmth. Being cared for like this made Nahida's nose prickle. She may be a god, but in truth she knows so little. Everything she's learned has been by attaching herself to living beings or reaching into the void. To understand this kind of sincere tenderness, it was the first time she felt it. No need to possess, no need to hide. She only had to be herself. Nahida. He lifted her up and sat her on his lap. Suhan smiled at Nahida and said, from now on, we're all your friends. If one person can't beat that rotten academia, then more people can. Still, we probably can't completely bring it down in the short term. Nahida waved a hand to show she didn't mind. She'd already been imprisoned for 500 years. What are a few more days? Compared to all that, I'd rather hear from you tell me what Sumeru is like in your eyes. What exactly does it look like? Oh, then why not just jump into the game and try it out yourself? It'll be a more direct experience. No matter how much I explain, words just don't cut it. Let the game handle all the complicated stuff, it'll show you much more clearly. Just like how Keqing and Kaori's characters were portrayed. You can play as a character from Sumeru. Just send the account info directly to Naida. And while you're at it, might as well show her how to operate it on the tablet. So among these few people, Suhan realized no wonder she's the god of wisdom. She really only needed a small hint. Once given a clue, she quickly figured out what to do next. I see. So this is a kind of virtual game, set in the world we live in. So, will the things that happen here really come true in the future? Yes. Liyue, Mondstadt with Carrie, and Inazuma with Kaori, all of it will come true. Keqing backed it up. Once you enter this game, you can see many things you wouldn't normally get to see. I myself play it every single day. Nahida nodded and said, all right then, before we start working, let me first get a feel for what Sumeru is like in this game. What kind of place it really is. Although this character is a bit weak, she's not a completely blank slate either. The main story missions are actually quite easy to get through. They spent a full 2 hours on it. It was basically sightseeing the whole way through, plus a few side quests in between. When they encountered Kale, Nahida clearly looked upset. Sigh. Without repairing the world tree, the dragon scale disease can't be cured, poor child. As the Dendro Archon of Sumeru, she couldn't even save her own follower. This troubled Nahida deeply. When they left Al-Azwar and passed through a crossroad, she noticed a woman with an exclamation mark above her head. What's this, Suhan? Is this person someone who needs my help? Wait, don't worry about this one for now. When he saw that woman's name, Suhan quickly stepped in to stop things. Nahida asked in confusion, why? Isn't this exactly the mark of the quest? That's true enough. If you take on this quest, you probably won't be able to go to Sumeru City for several days. You won't even get to the bottom of the Research Institute's schemes. Oh, I see. Then maybe I'll do it another time. Upon hearing that she wouldn't be able to go to Sumeru City and uncover the Research Institute's secrets, Nahida gave up without hesitation. Keqing, who had just finished tilling the field beside them, tilted her head and asked, is that quest really that troublesome? It couldn't possibly be longer than the one from Kazuha. It'll probably be about 10 times longer. Keqing stared in disbelief. Were quests from Sumeru really this terrifying? Shrugging, Suhan said, this one's called Forest of the Hidden Tree. Let's just say it's no less grueling than the journey to the west. Better leave it to the old folks, kid. Well then, I guess I don't really feel like going shopping in Sumeru right now anyway. I'll just wait a few days. With that, Keqing began controlling her character, heading off to decorate her home. The Serenitia pot had always been one of her favorite spots. After all, it was the only place where she could keep the god of thunder inside her house. Meanwhile, Nahida sat with her tablet, going through the various quests in Sumeru City. As she listened to the townsfolk who couldn't even recognize her, her eyes dimmed slightly. After all, that was just reality. In the heart of Sumeru City, the citizens didn't even know what she truly looked like. It was absurd. However, Nahida's eyes soon brightened again. Oh, it's Danafir. So she still has a role here. Looks like she supports me after all. Too bad. She is suffering from dendroculus and is in very poor health. As the story progressed, Nahida couldn't help but furrow her brow. The Crimson King had returned. Knowledge that felt like it had been sealed away in jars. When she saw the Festival of Flowers, Klee curiously leaned in. Wow, what is this lady's name? Her outfit is so pretty, but why one tea that mean old man let her dance? He thinks dancing is indecent and doesn't fit the atmosphere scholars in Sumeru are supposed to maintain. Regular folks aren't scholars, what right does he have to stop them from chasing happiness? Are Sumeru sages all like that? There's more to it than that. His ambition is bigger than you think. Suhan let out a soft sigh. The story had already sunk into an endless loop. This was only the beginning. Honestly, Keqing, you're right, everyone has their own life. As long as they're not harming the world or society, there's nothing wrong with doing whatever they want. Studying does require quiet and focus. But unwinding in your free time actually helps you learn. Once I've taught these bad guys a lesson, I'm going to overturn this twisted mindset. Nahida clenched her fists and made a vow. The Sumeru she wanted was an ocean of both joy and learning, not a place that's rigid and only about studying. That kind of thing would drive people mad. Another hour passed. Nahida's expression grew heavier and heavier. In the end, the version 3.0 storyline came to a close. She shut her eyes and steadied her breathing. If the academia were only imprisoning her, she could endure it. But these people were actually treating ordinary citizens as tools. That was something she absolutely could not tolerate. It had crossed her line. It's way too cruel, forcing the people of Sumeru City into endless cycles. No wonder. Suhan, you said that humans without a god to govern them will eventually be swallowed by desire. For a sage to say something like that, if your knowledge isn't enough, you don't even have the right to argue? That's just ridiculous. So that's exactly why I say Lady Nahida is too kind-hearted. If something like this happened in Inazuma, anyone who dared to disrespect the Raiden Shogun would have been beheaded on the spot. Suhan joked with a smile. After all, even though Inazuma was in chaos, no one would ever dare to show disrespect toward a god. That was the benefit of absolute power and authority. Nahida sighed and said, "At first, I thought they just had biases against me, but now it seems these people are completely out of their minds. Hurting innocent civilians of Sumeru? I will never let them get away with this." This was the first time her eyes burned with genuine anger. Klee chimed in angrily, "Defeat those bad guys." Although Klee doesn't really understand what's going on, anyone who hurts ordinary people is definitely a bad guy. We must defeat them. Lady Nahida, Klee supports you. Thank you, Klee. I'll do my best. Nahida smiled sweetly. At the very least, through this experience, she had learned that there were people who would stand up for her. That was the greatest gain from this journey. Klee was the first one who arrived. So before Keed came, she had to leave already, though her eyes were filled with reluctance. The space-time gate had already pulled her away. Watching this miraculous scene, Nahida asked, "Is there any way I can stay in this world a little longer?" "There is, as long as we film videos to upgrade the interdimensional gate. Originally, you could only exist here for 4 hours, but thanks to Klee and Kaching's efforts, we extended it to 6. I see. I understand now. I'll work hard from now on too. If I do anything wrong, please guide me." "Yeah, why don't you play some games today? We'll film tomorrow." "Okay." Nahida took a sip of black tea, then returned to her gaming, fully immersed. Kaching folded the dried clothes neatly, glanced at Suhan, gave a quick greeting, and then left. The news they received today was of extraordinary significance to Liyue. She needed to have a serious discussion with Ningguang. This might be their chance to establish a trade route to Sumeru. At the same time, there was also an opportunity to win over the Dendro Archon of Sumeru. Although she still had about half an hour before she needed to leave, Kaching decided to head out early. After all, she had a lot on her plate today. Not long after Kaching left, Kamisato Ayaka stepped out from the space-time portal. It was only just past 3 o'clock. Looking at the empty courtyard and the quiet room, Ayaka felt a bit disappointed. She knew Klee and Kaching had already left. Even though she had been working hard on official duties, she was still a little late. She walked into the living room. Ayaka saw a little white-haired girl sitting there, holding a green tablet and playing a game. The child was very cute. Her eyes were beautiful, like precious gems. "Are you the new friend? I'm Kamisato Ayaka, from the Moro department of Inazuma. Please take care of me going forward." It was just a routine introduction. The white-haired girl looked up, smiled sweetly, and said, "Hi, my name is Naida. I'm the Dendro Archon from Sumeru." The Dendro Archon? No way you're the god of Sumeru. But how could the Dendro Lord be? Suhan, who exactly is she? Ayaka was genuinely shocked by that. This adorable little girl was actually the god of Sumeru. Everyone knew Sumeru was a nation famed for wisdom. Its god was known to the world as the god of wisdom. But this little girl in front of her didn't seem to match that image at all. This time, she didn't need Suhan to explain. Nahida lifted her small hand, and a green glow shimmered to life around her. The original floor, in an instant, transformed into a beautiful meadow. The room became a scene filled with mushrooms and towering trees. All sorts of adorable little animals gathered around the feet of Ayaka. However, the illusion only lasted for a few seconds before vanishing. What do you think? Although the elemental energy in this world is weak, I can still manage something like this. A smile played on Nahida's face. One had to admit, with just this level of illusion magic, even someone like the powerful Lady Hakuto couldn't achieve such a feat, because Ayaka had actually smelled the fragrance of blooming flowers and the scent of fresh grass. This was a truly vivid illusion. Now then, don't be so formal. Ayaka, just treat her like a little sister. There's no need to see her as a god. But is that really okay? Of course. I really enjoy making friends, and I'd be happy to have you become my fourth friend. Nahida extended her small hand again. Ayaka hesitated for a moment, then took it. Only after it was over did she come back to her senses. The little girl in front of her was truly a god. She looked down at the grass god absorbed in playing her handheld game. Ayaka glanced at Suhan, clearly unsure how to react. Even though the little deity seemed approachable, for Ayaka, it was still hard to speak to her casually. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Suhan explained Nahida's background, including the fact that she had once been imprisoned and even abandoned by her own people. Only then did Ayaka finally understand why Aida, the goddess of wisdom, appeared the way she did now. She also understood why Nahida had called her the fourth friend earlier, because just a few hours ago, she had no friends at all, and not a single follower. What a pitiful goddess. It feels like she's been through even more hardship than us. Maybe even more than the shogun of Inazuma. Well then, there are still some ingredients left in the kitchen from yesterday. Since we have some time now, let me make you a little snack. You can take it with you to the Jinyu Palace. Inside. Really? Thank you so much. Nahida hadn't expected everyone around Suhan to be this kind. For a moment, all she could do was say thanks. She was too overwhelmed to form any other words. Shiratori Ayaka smiled and nodded, saying, "It's nothing, really. Just a small favor. Besides, didn't you say we're friends? It's only natural I give you a little gift." With that, she turned and headed upstairs toward the kitchen. Nahida watched her leave, her eyes filled with gratitude. This one moment today meant more to her than all 500 years of her past. Suhan, how should I repay their kindness? I think you'll understand in time. If you enjoy cooking, maybe you can learn a bit when you get the chance. If not, then help them in your own way. Don't rush it. There's plenty of time. Once you get to know each other better, you'll naturally find the best way to show your appreciation. I see. I understand now. They didn't have to wait long. About 10 minutes later, the warm sakura mochi and the 3-colored dumplings were done. It was just about 5 minutes before Naida was set to leave. Perfect timing. Good thing you hadn't left yet, or all this would have been for nothing. Nahida, these can be eaten straight away, and they're still fine even when cooled down. Thank you so much, Ayaka. Then, see you tomorrow. Meeting all of you has made me incredibly happy. I feel the same. As the farewell words faded, a familiar sensation of separation stirred behind Naida. When light returned to her vision, she was already gone. The Narukami shrine was cold as ever, and she had already returned there. She looked down at the warm pastry in her hands. Nahida smiled sweetly, gently. She took a delicate bite. The scent of cherry blossoms and the sweetness of milk filled her mouth at once. That soft, sugary fragrance. She had never experienced anything like it before. Her pretty eyes curved with delight. I didn't expect this pastry to be this good. Do all the sweets in Inazuma taste like this? If you're free tomorrow, why don't you go experience Inazuma's story in person? Otherwise, you won't even know how to greet Kid Kane properly. And judging by how gentle she is, the god of Inazuma must be just as kind too. Inazuma must be a very gentle nation. The Narukami shrine remained as cold as always. Nahida murmured softly to herself. The 2 guards at the entrance had no idea what was really going on inside. After all, nothing had happened here for centuries. Today would be no different. Meanwhile, back in Liyue Harbor, as soon as Kaching returned to the harbor, she hurried straight to the Jade Chamber. Zhongli was marking up a map with a brush. Seeing her panting friend, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You found another world-shaking treasure, haven't you? No, not exactly. But I have important intelligence to share. And it's huge. Oh, what kind of news has you so worked up? Zhongli set down her brush and poured her a cup of tea. Kaching waved it off and said, "Let us get down to business first." Today, Suhan invited a 4th guest to the tea house. This time, she came from Inazuma. You'd never guess who it was. Could it be a sage? No, not a sage. This guest was the Lady of the Lotus and the patron of the forest rangers, the Dendro Archon herself. What? Suhan actually invited an Archon? Zhongli's face lit up with shock. That essay being on the same level as the Geo Archon. A demon god. It's no wonder she was utterly stunned. And even more shocking revelations were yet to come. Because of the unique nature of Sumeru, the intelligence we can gather is extremely limited. Really, very limited, but today, I heard something from Suhan and found a major piece of news in the Genshin storyline. The scholars of the Council of Sumeru. They actually imprisoned the Dendro Archon for 500 years. Wait, did I hear that right? Imprison. The Grass Archon. That's exactly what happened. As Keqing explained, a story about a god in captivity unfolded before Ningguang's eyes. It wasn't just about the Archon being locked away. There were even deeper issues at play. Ningguang sat quietly in her chair, deep in thought. After a long pause, she looked up at Keqing. This matter doesn't concern Liyue at first glance, but if we were to help this god of wisdom, we could gain enormous benefits. And more importantly, we could earn the friendship of a deity. Of course, there would be risks involved. But compared to the rewards, that risk might just be worth taking. The problem is, we don't have the manpower right now, and rushing into Sumeru recklessly would cause serious issues. Within just a few minutes, Ningguang had already weighed all the possibilities. Risk and reward always came hand in hand. Rescue the Dendro Archon. Take down the Sumeru Council. Once that happened, the gates of that Temple of Wisdom would swing wide open for Liyue. Whether it was cultivating or attracting top talents in the future, everything would become much easier. But for now, Liyue itself was dealing with many internal issues. There was simply no way to spare resources. Hearing this, Keqing smiled and said, "Your reasoning is sound. For now, we definitely can't spare the manpower, and Nahida, right now, has no way of escaping either. But we can at least put a plan on standby. The moment we've cleared up everything in Liyue, we'll head over to support her." As a deity, Nahida was remarkably understanding and reasonable. Though they had only spent a few hours together, she came across as exceptionally humble and eager to learn. After all, she was a god. Her power was no joke. And with her long lifespan, this matter was classified as top secret. One day, we will take action. This is a rare opportunity, one we absolutely cannot miss. In the real world, on the streets, Kamisato Ayako was dressed in a full JK uniform, walking behind Suhan. A faint blush colored her cheeks. She looked like a shy young bride. Although she had participated in festivals before, that was in a setting she was familiar with. Once she realized that, Ayako was able to accept it. But today, wearing a skirt that just reached her knees, she was stepping out with Suhan. This was her very first time going shopping with a boy. It was a completely new experience for her, and she felt a bit awkward about it. Before long, the two arrived in front of a small snack shop. "Here, try this sweet rice dumpling. It's coated in sesame seeds, with red bean paste inside. Open up, let me feed it to you." She was about to reach out and take it, but Ayaka suddenly stopped. She froze in place, looking completely flustered. Was she really about to be fed by someone? This was something she had never experienced before. As her eyes focused on the approaching hand, Ayaka's face slowly turned redder. Suhan secretly chuckled to himself. Sure enough, teasing a shy Ayaka was always the most fun. However, just as he was about to bring the food closer, he was surprised to find that the white heron princess had actually closed her eyes and slightly parted her lips. Clearly, she wasn't rejecting him, seeing such a sweet and obedient girl. Suhan, of course, wouldn't let the moment slip away. He quickly brought the snack to her lips. These fried snacks weren't greasy at all. In fact, they had a crisp, fragrant texture. The chewy softness of glutinous rice mingled with the nutty aroma of sesame. Yet another dish Kamisato Ayaka had never tasted before. After they left the little shop, Suhan looked at Kamisato Ayaka, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked, "How was it?" "It's delicious, crispy outside, soft and chewy inside, and sweet, too. I really like it." "That's great. By the way, there's something." "What is it?" Suhan put on a clueless look and watched her. Ayaka hesitated for a moment. She wanted to suggest finding somewhere less crowded next time, but then she remembered Lady Gujiye's teachings and swallowed the words. For the sake of Inazuma, She couldn't cling to those old rules anymore. After their first try went well, Suhan fed her again and again. At first Ayaka was still shy, unable to meet his eyes until Suhan pointed at the couple nearby, hinting that young men and women on Water Blue Star did this all the time. Only then did she relax. By the end, Suhan didn't even need to remind her whenever she spotted something tasty. Ayaka would lean in on her own. Their relationship drew closer as they walked down that bustling street. When they reached the entrance of a Genshin-themed shop, a few girls happened to be coming out. One petite girl saw Suhan and Ayaka and couldn't help rubbing her eyes. Wait, you're that big shot from the dimensional wall, right? And the one next to you, wow, it's Kamisato Ayaka. Xiao-in, get over here. Kamisato Ayaka here, hurry. Where? A woman at the back of the crowd heard her friend calling and hurriedly squeezed forward. The moment she saw Kamisato Ayaka, she practically started jumping with excitement. Silver hair like fresh snow, eyes soft as water, and that innate air of nobility. It really was his precious girl Kamisato Ayaka. Ayaka, is that really you big shots from beyond the fourth wall? I'm so happy I ran into you today. How about I treat you all to a meal? What do you think? Suhan had no objections. He was just a little scared of Kamisato Ayaka, that was all. They looked over at those familiar voice actresses. Kamisato Ayaka thought it over and smiled. Of course, no problem. But I'm not really into eating out. How about coming to my place instead? I'll make you a few Inazuman home-style dishes myself. The girl's eyes lit right up at that. Really? We won't be intruding, will we? We're not much good at cooking, like the kind that's just barely edible. They were actually out for a bit of team building today. A little outing to relax. They never expected to bump into Suhan and Kamisato Ayaka. There were only 4 of them. Paimon SVA, Duo Ing SVA, Bao Kamisato Ayaka SVA, Xiaoin and Ganyu SVA, Linsu. Don't worry, I'll handle all of it, Kamisato Ayaka said with a smile. But if we put out a new video later, I'd love it if you could help spread the word. Heck yeah, that's easy. Ing, let us go already. Hee, I really want to eat Ayaka's cooking. Duo, you're slipping into character again. Rntu Bao said helplessly, while the others tried not to laugh. Still, they felt it would be a bit rude to show up empty-handed, so they picked up a few figures nearby as small hostess gifts. They're just little gifts, nothing major. It's just all so sudden. You big shots from beyond the fourth wall, when are we doing that collab on stream? I can't wait. When are we going to get a Paimon feature? You know, Duo actually reminds me a lot of Paimon from the game. She's super fun to chat with. Suhan thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, Paimon's character is just too complicated to pull off. As for the voice chat stream, it'll probably be within the next few days. So soon? Can you drop a hint who the last one will be? We've been guessing for days. Would it happen to be my daughter, Ganyu? Wow, I just love her so much. It's gotta be Lumen, right? No way. If Lumen shows up alone, what happens to Paimon? Duo quickly argued back. But everyone was staring at Suhan with curiosity. Unfortunately, he just smiled without saying another word. You'll find out soon enough in these next few days. Once we post the video, we'll do a live preview. Alright then, we'll just have to wait. But Duo's eyes lit up with mischief as he grinned. I wonder if the other siblings will be dying of jealousy when they find out I got to taste the Inazuma dishes made by Kamiyama Aya. Oh, absolutely. I bet the one who'll be the most sour is chrysanthemum flower. Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. Others joined in with laughter. After that, the group took a cab to Suhan's house. Looking at the massive villa, Bao and the others were completely frozen in place. The scale of the property was just ridiculous. It was seriously shocking. They had thought Suhan was just a rich guy, but turns out he was basically mining crypto all along, and even owns a villa in a top-tier big city. This wasn't just regular wealth. Senpai of the multiverse wall, please take me in and spoil me. Wow, so you're not just breaking the walls between universes, your family's basically striking gold at home. Hearing the teasing comments, Suhan laughed and replied, sorry to disappoint, but my family really is breaking through multiverse walls. Otherwise, how else could we? The god-tier cosplayers they found. Lin Su let out a quiet smile. Then she led everyone toward the kitchen. Even if someone else was treating them to this meal, they couldn't just sit back and watch. But the moment they got a good look at Kamisato Ayaka's cooking, the four sisters froze. That knife work terrifyingly precise like Kaching S was on full display again. Before, they'd only seen it in videos. This time, they were watching it live. Duo picked up a slice of radish and set it on her phone screen. You could actually read the text underneath through the slice. This was unreal. Who even are the people around Suhan? Every single one looks like a freaking monster. Bao Bao, slack-jawed, asked, "How did you even train knife work like that?" "It's simple. Practice every day. Once your swordsmanship hits a certain level, you can do stuff like this." "You know swordsmanship too?" "Yeah. Though my style leans more toward Inazuma, it's not like Kaching S. That S still amazing. I knew she was my waifu." "Xiaoan, didn't you say she was your daughter?" "What S with the sudden betrayal?" He slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. They couldn't really help with the cutting, but they could wash the produce and handle the prep. That much they could do. Kamisato Ayaka took the lead at the cutting board while the others assisted. Dish after dish came out. Quail egg sushi, steaming hot udon, soba, sakura machi, tuna sushi, grilled sweet fish. Plate after plate was set on the table. Duo was practically drooling. "Oh my god, how is she even doing this? It looks exactly like in the game. Especially that sakura machi. MMPH, I can't hold back anymore. The tuna sushi is just too good." Bao Bao couldn't take it anymore. Like a little gluttonous kitten, she grabbed a piece of sushi and stuffed it straight into her mouth. The delicious flavor instantly enchanted her. It was actually even better than what the chef had made. Xiaoan wasn't about to be outdone either. Hugging a bowl of udon noodles, he loudly declared, "This is mine. All mine. It's from my daughter. Don't even think about stealing it." "Hey Xiaoan, you're ruining the vibe. We should take a photo first." You're right." Everyone paused their feasting to take a group photo. But within less than a minute, Duoduo's WeChat suddenly blew up. With a shriek from Jujua. "Darn it. You guys actually went over to the mansion of a multiverse lord for dinner. And you're eating like this. I'm the god of thunder, and you left me behind." "Ha ha ha." Jujua totally freaked out. She's losing it. Can you blame her? This is sneaky eating after all. Shinomiya Aya, Wahan the Great Ogasho. Could you at least save me a piece of the sakura machi? It really does look amazing. Even though she knew the voice belonged to a mere voice actress, that unique tone was unforgettable. Shinomiya Aya immediately turned her gaze towards Suhan. Suhan smiled faintly and explained, "That's Jujua, the voice actress for the Thunder God. So it sounds familiar to you." Which makes perfect sense. Didn't the game introduce her? "Oh right, then I'll just make an extra serving then. I'll pack it up for her. Bring it with you when you leave." "Wo Shinomiya Aya, I love you so much. You truly deserve to be our Inazuma general. Today I hereby declare, the three great houses are all under your command. You're our strongest follower now. Even that trash fox girl, Shinomiya. I don't even want her anymore." Ha ha. Upon hearing that, Shinomiya Aya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even though deep down, she knew it was all just a joke. Sure, here's a natural and contextually appropriate English translation of the passage in a novelistic, American English style. I've made sure to preserve the tone, character dynamics, and cultural nuances while ensuring the language reads smoothly in English. But the voice of the Ogasho-sama was actually kind of interesting. After the voice actors had their fill of food, they all got up and went their separate ways. It was already pretty lucky that they managed to score a free meal today. It would have been too much to keep them around any longer. So they politely saw the group off. The room fell quiet once more. The two exchanged a smile. "I thought you were going to say no at first." "At first I was planning to, yeah. But then I remembered. You once said they're pretty popular online. If they're willing to help out a bit, I figured my fan value would grow faster. It's just cooking a little, no big deal." Normally, Karara Ayaka wasn't used to such a lively atmosphere. But thinking about Inazuma's current situation, these little inconveniences didn't really matter at all. Suhan checked the fan value and smiled. "Almost. For 100,000 fan value now. You've got a point. We still have a bit of time left. Want to play some game?" "Sure." As soon as they sat down, they jumped into the game. And just like that, the day passed. The next day, around 9 in the morning, Nahida and Klee arrived together. They came as a pair. Seeing that Ayakane was already there, Klee immediately tugged on Nahida's hand and said, "I want to introduce you to a new friend. This is Ayakane. She's super good at cooking and fighting. And she's from where exactly again? She's from Inazuma, a lady of the Kamiyama household. One of the three great houses of Inazuma. Right. I just forgot for a second. Klee scratched her head with a smile. The background was just too complicated, she couldn't remember all the details. Remembering Ayaka's name was already impressive enough. Can we play together, the three of us? Come on, Nahida. I'm really good at smuffing. The game is a fictional term used here to represent a card game like Big Two or President, commonly played in Chinese and East Asian culture. Since there's no direct English equivalent, I used the transliterated term to preserve the flavor of the original game. Not yet. Yesterday, I promised your older brother we'd wrap up the filming first before we make it happen. I see. Klee, just wait for me a bit, okay? Mom, be good. Once I finish my work, I'll go blow up fish with you. And listen, the fish in Sumeru taste even better. Really? Then let us go blow up fish in Sumeru. Wait. No, Klee's only been to Liyue and Mondstadt. She can't get to Sumeru yet. The moment she thought of her game account, Klee sank into despair. She plays every day either chasing crystal flies or fighting whopper flowers. Or she's off blowing up fish. So the main storyline hasn't progressed much at all. Nahida took Klee's little hand and said, "It's okay. As long as you do your quests every day, we'll be able to play together in Sumeru soon." Okay, I'm gonna get to it. You should get to work too. Got it. And just like that, little Klee was calmed. Nahida gave Suhan a nod, indicating she was ready to start. The two of them stepped into the virtual space. Taking in the clean, bright expanse, Nahida's eyes were full of wonder. Here, she could feel a boundless, immense power unlike the realm of dreams, something utterly beyond her reach. Is this your power? Yeah. Think of it as a kind of virtual mirage. It can't be taken out. You can create anything, except food has no taste, and items are use only. You can't take them with you. Suhan conjured a street in Sumeru. Seeing the familiar scene, curiosity flooded Nahida's eyes. She hadn't expected this world to hold a power akin to her own authority. How interesting. That was the end of the demonstration. Nahida asked, "So, how are we going to shoot the video?" "It's easy. Here, just do it like this." Suhan suddenly recalled a scene from the PV. He broke into a bright smile. The surroundings changed accordingly, transforming into a sea of blooming flowers. In the midst of all that floral splendor, Nahida spotted a flower-decked cart slowly rolling toward her from a distance. It was a beautifully decorated carriage, making its way down the path straight toward her. Seeing this, how could Nahida not understand? This was a scene from the flower goddess's birthday celebration. You're not seriously planning to do this, are you? I've got some serious trauma now. It was supposed to be her own birthday, yet it had been turned into an endless cycle of death and rebirth. Who would ever want something like that? Seeing Nahida's expression of exasperation, Suhan crouched down and gently pinched her cheeks with a smile. Don't worry. This time, it really is the true flower goddess's birthday celebration. And no, we're definitely not here to kill anyone. Come on, you know I hate tragic stories the most. Plus, coincidentally, Genshin released the Flower Festival PV just yesterday. So why don't we just go all out and recreate it? Sure, there aren't any citizens of Sumeru here, but showing off your dance moves to the people of Earth isn't so bad, right? You do have a point. I've never danced before, but logically speaking, I should perform among the flowers to truly ignite everyone's spirits. All right, let's do it your way. Nahida thought for a moment. She decided she had to start practicing dancing right away. This was actually a great idea. Once she eventually saved the people of Sumeru and went on to punish those so-called grand scholars. It would be super embarrassing if she couldn't even dance. Compared to someone like Klee, Nahida's learning ability was extremely strong. Suhan only needed to explain a move once, and she could immediately mimic the posture exactly as he intended. She even nailed the facial expressions perfectly. Okay, next move. You're doing great, but try to make your expression a bit more innocent, Nahida. You're looking a little too serious there. An hour passed. The video recording was over. It was definitely the fastest way. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Nahida gently stopped moving, her face carrying a relaxed expression. If obtaining treasures was this simple, she could. Come film something like this every single day. When Suhan heard that, he explained, "Well, that's only because you have such strong comprehension skills. If it were Klee instead, she'd probably have to stop and restart dancing a dozen times. Oh right, we still need to record a closing statement. We won't officially finish until this part is recorded. Alright, let's start. This time, place both hands in front of your chest. Show a serious, focused expression and say to the camera, I am Naida, the Dendro Archon of Sumerbur. Want to become the first sage? Want to help me defeat those so-called sages? Then give me a triple action like, comment, and subscribe. She nailed the closing line in one take. After the filming ended, Nahida returned to the villa and continued the main story quest she had been working on the day before. She stared at the game screen, skillfully taking control of Catherine from the Adventurers Association. A natural smile appeared on her face, but Nahida didn't get to enjoy it for long. The enemies soon launched a counterattack. Such a grand welcome ceremony. Is it impressive enough for a returning hero? As the figure appeared on screen, Nahida gasped in shock. It's him, the exiled one. He was expelled by the Academia long ago. How is this possible? I understand now. He's actually collaborating with the Academia. The story had taken a turn she hadn't expected. Although she had indeed sent the traveler away, her consciousness was now trapped inside the Arbiter's pavilion, unable to leave, trapped forever. Even worse, these people had built a massive factory beneath the Academia itself, where the shadow of a frail-looking man could be seen. As the voice of Scaramouche played from the screen, Shinobu Kuramasa was shocked to discover the very man who had brought chaos to Inazuma was. He appeared within the borders of Sumeru. This is Sani, one of the Fatui Harbinger executives. He once committed countless atrocities in Inazuma, even stealing the sacred heart of the shogun. And now he's actually come to Sumeru? What could he possibly want here? Sani wants to become a god. Nahida, having watched the PV and experienced the story firsthand, understood his methods all too well. She quickly pieced everything together and now fully understood what the Fatui were truly after. Create a god? Is that even possible? Kamisato Ayaka could barely wrap her mind around it. How could a human being possibly create a deity? She turned to look at Suhan, and Nahida did the same. Clearly, both were waiting for his answer. To put it simply, he succeeded in the end. By using the endpoint in the void, he stole the power of the Sacred Heart and forged a so-called divine body using his own human form. In terms of destructive power alone, he truly did become a god. Unfortunately, vengeance was all he lived for. He didn't stay a god for long before being defeated. And considering his strength, I don't think he could even compare to the Raiden Shogun. After hearing Suhan's explanation, both girls let out a sigh of relief. Naida gently placed a hand on her chest and whispered softly, Phew, I'm glad he didn't cause any damage to Sumeru. If innocent lives were harmed because of this, I don't know how I'd bear it. Then Ayaka asked, But if Sumeru already has a god, why would they try to create another one? Because they believe I'm not wise enough to give them the answers they're looking for. It's not just about you, Naida. Huh? Really? When Suhan said that, the little white-haired girl looked genuinely surprised. Wasn't it because she wasn't smart enough that they rejected her? Sure. Here's a natural and contextually appropriate American English translation of the passage, keeping in mind the tone and atmosphere of a novel. Suhan explained, The scholars of Sumeru's academia have long grown accustomed to relying on the Evergarden. In doing so, they've lost the very curiosity and thirst for knowledge that once defined them. Mankind has always grown through exploration. But ever since the Great Tree's passing, Sumeru has seen almost no true breakthroughs in scholarship. And with the World Tree itself slowly withering away, the scholars gradually lost their way. They became obsessed, desperately longing for an all-knowing, omnipotent God. To put it simply, the academia doesn't really care who the God is, as long as that God is omniscient. But with the benevolent God gone, and you not being able to satisfy their hunger for knowledge, well, that's when this foolishness began. Naida's eyes dimmed. But back then, I really didn't know anything. I was just a child, clueless and learning to speak like any ordinary little girl. Over the past 500 years, I left Sumeru through the Evergarden to study elsewhere. I learned a lot, and I tried my best to care for the people. Still, there's so much I don't understand. Naida, don't be sad, Cece said, putting down her game and walking over to comfort her friend. Klee didn't know anything back then either, but Big Brother still loved me. and everyone in Mondstadt liked me too. Those people don't like you because they're mean. It's not your fault at all. Actually, Cece wasn't wrong. It's just that people in Sumeru are sometimes too clever for their own good. And that cleverness ended up backfiring. Shinobu Kazahana shook her head. To lose the will to think for oneself and the desire to seek truth, and then to blame the gods for it. It's truly pitiful and tragic. They're not necessarily pitiful, Suhan said calmly. They've simply grown too used to being in positions of power. Even when someone points out their mistakes, they refuse to admit them. That's just the foolishness of humankind. Let me know if you'd like me to adjust the tone for a specific genre, e.g., fantasy, drama, etc., or continue translating more text. Naida let out a quiet sigh. Sometimes humans really are just like Suhan said. If only they could keep that hunger to learn. Sumeru wouldn't have become what it is now. The little Dendro Archon quickly sank back into her game. The rift between the desert and the rainforest began to show. In the 3.1 storyline, that conflict was laid fully bare. The desert folk resent those who live in the rainforest. And the people in the rainforest? They hold themselves above others and look down on them. They take pride in their learning. So of course they despise these so-called brutes, which only drives the hatred on both sides even deeper. But as the quests advanced one by one, Suhan, in the middle of uploading a video, suddenly cut in, saying, Nahida, in a bit, don't get too worked up. Huh, why would you say that? Is there something about me? The little Dendro Archon tilted her head and asked, her expression unbelievably cute and blank. It's about your origins. It might make you cry. Who knows? Then I'm a little curious still. Dihaya, Sino, and Al-Haytham look like they could be my support. They're brave, and they aren't bound by the Akasha. They can think independently. If possible, let us choose the new batch of sages from among them. Nahida made the decision happily. With plenty of supporters now, Sumeru was sure to grow better and better. Hearing that, Suhan cautioned, everyone else is fine. It's just Al-Haytham who's not quite it. Why? He's still fighting for Sumeru. Right now working this hard, there's no way. He's one of Azar's people. No, not that. Al-Haytham is a very particular kind of person. If I had to put it in one line, it would be, Al-Haytham, only want to live a quiet life. For something that simple. He then joined forces with others and brought down that great sage. Just because of this, they decided to rebel against the sage? Well, I never expected things to turn out this way. Nahida truly hadn't seen this coming. Al-Haytham turned out to be this kind of person. But as long as he was on her side, that was enough. The mission was still moving forward. As the traveler, Dihaya, and Rahman were involved, a battle broke out. Then, something unexpected happened. Beneath the desert, there was actually a temple. And even more surprising, it was the palace of the Crimson King. Though it looked somewhat ruined, the intricate details still hinted at its former glory. When that scene played out, upon seeing the great tree guardian, Nahida couldn't help but show an expression of shock. Why? Why do her eyes look exactly like mine? The images kept shifting and flowing. The Crimson King's past unfolded before Nahida's eyes. It involved forbidden knowledge. The very knowledge that had brought disaster to the desert. The terrifying Dendro plague consumed everything. To save himself, the Crimson King chose to sacrifice his own life. And as the guardian of the temple spoke, his final words, Nahida finally understood her true origin. The great tree guardian had chosen to sacrifice herself, to completely eradicate the forbidden knowledge. But at the same time, an image of the young great tree guardian appeared before the guardian. Reincarnation. This was the first time the word reincarnation had ever appeared in Teyvat. How could this be? Am I the great tree guardian? But why? Suin, why did the main quest disappear? Am I really the great tree guardian? She didn't cry. Only deeper questions remained. Naida quickly turned to Suhan, desperately, seeking an answer, because the story had reached a complete stop. Right here, the main quest disappeared? That must mean the game hasn't updated yet. If you want to know what happens next, you'll just have to wait until version 3.2. As for you asking me whether I'm truly the Great Green Lady, I can tell you this clearly. No, I'm not. But then why did the Guardian of the Desert say that? He indeed witnessed the moment of your birth. However, you're not the true Great Green Lady. You're more like a newly sprouted branch sharing the same roots and origin as her. You're saying we're from the same origin? Exactly. The Great Green Lady comes from the World Tree, and so do you. The truth is actually quite simple. If I go into more detail, the Great Green Lady could be considered your past life. But that's all there is to it. All right, don't overthink it. You are who you are. You're not the Great Green Lady, you're the one and only Naida. Suhan ruffled the little girl's hair. He said with a warm smile. As for what comes next, he wasn't ready to tell her just yet, because what lay ahead was far too cruel. Perhaps in half a year, Nahida would obtain the treasure needed to save the Great Green Lady. After listening to Suhan's explanation, Nahida fell into deep thought. A moment later, she lifted her head, her eyes filled with confidence. I think she must have had great expectations for me when she chose to bring me into this world. I mustn't disappoint her. Suhan, help me. Let's return Sumeru to what it once was. Of course. Let's start working toward that right now. Yes, and I won't hesitate anymore. There were times in the past when I was all alone, and I often wished I could be like the wise and almighty Great Green Lady. Then the people of Sumeru would look up to me. You're right. You are who you are, I am Nahida. Though there's still so much I don't know how to do. I will strive to become a true god. Nahida's heart was finally at peace, and she smiled, truly relieved. Exactly the way to think. Here, this is a little reward for you. Wait, is this date honey? The familiar aroma brought a look of delight to Nahida's face. It was her favorite treat. So that's what it was. Sweet and rich, just one bite, seemed to make her thoughts sharper and more vivid. Candy? Kali wants candy too. Big brother. Don't just give it to Nahida. Kali wants some too. Kali, who had been napping peacefully just moments ago, woke up instantly after hearing Nahida's excited voice. Seeing someone else getting candy, she immediately reached out her tiny hand toward her go-to big brother. Suhan didn't hesitate, handing her 3 pieces. Do you want to try some? It's really good. All right, I'll just have one then. Shinobu Kazahana said with mild curiosity. If it could excite the Dendro Archons so much, just how delicious could it be? She took a taste. The flavor was rich and fragrant, with subtle notes of almond and butter. A truly delightful little treat. Nahida took a bite, eyes widening with surprise. This taste was almost identical to what she had enjoyed back in Summer City. Did you make this yourself? This kind of sweet. Doesn't tea exist in this world, right? It wasn't too hard. True, there's no Sumeru rose here, but there's a very close substitute, purple roses. Add some dates into the mix, and recreating this treat wasn't difficult at all. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. I was actually a bit worried that the bakery didn't get the flavor quite right. He had it specially made late into the night. Purple roses, dates, and a bit of love. Replicating such a treat wasn't too complicated, but seeing Nahida so happy made it all worthwhile. As they were enjoying this warm, joyful moment, a wave of buzz around Nahida began to spread across the Xiaposan community. A girl who followed Suhan's updates stared at the incoming notifications, her brows slowly knitting together in concern. Is it really Nasurda's birthday? No way. Is the multiverse master about to pull out all the stops? I watched that PV and felt emotional the entire night. Forget it. Maybe the multiverse master will bring something different, like some unique cosplay, or maybe it's not bad seeing an adorable Nasurda either. Filled with curiosity, she clicked on the video. A familiar voice instantly played. The flower carriage jiggles and joggles. Nasurda opens her eyes. She said she just had a dream about Nasurda's birthday. It's today. On the screen, a silver-haired little girl woke up from her dream. She smiled brightly and sat up. That overwhelmingly sweet smile was super healing. Girls watching the screen widened their eyes. Oh my god, can she be any cuter? Nasurda, open the door. Come on, open it. I'm gonna lose it. This 3.1 update is killing me. I can't even last a single day anymore. Open up, or I'm coming in with a rocket launcher. Let's blow the academia to pieces. This video was more exciting than an anime, with intense immersion and strong emotional pull. The next scene instantly captured the girl's attention. Countless little animals gathered around Nasurda, buzzing with excitement. Birds sang songs for her, and animals danced joyfully around her. It was as if they were celebrating the arrival of the newly crowned grass god. In her dream, the Night of Flowers found her. "Oh Divine One, we've finally found you." Everyone's been waiting so long to meet you. Facing the hand reaching toward her, Naserta broke into a radiant smile. That genuine joy was utterly enchanting, impossible to look away. Wah, Multiverse Master, please no sad twists. If you dare go there, I'll fight you head on. My sweet Naserta. The scene shifted. Naserta stood center stage, waving her tiny hands. And to everyone's surprise, she actually started dancing. It was a clumsy performance, but full of heart. Still, she was just too cute. There weren't any Sumeru locals around, but with the upbeat music playing beside her, you couldn't help getting swept up in the joy. The dance was short, only 2 minutes. Naida sat on the float, waving goodbye. She thought the video would end there. Then the shot cut. The dopey cute Nahida from a second ago vanished. In her place stood the Dendro Archon, solemn-faced. The girl felt like she was staring at a god who lived for centuries, not a kid doing cosplay. I am Nahida, Buer, the Dendro Archon of Sumeru. Want to become the first sage? Want to help me defeat those grand sages? Then hit that like, comment, and subscribe. A cool, detached voice rang out, a complete contrast to the cheerful vibe from before. And yet it fit Nahida's lore to AT. No, she was her, down to the last detail. She already tapped all 3 buttons, and she started furiously sharing the video. I'm sending this to everyone. I'm gonna be a sage, wait for me. Nahida, we're gonna blow up the academia together. In all the big Genshin Impact group chats, within just 2 minutes, it was all Nahida. Even the streamers groups were the same, nothing but links to the Nahida video. Some chats even started spitting out catchphrases. Gun in hand, follow my lead, kill the sages, save the Dendro Archon. Even grinding them to dust wouldn't be enough to express our hatred for the grand sages. I don't care, this grand sage is going into the dungeon today. Even if Jesus shows up, he can't stop it. I'm serious. And online. As soon as the update ping went out, a flood of people rushed in. The view count kept skyrocketing. Concurrent viewers broke 100,000 in just half an hour. Even during work hours, people were sneaking off under the pretense of going to the bathroom, slipping on headphones to watch in secret. The previous episodes were already a blast. Everyone knew Suhan's production this time. Wasn't he going to disappoint? Oh my god, Nahida is way too cute. Why did she just break the dimensional barrier? Dude, this is insanely good, I want to take her home. Forget the academia, we'll take her. Fam, we just picked up a Nahida. She wants to come home with me. The scrolling barrage of comments flew across the video, making people both exasperated and amused. But this live-action Nahida was even cuter than anyone expected, especially that closing line. The characterization was perfect. That tone, and those earnest, focused eyes, aren't something a kid could just mimic. Damn, that posture is so spot on. Don't tell me. Nahida actually blew through the dimensional barrier and crossed into our world. 2nd Battalion Commander, where the hell is your mortar? Hurry up and shell the academia. Frontline warriors in position, academia, open the damn gates. Meanwhile, over at the Genshin Company, Operations Director Qingwan stared at the video, buzzing with excitement. God, this Nahida is unbelievably faithful to the original. I've been racking my brain these past few days over who the 4th cosplayer would be if it's really Nahida. I honestly didn't see that coming. If we could get this cosplayer to anchor the preview livestream, the show's impact would be off the charts. Just imagining it sent a jolt through Qingwan. It was thrilling. Version 3.2 was right around the corner, and the little lucky Grass King suddenly went live, rallying all Genshin players to march on Sumeru's academia. The thought alone was electrifying. She hurriedly pulled out her phone and called Suhan. A busy tone rang out. The video call connected. On the screen wasn't just Suhan sitting next to him. Slightly out of focus was a little cutie. Those familiar tiny feet. Qingwan could never forget them. Hello, what's wrong? Qingwan, did you need something from me? Suhan's voice came through. It snapped Qingwan out of her daze. She stared at the half-visible figure sitting beside him, clearly playing a video game, and stammered. Suhan, you wouldn't happen to have just finished filming, did you? Yeah, you saw Nahida, right? Pretty cool, huh? Surprise, Simon Nahida. Say hi to Qingwan. She's the one bringing all the hype to our video. As soon as Suhan said that, Nahida, who had been playing Genshin, lightly stood up and waved at the phone. Hello, Miss Qingwan, I'm Naida. I'll be needing your help going forward. Huh. Why isn't Suhan saying anything? Did I greet her wrong? But this is exactly how people greet each other online. Nahida looked genuinely confused. She had just finished brushing up on this world's customs, especially after deciding to start a live stream later. Wouldn't he want to embarrass herself by not knowing anything, after all? But the silence made Nahida wonder if she messed up somehow. Suhan smirked slightly and said, "She is probably stunned by your cuteness. OMG, guys and girls, Nahida is here. She is on my video call. She is saying hi to me. Everyone come quick." After a brief moment of calm, Qingwan, on the other side of the screen, suddenly screamed with excitement. How could anyone not fall for such a genuinely adorable Nahida? If you love something, you naturally want to share it with everyone. A low rumble rolled in. Then came a rush of footsteps. The camera suddenly filled up with a crowd of people. Wait, that is actually Nahida? I thought it was special effects. It's so spot on. Is it for real? Ugh, so cute. Cosplay legend, when are you throwing a party at your place? I can bring my own little stool. Okay, I'll bring it myself. I really want Nahida to kick me. Dude, are you a perv or what? The operations team was thrown into chaos by Nahida's appearance. But Qingwan didn't think much of it. She preferred this kind of lively work vibe. It was all for the dream. It was also for the love of it. That's the kind of effort that really drives people, not just showing up for a bit of commission. Faced with so many people, Nahida wasn't angry or flustered. She greeted everyone politely instead. The ops department erupted into waves of laughter. 5 minutes later, Qingwan snatched her phone back and headed to the office. She couldn't hide the joy on her face. Suhan, you sly fox kept this under wraps so long. I asked Xiao En and the others yesterday, why didn't you give us a heads up? But you gotta admit this was a real surprise, right? Of course. I love Nahida. Later, can you let me grab a photo with her and Kamisato Ayaka? Sure, no problem. Piece of cake. Haha. Awesome, let us figure out when to run the 3.2 preview. This was supposed to be Qingwan's task. But in the rush of excitement just now, she'd completely forgotten. Suhan looked at Nahida, thought for a moment, and said, "Tomorrow night, let us warm things up with a video first, then get ready to go live. How about 8 p.m.? Everyone's off work by then, and it's prime time." Sounds good. Around 8 p.m. That was the most coveted time slot on the live streaming platform, and the competition was especially fierce. Some smaller streamers had no choice but to go live late at night or during the daytime, just to gain more viewership. The audience numbers might be lower, but at least they wouldn't have to fight for traffic with the top-tier streamers. After receiving the reply, Qingwan smiled brightly and locked in the arrangement. Now, she could finally feel at ease. Not long after, she suddenly remembered something else. Oh, right, Suhan, don't forget to post a live stream announcement on Xiao Pajan Littleby Station. That way, more people will look forward to it. I'll send you the promotional image later. I almost forgot about that, Suhan replied, finally recalling. After her reminder, indeed, a live stream needed an announcement in advance to draw in more viewers. As soon as Qingwan sent over the image, Suhan quickly edited the post and uploaded it. Within less than a minute, comments started flooding in below. 3.2 preview? That's so fast, bro. I can't wait anymore. MiHoYo, open the door. Wait. Oh God. Universe Boundary Master, please open the door. I want to see Kaching. I want to see Nahida. Tomorrow night at 8? Screw overtime, I'm calling it quits today. Super excited. Wonder what it'll be like during the live stream. If Kaching and Nahida actually dance together, I swear I won't be able to handle it. Wait, there's a live stream now too. Meow meow meow, so lit. And it's even an official collaboration. Holy crap. Universe Boundary Master is truly the GOAT, GOAT. Frat bro upstairs, are you new here or something? Nowadays, Universe Boundary Master is practically a regular guest at MiHoYo. You don't know Jack. Her Nahida video edits are even more polished than the official ones. Go check it out, it's just one click away. Exactly what he said. She glanced at the arguing commenters online. Suhan couldn't help but laugh as well. Just then, Kamisato Ayaka, who was sitting nearby, asked, "Does everyone have to come over in the evening tomorrow?" "Yeah, this live stream is super important. If it goes well, we'll definitely rake in a ton of traffic. You'll be clicking claim rewards nonstop. Then I'm good with that. I actually have official duties to handle in the morning. I'll come over at 6 tonight. Can Klee come too? Of course. But remember, she can only come at 6 tonight, no coming during the day? Okay, got it. Big bro hee. Klee loves new events the most. That last time at the anime convention, it had left quite the impression on her. Well, aside from that fluffy-legged tough guy version of Klee, about half an hour after the video was posted, Nahida received a system notification. Ding, congratulations. Your video has earned 100,000 fan points. You may randomly claim one treasure. Would you like to claim one? Ding, congratulations. Your video has earned 200,000 fan points. You may randomly claim one treasure. Would you like to claim one? Huh. I just finished the video. How come the rewards are coming in so fast? Nahida remembered what Suhan had told her before, that she'd need 100,000 views and triple actions like comment, subscribe, just to have a shot at getting a treasure. But how is this even happening already? Seeing Nahida's shocked expression, Suhan held back a laugh and said, things aren't like they used to be. My channel has a solid base of followers now, and a lot of people already hit subscribe. Once a video drops, they get notified right away. And like I said before, someone as cute as you, Nahida, people on Aqua Planet absolutely love it. Don't believe me? Check how many people are watching the video right now. After hearing that, Nahida reached out and tapped the screen. The number that popped up shocked her completely. There were actually 100,000 viewers watching the live stream. What? 100,000 people? This number is just too insane. How could so many people actually like me? No wonder her follower count had already surpassed 200,000 in just half an hour. Nahida's eyes were filled with shock. She had thought it would take time from making videos to earning rewards. It needed to slowly build up. But things had gone completely against her expectations. She was able to receive double rewards within just 30 minutes. It was truly unbelievable. After hearing this, Kid Kamisato smiled and said, this is the charm of a deity. If I had to guess, with Nahida's popularity today, she'll probably get at least 4 rewards. Big brother, Colette wants to film a video too. Upon hearing that Nahida could get 4 rewards at once, little Colette immediately got upset. She quickly ran over to Suhan and started pleading. She loved playing around, but she still remembered the orders given by Lady Cider. That order was to collect as many treasures as possible. Only then could Mondstadt have a chance to escape danger. Seeing the little girl getting so worked up, Suhan chuckled and said, all right, once tomorrow's live stream ends, we'll go film the second video. I promise it'll bring in plenty of rewards. Hee. Colette knew Big Brother was the best. Nahida, hurry up and collect your treasures. Let us see what they are. Okay. Nahida nodded. She claimed 2 treasures. Ding, congratulations. Successfully received. Treasure, Desert Sarava Seed. Description, a special seed from another world that can transform moonlight into water. It can still grow in deserts and is quite unique. Quantity, 100 seeds. Effect, once planted, it will gradually change the surrounding environment, creating a unique kind of tree. Note, resistant to wind and sand, can endure scorching sun. At night, it absorbs moonlight to nourish itself, generating water in the process. Special, when saturated with an abundance of dendro energy, new trees can be born from it. The moment the treasure appeared, Nahida's face lit up with surprise and joy. I actually pulled something like this? With this, the people in the desert won't have to suffer from sandstorms anymore. And they'll have a steady water supply too. I didn't expect the first treasure to suit my heart so perfectly. Compared to treasures meant for combat, Nahida preferred items that could bring happiness to the people. As a deity, that was precisely her duty. Upon seeing the treasure materialize, Kale quickly examined it. But the moment she saw it was green, she immediately looked uninterested. Nahida, isn't this just a seed? Why are you so excited about it? It looks like a tree seed, completely useless, and the encyclopedia doesn't even mention it bearing fruit. Kale doesn't like trees because doo-doo gets stuck on them, and then you can't hit enemies. Seeing the little sunbeam's clearly displeased expression, Nahida shook her head and said, no, this is a very precious treasure. You don't understand, Kale. In Sumeru, aside from the vast rainforests, half of the land is also desert. Once these trees spread, the desert could become an oasis. Wouldn't that help ease the tensions? Between the desert and rainforest people, this is truly a great item. Immediately realizing the treasure's value, Kamasato Ayaka spoke up. Nahida nodded. Exactly, with this, we can improve the desert. And in the future, we'll be able to grow other crops as well. This is a treasure that can ease tensions among the desert people. For a long time, the desert had been a burden on her heart. If she could resolve the issues between the desert and the rainforest, she believed her authority and influence would greatly increase. Nahida carefully put away the precious pack of seeds. She turned her gaze toward the second treasure. Ding, congratulations, claim successful. Obtained. Treasure name: Pure Spirit Demon Sealing Pill. Description: crafted by a kind-hearted old master. This pill can purify all abnormal conditions within the body, with effects lasting for 3 months. Quantity: a total of 500 pills. Effects: immediate effect upon consumption. Note: this medicine is ineffective if the body has no illness or pain. Does not heal ordinary external wounds. Special notes: effective only when demonic forces invade, or when the body is influenced by external evil. This time I got medicine? Judging from the effect, it might actually suppress the demon brand. This is really good. Nahida's eyes lit up, thinking that today must be her lucky day. She had been worried about her followers just moments ago. Now, she had actually obtained a medicine that could temporarily suppress the demon brand. This stroke of luck finally allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Suhan took a look and thought this treasure wasn't as powerful as the one Keqing had drawn, but it had one advantage: quantity. If there had only been one pill, it would have been a difficult decision for Nahida, but now with a 3-month buffer, she would have enough time to prepare. Her luck really wasn't bad. Seeing Nahida obtain such a useful treasure, Kamasato Ayaka was genuinely happy for her. But a problem soon came up. Now that you're imprisoned in the Genshin Palace, what will you do with this treasure? All right, I almost forgot about that. Nahida paused, momentarily stunned. She had just realized she couldn't send anything outside. This was exactly the kind of item that could help with the demon brand. Yet she was unable to deliver it. That was a serious issue. Eventually, it was Suhan who came up with a solution. How about this? You can entrust these 2 treasures to Keqing. She can send someone to deliver them to Sumeru. It's just a matter of crossing the layered rock canyon. You can influence them with your divine power, right? Whether it's controlling birds or passing messages to others, you can get your hands on these things easily. So that's how it works. Then I'll leave it to Keqing. As soon as she arrives, I'll hand over the treasure to her. No need for her to go deep into Sumeru. Just leave it near Xianyan Slope. Then I'll control a hawk to snatch it back. With that plan, those people can finally be spared from suffering for a while. Oh right, Nahida, make sure to prepare a gift for Kale first. That girl has been through so much. She's endured endless hardship. It's really not easy for her. All right, I know her while working on the story. I met her in the game's development. She's such a sweet and adorable girl. Nahida happily agreed. She felt especially lucky today. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction. Time passed quickly. Before we knew it, it was already afternoon. Keqing arrived at 2 o'clock. Hey guys, did you miss me? Keqing sis. I missed you so much. As soon as she heard the voice, the little sunshine bolted out first. Suhan and the others followed. The moment she heard Nahida's request, Keqing didn't even hesitate and agreed right away. It's not a big deal. I'll head back earlier today and personally deliver it. If anything goes wrong with someone else, things could get messy. Thank you so much. Keqing from Liyue Harbor to Xianyan Slope is quite a long journey. Don't be fooled by how short it looks in the game. In real life, walking a full day would only get you to Lingzhu Pass at best. And don't forget, there's mountain climbing involved. If you actually cross the mountains, it'd take at least 2 days to reach Xianyan Slope. And there could be monsters and treasure hunters along the way. Moreover, the infrastructure in the world of Teyvat is pretty terrible. Some places don't even have proper paths to walk on. Unless we fly there? Fly. Thinking about it, Keqing turned her gaze toward the little girl beside her and said, Klee, can you ask the knights to bring over some bamboo dragonflies? I need to borrow one tonight. I'll return it tomorrow. If we walk, it'll just take too long. No need to go through all that trouble, Klee replied cheerfully. Klee already brought the bamboo dragonflies back today. It seems like Kia and the others are preparing something and want to need them for a while. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a bamboo dragonfly, handing it to Kaching. This is one of the treasures I got through the gacha system, and there's no carrying limit on it, so no worries about whether Kaching will be able to take it back after using it. Few with this thing, things just got a lot easier. I'd say it should only take about 2 hours round trip, thanks a lot, Klee. After receiving some praise, Klee was visibly delighted. At that moment, Suhan spoke up. There's a live streaming event tomorrow, and all of us need to make an appearance. That one they mentioned before the primetime broadcast. Yeah, I've already talked with the official team. During the live stream, our video will appear at the bottom of the screen, and they'll also play our ad during the commercial breaks. We'll get some extra exposure thanks to the primetime event. This isn't like getting recommended on a small B station channel. A lot of people who don't even play games still watch these primetime streams. There had been all sorts of entertaining videos during previous version updates, so even those who don't play Genshin Impact can still be drawn in as viewers. This is because various in-game rewards are usually announced during the primetime broadcast. Kaching's face lit up with excitement as she said with a smile, "All right, I know about this live stream. I've managed to catch a few sessions over the past few days, and it's actually pretty interesting. Yeah, it's fun. It's just the few of us anyway. Just a bunch of people chatting. The main guest is definitely Naida. The rest of us are just background. Yeah, the big guest star this time is our Naida. Everyone else is basically just here for show. You know, the usual supporting cast." Everyone briefly discussed the plan for tomorrow. Time slowly passed. Each person eventually returned to their own world. Kaching had to deliver something to Naida, so she only stayed for 3 hours before leaving early and heading back to Liyue Harbor. This was her first time using a bamboo dragonfly. Kaching looked really excited. The feeling is completely different from using the Anemo glider. It really gives you that sense of commanding the skies. And the speed is way faster than carriages or anything else. If only I could pull a flying item like this in the future, then I could cut down on time investigating things or handling official duties. She flew through towering mountains, heading towards Sumeru. As she was flying, Kaching suddenly felt like someone below was watching her. So she looked down. To her surprise, standing atop a mountain peak was a tall woman with snow-white hair, and she was staring straight at her. A gentle breeze blew. Silver strands of hair danced in the wind. Her beauty ethereal, like a celestial fairy. Their eyes met for a moment. Then, with a light tap of her toes, the long-haired, white-haired fairy figure swiftly glided down the mountain. Kaching exclaimed in surprise. What amazing grace was she also from Liyue? Maybe a disciple of the Adepti. She hadn't completed the Gales of Enlightenment quest yet. So naturally, she didn't know who Shinho was. But that elegant, almost divine martial style. And that aura. Only someone trained by a Liyue Adeptus could have. If it weren't for her mission today, Kaching would definitely want to meet her. But she pushed the thought aside and accelerated her flight with full power. The wind howled past Kaching's ears, but she wasn't fazed in the slightest. About an hour later, she arrived near the Chasm of Valves. Due to the work stoppage, the place was so quiet. Not even a soul in sight. Stepping past the Chasm of Valves, a rainforest suddenly appeared before her eyes. She pulled out her map and glanced at it. This should be close enough. Kaching dove straight down in a flash, landing at the agreed meeting spot, Xiangzue Slope. The moment her feet touched the ground, a flapping sound came from above. Swish. A hawk slowly descended from the sky. Nahida? MHM, it's me. You've been waiting long. I had a bunch of tasks to clear over at Suin's place, and then I watched a stream before coming over. It's fine. Usually on my way back, I just hitch a ride on some creature or another. Here, try this. It's a specialty from Sumeru. The taste is really quite good. Nahida held out a small pouch of dried fruit between her lips, gently handing it to Kaching. She had gathered these with great effort. Even though she herself was still imprisoned, she still wanted to do something for Kaching. Kaching opened the pouch. It was packed with all kinds of fruits, none of which she had ever seen before. She picked out a small one that looked like a grape and took a bite. Sweet and sour delicious. How is it? Really good. Amazing, actually. I'm glad you like it. Too bad these can't be brought to Earth. Otherwise, you could treat us to them every day. Nahida smiled happily, but her tone carried a hint of regret. Seeing her expression darken slightly, Kaching reassured her, there'll be a day. As long as we keep making videos and upgrading the dual world gate, it'll come faster. You're right. Then I'll take these with me for now. Can't let my followers suffer any longer. So then see you later. He watched the eagle with the treasure in its beak fly off. Kaching didn't break stride. She turned and headed back to Liyue. In Gandharville, in a small wooden room, a slender girl lay on the bed, low moans of pain slipping from her lips. She had a wad of cloth clenched between her teeth, so the sound was very faint, almost impossible to hear. The torment of Eliezer often kept Kale from sleeping, and tonight was another night full of suffering. Pain swept through her whole body. Sometimes, Kale just wanted to cry out and question the gods. Why leave me to suffer so long? Family, friends from the past. One by one, they drifted far from her. Even so, the pain only grew worse. Outside the room, Tinery was busy grinding herbs. Here, within Gandharville, Kale wasn't the only one with Eliezer. The others just had milder symptoms. He stayed here not only to guard Sumeru's rainforest, but also to tend to the sick. For that, Tinery even politely declined an invitation from the Sumeru Academia. Before long, the herbs were ready. Tinery looked at the trembling girl and couldn't help but sigh. I can still use my power to clear the withering, but Eliezer, if only the Dendro Archon could come. Kale has suffered more than enough. She deserves a little peace. As the scholar let out that quiet sigh, a strange sound came from the window. Tinery looked over. A striking, regal-looking eagle flew in through the window. It landed right in front of him. A small pouch clamped in its beak. What is this? A medicine that can suppress Eliezer. Give it to the child, and her condition will be kept in check. An eagle that can talk? No, wait, The elemental reaction was so strong that Tinery instantly guessed who the visitor was. A soft whoosh. A faint light flickered before his eyes. A small, slender figure took the eagle's place. She settled on the table and gave him a slight smile. Nice to meet you, Mr. Tinery. I'm Sumeru's Dendro Archon. People often call me Lesser Lord Kusanali. So you really are a god. For various reasons, I've been confined within the sanctuary of Surasthana at the Academia. My body can't leave, so I'm truly sorry about Kale. Eliezer is entangled with Erminsel. Even with medicine, it can only suppress the symptoms for a time. That is my failure. At that, Tinery wore a look of just as I thought. He never fully trusted the sages. He suspected as much for a while. But he never imagined those brazen fools would actually dare imprison a god. As for why he come to that suspicion, that was his own private reasoning. Even if the Lesser Lord had secluded herself, 500 years without a single word couldn't be right. You didn't show yourself just to save Kale, did you? I'm sure you need my help too. Yes, I know. Tinery, you treat the people of Gandharville kindly. But that only treats the symptoms, not the cause. Only by letting me out can we truly save Sumeru. These pills can keep them safe for 3 months, for now. If you're willing to help me, invite your friend Sino and head to Party's Dai. I'll be waiting for you there. As her words faded, a breeze drifted through. The eagle vanished as well, leaving only the scent of fresh grass in the air. Tinery stared at the 10 pills in the pouch. He took one out and fed it to the suffering Kale, and he was now unconscious, unable to even swallow medicine on his own. Tinery had to place the pills into his mouth by hand. The medicine went down. The botanist noticed that his struggling disciple's expression suddenly turned calm. Then, the young man opened his eyes, gazing in confusion at his own body. What is going on with me? Why doesn't my body hurt anymore? Teacher, my arm is healed just now. I couldn't even move it. Look, Kaylee unwrapped the bandages to check. The hand that had been ravaged by dendrocholysis was now fully restored. A flicker of surprise passed through Tinery's eyes, and he smiled slightly. Congratulations, Kaylee. You've recovered. But please, don't tell anyone else. There's far too much involved in this. Is it because of the Dendro Archon? You heard that? Well, when I was half-conscious just now, I felt a force protecting me. It felt so gentle, yet incredibly careful, and somewhere in the depths of my mind, a voice was comforting me. It said, Kaylee, don't be afraid. I will protect you. When I woke up, the pain was gone. I thought to myself only the great lady of the sacred lotus could possibly have cured a deadly illness like dendrocholysis. Tinery looked at the perceptive young girl before him. With a quiet sigh, he told her everything about the Archon's imprisonment and the deeds of the Sumeru Academia. Kaylee was stunned. Until now, she had always wanted to ask the gods why she had to suffer so much. Now she knew her god was suffering too. How could this happen, no wonder? For hundreds of years, no one has seen the Dendro Archon. She has been imprisoned. The academia is absolutely despicable. How dare they do something like this? Autinary sighed. My intuition was right. Back then, while I was over there studying, I kept feeling off. That feeling wasn't confirmed until today. Turns out I'm not as clever as I imagined. All right, I'm going to be out for a while. Just say I was the one who found these herbs. Go ahead and distribute them to everyone. Master, where are you going? Chena garden to do what I have to do. He was a botanist, sure. But with Sumeru in turmoil, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. And then there was the matter of the Dendro Archon descending in person. With Kale and the others in Sumeru City, Tinary felt he didn't need to worry about things there himself. Eliezer had been eased for 3 months, for now. Next, as long as they could rescue the Archon and let the nation recover, everything should come to an end. By now, the night was deep. An unnoticed eagle slipped through the alleyways. In the estate of a certain noble, the sleeping Dunyazid suddenly heard a voice at her ear, unbelievably gentle, like a cool breeze brushing her cheek. So tender, with a touch of mercy. Dunyazid, Dunyazid. Who is calling me? I am the moon. My devout believer, your pain will come to an end. As long as you take the medicine by your pillow, you'll be restored. The moon? What is that? Dunyazid opened her eyes and saw a child sitting by the window. Cold moonlight poured over him. Strangely, it didn't feel the least bit odd to her. Instead, an inexplicable sense of closeness stirred within her. Are you Lesser Lord Kusanali? She got it right. Hurry and take the medicine by your pillow. It'll only protect you for 3 months, but I think as long as you can break free of the academia's hold, that'll be enough. There will always be a chance for you to fully recover. Medicine? Can it really cure me? The other replied. Dynazity hesitated for a moment, then quickly swallowed the pill. A cool sensation slowly spread from her lower abdomen. What is this? Her once weak and feeble body suddenly felt full of energy. The girl, who had previously gasped for breath just walking, now felt as if she could keep going the entire day without tiring. Venerable god of grass, am I really healed? Of course. You've always been a devoted follower of mine. I'm truly sorry. I couldn't help you back when you were a child. The memory of the past surfaced. Dynazity quickly shook her head. No, please don't blame yourself. My illness, the Dendra plague, wasn't your doing. If anything, I should be thanking you for my recovery. Oh, you mentioned being imprisoned earlier. Could it be the Scholars' Assembly? She recalled the rumors passed around among the people. At once, Dynazity's expression darkened. Nahida briefly explained the current situation. She hoped the other wouldn't spread this information. For now, it was best to quietly build up strength. They only needed to wait for the day help would arrive. Dynazity knelt down, her voice sincere. Please, give me your orders, little venerable one. You are my only faith. If it means rescuing you, I'll do whatever it takes. I can feel your sincerity. First, regarding the Dendra plague, here are 100 doses of medicine. Use them first on those most severely ill. Then, gradually expand our influence. Bring in people like Nilo and Dihaya. If we explain the situation to them, they'll surely become strong allies. Overthrowing the Scholars' Assembly won't happen overnight. That's why we must act in secret. Once you've made contact with others, gather at the Jannery Garden. All right, I understand. Dory and Nilafar are my close friends, and they are just as devoted to your ideals as I am. They won't leak any information of that, I'm certain. Do your best. Danasade, I believe in you. The voice faded, echoes dissipating into silence. The vision of the little Dendro Archon instantly vanished. Before Danasade stood a single vial of potion. With this, the Dendro-inflicted illness could be temporarily suppressed. Gazing around the dimly lit room, Danasade took a deep breath. She never imagined it would come to this. The god of wisdom she had been searching for so desperately was actually imprisoned. Damn the Council of Scholars. How dare they do something like this? No wonder people always speak of the great sapient tree. So it was all manipulated from the shadows all along. That night, Nanaya reached out to many contacts. However, she did not contact Sino. For both Alhaitham and Sino were hidden deep within the Council's territory. Surveillance was everywhere. It would be far too easy to be discovered. After carefully hiding the potion away, Nanaya's consciousness returned to the Surin precipice. Let's stop here for today. Being too aggressive will only raise suspicion. It wasn't that she didn't want to act further. Right now, she simply didn't have enough leverage. If her consciousness were captured again, it could lead to complete collapse. Deep within the council's stronghold, there might be that Fatui harbinger the doctor. Although she had only seen him once, and that through a game, Nanaya could sense just how cunning he was. His perception was terrifyingly sharp. He must never detect any inconsistencies, not unless she could leave the palace in her true form. The next evening, everyone gathered at Suhan's villa. Nanaya arrived. Klee came too. Keqing showed up. So did Keed Kirikane. One by one, they arrived. How's the status of the Dendro plague? It's completely under control. I've checked it myself. The effect is solid, exactly as the item description said. Safety can be guaranteed within 3 months. That works. Let us get ready first, and then let us go live. Sounds good. Everyone started bustling around. Klee's face was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Kazumiya Hikaru looked slightly nervous. As for Suhan, he was contacting the Genshin Impact official team to discuss some things. Changing the plan last minute. Are you really sure about this? Keep in mind, we're broadcasting actual in-game footage. His cosplay is top-notch, sure, but this is still way too risky. I'm against it. Qingwan, even if his VFX skills are amazing, what if something goes wrong? Won't that be a huge embarrassment in front of everyone? But you have to understand one thing. Anahitha this realistic, combined with Suhan's effects, would make this show absolutely unprecedented. Don't worry, we can handle it if things go south. Besides, the audience is really hyped for today's stream. The number of reservations has already passed 1 million. This isn't even a game PV, it's just a preview. Yet 1 million people had already signed up. That number even shocked the planning team. Alright, since you insist so much, then let you and Suhan take the lead. But we'll be watching the entire time. We can't afford any mistakes. Of course, no problem. After securing the authority, Qingwan spoke into her phone. Got it handled. Now it's all on you. You know the whole plan, right? Just don't screw up. Relax, I'll blow your minds. But remember, Layla's character demo must be shown in front of the Dendro Archon. Fine, agreed. And just like that, it was settled. Suhan entered the virtual space with 4 others. Just as mentioned earlier, this system wasn't just for editing videos, it could also do live VFX streaming. Now was the perfect moment to activate the second ability. Suhan was in the middle of a conversation with several people. The time slowly approached 8 o'clock. The version 3.2 preview livestream was about to begin. The moment the stream went live, over 1 million viewers flooded in instantly. Some people didn't like setting reminders in advance. But even so, they were still waiting. Unlike previous times, the host appeared on camera in person this time. In real life, not as an animated character. And she even cosplayed as Lumen. Coughs, hello everyone, it's me again. My name is Bao Bao, and I'm the voice actress for the female traveler, Lumen. I'm also the host for tonight's version 3.2 preview. I think most of you have probably already heard this time. To rescue the god of Sumeru, we've specially invited several big names. From the world of Teyvat, the screen suddenly cut to a new scene. And just like that, a new person appeared beside her. It was actually Kazusa. Hello everyone. I'm Kazusa, head of the Kamisato clan from Inazuma. Thanks to everyone's efforts last time, I've successfully driven my older brother out of the household. So from now on, if you run into any trouble in Inazuma, feel free to call on me. Back in the live stream, the chat room exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha. Down with Kamisato Ayato. I definitely did my part. I triple tapped with both of my accounts. Can I be a retainer of the Kamisato family now? I hereby declare, I am Kazusa's dog. Woof woof woof. Ayato must be crying his eyes out right now, defeated so quickly by these otherworldly people. Ha ha ha, seriously dying of laughter. Is Ayato out begging for food already? Poor guy. Wait, where's the big brother begging? Tell me I'll go kiss his ass a little. As the comments kept rolling in, Kazusa gently raised her folding fan, covering her mouth as she softly laughed. Bao Bao grinned and asked, Inazuma's pretty far from Sumeru. I wonder what brings you here, Miss Keed? Well, first, she said, I'm here to give everyone a treat. During today's live event, We'll be dropping redeem codes every 30 minutes. And second, she continued, I heard the Traveler's enemy this time is none other than the misbegotten son of Lady Shogun. I wanted to see things for myself and later report back to her grace. This was all according to the script Suhan had written, and Lady Keed was reading straight from it. Without overthinking, she delivered the lines exactly as written. The result? The comment section exploded. Everyone was cracking up. Ha 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 ha, misbegotten son. That cracked me up, you mean the Thunder God, right? Last time, if you hadn't run fast enough, you'd have gotten stabbed by Mama as soon as she caught you. She probably slashed straight through Scaramouche's hat too. Bao Bao, being a seasoned host, quickly regained composure after the laughter. Ahem, ahaha, gotta say, nothing like a brand new clan leader to spice things up. Anyway, moving on, we got another special guest joining us next. She's the little son of Mondstadt. Let us give it up for her. Yay. With a cheerful voice, the screen changed. And there she was, Klee. That familiar, adorable face appeared on screen. Same old cute Klee. Big brother, big sister, and all the honorary knights hello. I'm Klee, the Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. I heard that Nahida got put in timeout, and for 500 years. You want that's way too long, right? So please, everyone help out the honorary knight, okay? Please, please? Klee's counting on you. Klee clasped her hands together, her eyes wide and pleading. And just like that, she melted the hearts of every netizen watching. The comments instantly flooded the screen with one message. Storm the Academy. 2nd Battalion Commander. Where the hell is that Italian cannon of yours? Get it over here. Pull it up, grab your guns, and follow me. For Klee. No, wait. For Nahida. No again for cute forever. The scene then shifted to Keqing. Compared to the previous two, she appeared much more dignified and wasn't carrying that pile of organ meats. Bagong spoke up. Today we also have as guest the current Yuhing star, Lady Keqing, a character who's been extremely popular since the server launch. Do you have anything you'd like to say to our audience? I once opposed the fatui, but after thinking it through, in essence, there's not much difference between us. We both wanted what's best for Liyue. Looking at those so-called wise scholars from the academia, most of them are just chasing personal gain. Good deeds bring good rewards. Evil deeds bring evil consequences. I think that's the most important lesson I've learned. Although the line was simple, netizens absolutely adored this version of Keqing. Upright and incorruptible, serving the people wholeheartedly, speaking her mind directly and honestly. Even if she can't always live up to those ideals yet, she still strives to learn and improve. How could anyone not love such a spirited, capable woman? Whoa, Keqing actually came out with such deep words. Hee hee, everyone's been waiting so long. You must all be wondering who our final guest is, right? That's right. She's none other than our Dendro Archon from Sumeru. The little fortune god of wisdom, Nahida? Let's give her a warm welcome. Applause immediately erupted. The screen shifted again. Nahida now appeared before everyone. Those netizens who hadn't yet watched the video, upon seeing Nahida for the first time, immediately fell into complete enchantment. All because Nahida was just too damn cute. Why don't you greet everyone first, Nahida? Hello everyone, friends from Earth. I'm Sumeru's little fortune god of wisdom, Nahida. This is the legendary god of wisdom, Brynhildr. The Fatui Harbinger, the doctor, forcibly sealed her powers. And after that, she lost contact with the traveler. So she had no choice but to accept the invitation and come check things out. It really makes me so happy to see that everyone wants to rescue me. After the round of introductions, Baba took over once again as the host. Hee hee, is everyone excited? But wait, there's something even more exciting coming up soon. Version 3.2 is just around the corner. Everyone, take a look first. The camera feed switched in the live stream. Then it cut to the game's PV. Al-Haytham stood in the desert, narrating the progress of the operation. Inside the virtual space, Nahida stared intently at the screen, her expression serious. Suhan hadn't revealed these details, so she had to watch carefully now. Only then could she prepare the next strategy. When she saw herself being rescued in the video, Nahida visibly relaxed. Beside her, Keed Kuroda smiled and said, "Looks like things are going well. Thanks to Al-Haytham and the others' efforts, they've finally rescued her. But that man, Dator, worries me. He's definitely not the type to give up easily. She kept her eyes locked on a certain scene in the footage. The moment the doctor walked away. At that moment, there was no trace of relief on Nahida's face. She remained tense, watching the stream closely. The video kept playing. And just as expected, the doctor's voice hadn't disappeared from the screen. Thankfully, I still have a little time left. Enough to tie up all loose ends before I leave. The scene suddenly changed. Siren appeared on screen. At this point, a bunch of purple tubes were embedded in his back. His voice dripped with arrogance. So you think that's really how this ends? The visuals continued to shift rapidly. Tineri and the others were surrounded by Fatui soldiers. In the background, Nahida knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. In agony, she collapsed to her knees. Countless leaves drifted down in the wind. No, no, this isn't right. Countless beams of light shot toward the glowing tree trunk. Dr. Rhodes's voice rang out immediately. That's the truth about the entire world. Hidden away by the world tree. The live stream was showing nothing but scattered video clips, switching at a blistering pace. Then Paimon's voice followed. This is someone who has completely become a god. The guy we used to know as the Raiden Shogun's scapegoat. Inside that massive underground structure in Sumeru, an endless array of machinery continued to operate. The Harbinger sat atop a massive mechanical unit, a look of disdain on his face as he coldly stared downward. Umph. No wonder your people abandoned you. O so-called god of wisdom. The moment that colossal mech appeared on screen, countless netizens were left utterly stunned. Are you kidding me? Do we actually stand a chance against that thing? This is like bringing a broomstick to a cannon fight. That thunder hypocrite is such a dirty player. On the screen, the Harbinger controlled his mech, unleashing skill after skill. The pressure was immediately cranked to the max. Then, the Archsage's voice slowly echoed. His tone carried a hint of madness. We are using human intelligence to create gods. The footage cut abruptly. Everyone watching was left completely confused. Nahida, however, already had a rough idea in mind. Did everyone enjoy the show? When I first saw this, I was totally blown away too. I never thought the Harbinger would actually become a god. That's just wild. While I do respect the Traveler's strength, going at it as mere mortals is still quite difficult. Not to mention having to deal with all those guards too. Nahida, what do you think the Travelers will do to overcome these obstacles? The camera focused on Nahida. At this moment, she had already composed her expression. That sweet, gentle smile returning to her face. The helpers from Aru village are definitely unavoidable. They're all representatives of brute force. And to put it bluntly, they really are powerful. Take Sino. For example, he's strong enough to handle the large number of soldiers stationed in front of the chasm of Nahida. But those soldiers are all mercenaries, after all. They're not like the knights from Liyue, Inazuma, or Mondstadt. They have one fatal weakness. Their discipline is pretty loose. Also, constantly using the abyssal energy makes them vulnerable to exploitation. As for the great Sage Azar, even though he seems strong on the surface, he's actually just a bookish fool. Back in the day, even Duriya could knock him out cold. Right now, the only real concern is whether Dator and Scaramouche still have hidden cards up their sleeves. To be honest, facing off against Scaramouche, now a god, with just my current strength, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance. I was locked away for 500 years. I haven't been in any real combat lately. My authority allows me to control dreams, but against divine power, it would be easily detected. The online audience listened as Nahida analyzed everything. One after another, comments popped up on the screen in the form of Damaku. Whoa, she's insane. I thought Nahida was just here for decoration. Never thought she'd be this analytical. Unbelievable, this brain of hers. If someone told me she was really Nahida, I'd totally buy it. You're telling me she's only 8 years old? All I can say is that foresight is godlike. Luckily, Nahida didn't dig any deeper. Otherwise, the plot's last shred of secrecy would have been torn away. Of course, this was all arranged by Su-Han in the first place. Still, with just this round of analysis, she completely convinced countless viewers. Haha, thanks Nahida for this awesome breakdown. Seriously impressive. Every single point she made fits perfectly with what is happening in the story now. But of course, We'll have to wait for the update to see how the real version 3.2 Archon mission plays out. Alright then, let us take a look at the character intros next. This one I really don't get. We gotta leave this to Nahida herself, You guys excited, or what? After everyone watches Layla's character demo, we'll have the absolutely cutest Nahida showing off some moves. Paymon's voice had barely faded when the screen immediately cut to a short video. It was full of Nahida taking selfies in all kinds of ways, like striking various cute poses, hands behind her back, flashing a sweet smile. All of these were just filmed recently. And get this, it was live-action footage, with the background still being Sumeru's scenery. So the immersion factor was off the charts. I'm gonna spend so much money. Too cute, seriously. Did MiHoYo actually do something decent this time? Don't even get me started. Brothers, I'm throwing all my primo gems in already. At the Genshin official headquarters, Dewey stared blankly at the screen. Okay, what the heck is this? How'd they pull this off? That Sumeru's scenery, is this all 3D modeling? But this looks way too real. Holy crap. If it was just scenery, Dewey wouldn't have dropped an F-bomb. But here's the kicker, in came Sumeru animals next. Even mushroom monsters like the fungi actually started running out. Those mushroom-looking little monsters? Adorable enough to make you want to take them home. Right then, Nahida's voice came through the live stream. I'm not really good at attacking, so my normal attack style is different from others. It's my favorite game, hopscotch. The camera circled around Nahida. Then came a full panoramic display. For attack moves, looking super cute. This hopscotch-style attack was unlike anything people had ever seen before. And for charged attacks, I create a square-shaped dendro element to attack with. As Nahida explained, she demonstrated it live. She flicked her wrist, and a green mote of light sprang from her fingertip. The little green square snapped shut at once, blasting all the surrounding enemies sky high. My elemental skill is called All Schemes to Know. It uses the power of Flora to mark up to 8 enemies and apply the seed of Skunda. With the explanation done, Nahida wore an adorably impish look and went on, my elemental skill also has a special function within Sumeru. I can secretly hear everyone's inner voice. I used this ability before to peek at the tiny ripples in people's hearts. Of course, it has other uses too. I can use it to pull fruit and flowers from far-off cliffs. Right into my hands, ISNT that. Super practical? As she spoke, she started a live demo. Passers-by in Sumeru, when Nahida standing beside them tapped them with a finger, would immediately blurt out what they were really thinking. If only fish didn't have bones. This coffee-esque kinda nasty today. The customer next to me is unbelievably weak. Cut to. Nahida turned her gaze to cliff faces and distant gathering spots. With the lightest touch of power, items from afar zipped straight into her hands. The move left netizens absolutely speechless. Oh my god, every time I go for Calpulata Lotus, I end up climbing forever. This is so awesome, I can just pick them right off. I'm gonna wail hard, this is way too satisfying. I'll never stress about gathering again. Farming Philanemo mushrooms used to be a real pain. If you want to run Nuke Mona, you have to climb all over the place every day. So annoying. Nahida's skill showcase had people downright ecstatic, because everyone instantly saw how to use it. But the very next moment left countless viewers stunned. Are you ready, my friends? Here comes the moment I unleash my divine power. I call it Hall of Reverie, Maya's Sanctuary. This is a domain forged entirely from my divine energy, and also the sacred hall I've always longed for in my heart. A brilliant glow erupted from Nahida's body. It was a lush, verdant light, rising swiftly from within her. At the same time, Nahida ascended into the air. A delicate, jade-green temple appeared before everyone's eyes, and from the ground, countless blades of grass and blooming flowers sprouted up, expanding rapidly from a single point outward. The area it covered stretched over 100 meters. All the scenery and monsters nearby were engulfed by this domain. Big Wei, seeing this unfold, immediately stood up. What the heck, how is this even possible? Even though this game was made by them, the real Maya's Sanctuary, standing right there, left him absolutely stunned into silence. After all, in the game, it was still just a game. The models and effects were relatively restrained. And although it's technically just an elemental burst, This was finally a true display of Nahida's divine power. But now, everyone watching had the same sudden realization. This was the real divine power of Nahida. Maya's sanctuary. Inside the live stream, Bao Bao and the others were completely stunned. Hey Duo, am I seeing things? Or did we really just witness this? This thing actually exists. Maya's sanctuary. I can only say this is insane. That must really be Nahida herself on screen. No wonder she is a god-tier creator, woo-woo. Too bad Paimon isn't here today, woo-woo. I'm dying to see the Riding Goddess next. I want the Riding Goddess. I wonder what a real-life version of her would look like. Would she have an ultra-hot body? Hee. Zhu Huahua got so excited she couldn't help but start daydreaming, her face lighting up with a lovesick expression. Beside her, Bao Bao quickly whispered, "Behave yourself, cough cough. This is our live stream room. We'll turn on the mics later." Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Nahida's skill explanation had also come to an end. On screen, everything had returned to normal. It looked just like a pre-recorded clip. But in reality, everything had just happened live. Phew, I'm a bit tired. I'm still not quite used to using divine power on this planet. But for the sake of supporting my friends, this little effort is nothing. If you all enjoy our show, don't forget to hit that triple action on the link below. Only you, the original sages, can truly break through the barriers of the council. As the ending screen dropped, the official stream quickly transitioned into an introduction of the upcoming 3.2 version and related events. But everyone's attention was still lingering on that unforgettable moment just now. Like a dream, the viewers were screaming for more. On the official side, one staff member shouted, "Tadowega Big Brother way. Boss, quick, check the numbers. We just broke 6 million viewers." "What did you say?" "I said the live stream just hit over 6 million viewers." "Seriously?" Dowega casually glanced at the screen. The numbers were still skyrocketing, and countless messages were flooding the chat, asking where Nahida was. "Open the door already." Stuff like that. Missing this moment would truly be a regret. The number had already soared to 6.5 million. Absolutely shocking. Wow, impressive. Truly impressive. He inhaled sharply, then added, "Let Qing Luan know. This time, their project team did a great job. We should keep in touch more with these top-tier creators from Dimension Wall. Even though those characters have already made appearances before, Big Brother Way was sharp. As long as they had a true gem, how could their character promotion ever fall short?" Here's the English translation in a novel-appropriate tone, using natural American English expressions and staying faithful to the context. How about I just give you a live-action version to watch? Let me ask you one thing, wouldn't you want this? Inside the virtual space, the live stream had just cut off. Nahida turned to Suhan and asked, "Is this okay?" "Yeah, the way the power is portrayed here is definitely toned down. This presentation of strength was actually really well done." Recalling what had just happened, Suhan gave her a thumbs up. "Mihoyo really ought to thank me for this. Nahida's performance absolutely crushed the teaser I remembered from my past world. I remember that video only got around 2 million views at most. Not even close to the views a single character PV gets nowadays." As the live stream ended, Suhan's phone immediately rang. When he checked it, it was actually Qing Luan, someone he was already familiar with. It was Qing Luan. "Big shot, my dude. You're just too amazing. How did you even do that?" "Hee, it's all just special effects. I finished them a few days ago, and today I just happened to show them off. The results turned out pretty good, right?" "You're too humble." "Pretty good is an understatement." The chat is going wild, everyone's spamming gifts just to see Naida on stream. "I'll definitely treat you to a meal sometime if you're free." This guy was basically a real-life god-tier creator. Qing Luan was practically laughing his head off. As soon as he got the news, his salary had gotten a major bump. The condition? Future reworks or updates to the game would require Suhan's cooperation. Suhan chuckled and said, "Don't make it too complicated. Just help me promote my videos more." Of course. Since the performance just ended, I won't bother you any longer. Oh, by the way, I heard you're into figurines. I'll send some over tomorrow. Then I really appreciate that." The video call ended. Shortly after, Suhan received a bunch of private messages, all from voice actors in Genshin Impact. The messages they sent were nearly identical. The goal was the same: to take a photo with Nahida and the others. Suhan agreed to all of them. After all, these voice actors also had considerable popularity. Asking them to help with promotion was more than enough. The results would naturally be great. But they'd have to wait a couple of days. It would be busy for her recently. The live stream had just ended, less than half an hour ago. Nahida and the others each received a system message. Wow, so fast. We just got our rewards. Isn't it better that we can get treasures? The more treasures we get, the stronger we become, hee hee. They all exchanged glances and smiled. Keqing was the first to claim her reward. Ding, congratulations. Successfully received. Treasure Elemental Replenishment Vial. Description: filled with rich elemental water. Can only be used once per day. Not stackable. Effect: quickly restores elemental energy, approximately 60% of your total capacity. Note: in addition to restoring elemental energy, it also provides extra stamina recovery. Special: cannot be gifted to others. This is an exclusive item. How can it really restore elemental energy? This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. With this, I won't have to worry about running out of power during battle anymore. Restoring 60% of elemental energy. That was already an incredible number. The only downside was that it couldn't be used by others. It was meant solely for the owner. You could definitely call it a top-tier item. The bottle was small and could be attached to the waist. Even as a decoration, it looked pretty nice. Then, Keqing claimed her second treasure. Ding, congratulations. Successfully received. Treasure Portable Magic-Powered Motorbike. Description: this motorbike is powered by a magic energy core, extremely fast, and capable of overcoming even the most treacherous terrain. Nothing can stop its path. The motorcycle's energy would automatically recharge to full at midnight each day and could last for 8 hours. Note: the frame is forged from a special metal, making it extremely durable. It also has an automatic self-repair function. Caution: however, if you ride for more than 6 hours straight, the motorcycle will become completely immobilized and unable to recharge again. The moment the treasure was taken out, everyone nearby immediately gathered around. Clee stared at the black metallic motorcycle, eyes wide with shock, her expression utterly astonished. Wow, this is so cool. This amazing treasure that Lady Keqing got, what even is this thing? It looks so awesome, kind of like a horse, but mechanical. While Xiao Yang was still in a daze, like a kid seeing something brand new. Nahida and Kamisato Ayaka recognized what it was almost immediately. This is a motorcycle, Ayaka explained, a means of transportation used in Suhan's world. But judging from the description, it seems way more advanced than ours. Yeah, Ayaka added. I used to think about buying one and bringing it back home. But then I remembered Inazuma's terrain there south, just nowhere to drive it. Not to mention the fuel and pollution issues. Transportation on the planet Shuelon was extremely advanced. Cars, motorcycles, and all sorts of high-tech vehicles. But behind all that convenience came a cost, pollution, and energy consumption. However, the treasure that Keqing had just obtained was completely different. Its energy source seemed almost limitless. Granted, there was a limit to how long it could run, but it recharged fully every day, and it wasn't picky about the road conditions. It could probably even run across open fields. Suhan said to Keqing, "Go ahead, give it a try." She nodded, and with her long legs and sleek black stockings, she climbed onto the motorcycle. She tried to start riding, but she twisted the throttle too hard, and the bike shot off like a rocket. If it weren't for Nahida's quick reaction and use of divine power, Chaomu would have blocked the opponent on the road. Otherwise, they probably would have been thrown off their feet by now. I'm so sorry. Keqing's face turned red, completely flustered. She had thought this would be simple, but the moment she sat down, things nearly went wrong. Suhan walked over, helped lift the motorcycle back up, and smiled, saying, "It's okay. Everyone's like this the first time. Come on, I'll teach you." Okay. Keqing obediently sat down on the back seat of the motorcycle. She gently wrapped her arms around Suhan's waist. The two of them left through the main gate and began weaving through the villa neighborhood. The speed wasn't slow at all, but since it was a residential area, Suhan didn't dare to go too fast. They just circled around once, then returned to where they started. After getting off the bike, Keqing's face carried a faint pink tint. After all, they had been sitting side by side. It was her first time being this close to a guy, and in a position where she had to hug him. It made her feel a bit uneasy. In contrast, Klee came running over the moment she saw them, begging excitedly, "Big brother, Klee wants to play too. Klee wants to ride the bike too." All right then. It was the first time Suhan got to ride this cool motorcycle, and he was more than happy to grant the little Sunbeam-esque wish. Still, taking only Klee along felt a bit of a waste. He waved at Nahida. "Me? Of course. Observing the world through power alone is nothing compared to experiencing it in person." That actually makes sense. Nahida thought for a moment. In the past, she had always watched from the sidelines, never truly getting the chance to feel things herself. Now was the perfect opportunity. She couldn't afford to miss it. So, Klee sat in the back seat, while Nahida sat in front of Suhan. The three of them put on their helmets and took off. This time, Suhan chose a route heading out of town. As soon as they left the city, he sped straight onto the highway, gradually picking up more and more speed. Klee laughed joyfully, shouting, "Yay! The speed is so fast. Klee loves this feeling so much. This feels way more fun than the bamboo dragonfly, big brother. Faster. We're the best." It wasn't easy to meet the little cutie's request, but with Suhan's current strength, controlling the motorcycle was a piece of cake. Compared to Klee's excitement, this was the first time Nahida had ever experienced being held like this. The warmth coming from Suhan spread from her back and wrapped around her body. A feeling of protection welled up inside her, and she couldn't help but get a little lost in it. Since it was already nighttime, Suhan didn't play for too long, only about 20 minutes. Before heading back, when it was time for Kamisato Ayaka's turn, he had originally expected her to politely decline. But to his surprise, Ayaka actually took the initiative and sat down on the back seat. "What's wrong? Nothing, just hold on tighter. Let us go." The motorcycle roared to life, revving up. They set off once again. A gentle evening breeze blew by. Although it was already late autumn, the wind still carried a slight chill. But both of them had extraordinary physical constitutions, so they weren't bothered by the cold at all. When they got back home, 15 minutes had passed. Ayaka's cheeks were slightly flushed. At first, she thought it was completely normal. But once the speed picked up, she had no choice but to cling tightly to Suhan. That feeling indescribable and kind of embarrassing. She should just sat in front if she'd known. After returning the motorcycle to Kuching, Suhan started teaching her how to drive. After 20 minutes of practice, Kuching was already able to ride on her own. Now she was training in the virtual space. Klee ran over and shouted, "Big brother, look what I pulled. These two things. Pretty amazing, right?" She stretched out her little hand. Two treasures appeared before Suhan. One of them was a card. Name: ability card, mimicry. Description: a special kind of magic that consumes elemental energy to transform an object into a mimic form. However, the size difference after transformation cannot be too great. Tip: the mimic form lasts for 5 hours. With mere willpower, one can perform basic manipulations. Note: any attack that's a direct hit or carries sufficient force will immediately reveal the object's original form from its mimicked state. Mimicked objects must not differ from the original by more than 30%, or the illusion will fail. Klee, you're so lucky. This item is perfect for you. Suhan's eyes lit up as he examined the treasure, thinking it was pretty impressive. Really? Big brother. Klee couldn't quite grasp the item's purpose yet. Her eyes filled with curiosity. But the moment she heard it was useful for her, she jumped up excitedly. Nahida leaned in closer and chuckled. "I see, it's an illusion. In that case, Klee, your Dodo-ko bomb can now take different forms, like a stone on the roadside, or a single leaf. Although, I believe this mimicry has far more potential than that. If enemies approach, it might even be able to imitate a tree. This ability is truly impressive. I agree, it suits Klee perfectly." Kuching nodded in approval after hearing the explanation. She felt this was essentially an indirect enhancement for Klee. Just imagine, enemies casually passing by, completely unaware. Then boom, thrown into chaos. The key is they won't be able to tell whether the rock in front of them is real or fake. And this ability also allows control over the illusion. For example, turning it into a bird, it becomes a remote-controlled Dodo-ko bomb. After Suhan and the others analyzed the item thoroughly, Klee finally realized how powerful this ability was. She immediately activated the card. Then she pulled out a Dodo-ko bomb from her bag and transformed it into a large fishing lure. Hurrah! This is so much fun. Klee's going home to go fishing now. With this power, no base in Mondstadt will escape. Klee will send every last one of you straight to the afterlife. Klee's bomb kept shifting shapes in her hands, and he watched in fascination. Suhan shifted his gaze to the second treasure. Name, Blood Bodhi. Description, a legendary treasure from the Storm World. It is said that consuming one grants cultivation equivalent to 60 years of practice and extremely precious item. Quantity, 20 in total. Note, known as flesh upon bone, this pill can be used both for healing injuries and for direct consumption to enhance one's power. However, the stronger the user, the less significant the boost becomes. Attribute, this item is of the fire element, infused with Kiran's blood. Those with opposing elements who consume it may risk falling into a state of internal chaos. Warning, once internal chaos occurs, power will plummet drastically. Special note, the enhancement effect can only be triggered once per person. Huh? It's actually the Blood Bodhi. This thing is pretty good. Big brother, what exactly is the Blood Bodhi? Klee had been playing around with her mimicry for a bit when she heard Suhan recognize the treasure in her hand. She quickly ran over, asking nonstop questions. Suhan smiled and said, "This thing is like a magical artifact from a movie. I can boost your strength by swallowing it, but there's a catch. If you're of the ice or water element, it won't work at all. In fact, it might even weaken your power." "Oh, so it really boosts strength? Then, big brother, here, eat this one. Hee hee, if you get stronger, Klee won't have to go into battle anymore." "You silly kid, you're such a sweet little troublemaker." Suhan reached out and gently ruffled Klee's hair, his face lighting up with a warm smile. All the affection he'd shown this girl had definitely paid off. He popped one of the pills straight into his mouth. A blazing power ignited within him, spreading rapidly. Even a red glow shimmered across Suhan's body. The flame-like energy surged uncontrollably for a moment. But not long after, the strange phenomena faded away. Suhan opened his eyes in astonishment, sensing how his inner strength had grown immensely. She hadn't expected the Blood Bodhi's power to spike by 30%. Its force had surpassed anything she'd imagined. Keqing walked over and asked, "How is it?" "Really strong. The power of the flames got stronger too." "Big sis Keqing, you should have one too. I remember your electro, so it shouldn't be restricted." "Is that really okay, Klee? Your city of Mondstadt really needs more power right now." Don't worry, I already did the math. Big bro Albedo, Captain Jean, and Miss Lisa together, they one team need that many. And you've always been so nice to Klee. Klee wants to give big sis Keqing a present, too. Seeing the tiny girl's goofy earnestness, Keqing couldn't bring herself to refuse. She crouched, gently brushed the girl's cheek, and smiled. "All right, when I get something good, I'll give it to Klee too." Keqing took the Blood Bodhi and swallowed it. As the blood-red essence coursed into her, a tremor shivered through her core. The sensation was coming from the Fire Qilin sword. Whether it was the Blood Bodhi or the Fire Qilin sword, they both traced back to the Fire Qilin. With the Blood Bodhi in her now, the hidden power inside the Fire Qilin sword was awakened. The long sword that had been wholly crimson now looked even more imposing. Along the spine, a delicate layer of red scales had spread. Keqing tightened her grip. The resonance with the sword's heart grew stronger. She knit her brows just a touch. A frightening roar burst from the blade. Piercing lightning and surging flames rose together. With a light flick, she whipped up a thunderstorm in the air. "How is it? My strength's clearly up, but the key thing is my connection with this sword got tighter. Overall, we're talking maybe around a 30% boost. Counting the weapon, my combat power's up by roughly 40%. Kamisato Ayaka gasped, "That strong?" The Blood Bodhi packs quite a punch. Even here on Aqua Blue Star, I can feel the elemental power inside me boiling. Keqing recalled the Fire Qilin sword back into her body. She spoke softly. Just then, Klee offered the Blood Bodhi to Nahida, but Nahida turned it down. "Why? This treasure is amazing. It can boost your strength." Klee pouted, her little face full of displeasure. She thought Nahida didn't like her anymore. Seeing that little son wearing such a misunderstood look, Nahida shook her head and said, "My power is Archon level. Things like this don't do much for me at best. Eating it is just like having a piece of fruit. I'd rather save it for someone who needs it more. But I just want to help you. Being with me every day is already helping. Back when I was in the sanctuary of Surasthana, I was so bored. But after coming here, every day has been so much fun. That is all thanks to you. Comforted by those words, Klee tucked away her grievance, and her smile returned. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to Kamisato Ayaka. Come on, it's your turn tonight, is our night of spoils. I've been looking forward to it. Ayaka smiled faintly and claimed tonight as rewards. Just showing her face on the live stream was enough to net her 2 rewards, which made her pretty happy. The first item turned out to be a bag of seeds, food crop seeds, no less. Name, Gift of the Sea, sea rice grass. Description, a curious creation. When planted in the ocean, it yields abundant sea rice. Its rhizomes are thick and sturdy, making it hard for waves to wash it away. Quantity, 5,000 seeds. Note, sea rice is capable of producing. Here is the English translation of your novel passage, rendered in a natural, story-appropriate American English style suitable for fiction. A rice-like food, but one that blooms in the sea. It grows underwater and can mature every month. It tastes incredibly sweet and fragrant. When dried, it can be stored for up to 3 years. Note, sea grains are easy to grow, however, they can only be cultivated near the coastline, and you must watch out for seabirds like gulls that like to peck at them. Once they mature and reproduce, the sea grains will bloom on their own. By simply plucking the stamen, you can harvest large amounts of sea grain. Attention, sea grains grow underwater as flowers. They're beautiful, but if you don't harvest them in time, the flowers will slowly float up to the surface. Special note, if you use hydro energy, you can shorten the growth cycle. You can use this method once per month. This is actually something you can eat, and it grows in the ocean? Suin, have you ever seen anything like this before? No, I've never even heard of it. A full harvest in just 1 month? That's incredible. Such fast growth. Nahida looked at Kazuha and said, if I recall, most of Inazuma's food supply is imported, right? There aren't actually that many crops that can grow there. After all, we are an island nation. Even the Kamaya clan has relied heavily on seafood for nourishment. With the constant unrest in Inazuma lately, merchants are afraid to bring in supplies. If we had sea grains, though, things would be much easier. I'm sure Lady Shogun wouldn't have to worry so much. Kazuha tightened her grip on the seeds in her hand. This was more valuable than Mora. She carefully tucked them into her robes. Then, she turned her gaze to the second treasure. Name, Method of crafting demon sealing talismans. Description, a special talisman that can suppress evil spirits and help a person remain alert and clear-minded. As long as one possesses spiritual energy or elemental power, the talisman can be used. Effect, lasts for 15 days. Hint, this item originates from a certain Taoist world. Let me know if you'd like the rest translated or if you'd like to maintain a specific tone or style for future translations. It was originally a spell meant to subdue those corrupted by demons. To allow regular disciples to use it as well, it was specially modified. We specifically developed a method to cast it using talismans. Note, the stronger the evil being, the shorter the talisman's lifespan. Likewise, the stronger the talisman creator, the more effective it becomes. The higher one's cultivation, the more powerful the effect naturally is. Attention, when the red patterns on the talisman completely fade away, it means the talisman has lost its power. Special note, a cultivator with deep cultivation can draw a demon sealing talisman directly in the air without needing yellow paper. This is actually a talisman cultivation technique, and there's no prerequisite to learn it. Let's all study it together. By the way, should I copy this down, Kelly? Shinobu turned to look at Suhan. The little girl didn't really understand these things. Even if he explained it to her, she might not grasp it completely. Still, Mondstadt might need it someday. As Suhan thought this, he shook his head and said, this kind of thing isn't really suitable for Mondstadt right now. Though, copying it down for safekeeping won't hurt. Why isn't it suitable? Kuching asked with confusion. Logically speaking, something like this should be extremely valuable. It can eliminate evil spirits. A treasure that mortals would beg for. Nahida explained. It's an issue of belief. Unlike Liyue, which has a culture of talismans, Mondstadt follows the church and the worship of Barbados. They place more faith in prayers and wouldn't believe that a simple piece of paper could suppress monsters. That's the key point. If something like this were introduced in our Sumeru, I'm afraid the scholars wouldn't focus on learning how to cast it, but rather study why it works the way it does. Every nation has its own unique culture. Liyue and Inazuma both have traditions related to talismans. In fact, people from Inazuma often travel to Liyue to study them. Mondstadt, on the other hand, is completely different. The moment they encounter a ghost or monster, their most likely reaction would be to run to Veni for help, rather than learning these talisman drawing techniques. No matter what people might say, this is a treasure that belongs to the public. Everyone should get to share it together. Actually, there's no need to copy it by hand, just print a copy. Don't leave out a single spell or technique. Leave out hey, kaching, you do know how to use a printer, right? I learned online yesterday. It's really simple. Kaching took the lead and went with Keed to print it out. Not long after, for printed copies of the instructions were handed out. Suhan also held one in his hand. Right now, the other three had already claimed their treasures. Keed looked at Nahida and asked, "How many times can you draw today?" "Twice. Already." "Hee hee, maybe it's because I'm just too cute. So my luck has been extra good lately. I think I might even get another chance tomorrow." Nahida smiled brightly. Well, she's always been quite popular. If it weren't for the daily time limit, she'd probably never want to leave. Compared to the indifferent people of Sumeru, the people of Earth sure do love her. The live stream had just ended. When she received the first notification, Nahida guessed the viewers couldn't see her, so she chose to watch the recording instead. Since there was still some time, she said, "You all should go ahead and claim your rewards first. You have to go back in half an hour anyway." "All right, I understand." The white-haired little girl nodded and began claiming her own rewards. "Ding, congratulations. Your uploaded video has earned 300,000 fan points. You may now randomly claim a treasure. Will you claim it?" "Ding, congratulations again. Your video has earned another 400,000 fan points. You may now randomly claim a treasure. Will you claim it?" "Yes." At the moment Nahida mentally confirmed, two treasures appeared before everyone. One looked like a small boat-like object. The other was a Sumeru-style oil lamp. Name, Desert Voyager. Description, a creation born from the mystical world. This is a massive vessel capable of sailing across deserts at surprisingly high speeds, powered by absorbing solar energy. Note, its speed drops by 80% outside of desert terrain, and energy consumption increases significantly. Features: the ship is equipped with 16 magic cannons and carries 30 desert warriors. Defense is not a concern. Important, the soldiers resurrect after 1 week if killed, but the magic cannonballs cannot be restored or repaired. Clarification, this vessel was designed for travel, not for combat. It was originally built to traverse the desert. Wow, this thing is pretty cool. A huge ship that can actually sail across the desert. Colette has never seen anything like it before. Nashta, with this, people from the desert can travel to the rainforest much more easily. I think we could set up a route connecting all the major desert tribes. We could send a ship out every day, great for transporting supplies, or even for carrying passengers. I think this machine is truly a treasure for the desert people. You're saying I should choose desert natives to operate it? Nashta quickly caught the hidden meaning in Suhan's words. She paused to think. Then, she nodded. Actually, yes. Having desert people in charge wouldn't just help us build stronger ties, but it would also make the desert people trust me more. This really is a great invention. I remember that Setare in the game was a desert native. She'd be perfect for taking care of the students in the desert region. If she does well, I'd even consider appointing a sage from among the desert people. A sage isn't just someone with vast knowledge. They must also have strong moral character, command respect, and be truly responsible to their people. That's the spirit a true scholar should embody. Narcissa said that. She spoke from the heart. What truly defines a sage? After talking with Suhan, she pondered for a long time. She even looked into historical records from Suhan's world. In the end, she reached a conclusion. Compared to knowledge, virtue matters more. One's character is what's truly precious. Someone like Azara good-for-nothing bastard doesn't deserve to be called a sage. not even worthy of being called a human. After viewing the first treasure, Narcissa turned her gaze to the second item she had received. This was also the fourth treasure she had obtained from the blue water planet. Compared to the previous items, this one looked somewhat ordinary. Name: Wondrous Magic Oil Lamp. Description: a magical artifact, a truly marvelous treasure. What exactly you'll receive, not even the creator can predict. Note: whatever you get will never be harmful to the user, like a bomb about to explode, for example. Warning: can only be used 3 times a day. Just rub it 3 times, and the lamp will light itself and activate. Caution: although the magic lamp is incredibly mysterious, what you get from it will most likely turn out to be very ordinary. Annotation: in a certain fantasy world, this was a toy loved by children. When Suhan saw the word toy, he burst out laughing on the spot. He originally thought it would be some wish-granting genie lamp or something like that, but it turned out to be just a toy. Just a toy, how unexpected. But considering the age standards of gods, Narcissa really was still a child. So this lamp was actually a perfect match for her. The oil lamp was pale green in color, with beautiful carved, translucent patterns on its surface. It looked fun just to look at. Narcissa glanced at Suhan, who was trying and failing to suppress his laughter. You want to laugh? Just laugh already. Though I hate to admit it, among the gods, I really am still a child. I actually really like this toy, she said, and began rubbing it with her small hands. Just as Narcissa Croix gently rubbed it for the 3rd time, suddenly, a burst of red flame shot up. Then, a few colorful fruit candies dropped out from the fire. She stared at the brightly colored candies. Kaching couldn't help but laugh too. This thing really seemed perfect for Narcissa Croix. Back in the Genshin Palace, she'd always been all alone, with nothing better to do than fiddle around with that oil lamp. It was actually kind of fun. Klee picked up one of the candies and took a bite. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Wow, so tasty. It's mango-flavored. Klee loves it so much. This is even sweeter than the fruits we had back on Shuelon." Kamisato Ayaka also bent down and picked up a piece. After tasting it, she gave her own verdict. Suhan, hearing her say it was good, grabbed one and popped it into his mouth. His was watermelon-flavored, with a faint, delicate fragrance to it, too. This toy wasn't bad at all. Rub, rub, let me see what else might pop out. The little grass god got hooked immediately. Her little hands wouldn't stop, rubbing the lamp non-stop. After the 3rd squeeze, a thin blue flame shot up. Hey, this flame looks different this time. It looks like it won't be candies this time around. What is this, a plant? Kaching stared at the object that had fallen from the fire. A look of confusion spread across her face. It was a 4-leaf clover, looked pretty normal, not edible, and didn't seem like it had any obvious use for play. But right in the center of the clover was a tiny cartoonish face. It looked seriously creepy. Narcissa Croix picked it up and gently shook it. The 4-leaf clover began to sway, and then, surprisingly, it started singing. La 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 la. Narcissa Croix, a plant is singing this song. Yeah. It seems like it only sings when you shake it. Villager, it's just a regular 4-leaf clover. Nothing special about it. Candace, yeah, I don't think this thing is even half as effective as candy. No normal person would just casually go around shaking this thing. And the effect only lasts a day at most. No matter what you do, it'll disappear after 24 hours. Looking at the curious expression on Klee's face, Nahida simply handed the clover over. As soon as Klee got her hands on it, she started playing with it excitedly. Not only did she shake it around in her hand, she even shape-shifted herself to look exactly like a 4-leaf clover. Before long, everyone was watching a rather absurd scene unfold. An oversized 4-leaf clover standing next to a regular one, both singing together. La 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 la. La 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 la. Seeing Klee practically bouncing off the walls with excitement, Naida could only shake her head helplessly, then resumed rubbing the magical oil lamp. But what came out of it was utterly ridiculous. It was a cat teaser, and honestly, it looked completely useless. In Mondstadt, inside the Knights of Favonius headquarters, everyone was waiting for Klee to return. Kia leaned casually against the wall, glancing at his watch. If we go by the schedule, she should be back by now. I wonder if she'll bring back some rare treasure this time. Kinda makes me excited. Lisa shot him a sidelong glance and smirked. I think what you're really excited about is getting your hands on some treasure. aren't you? You can never be too prepared when a mission is about to start. Dialect sat by the window, holding a glass of rich red wine. He had already quietly returned to the inner circle of the knights, though this hadn't been officially announced yet. Jean nodded. That's true. Better preparation is always good. Today, Mr. Vinny sent word again he still can't get close to Dvalin. However, according to intelligence from Liue, to weaken Dvalin's power, we must destroy the abyssal energy in all 3 shrines. We can't let it keep feeding off that energy. Now that Dvalin has grown stronger, in the end, it's all thanks to the power of those 3 temples. If we destroy them, the Abyss Order's influence will weaken accordingly. Just as everyone was discussing their plan, a giant 4-leaf clover suddenly sprouted up in the middle of the room. This thing wasn't just singing, it was shaking its leaves and dancing around. La 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 la. Amber froze in place, then couldn't help but yell out in shock. Whoa, this 4-leaf clover is possessed. This was the first time she'd ever seen such a huge 4-leaf clover. And even more surprisingly, it could sing. Clee. Compared to Amber's reaction, Jean was the first to realize that the singing clover's voice was unmistakably Clee's. Bang! A puff of white smoke poofed out, and once it cleared, Clee had returned to normal. Hee, didn't expect you'd recognize me, Captain Jean. Please, who here doesn't know your voice? But, Clee, is this what you found? Yep, Big Bro said. This is my magic power, called mimicry. Clee explained everything to the group. Lisa glanced at it and said in surprise, such power actually exists. Amazing. It's truly quite a powerful ability, being able to disguise yourself without being noticed. Everyone, I think instead of waiting for the traveler to show up, we should use Klee's power to clear out those temples. Dialek had originally planned to handle it himself. After all, causing a scene in Mondstadt would be too obvious for others. Jean nodded and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. All right, Klee, what else did you bring with you? Is this the only treasure you have? Or is that singing little weed in your hand also something special? This one isn't a treasure. That one is. From Nahidahi, Klee's magic treasure. Here's the translated version of your passage, rendered in natural, novel-appropriate American English, with attention to tone, character voices, and in world lore. She got a few really powerful fruits, just eat one, and your strength will skyrocket. As Colette said this, she pulled out the blood bodhi fruit. It was as red as blood, gleaming and vivid. Just looking at it gave off an extraordinary vibe. Lisa, ever perceptive, immediately sensed the elemental energy within. She gasped. The elemental reaction is so strong, this fruit is definitely no ordinary item. Well then, let me try how effective it is. Kia picked one up, about to pop it into his mouth. But then, Colette suddenly remembered Suhan's warning and shouted, no. Big Brother Kia, you can't eat it. Why not? Because Big Brother Suhan said that people who use water or ice elements shouldn't eat it, or else it'll weaken their power. Wait, really? What the heck? How is that even possible? Kia stared at the bright red fruit in his hand. His face was filled with despair. This was a chance to grow stronger. But he couldn't even take it. Thinking about it made him feel utterly miserable. Jean looked at the note next to the fruit and suddenly understood. I get it now. This fruit is called blood bodhi. It's a fire elemental fruit. If someone who uses water or ice eats it, their power will greatly diminish and there's even a chance they could get hurt. On the flip side, fire element users who eat it will see a huge boost in strength. Other elements will also get a boost, just not as dramatic as for fire. Amber and Dialek both looked delighted, because, as it happened, they were both fire element users. Lisa smiled and said, well then, what are we waiting for? This is like a gift from fate. Once our strength is boosted, we can clear out those 3 temples under the cover of night. Couldn't have said it better myself. Then I'll go ahead. Dialek gave a calm, faint smile. He picked up a fruit and popped it straight into his mouth. A surge of blazing power coursed through him, surging like erupting magma. This was the first time Dialek tasted the blood bodhi fruit, and in no time, he was swept away by the euphoria of growing stronger. The pyro element within him became increasingly volatile. However, within just a few minutes, his power had increased by a full 30%. He clenched his fist slightly. A surge of furious flame erupted from his hand, its heat wave staggering. Even the air shimmered and twisted from the intensity. Kay is sour lemon watching him. Damn it. Why did I have to be cryo? Dialek, how the hell am I supposed to keep up with you? Weren't we supposed to grow stronger together? Hearing his good friend's teasing, Dialek replied with feigned indifference. Humph. Blame it on luck. At the same time, the others also swallowed the blood bodhi fruit one after another. Although the power boost they received wasn't as dramatic as for a pyro user, a 20% increase was still nothing to scoff at. Of course, the most shocked among them was Lisa. Due to the lingering effects left by the witch's curse, she had always been afraid to join battles again, terrified of worsening the injuries inside her body. But after swallowing the blood bodhi, her body actually felt somewhat rejuvenated. This kind of effect actually exists. Did your wounds heal a little? Huh? How did you know, Jean? Just a guess. And judging from your expression, I'd say it must have been just the healing that made you act this surprised. You really pay attention to everything. Anyway, no time to chat, we need to move out. Right. With the help of Klee's abilities, everyone disguised themselves as regular knights. Under the cover of night, they all set off from Mondstadt. Inside the Temple of the South Wind, Amber led Klee forward, deeper into the ruins. This once abandoned place was now crawling with monsters. Though Amber was no weakling, she still felt a bit flustered facing such an overwhelming number of foes. Luckily, Kale arrived just in time to reinforce them. With her here, there was nothing left to worry about. Time to taste the power I've trained so hard for, you big meanies. Countless magical bullets burst forth from Kale's hands. Boom. Another loud explosion. Then a third, even louder. Monsters fell one after another beneath her attack. Just then, an abyss mage stepped out from within the group. How did you find us here? Oomph. You asked too many questions, dummy. Die? A specially made dodo bomb rocketed from Kale's hand and flew straight toward the enemy. The abyss mage tried to teleport away, but the moment he began the spell, Amber's flaming arrow cut him off mid-cast. Soon after, the Stormbird swooped in as well. Blazing fire engulfed the enemy in an instant. No, you fools, the abyss will never forgive you for this. The moment the abyss mage fell, the two searched around briefly and quickly discovered a strange magical array. This must be the source of power feeding Dvalin. Got it. Watch me blow it up. Kale pulled out a dodo from her bag and destroyed it right on the spot. Back at the ruins of the Wind Dragon, Dvalin, who had been clashing with Venti, suddenly felt his strength drop sharply. Something's wrong. Someone's destroyed the shrine. Retreat. Fall back quickly. Watching the abyss mages flee in panic, Venti didn't chase them. Instead, a smile crept across his face. It seems the people of Mondstadt have finally taken action. I guess I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. Once the traveler arrives, Dvalin should return to normal. Oh well, time to celebrate with a drink first. The fresh, gentle breeze slowly faded into the sky. No one would ever know a battle had taken place here. They'd probably just think there was a strange storm passing through the clouds. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in Inazuma, no sooner had Kamisato Ayaka returned than she headed straight for the Grand Narukami Shrine and laid out the details of the reward. Yae Miko's eyes lit up. Smiling, she praised, "Not bad at all, little Ayaka. Looks like I, the Guji, should recommend you to the Shogun more often. In all of Inazuma, it feels like you're the only one truly thinking about the nation's future. How about you take over as clan head? Please don't joke like that, Lady Guji. I'm just a woman, how could I possibly be the head of the house?" For some reason, Ayaka suddenly thought of the bits in Suhan's videos and all the teasing from the commenters. Would her brother really be driven out someday? No, absolutely not. Ha ha ha, don't be so scared. All right, I'll stop teasing you, Yae Miko said. This sea rice really can provide a stopgap, at least it buys us some breathing room. The Sakoku decree has gone on for so long that even I, the Guji, have had a headache over it. The Grand Narukami Shrine can still keep things running, but places like Konda Village can barely put food on the table. With this sea rice, we should be able to ease things for a while. For a while, that is all. Come on, let us head to the shore. We'll set the site by the Kamisato estate. Have your brother come too, and bring the catalyzed sea rice over so we can take a look on it. In less than half an hour, the three of them were at the shore. Yae Miko surveyed the area for a while, then picked a spot. The water was relatively shallow here and not much troubled by the surf. We'll do it here. From now on, post people to patrol this spot. This vital grain must not be stolen. Kamisato Ayato gave a slight nod. On the way over, he'd already been filled in on the whole story, and he now had a clearer picture of his sister's frequent disappearances. Still, something like sea rice was a first for him. Kushinadaheim pulled a handful of seeds from her robe and gently waved the talisman in her hand. A soft pink glow spread through the air. She scattered the seeds evenly in all directions, nearly 5,000 of them. In no time, they blanketed a vast area. She turned to Kami Sosuke, signaling that he could begin the growth process. As waves rose one after another, the seeds floating on the water's surface quickly sprouted. Spreading rapidly within minutes, they had expanded into a sea of grass resembling lotus leaves. Soon, the entire nearby sea was covered, densely packed and stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a truly pleasing sight. Standing on the beach, Ye turned over a few blades of grass with a light touch. Near the stems, small husks of the sea rice began to appear. With the continuous infusion of hydro energy, the sea rice grass grew even more lush. And before even an hour had passed, Kami Sosuke was already drenched in sweat. At the same time, the sea rice finally ripened. Ye reached out and plucked a single fruit from the grass. After peeling away the outer husk, nearly half a pound of pure white sea rice lay before them. Sosuke exclaimed in shock, "This yield is incredible. Lady Ye, how many of these grains does one blade of sea rice produce?" 7 to 10, truly astonishing, she replied. She popped a handful of the sea rice into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. There wasn't a trace of fishy smell. Instead, it carried a fresh, fragrant taste even better than regular rice. A smile spread across Ye's face. With so much food now available, the common folk would no longer have to starve. Sosuke, have your people gather this up and distribute part of it to the villagers, especially those in Sawayama village. Yes, right away. Seeing her older brother spring into action, Kami Ayam handed Ye a demon sealing talisman. Looks like you've gotten your hands on quite a few good things this time. A demon ward, impressive. We could really use more of these in Inazuma. Killing miasma from the evil gods always has some effect on the atmosphere. Ordinary people inevitably get affected. It looks like Morikawa Shrine will have some extra income again. Though, there might be some initial losses. It's just some talisman paper after all, not a big deal. I'll leave it to Sachiko and the others to handle. Actually, that Shrine Maiden's training methods seem to have made some progress recently. High Priest, how many people in Inazuma have been affected by the evil gods? Not just many, practically everywhere. But I've done my best to purify them, yet I still can't completely change this situation. It's really frustrating. Shogun felt extremely helpless as well. Her best friend had completely become a homebody. She herself was overwhelmed with work. This matter was truly troubling. Now that these talismans are available, it can somewhat alleviate the problem. Besides, with Kid Kakeru's assistance, the situation has improved. It's also relieved a lot of her worries. That's actually a good thing. The next morning, as dawn broke, on the road outside Mondstadt, Amber was patrolling as usual. She gazed at the lush green forest, thinking in her heart, how was her good friend Kale doing now? Yesterday, she heard from Cory that her dragon plague had improved and recovered. That was truly joyful news. Too bad she couldn't leave Mondstadt right now. Otherwise, she would definitely go visit. They hadn't seen each other in years. She really missed her dearly. Just as Amber was thinking about her friend, too, figures approached her. Fiscal, look, that's the city under the Anemo Archon's rule. Isn't it beautiful? Maybe the residents there know some clues about your brother. Yeah, at least we don't have to sleep outdoors anymore. The blonde girl looked at the distant city, her eyes flashing with a bit of joy. Sleeping outside every night was actually quite tiring. The two of them were continuing forward when suddenly they noticed a girl standing on the forest path. When the girl saw them, she paused in surprise. Then, a bright expression lit up her face. Hello there, traveler from another world, Lumen. And emergency rations? Hey, that sounds way too weird to call someone. Paimon crossed her arms indignantly, clearly quite upset. Lumen looked at Amber and asked, You know who we are? Logically speaking, this was their first time ever coming to Mondstadt. Yet for some reason, this stranger recognized her and even called her by name. It left Lumen completely confused. Seeing Lumen's puzzled expression, Amber naturally guessed what she was thinking. She smiled brightly and explained, "As for how I could recognize you too, it's actually very simple. Someone predicted that you would come here, and judging from the way you're dressed, you're headed to the city of Freedom Mondstadt, right? Yeah, the traveler is looking for their lost sibling. So, I wanted to take her to check it out." Hearing that, Amber nodded. Looks like the story matched up with what she already knew. Even though she'd never played that game herself, the storyline had already been passed on to Jean through letters. What was about to happen next was already clear to everyone in the Knights of Favonius. If that's the case, then I'll guide you two to Mondstadt. Oh, and by the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Amber, and I'm a reconnaissance knight of the Knights of Favonius. Welcome to Mondstadt. I'm passing through here today on a patrol mission. I'm checking whether there are any monster camps nearby. Since the appearance of the Windborn dragon, monster activity has tripled. Have you two encountered any along the way? Of course. Me and Lumen chased off 2 groups already. Paimon struck a proud pose. Lumen sighed. She was the one who actually did all the work. Sure, whatever, they're just a duo. Oh, I see. So your strength really is, as the prophecy described. You're truly powerful, Lumen. May I ask a favor of you? What kind of favor? I've heard that you have the power to purify the abyss, so I'd like to ask for your help in dealing with the Storm Terror Dragon. Of course, we won't ask you to do this for free. We'll grant you the title of Honorary Knight, and also reward you with Mora and treasures. Treasures? Lumen, we definitely should help then. But I don't even know if I really have that kind of power. What if something goes wrong? And we're talking about fighting an actual dragon. Lumen frowned. She looked at the cheerful girl standing before her. Something just felt off. It was like her every thought and move had been completely transparent to the other girl. You do have a point. A dragon wouldn't be easy to defeat, though the offer was tempting. Paimon couldn't shake the feeling that this mission might be dangerous. Seeing their hesitation, Amber didn't push further, but instead led the two of them into the Favonius Knights headquarters. Hello, I'm Jean, the acting Grand Master of the Favonius Knights. Traveler, and Paimon, welcome to our home. Hello, I'd like to ask, what exactly does this prophecy you keep mentioning say? Though she was willing to help Mondstadt, Lumen still wanted to understand the full story. My dear, let me explain it clearly for you. Your arrival was foretold by a mysterious, powerful figure from another world. The prophecy didn't specify the exact day you would arrive, only that you would come. And now, your presence has confirmed every word of it. A mysterious figure from another world. Lumen's eyes widened in surprise. She glanced at Paimon, a strange, unexplainable feeling stirring in her chest. Could that person be her older brother? Excuse me, was that person by any chance? Just as Lumen was about to ask whether that person also had golden hair, the sky, once brilliant and bright, suddenly went dark as clouds massed overhead. Gales whipped up, screaming in from every direction. A sharp crack. The furious wind rattled the windows of the Knights of Favonius. Papers on the desk took flight, whirling into the air. Paimon gasped, "That's Storm Terror. But we already destroyed 3 of the temples, why is it back?" Doesn't matter. Jean, we need to get outside now. We can't let it turn against Mondstadt. Right. They all rushed out. Over Mondstadt's firmament, a massive vortex had opened. A moment ago, the sky had been a clear blue. Now it was a yawning, man-eating abyss. The sudden gale filled the city with panicked screams. Help! How can something like that be here? It was fine just a moment ago. It's the dragon, the demon dragon is back. Many citizens hid indoors, too afraid to show their faces, their eyes brimming with terror. Along one stretch of the city wall, the knights who had been standing tall a moment ago, full of confidence at Storm Terror's roar, they clutched their heads and bolted. Compared to that 1,000-meter giant, they were no more than a swarm of ants. As the dragon swept in, Lumen sharply noticed the festering growth on its back. That's it, right? Abyssal poison. The wind howled, slamming into everyone as they braced themselves. After circling once in the air, the dragon finally settled above the statue of the Anemo Archon. Several abyss mages trailed at Storm Terror's side. They looked down at the knights below and let out a grating cackle. Ha, pathetic people of Mondstadt. Once, the one who was meant to protect you has now become your enemy. Come now, Pitiful dragon, destroy that. Pathetic statue. Let Mondstadt taste the agony in your body. 6 abyssal magi began chanting spells in unison. Strangely, the wounds on Dvalin's back began to emit a strange glow. A roar echoed. The moment Jean saw what was happening, she shouted urgently. Something's wrong, everyone. Evacuate now. If the dragon of the East Wind launched an attack, everyone here would either die or get seriously hurt. Lumina didn't have time to think. She grabbed Paimon and quickly pulled her aside. Suddenly, a small figure appeared, zipping right before their eyes. Humph, Dragon Dvalin, don't you dare. Bully Mondstadt. It's time for Kale to teach you a lesson. A black sphere was launched from her hand. Instantly, the dragon of the East Wind was blinded. At the same time, the abyssal magi were also engulfed in thick fog. It was a smoke bomb, made from special black smoke fruits. Once detonated, it released a heavy black cloud. It didn't deal direct damage, but it completely blocked all vision. This isn't over yet. Little Kale used her mimicry art. Countless dodos transformed beneath her feet into birds, flying straight into the smoke. They moved at incredible speed. The dragon didn't even have time to react before a terrifying force suddenly erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of explosions roared at once. Don't do this. Vinny, seeing his companion under attack, had finally rushed back from outside. But before he could even get close, he heard Dvalin let out a pained cry. A single tear, tinged with blood, slid from his eye. Barbados, you brought others to attack me? Perhaps the pain brought him a moment of clarity. Or maybe seeing his friend arrive in his time of need triggered something. Dvalin, tormented by poisoned blood for over 100 years, suddenly flapped his massive wings. They had already escaped from Mondstadt. But those abyss mages weren't so lucky. Although the smoke had offered some cover, Colette had instantly memorized the monsters' positions. The bombs shattered their magical shields completely, inflicting massive damage. 4 of the abyss mages were killed instantly in the explosion. Blood and tears splattered onto the hands of the Anemo Archon statue, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Benny fell silent. Meanwhile, Lisa walked toward the injured abyss mage. She smiled sweetly and asked, "Hey, do you guys really expect us to believe you came here without a reason?" "Umph. We of the abyss have no obligation to explain ourselves to you." "Oh, I think you'll find yourself talking eventually." Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning lit up the air. The lightning transformed into chains, piercing directly through the mage's body. Yet Lisa held back just enough to keep him alive. "Come on now, keep entertaining Big Sister, little guy. You know, Big Sister really likes you." The coiling chains of thunder continued to torment the abyss mage. Every time the lightning flashed, his screams echoed in response. But Lisa never delivered the killing blow. After 10 minutes of this torment, the mage finally passed out from the pain. Lisa turned her gaze toward the second mage. The man trembled in fear. "Why you stay away from me? Then tell me the truth about why you came to attack Mondstadt today, and I promise you'll get to speak freely." "Or really, I never lie," Lisa replied, completely serious. Seeing the look on her face, the mage finally cracked and spoke. "We were already planning to attack Mondstadt soon anyway, but we don't even fully understand why ourselves. Last night, the temple suddenly went silent. The Dragon of the Gale's power also dropped significantly. We had no choice but to inject stronger abyssal energy. Once we corrupted the dragon's mind, we could finally destroy Mondstadt." "I see. So it's because you feared the dragon's power was weakening. The downdraft isn't strong enough to threaten Mondstadt. So you're just here to check things out? What are you doing?" He stared at the chain of lightning running straight through his body. The abyss mage spoke in disbelief. "Didn't you promise me a quick, clean end? How can you go back on your word?" A crack of lightning cut him off. Lisa's voice was cold. "My promises only apply to friends. And the likes of you, even with your vilest tricks, don't deserve them." From a distance, Paimon watched the whole thing. She hurriedly shouted to the traveler, "Oh my gosh, I never thought Lisa would be like that. Lumen, you better never get on her bad side. She's way too scary, totally doesn't keep her word." Lumen quickly nodded. She was afraid of people like that too. After all, she'd only just arrived here. After driving off Storm Terror, the skies over Mondstadt grew calm again, as if everything just now had been a mirage. Klee plopped onto the ground, panting. She just used so many jumpy dumpties, and that mimicry trick on top of it. It drained her so much she was utterly exhausted. If she hadn't taken that blood bodhi, she felt like she would be blacked out. Kia hurried over, anxious. You okay, Klee? Hey, I'm fine, Kia. We finally drove Storm Terror off. I was pretty awesome, right? You don't talk for now. Let Amber get you somewhere to rest. Once Klee rested, she's gonna go find Big Brother and play. Amber scooped Klee up and carried her off. Jean said to Vinny, I'm so sorry. In that situation, we had no choice but to act. Without Klee's bombs, I'm afraid a lot of civilians would have been hurt. No, it was my fault. Yesterday I watched. Thalmer's power suddenly weakened, and we thought things would quiet down for a while. We thought we'd bought ourselves some time, but they pulled a surprise counterattack on us instead. Seems like I underestimated them. Vinny sounded slightly annoyed. I didn't expect these Abyss forces to be this cunning. Quite unexpected indeed. Oh, by the way, he said, since you found the Traveler, why don't you let them purify this dragon's tear? Vinny pulled out a deep red crystal. It was a tear from Thalmer, but now it had been corrupted into this color. Kia glanced at Vindy, then turned to Jean and the others. I need to take care of some night's business. You all can carry on without me. With that, he walked off. His destination, the city gate. Traveler, do you really think you can purify it? Paimon stared at the red crystal, feeling a strange sense of unease. Something about it just felt wrong. Lumen gently shook her head. I'm not sure either, but I want to give it a try. From what she'd overheard in the conversation, and from Jean's explanation, she had come to understand Vinny and the dragon were friends. And yet, things had come to this. It made Lumen feel a pang of sadness. As power surged through her hands, the once red crystal quickly shifted to blue. Huh, it actually worked? So what that man said really was trustworthy after all. Paimon gasped. All we need to do now is follow the plan, and Thalmer will be saved. That's exactly what we're thinking too. Jean gazed at the purified tear, her eyes softening slightly with relief. Paimon exclaimed, it really is purified? But it was definitely red just now. Lumen, what's going on? I don't know either. I just woke up not too long ago. Lumen shook her head again. She didn't understand either why she was able to absorb this power. Oral turned to Jean and asked bluntly, who exactly is this gentleman you keep referring to? What's his name? If you expect me to help, you should be honest and stop hiding things. Faced with Lumen's interrogation, Jean took a deep breath and said, let's go. Let's talk at the Knight's headquarters. There are too many people out here. This isn't the right place for a conversation. Back in the office, Lumen and Paimon finally learned the whole story. Apparently, someone from another world had opened a portal through space and time. This person seemed to know everything about this world, even events that hadn't happened yet. So powerful, even gods might struggle with that. Paimon exchanged glances with Lumen, both of them deeply shaken inside. However, this also confirmed one thing for them. That man wasn't Lumen's older brother. Of course, that's because I'm a god myself. Even I couldn't predict some of those things, yet he did. If I had the chance, I'd really like to speak with him. And I'd love to try some drinks from his world too. That would be amazing, haha. You're a god. Oh, judging from your expressions, you still don't know? I guess Jean hasn't told you yet. In that case, allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm the Anemo Archon of Mondstadt. But right now, I mostly work as a bard. I arrived late because I heard there was good wine in a nearby town, so I got a little sidetracked. What kind of god are you, acting so irresponsible? Why don't we just call you a street performer from now on? A street performer? Still annoyed from the earlier danger, Paimon couldn't help but give Vinny his new nickname on the spot. But the bard didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he scratched his head and chuckled. Hee hee. Even I make mistakes sometimes. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. You'll forgive me, won't you? Be a little more understanding, okay? Seeing the Anemo Archon forcing a smile that never quite reached his eyes, Paimon couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. Once the laughter faded, Vinny fixed a serious gaze on Jean. Right now, even if I could summon it using the Skyward Harp, it would still be nearly impossible to awaken Dvalin. The only way is to go deep into the Valberry wilds and remove the poison from his body entirely. That true Dvalin has clearly been affected by the whispers of the Abyss mages. He won't be able to calm down easily. So the traveler still needs to go with us to the Dragoness Cradle? Yes, it's definitely dangerous. But you might be the only one capable of purifying that poison right now. Fishland, would you be willing to help us out? Of course. But I hope afterward you can introduce me to that person from another world. That other worlder. I want to hear from them about my brother. You mean your brother? Yes, we were separated 500 years ago, and since then, I've never been able to find him. Fishland's expression darkened. The pain of her brother's disappearance was clearly still fresh. Lisa chimed in. That shouldn't be too hard. Once Carrie gets back to normal, we can have her pass along a message. If things go quickly, we might even get a reply by tomorrow. That's way too slow. Can't we just go ask ourselves? It was just a simple question, after all. Paimon felt like waiting a whole day was unbearable. Jean explained, it's not that we're trying to delay. It's just that the time teleporting gate can only be entered by those who've been invited. Right now, the only one in Mondstadt who can do that is Klee. We have to relay the message through her to someone in Liyue, and then wait for the invited person there to send the reply back to us. Ugh, what a pain. So how exactly? Do you get an invitation? Well, that's just up to luck, I'm afraid. After a long conversation, only now did Lumen realize how complicated the invitation truly was. Being chosen was actually quite random. The current 4 invitees came from all different countries, so there was absolutely no telling when it would be Lumen's turn. It all came down to luck. Maybe they'd pick her next time. Or perhaps she wouldn't be chosen until the very last moment. Even the master of the gates of time and space couldn't control who exactly made the invitation list. Another world. I wonder what kind of delicious food they have there. I really want to try some cuisine from that other world. I'm so hungry I could starve. They had left early in the morning. Paimon's stomach was already growling with hunger. Amber looked at them and smiled. Well then, it's almost lunchtime now. How about I take you two to enjoy a real Mondstadt feast? Granted, you didn't help fight off the storm dragon. But now we're friends anyway. Yay, a feast. A feast. Lumen, we just got into town and already we're having a feast. This is the best. Paimon began flailing her arms around in excitement. Watching her, Lumen couldn't help but laugh too. Besides, she was hungry herself. Meanwhile, on the other side of Mondstadt, a group of knights were being scolded by Kia. You call yourselves defenders of Mondstadt? You ran away in fear from a single dragon, abandoning the citizens to fend for themselves. How can you even consider yourselves knights of Mondstadt? Remember, most of the people in this city are your friends and family. Faced with Kia's scolding, the knights lowered their heads in shame. Even the squad leader among them did the same. Kia stared at them coldly, then sighed after a long pause. I'm sorry, starting today, as captain of the cavalry, I hereby strip you of your titles as knights. Why? Lord Kia, we just cowards who ran away? Humph. If it weren't for Klee standing in front of the storm dragon earlier, if it weren't for Jean and the others being in the office, who will protect this city? I'm not just talking to you personally. This is a warning to the entire Knights of Favonius. From the moment you became knights, you should have known exactly what you're meant to protect. You must never let the enemy desecrate it. If you choose to run away like cowards, innocent civilians will die at the enemy's hands. They could be your parents, or even the ones you love. You draw a salary from the Knights of Favonius, yet you flinch at danger and cling to your own lives. The Order has no place for people like that. Hand over your medals and resign. Is that understood? Kay was furious, like a raging lion, terrifying to behold. His presence alone was enough to scare the knights into surrendering their medals. Some even burst into tears. The gate captain watched Kay's retreating back, his eyes burning with hatred. If he lost this job, he wouldn't just be unable to support himself. He'd be looked down upon by everyone in Mondstadt. Damn it, that dragon was so terrifying. Wasn't running away the natural reaction? Only a fool would charge headfirst into that. Captain, what do we do now? If I lose this job, Lena will never agree to be my girlfriend. Fleeing's already embarrassing enough. What if we beg Captain Jean? Maybe there's still a chance to appeal. Hearing the murmurs of his subordinates, the gate captain scoffed coldly. Revoking someone's knighthood isn't a small matter. This might all be orchestrated by someone else. Why do you say that? She's just the acting Grandmaster. Once Grandmaster Varus returns, Jean won't hold her position anymore. Punishing us is just a way for her to show her authority. This They looked at each other in stunned silence. In the past, when we faced enemies we couldn't beat, running away was perfectly normal, wasn't it? But now we're being punished for it? What kind of twisted logic is this? Their faces turned grim and sour. The squad leader gazed into the depths of the alley. There stood a masked figure, waiting for him. He stepped inside. Have you seen it yourself? Mondstadt is rotting from the inside out. Those in charge can't even control a beast, yet they still hold control over the city's defense. What a joke. Indeed, Minister. When things get tough, they just push the problems onto their subordinates. It's absolutely frustrating. Exactly. But don't rush. Once we take control of Mondstadt, everything will change. Just a mere beast. With the power of Snezhnaya, we could crush it with one hand. I understand, Minister. This time, Captain Kia really disappointed us. If I may ask, when are you planning to make your move? Not yet. We need to let public opinion simmer a bit longer. The masked woman slowly vanished into the darkness. Outside the entrance of the Lionfang Hall, Amber waved at a girl with brown hair. Sarah, 1 honey-glazed carrot steak, please. A new customer? Welcome. This is the Lionfang Hall. Please wait just a moment. Okay. Amber sat down with Lumen and the others and began cheerfully introducing the place. This is one of the most popular restaurants in Mondstadt. It's affordable, delicious, and packed with customers. Not just the knights. Adventurers from the Adventurers Guild come here too. And if you're short on Mora, you can even pick up some jobs here. This city is amazing already, but it'd be even better if not for the Storm Dragon, right, Lumen? They all finished a delicious breakfast. Paimon rubbed her belly contentedly, her face beaming with joy. After a while, when no reply came, Paimon turned around only to find the other person completely spacing out. Hey, you're not still thinking about that other world, are you? You mean that person? I'm just wondering. I wish they could tell me where my older brother is. It would be great if we knew where he was. You know, if that person really is all-knowing and all-powerful, they definitely would have told us by now. Come on, let's go register as adventurers first. Once we get our IDs, we'll be able to take on quests in any country we travel to. That's true. Fiscal and Paimon walked toward the Adventurers Guild in the distance. Back in the real world, Suhan stared at the screen, waiting anxiously for Keely to show up. This isn't like her at all, he thought. Normally, she was always the first one online. But today, it was almost noon, and Keely still hadn't appeared. Naida put down her tablet and asked, "Are you worried about Keely? Even if she had a mission, she wouldn't be this late usually." That's true. Could it be something came up in Mondstadt? Whatever job Jean gives Keely, she usually finishes quickly. Don't forget, she has bamboo dragonfly gadgets and other tools. She can complete missions really fast. Suhan explained. With all those gadgets on her, plus the power of the mimesis, even against a squad of Fatui agents, current Keely could wipe them out easily. What worries me the most is if she ran into the Storm Terror. Would she actually take on a challenge like that without thinking? Nahida nodded slightly and murmured, that does make sense, but don't worry too much. The Knights of Favonius have become significantly stronger since obtaining the Blood Bodhi. Let's just wait patiently. Oh, by the way, can you create a new account for me? A fresh one, from the very beginning. Kenria is the nation she's most familiar with. After all, it's practically her home. The 3.2 update hasn't launched yet. Rather than just waiting around idly, I might as well start a new character. Don't just sit there bored. Take this chance to experience different cultures and customs. And maybe learn something new from those other gods along the way. Yeah, I do. Hold on. Suhan had stockpiled quite a few accounts. Aside from those pre-made ones he had before, there were plenty of blank accounts too, all from Qingwan. Now she'd come asking him for help. Honestly, it wasn't hard to sort out. He handed an account to Naida, then stared at her, puzzled. What do you need a starter account for? Doesn't your own account already have tons of characters? I want to experience other nations' storylines and pick up a few things from their gods while I'm at it. After all, once I leave the sanctuary of Surasthana, I've got to learn how to run a country. It's just that I've never had any inroads on that front. With a chance like this, I'm not letting it slip. Suhan's expression turned odd. Study? Study what exactly? Learn to be like Vinny, carefree as hell, spending every day mooching food and drink and sweet-talking people? Or like Zhongli, some street drifter who spends his downtime dreaming about retirement and even drags out the overlord of the vortex for a stroll just to make it happen? Or like EI, holed up in the plain of Euthymia as a shut-in? Wait, no Nahida, you've already been confined for 500 years. Noticing Suhan's strange look, Nahida tilted her head. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No problem, just don't go picking up their tricks, okay? No sooner had he said that than a cheerful shout rang out from the yard. Big brother, Clees here. Hearing the little munchkin had arrived, Suhan hurried out to meet her. The kid sprinted over and dove into his arms, bursting into giggles. What has got you so happy? Hee hee. Today Klee beat the evil dragon and protected Mondstadt. Awesome, right? The little girl tilted her face up, looking like she was about to worship him, which made Suhan chuckle. So, you're this late today, were you off fighting the dragon? Yeah, it was supposed to be 9 in the morning, but right after Klee got up, she heard a huge noise outside, and the sky suddenly went dark. That evil dragon was super big, but Klee wasn't too scared at all. When everyone else ran away, I rushed out, tossed a smoke bomb to blind it, and then unleashed a whole swarm of Dodoko bombs to blast it. From Klee's animated retelling, Suhan understood that the battle had been stopped by the adorable little girl in front of him. His heart gave a jolt. Suddenly, he asked, did the knights just get a new blonde big sis? Huh. Big brother, how did you know? Captain Jean said the moment she arrived. Storm Terror showed up, and Klee clearly worked so hard last night to wipe out the monster's camp. Because Big Brother can do divination, of course he could guess the blonde big sis is here. Wow, so that's how it is. Klee's eyes sparkled. Clearly, divination felt both mysterious and powerful to her. But if Klee actually played the game seriously, she'd discover that the so-called divination is just the main story quest. The problem is she never touches the main quest. She spends every day wandering around near Mondstadt. After cuddling up to Suhan for a bit, Klee ran off to find Nahida and play. Suhan smiled and said to the system, give me a 10 pull. Yes, host. With the 3.2 preview hype heating up, his video's total views had climbed to a staggering 9 million. He'd be able to upgrade the two-way gate again soon. So he had 40 pulls on hand right now. Since he had some free time today, he might as well burn them all at once. A string of mechanical chimes started up. 10 treasures promptly appeared on the panel. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained 10 bottles of premium aged vinegar. Ding, congratulations, you've received a bald lumberjack's full set of tools. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained 5 million yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received a celestial silkworm bedding set. Ding, congratulations, you've unlocked a special reward. Divine Stone, White Dew. This thing is the legendary treasure from Storm Riders? I remember it was supposed to have already been forged into the snow-drinking cold blade. Suhan's face lit up at once. He felt this batch of loot was pretty solid. He couldn't use it right now, though. But a treasure like this is rare to the point of unheard of. Way better than that blood bodhi. He looked to the item's info panel. Sure enough, it matched what he thought. Name, Divine Stone, White Dew. Grade, 7 stars of fortune. Description, a divine stone not yet forged into the snow-drinking cold blade. Pure white throughout, it contains unimaginable cold without a top-tier mastersmith. There's no way to forge it. Effects. If forged into a weapon, it will become a peerless armament. If left unworked, it can be placed somewhere to generate massive cold. Any ice attribute cultivator who trains near it will see their strength rise rapidly. Special. Suppresses demonic nature. Prolonged contact prevents evil from invading the sea of consciousness. BRR the room's freezing. Big brother, what's that stone in your hand? Kelly had been busy playing her game when a wave of icy chill swept through. She turned to look and found the source was the stone in Suhan's hand. It was so cold, the air even started to mist. If not for Suhan's pure yang flame, he'd have been frostbitten already. Hearing Kelly complain about the cold, he hurriedly sealed the treasure with pure yang flame. Only then did the temperature slowly climb back up. It's called White Dew. It's a rare treasure. Not only can it be used to forge cryo-divine armaments, it can also make cryo characters stronger. Wow, in that case, Ayaka would be thrilled, right? And Kia would be happy too. Wait, Kia probably can't make it. Remembering that Kia never got an invitation, the sparkle in Klee's eyes dimmed a little. Seeing that Suhan was struggling to keep the frosty stone under control, Naida stepped in and took over. The stone that had been icy cold was easily subdued in her hands. There's another power hidden inside this stone. It's faint, but I can still feel a sacred aura. Can you tell me where it came from? Faced with the curious Lesser Lord Kusanali, Suhan nodded. This stone is a relic left behind by a goddess who once patched the rift between heaven and earth. Back then, the world was in upheaval and the sky split open. To mend that wound in space, the goddess chose to repair the heavens, and this stone is a leftover remnant from that act. It likely absorbed some of her power and carries a trace of divinity. By spirit plane, I mean the mental realm. Nahida immediately understood. To repair a spatial rift, the goddess must have been incredibly powerful. Klee, head into the virtual space and bring Kamisato Ayaka out. I need to talk to her. Got it. Watching the little cutie's silhouette recede, Suhan went back to his pulse. He still had 30 chances today and planned to use every last one. Keep the 10 pull rolling. As you command, host. After a series of mechanical chimes, a pile of items materialized in front of him. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a little lamb electric scooter. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a fertile plot of land. 1 mu auto-irrigating, auto-fertilizing. Ding, congratulations, you've received 1 million soft yen. Ding, notification, you've drawn one of Shizuka's socks. What a pair. Ding, another notification, you've received a special reward. Casual edition Serenite pot. It's actually the Serenite pot. Suhan hadn't expected this. This was actually the second treasure gifted to him. Who would have thought it'd be something like this? Although he already had a virtual space, which was great. As more and more characters appeared, this villa wouldn't have enough rooms eventually. But the Serenite pot was different. It could hold countless people and treasures no problem at all. Like the Bai Lu he'd just obtained. Shizuka, who had just exited the virtual space, looked at the pot in Suhan's hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" The Serenite pot. It's a treasure from Liyue. You can think of it as similar to the virtual space, but it allows you to set fixed entry and exit points anywhere. After Suhan explained, Shizuka quickly understood. It was basically like a small ruin, or you could say it was somewhat similar to the Isanami Pure Land. Is the space inside large? Very large. You'll see when you go in. Suhan handed the pot over, and the attribute interface popped up simultaneously. Name, Casual Edition Serenite Pot. Quality, 7-star human grade. Description, a treasure crafted by Granny Ping from Liyue. Enhanced by the system, it has become this version. Area, 500 mu. Structures, 2 forests, 1 small lake, 1 mansion. Style, island, peach garden, tropical island style. Note, although the sun, moon, and stars inside the Serenite pot are illusions, they do have real functions and can be used normally, but cannot be controlled at will. Notification, can set a fixed spatial gate. Special features, weather control, such as rain, thunderstorms, etc. After reading all these attributes, Shizuka's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, if only. With this item, there's no need to worry when guests come over. People like them, I mean. In the future, all sorts of friends will definitely start showing up one after another. If everyone's crammed into one place, it'll look really suspicious. But now that we have the Serenitia pot, all these worries disappear. Yeah, the portal's about to level up, with more and more people coming through. Staying cooped up in the villa all the time will make outsiders get suspicious. Let's go check it out. Okay. The 4 of them went upstairs. Suhan had set the spatial portal inside the Serenitia pot to correspond with the door right in front of them. Click. With a push, the door swung open, and the Serenitia pot revealed its entrance. Whoa, this place is so pretty, big brother. Look, those flowers over there are so amazing. Klee stared in awe at the peach grove in the distance, clearly over the moon. She'd never seen such a beautiful forest before. Shinobu looked at the blossoms and wore a look of surprise. So these are peach trees? They look a lot like cherry blossoms. Actually, they're really similar. This is my first time seeing something like this. It's truly breathtaking. The space was pretty big, though it was still a bit bare bones right now. At the moment, there was only a mansion, a lake, and the peach grove. But for Suhan, that was more than enough. He could always add more structures later. He placed the newly obtained fertile acre of land behind the mansion. That would be the vegetable garden. Nahida looked around the space curiously. It feels so strange, although it looks a little fake. The wind is real, and the humidity in the air feels real too. Such a strange experience. What are these fields for? Oh, this was something I just pulled. I'm planning to grow some flowers, plants, and vegetables here later. That way, we won't have to keep going out to buy them. I see. So, you can buy them right now. Hand them over to me, and I'll ripen them. You'll be able to eat them today. Today? Really? Okay, I'll wait. Suhan pulled out his phone to place an order. But there was no signal here, so he had to go outside. Cucumbers 1. Eggplants 1. Tomatoes 2 1. He went ahead and bought one of each of the staple vegetables. Back in the Serenidia pot, Suhan took white dew from Nahida and set it down in a spot ringed with stones. Come on, Kamisato Ayaka, sit here and try meditating, see how it feels. What is this? The chill is so strong. She stared at the stone that kept venting icy mist. Ayaka's eyes were full of surprise. She could feel the cryo in the air surging, unusually dense. This is white dew, Suhan explained. A treasure I just pulled. You're the only one here aligned with cryo, and it's not very safe to keep it in the villa. It's better placed here. For someone with cryo, it speeds up training. How does it feel? Ayaka closed her eyes and took a moment to sense it. A cold breath seemed to pour into her, and the elemental power within her grew exceptionally active. My training speed is clearly faster. This thing is great. If I stay here, I feel like I could boost my strength in less than 2 weeks. Good. Ayaka, from now on, if you're going to meditate and train, do it here. But the video shooting, that is simple. Content is content. With this frost soul raising your power, dealing with the fatui will be much easier. Ayaka nodded in agreement. She didn't refuse. Inazuma needs strength right now. If she can get stronger, handling Inazuma's affairs won't be such a headache. Through the PV teaser from yesterday, she had come to understand just how terrifying the fatui really were. Their power was still far beyond her reach. She couldn't help but wonder how could she ever protect her own homeland? She watched as Kamisato Ayaka entered the training hall. Then, Klee followed Suhan back to the entrance of the estate. Curious as she wasn't really fond of cold, mechanical things. Soon after, Suhan used his remaining 2 10-pull vouchers. Besides a bunch of junk, he actually got a few useful items. Ding, congratulations. You've obtained 1,000 fat fish seedlings. Ding, congratulations. You've obtained 100 fat sheep from the green meadow. Ding, congratulations. You've obtained an automatic cleaning sheep pen. Ding, congratulations. You've obtained 10 permanent light street lamps. Ding, congratulations. You've received a special reward, healing pod. Ding, congratulations. You've received a special reward, everlasting blade. After seeing the results of the draw, Suhan couldn't help but twitch his lips. The problem was, could you not give me an actual weapon for once? Sure, the everlasting blade looked decent enough, but it was basically a kitchen knife. Something you'd never bring into battle. And worse, it would become tainted the moment it touched human blood. That healing pod, though? That one was actually useful. Once he claimed the rewards, a healing pod about 2 meters tall materialized in front of everyone. Klee stared at the strange little booth and asked with confusion, Big brother, what is this? Is it a toilet? Haha, no. It's not a toilet. It's for healing injuries. Injuries? Yeah, this is a healing pod. If Klee ever gets hurt or completely exhausted, just step inside and rest for a bit. It'll heal you right up. Wow, that is so amazing. If we had gotten this treasure earlier, Klee wouldn't have had to sleep the whole morning away. Hearing about how effective the treasure was, Klee became even more excited. Klee's eyes were filled with regret. If only I had gotten picked yesterday, then I wouldn't have to sleep locked up in that detention room. Suhan patted the little cutie's head and said, Yeah, but Big brother hopes that Klee won't get too tired or hurt. Big brother really is too kind to me. Klee heard Suhan's concern and happily burst into laughter. Nahida cast a glance at the instruction manual. She thought this thing seemed pretty impressive. Item, healing pod. Quality, a technological marvel. Description, a remarkably miraculous device from another world. It operates automatically without any external power source. Effects, eliminates fatigue and heals injuries. Even if your internal organs are missing, it can regenerate them, though it might take a very long time. Note, the healing pod contains special medication that relieves pain and accelerates injury recovery. However, it cannot be used on the deceased, nor can it restore severe brain damage. Limitation: the healing pod is not omnipotent. If a body part has been missing for a very long time, it cannot be restored. Although it has its limits, having this will make things much easier for people who get invited here. When you can't win a fight, just open the portal through time and space and escape. Does that mean Klee can go challenge the Dragon King of Darkness? Absolutely not. Suhan immediately shot down Klee's idea. The little son pouted unhappily, muttering, "Why not? I could just run away if I can't beat it." You can run? Yes, but after 6 hours pass, you'll return right back to where you started. And if the storm dragon still hasn't left, Klee, just think about what would happen. Then I'd definitely get eaten. Oh no. So that's how it is. Klee's not brave enough anymore. And just like that, her beautiful fantasy was shattered. Klee finally understood the consequences of doing something like this. If she really provoked the dragon, even though she could escape for now, 6 hours later, she'd have to return to the exact same spot. And what awaited her would still be that same dreadful scene. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Suhan and Nahida exchanged a knowing smile. In truth, there were many ways to solve this problem. But still, they decided not to tell the girl just yet. Knowing her personality, if she started using mimicry recklessly, she might just turn the entire world upside down. After returning to the villa, Keqing suddenly showed up. You came earlier than usual today. Yeah, I ran into some troublesome stuff. It's been killing me." Seeing Keqing's brows furrowed in frustration, Suhan asked curiously, "What is going on? What happened?" "Still that road construction thing. Luckily, thanks to the workers' efforts, the first road was finally completed. So I took my motorcycle and rode from Liyue Harbor toward Gili Plains. At first, I was actually pretty happy. When it came to talking about Liyue's development, pride was clearly written all over Keqing's face. But soon after came a bunch of weird and unexpected problems. And that's exactly why she was so stressed. She sat down on the sofa and proceeded to explain everything that had happened that day in full detail. We worked day and night to finish the road. As one of the 7 stars of Liyue, I naturally had to go inspect it. Just as I left Liyue Harbor and drove onto the smooth, new road, I was secretly thrilled thinking how much more convenient life would be for the people of Liyue from now on and how much easier it would be for merchants to do business. Until I ran into some people. Did someone keep blocking your way? How did you know? Yeah, I almost hit several people more than once. These people were walking like crabs like they owned the road, going wherever they pleased, making sudden turns, driving the wrong way, and even stopping right in the middle of the highway like it was nothing. There were people who de-stop any time for food or a bathroom break along the way. I was so pissed I was practically steaming. Just thinking about how close we came to crashing into other carriages on the road gave me chills. Every time Keqing thought about it, her heart still quivered a little. Thankfully, the Qinyan army showed up later to help manage the chaos. Otherwise, several accidents might have happened. But the problem was, the Qinyan army couldn't keep doing this forever. It was just too much of a drain on manpower. Suhan watched the clearly furious Keqing and secretly smiled to himself. Nobody even cared about traffic rules. No wonder things kept going wrong. He pulled out his tablet and handed her a video he'd prepared on road traffic regulations. Here, take a look at this. Road traffic rules. No going the wrong way. No random turns, high-speed lanes, and slow lanes. Keqing's eyes lit up as she got more and more into it. By the time she got to the later parts, she actually pulled out paper and a pen to start taking notes. Liyue really did need material like this. Suhan, why are there separate high-speed and slow lanes here? Because most people on the high-speed lane are in a hurry. The ones on the slow lane aren't moving as fast, so if something happens, they can pull over quickly without getting in anyone's way. That way, they won't mess up the flow of traffic. I see, I get it now. That actually makes sense. The high-speed lane could even be used by the Qinyan army for operations later on. That's pretty smart. Keqing nodded slightly. She finally understood the difference between fast and slow lanes. This setup really did make sense. If only something like this existed on the roads now, then they wouldn't have all those problems anymore. She kept watching the video carefully. And honestly, Keqing was really cute when she was focused. Suhan poured her a glass of juice and got busy himself. He was already thinking about what video to play next. It had been a while since Kelly's last shoot. Time to start working on her second video. And he still had to prepare stuff for Shizuka Ayaka and Nada too. He had to prep everything himself. The moment last night as stream ended, his DMs were stuffed to the brim. Nothing but messages pushing for updates. While Suhan was mulling things over, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from the platform's ops manager. Hey, what happened just now? Why did it say your phone had no signal? Got tied up with something. What is up? So, the VFX in your video yesterday were insane. It went viral way beyond our usual crowd. Now the higher-ups are asking when you'll go live, even if it's just some everyday stuff. It was the first time the ops guy sounded this deferential. Couldn't he be helped? Suhan was a powerhouse now. Yesterday's Genshin 3.2 preview hit the front page. Short videos across every platform were blasting it non-stop. If he went live right now, the hype would probably explode. Of course, those effects are trade secrets. But day-to-day content? Tons of people are dying to know what Suhan does off camera. Even a food stream would pull viewers. Let us set it for tomorrow night. Today most folks probably took the day off, so they want to be free this evening. Tomorrow night? Got it, I'll get everything lined up. Just tell me what time you want to go live. Posters and promo are ready. We want to let you down. Could you give me a little hint about the content? Just so I have a baseline? Suhan thought for a moment and said, let us stream a game and sprinkle in some everyday stuff. It won't run long, maybe around 2 hours. Considering the whole Klee situation, there's no way the stream can go 6 hours. Plus, other folks need to level up and play too. For a first stream, 2 hours feels right. The ops director was over the moon. One way or another. As long as the big shot goes live, that's all that matters. The call ended. Suhan didn't have to say much. Kitching already knew there was another event on the schedule. What time does it start tomorrow? 7. We'll go live at 7 and wrap at 9. So Klee can get some rest, just be there by 3 in the afternoon. That's good. Won't interfere with my work. Kitching smiled sweetly. She bowed her head and went back to what she was doing. Suhan did the math. Since they were going to stream, he might as well reach out to the voice actors on the MiHoYo side. He picked up his phone and sent Duo a message. Less than 10 seconds after it went out, the phone rang. Big shot, you're going live tomorrow night, wanna hop on voice? Of course, and tomorrow night the rest of us will be around too. Awesome, big shot. I wanna co-stream with you. Hey Jihuahua, quit snatching my phone, and you, Bao. You're not even helping me, I'm actually mad. They made a racket for a bit, the scene was pure chaos. In the end, Jihuahua managed to grab the phone. Big shot, I wanna join your stream tomorrow too, hop on voice. The heat is only at 3.2 now, our Raiden Shogun hype has dropped. You don't mind if I piggyback a little, do you? Hearing that, Suhan laughed. Of course I don't mind, I've been your fan for 10 years. Let us lock it in around 7 tomorrow night. We'll start with an hour of Genshin Impact, then an hour of just chatting. Okay, big shot, can we add each other in DMs? I don't even have your contact info. Sure, my number is. Hearing Suhan say that, Jihuahua was instantly satisfied. She even handed the phone back to Duo. Voice actors and that high-end cosplay circle usually stay connected after all. They played those characters themselves. Born with a naturally approachable vibe. Actually managed to add Dimension Wall, one of the big shots. You can imagine how excited Jihuahua must be inside. Just thinking about getting to pet Cheyenne and later on, Oru. She couldn't help but smile dreamily. Seeing her like this, Xiaoan immediately teased. Come on, wipe that starstruck look off your face. Remember, you're the Great Lord after all. Ahem. I know. Even for the sake of Nahida and Kale, I'll try to tone it down a bit. I'm still thinking about what gift to bring them. After all, more gifts means fewer complaints, right? Right? Speaking of which, we should prepare something too, since we promised to come by and take pictures. Inside the previously quiet voiceover studio, things had already turned into a chaotic mess. The staff wore an expression of helplessness. There wasn't much they could do. After all, Dimension Wall was blowing up right now. Who in the voice acting circle wouldn't want to get to know him? For now, they had no choice but to pause the work. Not long after, users across all corners of Xiaopijian started receiving news that Dimension Wall was going live. Of course, the official channels also promoted it heavily. Dimension Wall's first stream, 7 p.m. tomorrow night, don't miss it. Below it, countless comments started flooding in, along with the link to the live room. Whoa, he's going live this fast. Does this mean I'll get to see my waifu Nahida again soon? Bro, careful with that comment. You might get dragged away to sew shoe pads for that kind of talk. I don't care, I'll sew shoe pads with my waifu. Shai and Kiri, my one and only love. Mama loves you, Jathreedza. I've already got my Tima Country Villa ready. Just waiting for your rerun. Upper floor, don't provoke the fandom. My Tima Country Villa is already prepped for kitching too. I'll even show you my beef stand. 3,000 comments already in just 10 minutes. Who even is Dimension Wall? Never heard of him. Did the upstairs Wi-Fi just come back on? Don't let them scam you. Seriously, everyone's profile pic is Nahida's Maya's palace. The chat blew up instantly. Suhan watched for a bit, then switched off his phone. After that, he started mulling over how to shoot the video. A few hours passed. Keqing returned to the Jade Chamber. She handed Ningguang the traffic rules she'd written down, along with Suhan's suggestions. So that is how it works. Traffic should have rules: 2 fast lanes, slow lanes. On the highway, you don't need to stop, just keep going full speed. And the slow lane is there to handle various things. Plus, if someone doesn't want to go that fast, they don't have to rush up there. So this is what we've been missing. Ningguang kept nodding. She'd been chewing over the matter of roads all day, thinking a few rules were in order. But after circling it over and over, she still hadn't landed on anything. In the end, she couldn't come up with a plan that felt satisfying. Now, though, all those knots came loose at once. Keqing smiled. It's not just that. Look here, Suhan suggests putting green belts on both sides of the road. That would not only keep the road safer, it would also block wind and sand. And if we plant a few fruit trees, they could keep people fed in a pinch. I bought a lot of stuff on Blue Star, and their delivery speed is crazy if we build our roads. We can add relay stations afterward. For example, shipping from Liyue to Mondstadt could take only half a day, so long as the courier runs full tilt and swaps shifts at Gili Plains. Having experienced the convenience of delivery firsthand, Keqing naturally wanted to bring that to Liyue. She also knew Liyue didn't have cars, but there were other means of transport. She was even thinking of buying a batch of bicycles. These things won't cause any environmental pollution, and they're not slow either. Once there are proper roads, bicycles are actually quite efficient. The two of them chatted for quite a while. On top of the Wangshu Inn, a strong and graceful white crane landed before Xiao. She looked at the young man whose malevolent aura had been dispelled. A look of surprise appeared on her face. I didn't expect you to recover so soon after going into retreat. That's truly wonderful news. It's all thanks to the Liyue Qixing. She made contact with someone from another world, which allowed me to heal. Someone from another world? Yes. Xiao told her everything he had recently learned. Lu Yun Gufan Jinjuan hadn't expected the truth of the matter to be like this. She looked down at the flat, wide road below. She couldn't help but sigh. Times have changed. We immortals can fly, but mortals cannot. To get rich, build roads first. That saying actually holds some truth after all. With developed roads, many conveniences have followed. Transportation of goods has become easier. Mobilizing troops during wartime is faster. Even in the case of past calamities, it would help. Evacuating civilians could also be done more quickly. Building roads. No matter how you think about it, it's a very worthwhile investment. It's clear, they're making an effort too. Today during the day, Ganyu even asked me about repairing Guizhou. It seems the people of Liyue also understand the importance of preparing in advance for future troubles. Indeed. To protect peace, absolute strength is necessary. That's true, but I'm rather curious. Do you know how to refine that kind of pill? I have a disciple named Xinfei, born under an unfortunate and solitary constellation. If I could obtain such a pill, it might help alleviate some of his misfortune. The value of such a treasure is obvious. Lu Yun Gufan Jinjuan naturally understood that. But her disciple's fate is just too tragic, and his physical condition has its own serious issues. Since that elixir could heal the conqueror of demons, she naturally wanted to ask around for more details. If we could replicate even a fraction of it, even if it only spared that child a little pain, I would be content. Xiao shook his head and said, "It's a treasure from another world." From the letters that have come in these past few days, that outlander is formidable, almost seems to know everything about our world. But getting to that other world isn't easy. Seems it comes down to luck. Right now, only 4 people in all of Teyvat have been granted that honor. Oh, Who are they? In Mondstadt, a child. Liu S. Yuhing of the Qixing, the Shirasaji Himejimai of the Yashiro Commission in Inazuma, and the Dendro Archon of Sumeru. The Dendro Archon? That newly born god. Even Cloud Retainer, listening at the side, was startled by the fourth invitee. Xiao nodded. So whether you get an invitation is all about fate. Shinha's past is tragic, but I can't help feeling if you survive great calamity, fortune will follow. Like me, the Yiksha were reduced to just me, scraping by alone. I thought I would eventually succumb to my karmic debt and black out for good. Never imagined a single elixir would restore me. In Liyue, everything comes down to adeptal fate. That was true for Shinha back then. For Chi-Chi as well. So if you want to save Shinha, rushing it won't help. Cloud Retainer let out a sigh. I hope the child catches a bit of luck. Lately she hasn't been sleeping well. As her master, it hurts to watch. Enough. Talking about it won't change anything. I'll go give the Liyue Qixing a heads up. If anything like that treasure shows up, make sure they set one aside for me. You're right, adepti or not. We're all just part of Liyue. Sure, here's the English translation of your passage, rendered in a natural, novel-appropriate American English style. With that said, Luyun Jifeng Jinjuan spread her wings and soared into the sky, flying off into the distance. The conversation today had brought clarity to many things deep within her heart. For an immortal to seek help from a mortal human, it sounded a bit awkward to say out loud. But Xiang was right. After all, they were all people of Liyue, fighting side by side to protect Liyue. So what place was there for hierarchy or class? To support each other was only to strengthen the bond between them. On a cliffside in Juyin Canyon, a tall woman with a cascade of silver hair sat on a bench, staring blankly into the distance. By all rights, this should have been the time to sleep. But she couldn't bring herself to fall asleep easily. Staying up late had become routine. It wasn't that she didn't want rest, it was the nightmares that had been haunting her lately. Her master had said it was due to lingering malevolent energy, and warned her not to let her guard down. So then what was she supposed to do? To bring peace back to her heart? Her eyes shimmered like water. Only in moments like this did she allow herself to wear such an expression. In the port city of Liyue, Ganyu, who had just finished her work, was walking toward the Chuanyu Pavilion. Now that the new city had just been established, there was still much to coordinate and manage. Thankfully, overtime had long since become second nature to her, and she considered herself quite capable of handling the load. As she walked, a voice suddenly called down from above. Disciple, master? Why you're here? You look well rested lately. Seems like you've been doing all right. Luyun Jifeng Jinjuan gave his disciple a once-over and nodded approvingly. Then, without waiting for a response, he continued on his own train of thought. I passed by Wang Shuan earlier and saw everything you've done. You handled things well. I must say, I didn't expect you to resolve the problem. Within the great sage's body, there is something you should know. I have another disciple, though she is mortal, but her fate is marked by solitude and misfortune. A minor physical issue, nothing serious. If you ever come across some sort of treasure that can heal the body, do me a favor and let this immortal know. Of course, I won't just take it for nothing if you ever run into any trouble in the future. Just come visit my cave dwelling at Juyin Canyon. Hearing her master say that, Ganyu nodded and replied, All right, I'll let Kaching know. Since it's about your junior apprentice, we'll keep an eye out for it. I'm glad you're willing to help. By the way, it's been a while since we last caught up properly. How about we find some time to reminisce? Wait a second, Jinjuan Luyun. I still have some things to take care of. Maybe some other time. With that, Ganyu playfully ran off. A look of slight panic spread across her face, because she knew if she stayed any longer, her talkative master would definitely bring up all sorts of embarrassing stories from her past again. Did I say something wrong? Oh well, seeing that she's so full of energy now, I feel relieved. After saying that, Jinjuan Luyun Jiefeng patted his wings and vanished with the wind. As for Ganyu, after running off for a bit, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She wasn't afraid of facing off against stubborn merchants or cunning enemies. But for some reason, she was always a little scared of her master. The next morning, Suhan was back in the real world, eating dumplings that Kaching had wrapped for him the previous night. These kinds of dishes could be stored in the fridge after cooking, and only needed a little attention before eating. Since he had a live stream in the evening, he spent the morning and afternoon training. Generally speaking, whenever Naida and the others weren't around, Suhan would be immersed in cultivation, sometimes sparring with virtual enemies, other times meditating. Since he would eventually go to the world of Teyvat, he needed to be strong enough. Otherwise, when you run into a powerful enemy, you sure can't expect them to help you out. Time slipped by as he trained. Before long, it was 2 in the afternoon. Kaching and the others still hadn't arrived. Suhan then heard the system chime. Ding, congratulations, host. The video's view count has surpassed 10 million. The crossing gate has leveled up. Crossing gate. Current level, 3. Invitees, for 6. Stay duration, 8 hours. Upgrade requirement, 15 million views. Automatically advances to the next level upon reaching the requirement. That fast. Suhan glanced at the system notification, a little taken aback. Still, it made sense. Nahida is the hottest topic on the entire internet right now. After the official Genshin Impact preview livestream, her videos skyrocketed. Her solo clip is already pushing 5 million views. At level 3, the two-way portal's stay time had been extended, but he still couldn't go to Teyvat himself. Invitees still couldn't take any items with them. They could bring pets and the like, though. A gradual easing of the restrictions. Wonder who I'll invite this time. Suhan felt a flicker of anticipation. There was a stream tonight anyway. Perfect chance to warm things up. As the thought crossed his mind, the familiar starry vortex gate appeared in the courtyard. Inside Mondstadt, in a ruin somewhere, a man was taunting 3 people. Hey, you dare come over here? This is a cliff. Below is a bottomless abyss of no return. Damn it. How did this guy even fly over there? It's so far. What do we do, Amber? There are no mechanisms, nowhere to get leverage, and not even any wind. The girl swept her gaze around. The answer forming in her heart grew clearer. She lifted her eyes to the blonde beside her. The two shared a look. They both suddenly dashed toward the cliff at the same time. Hey, you two better watch your step if you're going down there. You're actually going to fall. Just as Paimon was getting worried, something unexpected happened. A sudden gust of wind caught the two of them mid-fall. After landing safely on the ground, Lumen lightly stepped on the ground. Immediately, a powerful anemo energy surged around her. With a thunderous boom, in just one strike, she defeated that habitual criminal, a monstrous bird. Whoa, your strength is seriously amazing. Not at all. I should thank Captain Jean for giving me that blood jade. It's because of that my strength improved so quickly. Lumen replied a bit shyly. After all, she had just arrived in Mondstadt and hadn't done much. Yet she was gifted such a precious treasure. It made her feel a little guilty inside. Paimon comforted her, saying, "Don't worry about it. You're using that treasure to help Mondstadt, right? Look, you even took down that criminal bird by yourself. And we should also give credit to Amber. Truthfully, if it was just me alone, I wouldn't have dared to do anything. It was all thanks to your hint. After eliminating all the impossible options, whatever remains, no matter how unlikely, must be the correct answer," Amber said with a cheerful smile. But soon, her smile faded, because Amber noticed a familiar-looking door suddenly appearing in front of them. Inside was a deep starry sky and a spiraling vortex. What could this actually be? A portal to another world? What? Lumen and Paimon both reacted instantly. They quickly turned around. Behind them, at some point, a door had appeared. Paimon was so shocked she could barely speak. Meanwhile, Lumen heard a cold, mechanical voice. "Is this an invitation?" "What? Lumen, you got an invitation?" "Yeah. Just now, that cold mechanical voice told me if I step through that door, then..." "All right. I'll translate this passage from Chinese to American English, keeping in mind the novel context and ensuring the language sounds natural in English while preserving the meaning and tone. We're heading to another world, Amber. Isn't this what you guys call a portal to another world? I never thought the one who got invited would be you." Amber watched, her face filled with envy. Lumen took a deep breath and walked toward the gate. Paimon felt a bit worried. She just flew straight in. Wait for me. Lumen, don't leave me behind. Paimon, only those who are invited can enter. Don't panic yet. Amber hadn't even finished speaking before. The two of them disappeared through the gate together. After they entered, the gate quickly vanished. In the cold ruins, only Amber and the unconscious strange bird remained. What just happened? Didn't you say that only those who were invited could enter the portal? Could it be Paimon isn't considered human? But that doesn't make any sense either. There's probably only one explanation. Paimon was invited too. Never mind. Let's not think about this for now. I should take this guy back first. If there were travelers to help, communication between Mondstadt and Suin would be much easier. Even though she hadn't been the one invited, Amber still felt a bit disappointed. But as long as that person is from Mondstadt, it's actually not bad at all. After all, KG is still very young. Some suggestions from Suin would have to be relayed through others, which was quite inconvenient. It would be much easier with an adult involved. In the real world, the blonde girl and that emergency ration had been transported here together. Wow, so this is Shuelon Star? It's not at all what I imagined. These buildings are so huge and beautiful. Paimon shook her head. She looked at the scenery before her, clearly surprised. She had thought that Shuelon Star would be covered entirely with water. As it turned out, this place was pretty similar to the world of Teyvat. Wait, is that actually Lumen and Paimon? The two were busy staring at the villa. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the side. They quickly turned around. A handsome man stood there, waving at them with a friendly greeting. Lumen looked at him and asked cautiously, "Are you Suhan? Huh? So you've already heard about me from Jean? Huh? Yeah, that's right. I'm the one who oversees the Gate of Transcendence. Honestly, I didn't expect it would actually bring you two here." Hearing Suhan say that, Paimon looked at the gate in confusion, suddenly remembering something. Wasn't this gate only supposed to allow one person through? Then how did I get here? Hey, Suhan, I didn't even get an invitation. How come I still ended up here? Did the gate malfunction? Paimon rested her tiny hand on her chin, her face full of confusion. She had been too nervous earlier and forgot the rules for a moment. Never expecting something like this to happen, she had just crossed over directly. Lumen also turned to look at him. Suhan smiled and explained, "Well, the Gate of Transcendence has been upgraded. Besides adding 2 more spots, the summoned person's companion can also come through now. That part isn't affected." Companion? Paimon is not a companion. Upon hearing this explanation, little Paimon stomped her foot in frustration. It was bad enough that Amber had once called her snack emergency, and now Suhan was calling her a companion? She couldn't stand it. No way. I'm gonna give you an ugly nickname now. From now on, I'm calling you Gatekeeper. That's what you get for calling me a companion. Paimon. Lumen quickly covered Paimon's mouth with her hand, shooting Suhan an apologetic look. After all, giving someone a rude nickname right after arriving wasn't exactly polite. It's fine. It's fine. Calling me Gatekeeper doesn't bother me at all. It's actually pretty convenient, saves you 30 years of hard work. This is a position that many people can only dream of. Just make sure you understand that. Paimon pouted her little lips. At last, the anger in her heart had been vented. Fiscal looked around the empty courtyard, puzzled, and asked, "Haven't the others arrived yet?" "They'll be a bit late. There's an event today. They should be here in about 40 minutes. Just wait a bit longer. I'll call over the 6th person myself." There was also a live stream today, so they went ahead and filled all the available spots. This first wave would act as a warm-up and help build even more hype later on. Fiscal's popularity was currently skyrocketing. The only concern was whether the next invitee would be as popular. Both Paimon and Fiscal nodded and obediently waited. "Hey, do you think he might recite some weird spells or something?" "Not sure. I've never seen him do anything like that. He can summon people from Teyvat. I bet he must have some pretty powerful techniques." Just as the two were chatting, the space-time gate, which had previously vanished, suddenly reappeared once more. Its deep, endless starry sky made Paimon feel uneasy just looking at it for too long. She felt like staring too long would give her a weird sensation. "Hey, Suhan, what do you think would happen if we walked through it right now?" Paimon turned her gaze away and asked softly, "If they entered now, would they return to Teyvat?" She was kind of curious. If you go in now, you wouldn't be able to touch anything. It'd be like touching air. Each person's gate is different, though they may look the same from the outside. Only those who are invited can truly make contact. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Want something dangerous happen? Like getting sucked inside or something? Of course not. After Suhan's explanation, Paimon immediately flew over and gently reached out her tiny hand to touch the swirling starry vortex. Finally, there wasn't even the slightest sensation. Fiscal, come take a look. It's so strange. There's definitely a door right there, but you can't even touch it. Let me try. Fiscal walked up to the door and gently reached out to touch it. But unlike the moment they had first teleported here, there was no feeling of weightlessness. Everything before her eyes seemed completely empty. This door is really weird. But Su-Han, what if we need to go back? Like, if there was an emergency, could we leave early? Or do we have to stay the full time? We can go back anytime, but doing so will waste today's usage. If we want to come back again, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Oh, I see. So that's how it works. That's actually pretty convenient, Hearing that she wasn't restricted, Paimon let out a delighted laugh. Just as Su-Han was explaining the dual transmission door, in the world of Teyvat, in the city of Liyue, within the Juyin Gorge, deep inside a hidden cave, Liyun watched her apprentice, who looked visibly tired. The Anemo Archon, Ji Fengzhenjuan, finally spoke. This immortal has already delivered the message to them. If a treasure capable of dispelling the negative energy in your body appears, I will have them deliver it directly. Yes, thank you, Master. There's no need for such formalities between us. If this outsider had appeared centuries ago, it might have been useful back when wars were breaking out across the land, and calamity beasts were swarming in droves. Seeing that her master was about to launch into another lecture, Xinfei turned to leave, because if she didn't leave now, she'd probably be stuck, listening nonstop for 3 days and nights. But just as she stepped out the door, a massive vortex suddenly appeared before her eyes. It looked as deep as a starry sky, instantly making Xinfei realize that it was no ordinary occurrence. Master, something unusual is happening. What is it? A gentle breeze began to blow. The celestial sovereign Liyun Jifeng appeared beside Xinhua. He gazed at the deep, mysterious gate of time and space. A flicker of surprise passed through the immortal's eyes. Just moments ago, he had been sighing, wishing he had been the one invited. It would been a chance to personally experience another world. Never did he expect that the gate would actually appear. Looks like my luck's not bad at all. But before he could even feel smug, Xinhua heard a cold, mechanical voice. Would you like to proceed to Bluewater Planet? Complete a mission, and you'll receive a special reward. What was that sound? Master, I just heard a voice in my mind. Was that what you meant by being invited? It asked if I wanted to go to Bluewater Planet, and said I'd get a special reward after completing a task. Hearing this from his disciple, Liyun Jifeng's expression subtly stiffened. So the gate hadn't been inviting him after all. It was meant to summon his disciple, Xinhua. Cough. I guessed right. It must have been you who received the invitation. But Xinhua, I must warn you if you go to that world, don't be too cold toward others. Since we're the ones seeking help, if you keep treating people like you do ordinary mortals, I'm afraid you won't just miss out on the treasure, but you'll end up offending them instead. If that happens, it won't just be bad for you personally, but for Liyue as a whole. Faced with Liyun Jifeng's advice, Xinhua gave a quiet nod. I understand. Don't worry, I won't attack him. With that, she stepped forward and walked through the gate. In the blink of an eye, she vanished before Liyun Jifeng's eyes. The starry portal disappeared soon after. That child, I still had a few more things to tell you, and you rushed off so quickly. Oh well, I'll just talk to you about it tonight. Such a troublesome disciple. Why wasn't I invited? Inside the cave dwelling, the self-muttered words of the Adeptus Liyun Jifeng kept echoing. Clearly, he was bothered by this. Even an immortal like him couldn't quite let it go. Hey, Su-Han, look, new invite. She's already here. Wow, she's so beautiful. Her eyes are really intense. As soon as the person appeared, Paimon noticed. Her face lit up with excitement. But the moment the woman glanced over, the atmosphere changed. Paimon immediately got so scared she ducked behind Su-Han's hair. That woman's gaze is terrifying. Paimon grabbed tightly onto Su-Han's strands. She could only peek cautiously at the newcomer. There was just something fierce about her. Hello, welcome to Aquamarine Star. I'm Su-Han, and this is my place. Su-Han wore a smile. He hadn't expected the sixth invitee to be Xinhua, a disciple from the immortal sect. I really like Ganyu, sure. But Xinhua is just so captivating. She only has eyes for the main character. How could anyone say no to such a cool and stunning beauty? Xinhua, that is my name. The woman replied calmly. But then, recalling her master's recent advice. She quickly added, "Shouldn't I say hello first?" Just now was a bit of a slip. Looking at the rather strange woman before her, Paimon quietly floated over to Lumen's side, mumbling under her breath, "Doesn't she know basic social etiquette? Shouldn't you say hello first when you meet someone? I was raised in the immortal sect and lived deep in the mountains for years, so I really don't know much about worldly manners." Wow, she heard me. It was just a quiet mutter, but somehow the other person caught it. Startled, Paimon quickly hid behind Lumen. Seeing the little creature duck away, Shinha continued speaking. "My senses are extremely sharp. Even an insect from 100 meters away, I can see it clearly." Hearing her say that, Paimon secretly made up her mind. She could never whisper any secrets in front of her again. Suhan smiled and said, "Come on, let us go inside and talk for a bit. The others will be here soon." They walked into the living room. Paimon looked around at the clean and bright interior design. The fear in her heart slowly began to fade. She flew around the room in circles. When she saw her own stuffed doll in the cabinet, she was shocked. She shouted, "Ether, come look. There's actually my doll here." "Huh, there's one of yours too? Are we really that popular here on Etheria?" "Probably, but this plushie is about your size. I'll just take it back with me." "Are you trying to make me mad? It can't even fly." "Wait, it's just a stuffed doll." "Ha ha." Listening to the two girls chatting back and forth, Suhan couldn't help but laugh along. Beside him, Shun, he looked around the room, her gaze finally settling on him. "Do you have a mission for me? That voice earlier said there would be treasures to claim for completing missions, right? Whether it's killing people or hunting monsters, I can handle it." As a disciple of the immortal sect, Shinfei had always preferred to get straight to the point. Small talk wasn't her thing. She'd rather meditate than waste time. If obtaining treasures might help solve her physical issues, then naturally, she didn't want to waste any time. But before Suhan could respond, a loud growling noise came from her stomach. Both Paimon and Ether turned to look in her direction. Shinfei said calmly, "I finished all the herbs in the cave dwelling, and I didn't go gathering today either. So now I'm like this. You wait here for a second. I'll go make you a bowl." Hearing Shun, he say she was hungry, Suhan naturally couldn't just ignore it. He remembered perfectly well. Wasn't what she missed most that very bowl of noodles? Today was the perfect chance to show off his skills. Hearing there was food, Paimon immediately shouted, "We want some too." "Suhan, we haven't eaten either. Me and Lumi left super early this morning chasing after those bad guys. We haven't even had time to eat yet." "All right, just wait a second. I'll help out." Seeing Suhan head toward the kitchen, Lumi didn't want to just stand around watching either, and quickly followed him. About 10 minutes later, 3 steaming bowls of Yangchun noodles were served. It's just noodles? I thought it was something special." Seeing the plain-looking dish, Paimon immediately lost interest. She always preferred fancy, extravagant dishes. Something so simple looking like this was definitely not going to taste amazing. It was nowhere near as impressive as those fancy meals. Lumi shot her a glare and teased, "Be grateful you're getting food at all. Don't be so picky." "That's not it at all. I'm so hungry I could swallow a cow whole. And if I don't eat now, I'll probably starve till nighttime." Paimon rubbed her stomach. She took a bite. It looked plain, but the flavor was absolutely amazing. The broth was rich, made from slow-boiled bones, with a few slices of leafy greens added in. Sure, it was simple, but the taste was full-bodied and rich. After just one bite, Paimon couldn't help herself. She started slurping away like crazy. "Whoa, this is seriously delicious. I never expected such simple noodles to taste this good. Who was just saying this wouldn't be any good?" I just hadn't seen anything like it before." "Don't be so mean. Hey, after I finish mine, can I have a bit of yours too?" Lumen glanced at the half bowl of noodles still left in her own bowl, then at Paimon's, which was already scraped clean. She thought, "You really can put it away." Suhan smiled. "There's more in the kitchen. Help yourself." "Awesome, I want a little more." As Paimon's figure receded, Shinha lowered her head and looked at the plain bowl of noodles. It was as if some fragment of memory had been stirred. She remembered that when she was little, her mother had made this kind of noodle soup too. It looked simple and unadorned, yet the taste was surprisingly good. She gently lifted a strand, slipped it into her mouth, and chewed slowly. The noodles were springy, with a good bite. The broth was rich and fragrant, packed with flavor. If you paid attention, There was even a faint hint of ginger. Shinha, who used to take only a single bite whenever she descended the mountain, finished an entire bowl today. How is it? Someone asked. It's really good. It tastes like home. She paused. I always thought that was just a scene that appeared in my dreams. I never expected to taste noodles this similar today. Those were things I was supposed to have forgotten. By rights, I shouldn't be remembering them. Watching Shinha drift off, Suhan said, I know a little about you. Cloud Retainer once told you to linger a bit more among mortals. It wasn't to make you fully blend into the mortal world. It was to temper your heart. Temper my heart. Shinha furrowed her brow, puzzled. What he said sounded a lot like what her master had told her before. Suhan nodded. By tempering your heart, I mean trying to break from your old patterns. Only then can you untie the knot inside you. Let us talk about that later. I care more about the mission. All right. It's simple. We just need to shoot some videos, and you have to follow my steps from start to finish. Are you willing to take it on? I can. Suan didn't hesitate at all. She agreed right away. But the more straightforward her answer was, the more of a headache it became for Suan. Because the video he was planning to shoot couldn't be pulled off by a cold, icy beauty like her. No more words were exchanged. When Paimon and Lumen had already finished eating. At the same time, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. Soon enough, Kaching and Klee appeared before everyone. Huh. Honorary Night Lady. And Paimon too. Why are you two here? And who is this lady? Is she also someone who was invited? Hee Klee. We meet again. The mood instantly warmed up at the sight of familiar faces. Paimon looked visibly happy. And Lumen smiled as well. Earlier, when they saw Suan and Shinha talking, the two of them hadn't even had a chance to join the conversation. Now that some friends had arrived, the atmosphere became noticeably livelier. Kaching walked up to Suan and looked at the cold silver-haired woman beside him, asking curiously, She is? Shinha, from Liyue. She's a disciple of the Adepti Luyan Gardener. You could say she's Albedo's junior. Oh right, Shinha, this is Kaching, the Yuheng of the Liyue Qixing. Hello, I'm Shinha. Oh, I'm Kaching. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Seeing the disciple of an Adepti in person, Kaching's smile widened. But she quickly noticed something off about Shinha. Her way of speaking, and the aura she gave off, were both extremely cold and distant. Thankfully, at that moment, Nahida and Kamisato Ayako arrived, slightly easing the awkward tension. There are new friends today? Hello, I'm Nahida, the Dendro Archon from Sumu. Wait a second, the Dendro Archon? Hey, Lumen, did I hear that right? Nahida is the god of Sumeru. She's that bard. They're from the same place. What level is this? At Nastia's introduction, Paimon froze. She was completely stunned. One of the invited guests was actually one of the 7 sovereigns of Teyvat. Ether didn't expect this either. She never thought she'd encounter a second deity here. I really don't know. You should ask Suan about this. She had just arrived and wasn't familiar with all this yet. Ether quickly turned to look at Suan. She hoped he could clarify everything. Nastia is the Dendro Archon of Sumeru. There's no doubt about that. And Paimon didn't need to get so worked up. I'm not worked up, I was just startled. Come on, who could have expected to meet a god so soon after arriving? It's just surprising. But looking at her, she seems about the same as that bard. A bard? You mean the Anemo Archon Barbados? Nastia recalled for a moment. That was the scene she had performed just yesterday. Little Paimon had indeed referred to the Anemo Archon as a bard. Who else could it be? I suspected as much. Yesterday, I was originally thinking of learning from him, but I discovered he spends all day either drinking or tricking people. He's completely different from the image I had of a god. Nastia's expression immediately soured. Her beautiful expectations had been shattered. Originally, she had planned to learn from his strengths. After going through that storyline, though, she thought it would be better not to imitate him. Otherwise, Sumeru might descend completely into chaos. You're the Dendro Archon of Sumeru. Why would you want to learn from other gods? This is a bit of a long story. When they heard that Nastia had been imprisoned by the Sumeru Research Institute for 500 years, the 3 newcomers were all taken aback. They actually imprisoned a god? Had the people of Sumeru gone mad? How could they dare to do such a thing? Ether asked in confusion. Didn't you ever resist? And besides, they're just ordinary humans. Back then, I had just been born, and my consciousness was still very hazy. I was so naive and confused. By the time I came to my senses, I had already been bound by the meditation tools of the almighty tree. Nahida sighed helplessly as she spoke. I see. That's truly pitiful. Being imprisoned for 500 years. Yeah, but don't worry too much. After a while, I'll be able to walk out of this cage. You guys go ahead and do your thing. I'm gonna go play some games. Nahida noticed the newcomers had arrived. She knew they didn't understand many things yet, so she started busying herself. Although the god of wind was somewhat laid back, which disappointed her slightly. But Liyue must be quite good too, right? According to what the merchants said. Hearing that the Geo Archon was a very dedicated deity, she felt full of anticipation. Nahida quickly immersed herself in gaming. Paimon watched her playing on the tablet, feeling envious. But Paimon didn't know how to play, so she could only lie on the sofa watching, occasionally, asking Nahida how to operate the game. Klee had gone to do daily quests with Keqing. Ether watched everyone busily going about their tasks. Ether turned to look at Suin. May I ask you a few questions? It'll only take just a little bit of your time. It won't interfere with your video recording. It's about your brother, right? Yes, Suin. Since you know some information, you naturally would understand my situation too. Ever since I was sealed away 500 years ago, after being imprisoned, I knew nothing about what happened afterward, until I just recently woke up. So, I want to ask you, where exactly is my brother? Looking at the nervous, golden-haired girl, Suin fell silent. How should he answer her? Should he tell her that her brother had already become the Prince of the Depths? That he was now against this world? Or should he keep it a secret and say nothing? Since you've arrived in Mondstadt, you'll eventually run into Dane Slab sooner or later. When that happens, even if you don't say a word, she'll understand. She'll know the things that were always meant to be known. As for Ether, he can't meet you right now, at least not anytime soon. To put it simply, he's practically at war with the entire world. You, who have witnessed the dragon calamity in Mondstadt, should already know one thing. You should understand this one truth. The problem with Dvalin wasn't entirely caused by the poisoned blood. It was more like interference from the Abyss Order. And within that faction of the Abyss, your brother is called the Prince. Even the most powerful Abyss Herald must kneel and bow before your brother. The moment she heard news about her brother's whereabouts, Lumen was overwhelmed with excitement. But when she learned that her own brother had become the mastermind behind the Abyss, a chill ran down her spine. Why? How could this happen? He shouldn't be like this. Suhan, could something have gone terribly wrong? My brother, calm down and just listen to what I have to say first. Later, you can even watch the original Genshin recordings yourself. Then, you'll understand. Okay, go on. Lumen took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Suhan nodded slightly at her composure and continued. Whether your brother is the so-called Abyss Prince or has any other identity, the truth is, he has already awakened. The Abyss Prince is the name he now bears. He intends to overthrow the Seven, to destroy the lands ruled by the Seven Gods. That's exactly what Ether plans to do. Of course, he hasn't forgotten or lost his memory of the fact that you're his sister. My suggestion is, take your time traveling. See the wonders of these 7 nations. Do the things you were always meant to do. In the end, you will meet him at the edge of the world. Even if you were to confront him right now, your strength simply wouldn't be enough to stand against him. Even if things escalated into a fight, it would be pointless. You wouldn't be able to convince him. These words left Lumen speechless, forcing her into silence and deep thought. Though she longed to see her brother, it was clear now she just wasn't ready. I understand. I'll keep working hard until I find him and bring him back home. Oh, so you believe what Vinny did was wrong? Of course. No matter the reason, you can't destroy an entire city like that. The memory of the Dvalin attack flashed through her mind. If it hadn't been for Klee and the others showing up in time, the outcome would have been unimaginable. It was a close call. A single move could have wiped out countless lives. If it hadn't been for Suin telling her beforehand, who could have guessed that her own brother was capable of something like this? Seeing Lumen stay calm, Suin pulled out 2 brand new tablets. After giving her a quick tutorial on how to use them, he opened up the video of Dane Springer, and also the one titled We'll Meet Again. Take your time watching these. They're about what will happen when you finally meet your brother. I'm heading out now with Shinha to film another video. If you have any questions, just ask Keqing. Alright, you go ahead, Suin. Lumen managed a faint smile then looked down at the device in her hands. The screen showed her entering the Adventurer Guild, talking with Catherine. It looked like someone who strongly resembled her brother had appeared. As Lumen became absorbed in the video, Suin gave Shinha a signal. The two of them headed upstairs. With a slight mental trigger, they entered the virtual space. Looking around at the bright, clean environment, Shinha couldn't hide her surprise. This is an immortal technique? No. Sure, here's a natural and contextually appropriate American English translation of the passage, tailored for a novel or storytelling context. I guess you could call it one of my special skills. To put it plainly, it's the part where we shoot videos. This part was already here before. That was the pill I once gave to the great sage of exorcism. Actually, it was the treasure Ling Yan got while filming that video. See, it's something like this. To help Shunjia get into character faster, Suhan played back the footage they had filmed before. On the screen was the energetic and sharp Ling Yan, raising a chef's knife and starting to prepare awful dishes. Shunjia's expression didn't change at all. Even when the closing line came, she remained the same. Then Suhan played another clip, this time featuring Shinkiri Ayaka and Naxida. Only then did she truly begin to grasp the idea. So these videos you're talking about, they're supposed to make them do weird things or say strange lines. Can we really get rewards by doing that? Yep. If you don't believe me, you can ask them yourself. No thanks, I'll pass. As long as we get the reward, I can live with this. Great. Then let us start with something simple first, like a scene where someone wakes up startled from a dream. A dream? Shinjia looked confused. What kind of video was this for? Suhan explained, it's just a short clip for the video. You'll understand once we finish. This is the easiest part. Okay. I don't really get it, but I'll go along with it. Suddenly, the sky changed. In no time, the space transformed into a cave dwelling from Liua's Dayun Karst, then into her own bedroom. Although many details weren't quite right, at least the bed by the window looked exactly the same. Just lie down like this for now, pretend you were startled awake by a nightmare. Then sit up and look at me. Okay. Shunjia followed Suhan's instructions and lay down. Then she suddenly sat up straight and slowly turned her gaze towards Suhan. Your movements are correct, but your physical reaction wasn't quite there yet. There are a few other things we can improve on. You don't seem quite right either, like you just woke up from a nightmare. Your eyes showed shock, but also a flicker of fear and confusion. Almost forgot this red string needs to be untied first. Let it rest by the side of the bed. That way, it'll align with the origin of your nightmare. Hearing Suhan say this, Shunhe fell silent for a moment before speaking. I'm a person marked by an ill-fated star, a walking calamity. Once this red string loosens, I might hurt you. And my emotions won't stay this calm either. You don't need to worry about that. I have pure young flame. It can suppress evil forces. What is that? It's my power. With that, Suhan stretched out his hand. A burst of blazing golden fire flared to life. It was the divine flame of demons slaying the purest yang fire, born with a faint aura of divinity. Looking at the golden flame, Shunhe felt the unrest inside her body slowly ease. Maybe, with him nearby, she could finally undo the red string. I'll untie it now. Be careful not to get hurt. Suhan gave a soft nod, signaling that it was fine. Seeing his agreement, Shunhe gently loosened the red string wrapped around her body, then lay down on the bed. She slowly closed her eyes. A wave of exhaustion hit her suddenly. She hadn't slept in 2 full days and nights. Her mind had long been drained. The overwhelming fatigue overtook her body before she could control it, and she quickly drifted into sleep. An endless darkness surrounded her. It clung to her consciousness like a nightmare. Wah! Deep within her soul, the young Shunhe sobbed uncontrollably. The old nightmare surged back again. That terrifying black mist had transformed into countless ghostly faces, screaming at her with horrifying shrieks. Back in the real world, Suhan watched the swirling black mist inside Shunhe's body, his eyes flickering with seriousness. I didn't expect her condition to be far more complicated than I originally thought. Much worse than I thought. No wonder even Luyun Jie Fengzhenjuan. Even those people were powerless. It's probably an issue with her innate constitution. Black mist. It could be described as condensed malevolence. This was something born from Shunhe's soul. And that so-called red string? It's actually there to suppress her spirit, while it prevents her from losing control. For Shunhe herself, It's also a heavy burden. Just as Su-han was about to take action, Shin-hee, who had only just laid down less than 10 minutes ago, suddenly woke up. She gasped for breath, panicked. When she realized she was still inside the cave dwelling, she finally calmed herself, understanding it had just been a dream. Another nightmare? You're just too exhausted. That malevolence earlier, didn't he hurt you, did it? No. Su-han looked at Shun-hee, drenched in sweat, and shook his head. Then he pulled out a towel and handed it to her. After wiping the sweat from her forehead, she asked, "Did the filming go well?" "Almost. Just rest a bit longer," Su-han said with a slight change in expression, clearly disappointed. In reality, the video had already been recorded successfully. Shin-hee had passed completely. But this time, he wanted to run a small experiment. Shin-hee didn't think much of it. After confirming Su-han was unharmed, she closed her eyes again, clearly drained. "Oh, can you hold my hand?" Shin-hee opened her eyes again, looking at the hand in front of her. She hesitated slightly before slowly taking it into her own. It wasn't that she didn't want to hold hands. She was just afraid of hurting the other person. "All right, rest now." Su-han gazed at her gently. Yet in his other hand, a faint flicker of divine flame emerged. The pure yang flame of exorcism, which could choose not to burn humans, but was entirely different when it came to evil forces. No matter how restrained Su-han was, the flame would ruthlessly destroy everything in its path. The furrowed brows that had just begun to form slowly relaxed again, under the influence of the pure yang flame. In her dream again, Shin-hee once more found herself trapped in that same nightmare. Darkness crept in, endless waves of black mist devouring her sanity. But this time, it was different. Before the darkness could even reach her, it was chased away by a streak of golden light. Deep within her subconscious, Shin-hee didn't cry this time. Instead, she lay quietly on a patch of soft grass. A gentle lullaby drifted into her ears. It was only a soft hum, but it brought her an indescribable sense of peace. She slept for 3 full hours. When she finally woke up, it was already past 6. There was still a bit of time before the live stream. Less than an hour left. She opened her eyes and looked at the man crouched beside her. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Those beautiful eyes of hers glinted with a new kind of light for the first time. "You're awake? How do you feel?" "This is the first time I've ever slept so peacefully." "Thank you. What about your face?" "It's fine. I'll just count it as part of my cultivation." Su-han smiled slightly and tried to stand up, but his body gave out, and he plopped back down. In the end, Shun-hee had to help him onto the bed. "You really don't have to go through all this trouble. I'm already used to it. Even if I wake up startled, it's not a big deal. I can just tie the red string again and go back to sleep." "Really? Then why are you so tired today?" "The red string does make things uncomfortable when it's suppressing the negative energy, right?" "It was a little uncomfortable, but enough. You're not alone anymore. Don't say things like that. Let's shoot a video. I think you're in the perfect mood for it now." Shin-hee, who had never been much of a talker, didn't respond, but she remembered every single thing he had done, because he was the only one besides her master who had ever shown her kindness without expecting anything in return. Looks like her sleep was finally going to be peaceful from now on. It was Su-han again, causing that icy heart of hers to stir ever so slightly. In any case, the filming that followed became much easier. It wasn't like they could get it right on the first try, but even so, 3 takes at most were all it took. And just like that, they wrapped it up. Su-han checked the time and turned to Shun-hee, saying, "Come on. Let us shoot a closing message, and the video will be done." "How should I do it?" "Just like this, cross your arms, and look a bit colder, perfect. Just like that. The lines go like this." After Shun-hee memorized the script, they started filming. "Miss Shin-hee," Su-han began, "if someone watches your video and doesn't hit the triple action like, comment, like, and subscribe, what should we do?" Hearing that, Shin-hee gave it some thought, her finger resting on her chin. Before long, she answered, "In my judgment," she said seriously, "as long as you grab the freeloader's head and bang it on the ground 3 times, they won't dare to freeload again." Her tone was completely deadpan, but the content itself was anything but serious. And that was exactly what made it amusing. After Su-han finished filming, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shin-hee, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. For her, today's filming had been a kind of training something Shidi never experienced before. As soon as they exited the virtual space, Keqing rushed over and asked, I thought you'd forgotten about the live stream. We've got 10 minutes until it starts. Do we need to do any preparations? For preparations, first of all, Paimon absolutely cannot appear on camera. Why not? You're so mean, Suhan. Why can everyone else appear on screen but me? Hearing his words, Paimon immediately flew over to argue with him. Nahida then said, because there's no floating device like you on Earth. To be precise, there's not a single one on the entire planet. If you want to see Suhan getting taken away for research, then sure, go ahead and show up. Then just pop out whenever you feel like it. How did it come to this? The moment Paimon heard that, her mood tanked. She really wanted in. Getting to interact with that many viewers would be super fun. Seeing how dejected she looked, Suhan smiled and said, tell you what, showing your face is definitely a no-go. Later, I'll get you set up with a VTuber model. You can stream with that. A VTuber? What is that? Basically a virtual streamer, no face cam, just your voice. I only heard about it yesterday myself. Nahida, the god of wisdom, chimed in with the answer again. Paimon's eyes lit up. She snickered. That works, as long as it makes money. Haha. It wasn't that Suhan was dismissing her, there was just no way she could be exposed. Paimon understood that. VTuber, whatever the point, was just being able to appear. Obviously, that wasn't happening today. With a little time to spare, Suhan slipped into the treatment pod to rest. In under 5 minutes, he came out refreshed. He booted up his computer, logged in, and entered his stream. He hadn't even gone live yet, and there were already over 100,000 viewers in there. Chat was spamming. Go live. Open up. Paimon hid off to the side, staring at the pitch-black stream page, stunned. 1-2. Hey, am I seeing this right? How are there 100,000 people here when it isn't even live yet? Because Suhan did the Genshin Impact 3.2 preview livestream before. So even before he goes live, the hype's already huge. Kamisato Ayaka explained. Seeing everyone else take it in stride, Lumen and Paimon exchanged a look. It still didn't feel real. 100,000. That number is downright scary. At the exact moment the clock struck 7, Suhan adjusted the equipment and went live for the first time. As soon as the image appeared, countless netizens instantly became excited. Unfortunately, the first person they saw was Suhan. Their excitement quickly turned into annoyance. Get out of here already. Who the hell is this random guy? Where's my waifu? Naida, open the door already. Hey, you think a new character might pop up today? Boy, you big cross-dimensional stream gods, step aside, or we're gonna start swinging. Klee. We came here to see Klee. Within less than a minute, another 100,000 viewers flooded into the live stream. The chat was filled with messages telling Suhan to get lost. Seeing the screen completely overwhelmed by comments, Suhan smiled and said, don't panic, everyone. Let me just finish the setup. Looks like everything's good now. Just like before the stream starts, let's do a quick character intro first. Klee, come say hi to your big bros and sis. The live window expanded immediately. Klee appeared before everyone. Hello, honorable night brothers and sisters, I'm Klee. Thank you all for coming to watch the stream today. I really like you guys. Seeing Klee waving her little hand, and that healing, heartwarming smile of hers, the hearts of countless fans melted away. The gifts in the chat exploded instantly, non-stop, one after another. Battery comments and streams of presents kept pouring in. Next up was Keqing. This time, she wasn't in her usual outfit, but instead wore a formal dress. The one she wore during the lantern rite. The usual sharp and elegant young mistress now carried an extra touch of nobility. The fans' attention shifted in an instant. This look is so much prettier. Why would V bought MiHoYo's skin no matter the cost? Why don't I own Keqing? Master Ku, you look absolutely stunning today. With my good looks alone, I can sweep across the world, Keqing proudly declared. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Keqing smiled and said, hello everyone. I'm Keqing, the Tianquan of Liyue. How do you like this outfit? It was bought with all the coins and triple support from you guys. Alright, it's from a foreign region, but it actually fits pretty well. That simple opening statement alone was enough to make countless people rush to subscribe as channel captains. Just then, several banners floated across the live stream. Congratulations, Big Genshin, for becoming the admiral of this channel. Congratulations, Duo, for becoming the admiral of this channel. Congratulations, Hualing, for also becoming the admiral of this channel. One after another, the voice actors made their appearances, stepping into the spotlight. In the comments, Big Ganjun proudly typed with a laugh, "Haha, my daughter truly lives up to her looks. She's even more beautiful than before, definitely prettier than the last group photo." Duo, no Paimon. There's no Paimon. I'm so sad. Bao, calm down. There's no Lumen either, right? We're all in the same boat here. After Kuching's introduction, Kamisato Ayaka stepped onto the stage as well, still wearing her traditional Inazuma attire, holding a folding fan in her hand, as always. Hello everyone, I'm Ayaka Kamisato, representative of the Kamisato clan from Inazuma. Ahem, I'm also currently the head of the clan. Thanks to all your support, my older brother finally stepped down and chose the wiser path. I hope you all enjoy yourselves today. Also, I'd like to address a previous question. My older brother hasn't gone off begging, but rather, he's been taking care of the 500 Sarah and the Tanuki at the Forest Rangers Grove every day. That one sentence alone had countless people bursting into laughter. So this was what Ayaka had been reduced to? Wow, I gotta say, wow. Even if she ended up doing odd jobs in Tatsumi Port, it'd still be better than being stuck babysitting animals. The admin is really laying down the law. How is the brother-in-law supposed to take care of the Tanuki? And besides, she's always loved traveling anyway. So what? Make her a tourism ambassador? If Kamisato Ayaka can become the clan head, everyone else got a hand in it. And while she was at it, she scooped up another wave of gifts. Next up, it was Nahida's turn. Compared to Klee's adorably ditzy vibe, this one clearly came off a lot more wise. She might look like a kid, but every move she made radiated maturity. Hi everyone, I'm Nahida, the little lucky grass king of Sumeru. Welcome to the stream. Ugh, I really can't stick around in version 3.1 anymore. I'm still locked up. Oh right, besides us, 2 more guests are coming on today. Excited? Hearing Nahida tee it up like that, everyone froze. That included the official Genshin team and Billy's ops watching the stream. They were all wondering the same thing now. Just how many god-tier cosplays does Suhan have up his sleeve? Before they could figure it out, a blonde girl appeared on screen, head tilted in a slightly secretive pose. Can I come on now, Nahida? Should be fine. I'm done with my intro. Hee. Bet you didn't see this coming, huh? It's me, the traveler, Lumen. Hands on her hips, a touch of smugness in her expression. The chat went absolutely nuts. Everyone loves Nahida and the rest of the cast, sure, but Lumen's one of the characters who's been by players' sides the longest. The Lumen on screen looked like the most natural, the most real person in the room. 2 Intivat blossoms were pinned in her pretty blonde hair. She wore the familiar traveler outfit. Another god-tier cosplay, right there. Suhan said he wanted me for a shoot, so I took a quick leave from Sumeru. I'm back, haha. Don't be mad, Nahida. Let me explain when I get home. I'll come save you again, I promise. I won't forget this. She muttered these words, all while glancing at Nahida. Nahida's face wore a thoughtful expression. Are you sure you won't get too absorbed over there and forget to come home? Of course not. Paymon's still there, I could never just leave her behind. Fine then, I'll believe you for now. The fans immediately burst into laughter. How bad must this traveler's reputation be with Nahida that she'd actually say something like, I'll believe you for now? Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, a new comment suddenly scrolled across the screen and instantly set the entire chat on fire. Duo. Hey, great one from another dimension. What the heck is going on? Where's Paimon? Why did you leave her behind? Wah. Lumen, it's me, Paimon. You left me behind. Ha ha ha. Dwid was about to cry. A traveler without Paimon? Total unemployment. Great one from another dimension. Think about it, can we at least give Paimon her own live stream? Or she's gonna cry herself to sleep. Poor little Paimon, we all love you. Lumen watched the bouncing comments on screen and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, a thought hit her, and a mysterious smile crept across her face. Cough, cough. Donajuo, don't be too sad. Paimon will show up later, I promise. But the way she appears might be a bit different from what we're used to. How could the traveler ever leave Paimon behind? Don't you agree? As soon as those words dropped, the chat exploded in excitement. But right after, A wave of skepticism followed. Paimon, how exactly is she gonna appear? Even if it's a kid, she won't just float out of nowhere, right? At this point, with several characters already appearing, the number of viewers in the live stream had already skyrocketed to 500,000. Lumen didn't dawdle, just made a bit of small talk. Then she said, "All right, looks like the video will take a little longer to start." After that, she introduced the final guest. But this one might be a little aloof, and someone you probably wouldn't expect. Hearing that, Qingwan from the Genshin operations team looked puzzled. Cold. So Cryo, I guess. Someone unexpected, could it be Eula? It wouldn't be Layla, would it? Maybe it's Ganyu. The other voice actors started guessing too. Someone guessed Chi-Chi. Someone else said it might be Diana. Then a message popped up in the VA group chat. It's definitely my daughter, Shinha. No way Shinha on a live stream. With that temper, she'd probably drive people up the wall. Puffed first time she met the traveler, she was already itching to pummel an Adeptus disciple. Hard not to be curious. Just as everyone was bantering, a light set of footsteps came through the stream. A figure stepped in to replace Lumen on screen. Coming into frame, silver hair fell like a waterfall, tall and slender. Her top and sleeves had that cloud retainer-esque style. Red cords were tied here and there across her outfit. Her eyes were like gemstones, shimmering with a beautiful prismatic glow. But her expression was glacial, like millennia-old frost, enough to chill you to the bone. Shinha, give a quick intro, would you? I'm Shinha, an Adeptus disciple. I cultivate in Juyin Karst. Today I was invited across the dimensional wall to drop by and show some support. Her tone was as cool as ever, and that very way of speaking sent countless viewers into a frenzy. Holy crap, it's Shinha. That voice is so velvety and so cold, I love it, sob. At Genshin, when is Shinha getting a rerun? Damn, I want that banner back already. I can't wait anymore. Never thought the last guest Lumen teased would actually be Shinha. So the final guest really is Shinha. I'm a Shinha fan, woof woof woof. Beat it. I'm the one who is Shinha's dog. The chat was still arguing like crazy, but the gifts kept flooding in, non-stop. Even the small TV, a 1,000 renminbi gift. They got 10 of those in a row. And the 666 renminbi Star Rail train got sent more than 20 times. Congrats, already renamed to Shinha's dog, just bought captain. Congrats, I'm Shinha's dog, just bought captain. Congrats, Shinha's tricycle, just bought captain. Shinha stared at the wall of comments, then looked to Su-Han with a plea for help. What should I do next? Thank everyone for the gifts first. Oh, thank you all for the gifts. Also, by the way, my video is already done, I'll drop it tomorrow. At that, countless viewers' eyes lit up. That fast. She is quick. Meanwhile, the official accounts and MiHoYo started making moves. Congrats to Genshin for buying 5 months of Governor. Congrats to Billy for buying 5 months of Governor. 5 months. They're really going all in this time. That is 80,000 renminbi. First time I've seen both official accounts be this generous. This crossover is actually getting big-time treatment. All I can say is badass. Su-Han kept thanking everyone for the gifts and the admirals and all that. Knowing Shinha wasn't too great with words, he had her step off first. He switched to Nahida and got ready to roll characters for the players. That intro alone had already eaten up 30 minutes. If they kept dragging it out, there wouldn't be time to stream, the rest the slot would be up. Although today the cross-dimensional gateway was upgraded, causing delays for Keely and the others, their stay was actually extended by 2 hours. Still, staying too late wasn't possible. Hey everyone, I'm back, and now it's time for our live voice chat and gacha draw. Just as Nahida clicked the mouse, the voice actors who had been waiting eagerly began to speak up. Duo, wow? I was about to go crazy waiting. I thought maybe we wouldn't even get to voice chat today. Nahida, can you say something about Paimon? There were so many gifts just now, I didn't want to ask directly. Bao, let us do the gacha draw first. We can chat while pulling. Nahida, use my account first. The interface quickly logged in. Nahida responded calmly. As for Paimon, that is something you'd have to ask the wall between worlds. I don't really know the details. I can only say that everyone will be seeing Paimon very soon. Hearing that, Duo finally relaxed a little. As long as the character she voiced gets to appear, it's all good. Nahida looked at the pile of primo gems and asked, Bao, who are you pulling for? Sino or Nilo? Nilo, I don't need another DPS. Alright then, May wisdom bless your draw. Just as Nahida clicked to begin the gacha draw, a golden light suddenly burst from the screen. The Damaka chat exploded with question marks. What the heck is going on? I swear, did Nilo come out because she saw Nahida in person? Was she too excited to stay inside? I also want to pull a character, wah. Wait, double yellow. What the? Why is this happening? Is this even fair? The fans, of course, went wild. Even Bao Bao himself didn't expect this. First pull, and already got 2 5-stars. The voice chat room exploded instantly. Little N. Bao Bao, what the heck did you just do? Huh. Weren't you always saying you're the unluckiest one? Lin Su. Please, I'm the cursed one. Every time MiHoYo drops an update, my wallet gets wiped clean. Jihuahua. Come help me pull. Nahida, I'm the Raiden Shogun, what SA traveler to me. I'll just swing my big blade and charge straight at you. C2 is a game changer. Plus Bao Bao already came in with C1. So she was basically graduated now. And there were a whole bunch of besties waiting. She didn't have the heart to hog it any longer. Next up was Lin Su. She wanted Nilo not because she thought Nilo was super strong, but to complete the collection. 30 pulls in, the screen flashed gold. Hee. Thanks, Nahida, I'm satisfied. Then it was Duo's turn. Hee, finally my turn. Pull hard. I want a C6 Nilo. She was in a great mood. And then bam, lost the 50-50. And it was Dialect of all things. Duo was so mad she nearly bit through her keyboard. Why is this happening, boohoo? This world has nothing but malice for me. Her roar blasted through the live stream. Lumen walked over, smiling. Let me pull for her. Boohoo, Lumen. You're the only one who really loves me. Come save your baby. I'm gonna cry myself to death. Just now, Jihuahua had C6D Nilo and only lost the 50-50 once. Bao Bao even hit a double gold in a single 10 pull. Then it's her turn, and she gets a dialect. How is that even fair? Lumen covered her mouth, chuckling. Don't panic, I'll help you. Watch me pull you Nilo, guaranteed, no off banner. She rubbed her hands together, then started wishing. They had literally just lost the 50-50. And the moment Lumen tapped wish, a golden streak flashed across the screen. Holy shit. It's Lin. No way. It's really Lin. Duo was practically bouncing with excitement. Heaven must have been smiling down on her. Finally, her salary wouldn't be going back into the gacha pool anymore. Countless netizens were equally stunned, faces full of confusion. Honestly, how dramatic could this get? Did she really just pull a golden character on the first try just by switching accounts to Lin? With a single click of the mouse. The first character she pulled was Nilo, but that wasn't all. Was that it? No, the next one was Kaching. That's right, another golden character. Not a double Nilo, though. Seeing this, Duo's mood dipped slightly. Huh, not a double Nilo, why did Master Kaching come out instead? Master Kaching actually showed up. Oh, are you disappointed you pulled me? Kaching's side profile suddenly popped up next to Lin. A faint, icy expression lingered on his delicate face. Duo was startled and quickly apologized. No way. I mean, of course not. I never disliked Master Kaching. Look, all the pillows in my arms are Kaching plushies. To prove she wasn't lying. Duo immediately sent a freshly taken photo. The plushies she was hugging were unmistakably in Kaching's likeness. Seeing Duo caught red-handed, netizens burst into laughter. Still trying to say you hate Kaching? Please, gotcha red-handed. Someone even asked for your Kaching photo at the anime convention last time. Pull a character and then pretend you don't like her? Duo, only you could pull that off. Kaching, let us hear how you're gonna talk your way out of this. Duo's definitely on Kaching's blacklist now. She is a martial artist. Watch out next time you meet, or your kidneys might be in trouble. Everyone was just joking around. But the gacha draw continued. You had to admit, Lin really had some incredible luck. She pulled Nilo twice more in a row, fulfilling Duo's dream of a 4-star fate. After all, she needed that for the elemental reactions. Nilo was seriously strong in that department. As everyone watched Lin's live draw, the curious little Klee asked from the side, Big brother, why isn't Klee in the character list? Because Klee is too cute. She only returns during the busiest events of the year. Oh, so that's how it is. Then, why does Sister Kaching keep popping up? The feed tilted, and Kaching's image slid back onto the screen. Klee looked utterly puzzled. She could be sworn Sister Kaching had only shown up once just now. So why was she popping up again now? Suhan thought for a moment and said, "That's because your Sister Kaching is super busy, so she tends to pop in out of nowhere a lot." Huh, does Klee want to go to work every day or something? Ugh, that's way too tiring. Klee doesn't want that. It's better to only show up once a year. Once the little one's curiosity was satisfied, Klee went back to her game. Meanwhile, over on Lumine's side, the stream switched to Kamisato Ayaka. It was still the gacha segment. Only now she was pulling on behalf of those admirals who donated. With time limited, they capped it at 3 5-star pulls. However, once Kamisato Ayaka took her seat, they added an interactive segment, answering some audience questions. Because the bullet chat was way too crowded, they switched to a comment format. Within a 5-minute window, whoever sent the most batteries got to ask a question. Miss Kamisato Ayaka, what do you do when you're off work? That? I practice sword every day. When I'm not tinkering in the kitchen, I'm practicing my sword. Kamisato Ayaka kept pulling, while answering the audience's questions. Chat filled up with laughing emotes. Everyone figured she was totally in character as Kamisato Ayaka. Before long, the next questioner threw out the same thing. When you're not playing Kamisato Ayaka, what do you usually do? I really do practice with the sword. Kaching and I both train in martial arts. It's a family tradition, so when work isn't busy, I'm basically training. In a bit, once the polls are over, we'll do a short demonstration. Hearing that Kamisato Ayaka also knew martial arts, and that she'd even perform live, the viewers found it a little hard to believe. After all, if a girl that pretty also knew martial arts, wouldn't that be a bit too broken? What followed were mostly not so proper questions. A lot of them were pretty sensitive. Kamisato Ayaka is smart, she wasn't about to take the bait. For example, what games does she like to play? Naturally, Genshin Impact. Favorite food? She answered, Akazuke. And her favorite activity? Ayaka thought for a moment, then smiled. A bonfire party. It was really unforgettable. I hope I can go with more friends next time. And with that, a pleasant 20 minutes came to an end. Suhan had planned to switch to a different segment right away. But seeing the chat begging and pleading, he relented and let Kaching and Klee stream together for another 20 minutes. Tada, Klee is here. This is my first time rolling for you big brothers and sisters. If it goes off banner, don't blame me. A whale who just unlocked Governor tier perks spoke up in chat. No worries, pull for big sis. Don't be afraid of a miss, sis. Seeing the messages, Klee nodded and grinned. Okay, I'm gonna start rolling. We're definitely getting Nilo for big sis. 2 minutes later, the game voice came on. I am Chi-Chi. I am a zombie. Klee stared at the little kid on the screen, about the same height as she was. She froze on the spot. Wasn't it supposed to be a golden flash? How did it turn out like this? While it went off banner, the chat started flying. Klee had pulled Chi-Chi. Guess like attracts like. Ha ha ha, I am Chi-Chi. I am a zombie. This voice line is killing me. Same blue outfit. Same one-handed sword. Nilo just got shorter. What's the issue? Ha ha. Damn it. I pulled the wrong one again today. Not Nilo. It was Chongyun again. Kaching was almost in tears. But it was fine. Her second pull was definitely going to be good. Besides, someone who can afford to sponsor the governor wouldn't care about a little gacha spending. Quick, go comfort Klee. She even left Klee a special message telling her not to be sad. Chi-Chi joined in to comfort her. There, don't be sad, Klee. That rich older sister isn't scared at all. We've still got 2 more chances to hit a banner. 10 minutes later, that short little figure appeared again. Klee froze completely. What? Her again? Ugh. I'm done pulling for today. All this damn luck is hers. Just stuff me back in bed already. Today isn't even Klee's turn to pull. Klee has things to do today. See you later. With that, little Klee jumped off her chair, threw her backpack on, and ran off. Back in the livestream chatroom, the screen was flooded with 666. Only Klee would pull a stunt like this. Don't run. We, the noble knights of honor, will cover for you. Yeah, Klee, don't go. That rich older sister doesn't care about a few bad pulls anyway. Even though the comments were all trying to stop her, Klee still vanished. She left the rest of the mess for Chi-Chi to handle. 10 minutes later, the final lucky winner finished pulling their character. The gacha segment came to a close. Suhan appeared before everyone. Alright, that's it for today's game segment. Starting tomorrow, There will be surprise live gacha sessions at random times. Who hosts them will depend entirely on whoever feels like it. The rest of the show is just extra content. We'll go off air for a bit now, okay? The screen went black. Everyone felt a little excited. Some guessed it might be behind-the-scenes footage. Others thought maybe it was a cooking stream next. After all, documenting daily life wasn't a bad idea either. Inside the villa, Suhan said to Kamisato, Ayaka, and the others, "Let us go into the virtual space. First, let us show off some martial arts. Later, Kaching, you'll handle the main camera angle." No problem. Everyone entered the virtual space. The scene rapidly shifted and transformed. In the end, it became a traditional martial arts training hall. The floor looked wooden, but in reality, it was a virtualized space. No matter how much force was applied, it couldn't be destroyed. As soon as the visuals stabilized, the viewers in the live stream saw a traditional Chinese martial arts hall appear before their eyes. Kaching's voice immediately came through. "This is where we usually train. It's not huge, but we've got everything we need." The camera panned around the hall. There were wooden swords, training dummies, and even archery targets. It was surprisingly professional. Then, the camera zoomed in on the distant figures of Kamisato, Ayaka, and Suhan. Both were holding wooden swords. But what surprised everyone was they weren't wearing any protective gear, or even face masks. In the live stream chat, netizens immediately became confused. Are they filming a movie? Or are they just adding visual effects later? If they don't wear protection, what if someone gets hurt? At the Genshin Impact headquarters, many employees were watching the stream. Qingwan slightly furrowed her brows. What exactly is Sayuanbai trying to do? Are they really going to have a duel? Impossible. After all, there were so many viewers watching. If something went wrong, it would be a huge problem. Meanwhile, over at Xiao Pajan Little Station, the live stream director stared at the screen, shocked. This was the first live broadcast. And yet, there were already 1.3 million people watching live at the same time. An astonishing number. It wasn't like Xiao Pajan lacked traffic before. The issue was this was Sayuanbai's very first stream ever. And it was just a game live stream. Not those big-name celebrities. Boss, I never thought that guy from the other dimension would be that strong. Yeah, the hype is insane. Hard to believe. But it's normal, after all. Her strength is right there for everyone to see. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, loud crashing sound echoed. Pack, pack, pack. Suhan and Kamisato Ayaka each held a wooden sword and began their duel. Neither of them used their elemental powers. They were relying purely on sword techniques. Even so, to the onlookers, their speed was absolutely astonishing. Everyone was stunned. Just then, Ayaka did something even more shocking. Facing Suhan, who had the upper hand, she took a light step back in her Geta sandals. Her blade smoothly shifted to rest at her waist, then slashed sharply forward. From Kaching's perspective, Ayaka's sword carved a swift arc through the air. Holy crap, was that Ai? No way. Are you telling me they were just sparring? Damn, I've been wondering the whole time why that other dimensional guy would bring such a group of martial arts trained beauties to do cosplay. Turns out they actually know how to fight too. How the hell do you dodge that move? Soon, Suhan responded. He quickly raised his sword to block. A series of metallic clangs rang out. Ding ding ding. Every single strike was blocked. The live chat went completely silent. And just like that, the sparring match ended. Ayaka turned toward the camera and smiled gently. Did you all enjoy the martial arts performance? Well, it's getting late, and I'm sure you're all hungry from staying up watching us. Now, let me teach you how to make a simple dish. In Azuma-style Sakura Ebi Senbei. By the way, this is one of the snacks that cute little Klee loves the most. As Suhan subtly shifted his focus, the camera slowly followed Ayaka again. She gently washed her hands. So they rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Don't be fooled by how intense that sparring looked just now. When Kamisato Ayaka cooks, she moves with a gentle, tranquil grace. She used shrimp meat, sakura bloom, and potatoes. The ingredients were surprisingly simple. It's a sweet little snack and not hard to make. And even in that virtual space, there were somehow pots and pans to be found. 20 minutes went by, while Kamisato Ayaka and Kaching were busy. A picture-perfect batch of Sakura shrimp crackers was set out in front of everyone. And just like that, the stream wrapped up. But right as it was about to end, a tiny hand darted into the frame grabbed the cracker, and it vanished in a flash. In the now pitch-black stream room, chat blew up, question marks everywhere. Hey, did anyone see that? Just now. A little hand, whose was it? It definitely wasn't T. Clees she s in red. Sakura shrimp crackers. Never thought something from the game could be recreated so perfectly. I'd love a bite of Kamasato Ayaka's cooking. I'm guessing whose little hand that was too. Do you think it could be been Nahida's? Don't talk nonsense. I've got my waifu Nahida's outfit. Memorize those patterns are definitely not Nahida's. +1. Nahida doesn't T have sleeves, and she has only got something like a bracelet on her arm. If anything, it makes me think, why does this look so familiar? That pink and white sleeve? Open up, you big shot behind the fourth wall. Who was that? Are you hiding someone again? Before anyone could figure out the truth, people were already spamming, open the door, because in the Genshin community, someone had already screen capped that little hand. After comparing it, there was only one match for the owner of that hand. It was Paimon. Even though the shot was blink and you miss it, still, it couldn't slip past everyone's eyes. Obviously, the one who snuck a bite of the rice crackers just now could only be someone wearing Paimon's outfit. Back at the villa, Lumen fixed her eyes on the live stream, shooting Paimon a stern glare. I was really starving. The last time I ate was a little after 2, and it's been so long I was about to pass out. But if you get exposed, that's not good for Suhan at LL cause a whole lot of trouble. I'm sorry, okay, I was seriously about to faint. Then I suddenly caught a whiff of something delicious. And I really didn't mean it. Watching Paimon glance around shiftily, Suhan could tell she'd done it on purpose. She only makes that face when she's lying. Still, he couldn't completely rule out that she was really that hungry. Alright, as long as you didn't show your whole self. At most it was just a little hand, no big deal. We'll treat it like a fun Easter egg for the stream. Haha, Suhan's got my back. By the way, after such an exhausting stream, what are we eating that's actually good? And just so we're clear, plain noodles aren't going to cut it for me. Hearing it wouldn't cause trouble, Paimon instantly perked up. Suhan glanced at the Green Grasslands brand lamb in his system inventory and said, let us do grilled lamb skewers. There's about 100 pounds of a pretty special lamb here. Should taste good. Yay. Paimon loves skewers, but before it was always pork. This'll be my first time trying lamb. In Mondstadt, wild boars outnumber sheep by a lot. So skewers are usually made with pork. While they were grilling, Klee sat next to Suhan, helping out as she asked, Big brother, can Klee ask you something? Then go ahead, speak up. Who's Chi-Chi? Today, Klee was wishing, and she got herself twice. Actually, she really likes Chi-Chi, but that older sister wants to take Nilu away. That's why she acted like that. So, are you saying you feel a bit guilty? Uh-huh. Klee nodded slightly. She carefully threaded a row of green beans onto a bamboo skewer. Beside her, Kaching said, Chi-Chi, huh? She's a zombie girl living in the Bubu pharmacy. From what I've heard from locals, she's been alive for an incredibly long time. I've seen her a few times before while doing missions. They say she is immortal because of some divine connection. Kaching didn't have much of an impression of Chi-Chi. From what she knew, Chi-Chi wasn't very talkative and always seemed to forget things. Shinfei, who was busy setting something up nearby, chimed in. You mean the girl who often appears on those cliff faces? I've seen her quite a few times myself. At first I was worried she might fall down, so I even helped bring her down safely once. But that girl just climbed back up again. Later I asked my master about it and found out Chi-Chi's background is a bit complicated. Upon hearing this, Klee put down the vegetables in her hand and tugged on Suhan's sleeve. She asked, Big brother, can I go find Chi-Chi and play with her? About what happened today. Klee wants to apologize to her. Of course you can, but let us finish dealing with Mondstadt matters first. Right now, the city really needs you. Okay. The little sunbeam smiled sweetly, then went off to help with the grilling. Before long, the scent of grilled meat and vegetables began to drift through the air. Paimon saw the lamb skewers were done and couldn't resist taking a bite. No gamey taste at all. The lamb was rich, but not greasy. Whoa, this lamb is amazing, Lumen. Come taste it quick. It's even better than what they serve at the Deer Cry Inn. Paimon quickly handed the freshly grilled skewers to the blonde girl who was devouring food like her life depended on it. Lumen took a small bite. Her eyes immediately lit up. This lamb was absolutely delicious. Even though the preparation was simple, this flavor would be hard to beat, even in Mondstadt. Tastes great, huh? Paimon said with a grin. The aroma is really rich. But personally, I prefer spicy and numbing flavors more. Huh? No way. The chili would totally overpower the meat. That kind of super spicy stuff is basically fire in your mouth. We should follow Klee's example. Just plain cumin flavor is best. After feeding everyone around, Paimon looked at the large pile of meat skewers remaining and suddenly asked, Suhan, can I take some back for Amber? She treated us to a big meal last time. When we've come across such delicious food, not bringing some back just feels a bit awkward. Sure thing. I've got about 100 gene of lamb here. Even if you take 10 gene, it's totally fine. After all of this was obtained through gacha draws. Suhan naturally had no intention of being stingy, and it would also help build some goodwill in Mondstadt. Win-win. While everyone else was feasting heartily, Shinha only took 2 bites before switching to vegetables. Raw vegetables, at that. Not store-bought, but one Suhan had grown himself inside the Tenryu pot. They were ripened by Nahida. Totally natural, completely organic. The taste was truly exceptional. You don't like meat? Suhan asked softly, tray in hand as he sat beside her, watching her finish another serving of greens. He asked gently. Shinha nodded slightly and replied, My cultivation requires me to consume many herbs every day. Over time, I've just become unaccustomed to meat. Oh, by the way, may I take some of this grilled meat back to my master? Although she talks quite a lot, she truly appreciates good food. I think she'd really enjoy these grilled skewers. Sure. Here's the English translation of your passage, rendered in a natural, novel-appropriate American English style, and fully localized for Western readers. Then I'll just grill up some more. I should be able to get a few more done before you leave. Thanks a lot. Watching Suhan's back disappear into the distance, Shinfei's eyes looked slightly different than usual. In the past, there was no way he would have said something like that. But for some reason, this time he actually wanted to bring something back for his master. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Liney and Paimon were the first to leave. Each of them was holding 2 bags of food. Before parting, little Paimon waved her tiny hand and shouted, Everyone, see you tomorrow. Hee, we'll come back once we finish our mission. And if there's anything delicious left, you better save some for me, okay? Everyone, see you tomorrow. With a flash of light, 2 figures vanished, and on Shinfei's arm appeared 2 new bags. One was grilled vegetables, grilled enoki mushrooms, grilled tofu skin, and grilled eggplant. The other was grilled lamb. From the brand, Qingqing Grassland. Awesome. Keqing watched Shinfei leave, casually tidied up a bit, then followed suit. She was also carrying several skewers of grilled meat. Clearly a gift for Ningguang. Although they were colleagues, their relationship was like sisters. Extremely close. Well then, big bro, I gotta go too. See you tomorrow. Yep, Klee, see you tomorrow. Between the clouds. Before the cave dwelling at Mt Outsong, the bright moon hung high in the night sky. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. Under the moonlight, that handsome crane stood beneath a tree, as if deep in thought. After a moment, a figure materialized in midair. Lu Yun Jiefeng Jinjuan's eyes lit up as he smiled. Shinfei, you're finally back. Yeah, I stayed on Shuelan Star for quite a while. What's that you're holding? Grilled meat. It's what Suhan and Keqing made. I figured you haven't had anything from down below in a long time, so I brought some over. Looking at the food handed to him, the wind-borrowing cloud dweller was slightly taken aback. Since when had her disciple started showing concern for her master? She remembered how cold and distant her apprentice used to be. There were even times when the girl's temperament was overtaken by dark chi, and emotional outbursts were not uncommon. Could it be that strange man? Does master not like it? No, I'm just a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to bring something back. Come, let us sit over there at the table. I'd like to hear about what has happened to you lately. Okay. They sat down by the stone table. The wind-borrowing cloud dweller lifted the opening of the bag and looked inside, revealing the fragrant aroma of roasted meat. She couldn't help but swallow hard. The scent truly smelled amazing. As she chewed on a piece of meat, she listened to Shun He recount what had happened. Hearing that even after undoing the red string, she and T lost control, the cloud dweller looked at her and asked, Could it be the power of that man? Yes, there seems to be an indescribable strength within him that can suppress my dark chi. Even the fatigue I've built up over these past few days has eased. Shunhee lowered her head, staring at her own palms. A faint, barely noticeable tenderness flickered in her eyes. The cloud dweller nodded and swallowed a piece of lamb. That's good. It seems I can finally rest easy. Though going to the Azure planet was your only salvation, I was worried that if you ever lost control, you might hurt others. Now this is truly a relief. More than I can say. To see her disciple find peace. The cloud dweller felt a weight lift from her heart. And all it took was a single meeting. Enough for her to think of bringing something back for her master. It seemed that icy heart of hers might one day fully thaw. The cloud dweller murmured softly to herself. From now on, aside from your cultivation, you should visit him more often. That man seems kind-hearted. Perhaps, without relying on treasures, he may still help you ease the dark energy within. Yes, master. It's getting late. You should rest first. I should go cultivate too. Understood. Shenhua stood up and walked out. After lying down, she looked at her own hand. The lingering warmth still hadn't completely faded. Maybe I should try it. Aren't you going to tie the red string before sleeping? Shenhua thought for a moment, then finally gave up on the tempting idea. Haste is often the root of trouble. Even if she wanted to take a shortcut, this wasn't the time to indulge herself. Though she and untied the red string. Tonight, Shenhua fell asleep quickly. And in her dreams, she wasn't disturbed by that black mist either. Meanwhile, at the Mondstadt Knights headquarters, Kia held a skewer of grilled meat and chuckled. Not bad at all. We knights actually get to enjoy such tender lamb. If we could figure out how to raise these sheep ourselves, we could probably make a small fortune. The flavor is amazing, better than anything I've had in Liyue. But now that I think about it, where exactly does this Qingqing meadow lamb come from? This meat is surprisingly delicious. Lisa had already finished 3 skewers. The rich flavor impressed her greatly, and with a little spice it suited her taste perfectly, although she usually preferred vegetable soup. Occasionally indulging in lamb skewers was quite a pleasant experience. Jean dabbed the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and smiled. Let us get back to business. This new honorary knight will be our next invitee. This should help ease our current pressure for now. Lately, Mondstadt has been stirring with unrest. A major shift seems to be coming soon. Now that we can contact Suhan more easily, I finally feel a bit at ease. But I haven't filmed the video yet. I did interact with a lot of netizens today, and I'll start filming tomorrow. Lumen explained softly. This was based on her earlier conversation with Suhan. She knew that even after the video she uploaded went live, she'd probably still have to wait about 2 more days. First off, she had to promote Shinha tomorrow. The footage was already in the can. Second, dropping releases back-to-back in such a short window usually hurts performance. Jean listened, then shook her head and murmured, no, not yet. The biggest advantage of Earth isn't the treasure you can get. Sure, treasure matters, but what really counts are people like Suhan. Like you said, that game was made by someone else. The problem is, even before any version update, he already knows what is coming next. It's obvious he doesn't have any ties to MiHoYo. Out of everyone on Earth, he's the only one who can open a portal between worlds. And there's that powerful virtual space, one that can even spawn all kinds of enemies. All these signs suggest Suhan's overall value far surpasses the lesser Lord Kusanali many times over. If we could get his guidance, we'd avoid a lot of detours. Hearing Jean's analysis, Lumen and Paimon nodded again and again. They had seen Suhan's strength with their own eyes. Just like she said, he was exceptional. Kia set down the bamboo skewer and said, the Fatui are starting to get restless. Among the people I dismissed, quite a few have turned against us. Some have even quietly reached out to the Lawrence clan. Feels like we're just one spark away. I wonder how long they can keep a lid on it. I think it'll probably be the next time Storm Terror attacks. This is amazing. Tell me, folks, how could you have food this good and forget to invite me? As they spoke, a gentle breeze drifted in through the window. A figure suddenly appeared before them, eyes landing on the mouth-watering grilled skewers. When he didn't hesitate at all, she just picked it up and started eating. Minstrel, what exactly are you doing here? Huh? Didn't I already tell you guys, these past few days? I've just been hanging around the city. I heard rumors that a second invitee showed up, so I came to check things out. Honestly, I didn't expect to get to eat something this good. This is really nice. How about some wine? Wendy pulled out a flask and offered it around. Unfortunately, something unexpected could happen any day these days, so no one dared to touch their cups. Fine, fine. If you won't drink, then I'll just drink by myself. This 10-year-old vintage really is something else. Pairs perfectly with this grilled meat. Cut the jokes. Let's get serious. The Fatui are trying to steal the Skyrider grand piano. I wonder where they picked up that rumor. I was the one who summoned Valen using that very piano. If they actually get their hands on it, they might just stir up another storm. So what's your plan? After nibbling on a few skewers of meat, when he finally got down to business, everyone exchanged glances. Lisa spoke up. We're planning to hand them a fake Skyrider grand piano. A counterfeit. Setting someone up? Precisely. Stealing Monter's sacred relic, the Skyrider grand piano. Inciting rebellion among the Knights of Favonius. And sowing chaos in Mondstadt itself. Those 3 crimes alone are enough for a death sentence. I think even the fence-sitters won't dare say a word. After all, anyone in their place would be guilty of the same crimes. These are serious offenses, capital crimes. Harsh. But honestly, with Mondstadt in this state, it might be time for some real cleaning up. Just let me know what you're planning, and I'll help out. I've been staying at Duke Deluxe Tavern lately. Minstrel, you're just after his booze. Who said that? I paid in Mora, believe it or not. Just ask Dialek if you don't trust me. Benny said she never eats or drinks for free. Even though she was a god to begin with, she still believed in paying for food and drinks. Paimon turned to look at the silent Dialek, and he gave a slight nod. Truth be told, he had paid quite a lot. Now that's what I like to hear. The meeting didn't last long. Everyone went their separate ways shortly after. Inside the Yuhing-S pavilion, Ningguang smiled as she looked at the delicious skewers, saying, Indeed, we're blessed with great fortune here in Liyue. The second guest invited is actually a disciple of the Adepti. And to top it off, she is your junior disciple, Ganyu. I didn't expect it either, to be honest. I haven't interacted much with Shinfei at all. I just knew she existed. In the past few centuries, Ganyu rarely returned to the Jian Gorge, because Liyue Harbor kept her far too busy. Sometimes, even resting felt like a luxury. When would she have time to go back for a family visit? Seeing her companion's mouth water, Kaching picked up a plate of grilled eggplant and said, Here, try this. It tastes amazing. Suhan knows you don't eat meat, so all the oils and seasonings used are completely vegetarian. And no, I can't. Ganyu quickly waved her hand in refusal, but the aroma was just too tempting. Eventually, she was moved by the kind gesture. She took a bite, soft, tender grilled eggplant with rich, flavorful sauce. It was surprisingly delicious. As Kaching watched Ganyu enjoying the food, she gave Ningguang a small smile. Then, she handed her a skewer of grilled flatbread. Here, give this a try. What is this? Looking at the round flatbread, Ganyu's eyes showed both anticipation and hesitation. After all, she had already had dinner earlier. If she kept eating like this, she might end up gaining weight. In her mind, weight gain was a nightmare far worse than any archon. Bread flatbread, well, just a little. This one's grilled and sprinkled with cumin. It won't taste as good once it cools down. Okay, fine, I'll just have one stick. Try this grilled green pepper. Here, give this grilled tofu skin a shot. Before long, she had finished 5 sticks. Ganyu looked at the new dishes being served and finally shook her head helplessly. No, that's more than enough. I can't eat any more today. Absolutely no more. The next day, Shinha woke from her dream. Sunlight poured in, gently warming her body. That's when it hit her. She had actually slept the entire night through. No nightmares in the middle of the night, no sudden waking. She had simply slept comfortably until morning. This kind of peaceful sleep was a first in years. Is it his power protecting me? Shinha sat up slowly and murmured to herself. The room was empty, she was alone. Usually, Luyun Jifeng Jinjuan would be deep in meditation and cultivation inside her own cave dwelling. She didn't live together with Shinha. Last night had been an exception. She had stayed near the door out of concern. Now that she knew her disciple was fine, Luyun Jifeng returned to her retreat for cultivation. Shinha got up and tidied her robes. She walked to the edge of the pond. She sat down gently, gazing at her reflection in the water. A faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. A few minutes later, Shinha passed through the portal and arrived on Shuelan Star. It was just past 8 o'clock. She was the first to arrive. When Suhan saw her appear, he looked slightly surprised. Already here? Did you not sleep well last night? No, quite the opposite actually. It was the most peaceful sleep I've had in a long time. Oh, good then. Come, soak your feet. I worked on a herbal formula yesterday. It might help your condition. Soak my feet. Yeah, you can wash your hands in it too. Suhan pointed at the steaming basin in front of him. It was obvious he had been tinkering with the formula for a while. The room was filled with a faint herbal scent. Surprisingly, it smelled quite pleasant. Without hesitation, Shinha took off her shoes and socks, then dipped her pale, delicate feet into the water. Is the water temperature okay? Just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Good. Oh, by the way, you only need to soak your feet for 10 minutes. Once Lady Keed arrives later, you two can enter the Serenitia pot to train together. There's a sacred stone in there. It'll help you improve your cultivation. It'll also boost your speed. Shinha gave a soft nod. She looked down at the basin beneath her feet. The warm water gently rippled, giving her a very soothing feeling. But she couldn't tell if it was the herbs or something else. She had the strange sensation that something was slowly creeping up her legs from her feet. Before she could figure out what was happening, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Huh? Someone actually arrived earlier than me today. You're early. Oh, it's you, Shinha big sister. What are you doing? Soaking my feet. Oh, Klee looked slightly confused. Was it because she hadn't washed her feet last night? But she didn't ask further. Because right now, her stomach was growling loudly. She wanted to find something to eat. She absolutely hated the coarse breakfasts served at the Knights of Favonius. She'd rather eat Big Brother's Yanchun noodles than touch anything from the Knight's ration. After a while, Nahida walked over and stared at Shinha, who was still soaking her feet. She paused slightly, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the kitchen behind her. Hello. Hello, Shinha. Nahida pulled her gaze back and suddenly said with curiosity, It seems like Suhan treats you quite well. What? Nothing. Nahida smiled slightly, saying no more. Not long after, breakfast was ready. It was the same bowl of Yanchun noodles as yesterday. Only this time, there were a few slices of pickled cucumber added on the side. I learned this method from a teacher Wong on that Little Bee station. The recipe is super simple, and the texture is crisp and refreshing. Perfect for pairing with noodles. You can just casually make it after breakfast too. Suhan said to Nahida, Since you're playing Genshin, you're already going through the main story. Why not just turn on your PC stream and record your gameplay? You should know how to do all that. Really? Can I actually do that? No problem at all. Just stream like you normally play games. You don't need to do anything flashy. I just posted the Shinha video. And when you go live, just drop the link in. Just add the link or something. Let everyone give you a little shout out. Alright then. I guess that's the plan. Not like I have anything else to do anyway. Might as well start streaming and play some games. Could even grab a few fans along the way. Suhan helped her set everything up, and the stream went live. Some subscribed viewers couldn't believe there was a treat this early in the morning. Even more surprising, it was actually Nahida herself on the stream. Watching the viewers pour in one by one, Nahida smiled and said, Hello everyone. Did you eat breakfast on time today? Did everyone remember breakfast? If the first Dendro regnant skipped meals and ended up in poor health, that would be no good at all. That would be terrible. Like a mighty lion skilled in hunting, if it keeps starving itself and falls ill, then when it finally sees its prey, its physical condition will affect its performance, and in the end, it might let the prey escape. Hearing her use that Lesser Lord Kusanali style analogy, many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chat exploded with wild comments. People started typing things like, I already ordered delivery food, LOL. Someone even said they were on their way to buy breakfast after seeing the stream. Just then, a super chat donor asked what today's streaming content would be. For now, let's just play the Shinha video. Then after that, some gameplay. My story is just reaching Liyue now. I want to see how the Geo Archon governs this nation. How about that? Hearing that it wasn't a character banner poll, the netizens were slightly disappointed. She said she was going to stream Genshin, and the audience lit up again. The chat started spamming with anticipation. A cute little loli went live. She's bound to run into all kinds of fun, right? watching the viewer count climb. About to break 30,000. Nahida gently clicked into the stream. The sound of a girl sobbing kept drifting in. Black mist slowly took shape as monsters, letting out bone-chilling noises again and again. Shinha, looking like a young maiden, sat alone in a dark corner, innocent and pitiable, letting the darkness nibble away at her bit by bit. The scene cut in an instant. Shinha jolted awake. Sweat had already beaded across her brow. Another nightmare? Looks like this red rope still 1T come undone. This method failed too. Suhan sounded a little dejected. But Shinha shook her head and said, "No, we have to try. The red ropes may bind the baleful energy, but they also bind my emotions. You're right, humans are born with 7 emotions and 6 desires. How can they be shackled? Let us try another way. You Haven T slept well for 3 days. Are you sure you're okay? The camera slowly zoomed in. Shinha gave a slight nod, cupped Suhan's hands in both of hers, and said quietly, "I trust you. Even that aloof immortal will be unsealed someday." A barely their smile tugged at her lips, and countless viewers started shouting wife. Some even spammed "I volunteer." Nahida looked toward the live stream. More comments kept rolling across the screen. "This is obviously boyfriend perspective. Damn, I want to take out that big shot beyond the dimensional wall. Why is it his hand? She's holding sob. So the red ropes have side effects. No wonder Shinha doesn't like wearing them. No kidding, the one above clearly hasn't touched the lore. Shinha's emotions are often unstable. This 3 immortals themselves mentioned it. This ability tends to hurt those closest to him. What exactly is going on here? Well, it's basically a side effect of the red string of fate. And honestly, it's pretty obvious. Ouch, poor Shinfei. She's the only one who truly loves me. If anyone dares not to smash that triple like button, I swear I'll send your ashes flying. Hey upstairs, save your breath. Anyone who doesn't triple like deserves to get their dog head bashed in. Don't even think about saying you love Shinfei ever again. Otherwise, just wait until the next banner, guaranteed to get a rotten gotcha like Lu Guoba. Lu Guoba had another rough day again. The video kept playing. Thanks to Suhan's effort, Shinfei fell asleep again. A faint dark aura surrounded her, but it was being suppressed by some mysterious force. Her dream gradually became peaceful. She slept soundly through the night. Even Shinfei herself found it a bit unbelievable. That expression, half surprise, half relief. Anyone could tell just by looking this time. She really did rest well. I never thought being with you would let me sleep this peacefully. Go wash your face. The live stream is starting soon. Shinfei walked to the pond outside. She gently sat down by the edge. The camera turned toward the water surface. A beauty even more breathtaking than in the PV appeared before everyone's eyes. Truly enough to make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. Enough to shame the moon and outshine flowers. It must be something like this. In the rippling water, Shinfei softly smiled, as if the world around her faded. In the live chat, she smiled. Shinfei smiled at me. She has me in her heart. Fam, I got Shinfei. She wants to come home with me. She smiled at me. Now do you get it? For just one of those smiles, I dropped 10,648 top-ups without hesitation. Fish sink, geese fall, moon hides, flowers blush. Back when I first saw the PV, I was already head over heels for Shinfei, but now I finally understand. She's even more beautiful than I imagined. Those guys upstairs are just talking nonsense. Shinhee is genuinely kind to the people around her. Shinhee gently splashed some water on her face. But surprisingly, she didn't put on the red string this time. After finishing her morning routine, Suhan asked curiously, "Aren't you wearing the red string? Isn't something going to happen without it?" "No. The red string Master gave me was originally meant to suppress my temperament. But since you've been practicing with me these past few days, I've finally understood the real trick. I can now control my powers more smoothly. And while evil spirits are easy to drive away, inner demons are much harder to eliminate. If I can't let go of my attachments, the negative energy inside me will never be completely removed. Let's just leave that red string aside for now. Because I've realized something. Suhan, you're the one who's truly capable of tethering me. If you understand what I mean, then please stay by my side." This final exchange undoubtedly elevated Shunhee's character. Even people who don't play games would be moved by her words. Yes, if you still carry inner burdens. Can you really guarantee peaceful dreams forever just by banishing the negative energy? If psychological scars can't be erased, then the negative energy will always have a source. The video ended there. Millions were deeply touched by Shun He's inner thoughts. However, just when everyone thought it was over, the screen played another conversation between the two. Excuse me, Miss Shinhee. What should we do if someone watches your video but doesn't click, like, comment, and subscribe? I reckon if we grab those freeloading bastards by the head and smash it on the ground 3 times, they'll probably stop freeloading. Inside Nahida's live stream, everyone burst into laughter. Did you see that? Who dares to freeload now? Better watch out for Shun, he's smashing your damn head. Shinhee absolutely hates freeloading scumbags. You got that? Anyone dares to freeload will have their dog head kicked around like a basketball. When watching videos by this master of breaking the fourth wall, everyone knows the drill. Click triple action first, then watch. Don't forget to keep things respectful. Used to it already. That cold tone totally suits Shinha the best. The way she acted back then. Unbearable, I mean, cough cough. I just want to ask, when the hell is Shinha getting a rerun? Come on out, miho yo. We want Shinha back in the pool. Bro, yelling here won't do anything. You gotta head straight to the Genshin community and start pushing hard. That's the real move. Exactly. Right. While countless people are streaming live, they all start shifting their fire elsewhere. But when they open up the forums, they realize someone's already beaten them to it. And the hottest thread right now is actually about Shinha's voice actress. The VA is AE. Open up the rerun already. Miho yo, my Shinha is just too adorable. Hurry up and bring her back. I'm ready to spend. I want to go all in. Damn. Guys, we're too slow. Yeah, definitely a step behind. All because Nahida started her stream, distracting everyone. That's true. That's true. Without a doubt, the video went mega viral once again. Inside the Genshin operations department, Qingluan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Looks like we're slacking a bit on the job. I've noticed our official ad pushes don't even compare to a single video from one of these Dimension Wall big shots. Looks like future character reruns might actually depend on them. The video has only been up for half an hour and already has 50,000 views. And it's still morning. One of the staff laughed and said, maybe from now on, before we do a rerun, we should reach out first if they've got some god-tier cosplay, we borrow it. If not, well, nothing we can do. If it weren't for the fact that all the upcoming character banners are already scheduled, I'd seriously consider just rerunning Shinha right away. She's blowing up. The forum replies are already past 200,000. And it's still early morning, plenty of players are still asleep. Yeah, besides, Qingluan, you have to admit, this video was really well made. This was Shun Hui's experience. Everyone knows they worked on Wind's Rise, Crane's Return, and that opera that went viral worldwide. They were already well established. But this was truly the first time people had seen such a genuine side of Shin Hui. It's totally normal she is so popular. You guys have no idea how much money Boss Senpai made during yesterday's live stream. I just scraped the numbers off Xiao Zhan. The stream lasted about 3 hours. Add up all the gifts and the Guardian subscriptions. Total came out to around 2 million yuan. No way, that's insane. Just 3 hours. Damn. And don't even think about how many people were watching. You like Kali? I like Kali too. Who wouldn't want to spoil their own little daughter a bit? That's true. She even posted an update later, saying all the gifts would be split among every character. Wait, someone on the forum said Nahida is doing a live stream. Should Qing Lian Jie go check it out? Nah, forget it, get back to work. Hee. A little incident at Mihoyo. Of course Nahida had no idea. She was already deep into the game. At first, many netizens assumed this little girl would play terribly. But instead, she completely outplayed countless streamers. One elemental reaction after another, as if she were pulling them out of thin air, even without high-level characters or artifacts. Nahida's gameplay was beyond criticism. Yet, the moment she mentioned during the main quest that she wanted to learn nation building from the Geo Archon, countless fans burst into laughter, and the chat exploded with the word Jia Lu Z Street Loafer. Nahida glanced at the comments, frowned, and asked, "What essay Jia Lu Z?" At that moment, a guardian stepped in with an explanation. A Jia Lu Z was someone who did nothing all day but stroll the streets. Wait, does the Geo Archon just walk around the city all day? This. Nahida froze, and that figure got blasted clear out of sight. A bad premonition welled up, rising slowly in her chest. The deeper the mission went, the more Nahida finally understood what the fans meant when they talked about the Geo Archon. An old man who wants to retire. A shameless freeloader. A true gentleman who never haggles. A seasoned connoisseur of storytelling. All right then, not a single proper title among them. But every one of those is exactly the sort of thing Zhongli would do. By the time Liu's main story wrapped up, Nahida even heard Zhongli say, with her own ears, that he wanted to retire. As for unsealing the Vortex Demon God, that was entirely his doing. His goal was simply to test whether Liu, as it stands now, could let him retire in peace. And clearly, the answer pleased him greatly. Handing your own nation over to a demon god as a test? Only the Geo Lord who calls himself the God of War would pull something that crazy. Still, when she saw the chat saying that beneath Guyunstone Forest it's nothing but demon gods, Nahida fell deep into thought. She couldn't help wondering why he dare play it like that. Because he can still fight, that's why. Sigh. Another god I'll never be able to learn from. Nahida let out a long breath. Today's stream was over. Inside the Serenidia pot, Kamisato Ayaka and Shinha sat side by side before the white dew. Silver mist kept threading into their bodies. Once her mind settled, Shinha felt her cultivation speed up sharply, far better than her usual ascetic practice of subsisting on wind and dew. In the midst of training, a cold prompt chimed deep in her mind. Ding. Congratulations. The video you filmed has earned 100,000 follower points. You may claim one random treasure. Claim now? Ding. Congratulations. The video you filmed has earned 200,000 follower points. You may claim one random treasure. Claim now? Shinha opened her eyes, a bit taken aback. Already got the treasure that quickly? A sound stirred from somewhere. Kamisato Ayaka opened her eyes as well. What's going on, Shinha? A voice just echoed deep in my mind saying I received 2 rewards. Did it happen the same way for you? As Shinha asked the question, Kamisato Ayaka nodded. Yes, it happened fast for me too. I obtained treasures 4 times in just a few days. Of course, things slowed down afterward. Although I was a bit shy at first when Suin started filming me. I felt a little awkward and held back. But after the filming completely ended, I finally understood his good intentions. Those treasures helped me a lot, and also eased the current difficult situation in Inazuma. If you ever have a treasure you don't know how to use, it's better to ask Suin about it. I understand. Shinha stood up and walked outside. Downstairs, Suin was playing poker with Paimon and Lumen. Royal flush, haha. You guys lost. I'm not playing anymore. You always win, it's so boring. You even drew whiskers all over my face. Same here, I keep losing. Paimon and Lumen immediately threw their cards away. Clearly, they didn't want Suin to keep doodling on their faces. Still, even like this, both of their faces were already covered in drawings. Circles, crosses, a mustache, and even a tiny turtle. Nearby, Kale and Nahida couldn't stop laughing. Paimon puffed up angrily and said, if I'm going to turn into a kitty cat face, then we should all do it together. Why didn't you let Kale and Nahida play too? You're obviously picking on us. Kale doesn't even know how to play cards, she can't remember the rules. What about Nahida then? She can literally hear what you're thinking. Paimon frowned, clearly upset, and flew away. Forget it. This kind of game just isn't for me. I'd rather play with the tablet. Seeing the game was over, Ing ran off to wash her face too. Suhan chuckled and gathered up the cards. All of a sudden, footsteps sounded. He turned his head, and to his surprise, Shinha was already coming downstairs. Done cultivating already? I just got 2 treasures and wanted to show you. I haven't claimed them yet. All right, go claim them then. MHM. Shinha nodded and slid over to sit beside him. A faint tremor rippled through his mind. Ding, congratulations on comprehending the treasure. Reward, 8 mystic arts. Wind Empress Chiman mastered. What is this? Suhan stared at the cluster of light, shock filling his eyes. It was actually one of the 8 mystic arts. You can even get something like this. Looks like you just crush it to learn it. He glanced at the description. Sure enough, just as he expected. Name, 8 mystic arts. Wind Empress Chiman. Overview, a special art from the Taoist realm. Crush the light orb to immediately acquire Wind Empress Chiman at mastery level, with no side effects. Tip: single user only exclusive skill. Note: you can fix the central palace beneath your feet and freely shift the 4 plates within the Chiman array. Within the array, time and space, as well as the cycles of generation and restraint among the 4 plates, are all determined by the user. Warning: the stronger the enemy, the weaker Wind Empress Chiman S effect. Special technique: Chaotic Golden Clapper. An ultimate move only those who truly command Wind Empress Chiman can grasp. It can briefly manipulate time, letting yourself, an enemy, or other objects drop out of phase with the world for a moment. But if their power vastly exceeds the user's, it will have no effect. Is this treasure really that strong? Seeing how stunned Suhan looked, Shinha felt like she'd drawn a great prize. Strong doesn't he begin to cover it? It's insanely strong. You've studied spellcraft, so you know how fearsome Chiman is. This thing lets you unleash your power however you want. You don't have to care about all those 4-plate rules in Chiman. And you can even take control of elemental counters. For example, with the same amount of power, water should beat fire. But if you use Fengho Chiman, you can make fire beat water, even make wood beat fire. You can fight while ignoring attributes. Tell me that isn't badass. Ice is supposed to completely counter the water element. But if someone masters the 8 miraculous skills, they can flip the whole situation. It's downright broken. Paimon had just come back from the bathroom. Hearing that, she blurted, "Wait, Suhan, are you saying the treasure in this ball of light can ignore elemental reactions?" "Yes, but the greater the ability, the stronger you have to be. If the person who wields Fengho Chiman is weak to begin with, if they don't have enough strength, the effect will naturally be negligible. Every power has a weak spot. Fengho Chiman is no exception. Keeping it active will definitely burn through a ton of elemental energy. Besides, with Shinha's current condition, going up against an immortal-level being, a move like Wanjin Tua is basically useless." Shinha looked at the ball of light in her hand, then turned and held it out to Suhan. "What are you doing?" "Giving it to you." The white-haired adeptus looked calm, as if she were handing over a trinket. Paimon's eyes went round at once. "You can just give away a treasure like this? Whoever gets it would instantly become several times stronger." But Suhan refused. "You keep it. I don't know any Chiman arts, and while it's true you can learn Fengho Chiman just by crushing it, you still need a certain foundation in Chiman. In my hands, at best I'd trigger an elemental reaction or use Wanjin Tua as a getaway move. Among the few of us, you stand to gain the most from it." He wasn't just being polite. "Actually, I myself don't really have much use for it. Moreover, the techniques in the 8 extraordinary techniques world are at most just the peak of ordinary human ability. They don't even reach the level of immortals. If I were to use it, it'd be a waste. And I'd have to specially learn the forbidden techniques too. It'd be better to let Shinha, who already understands the forbidden arts, use it instead. That way, we maximize the benefit." Seeing that Suhan had no use for it, the white-haired immortal finally crushed the glowing orb. An endless flood of memories poured into her mind. Yanfei walked over and asked, "Shinha, how do you feel?" "I've learned it. It feels like it was directly imprinted into my memory. It's truly amazing." Shinha opened her eyes, somewhat surprised inside. This treasure seemed genuinely extraordinary. This was actually the first time she'd experienced something like this. It felt as if she had gone through countless lifetimes of cultivation. And now, she had already reached a level of mastery. This memory orb feels somewhat similar to the knowledge vials in Sumeru. Seeing Shinha's reaction, Nahida immediately thought of something. In their nation of Sumeru, those vials worked exactly like this. Once used, they instantly granted that specific knowledge. However, there was always some risk involved. Paimon chuckled and said, "So does that mean if we buy some knowledge vials, we could instantly become experts? That would be way easier than training ourselves." "No, those knowledge vials aren't really safe. They're nowhere near as reliable as this treasure. After using them, you might end up becoming an idiot." Upon hearing Nahida's words, Yanfei instantly lost interest. As long as there was even a 1% chance of risk, she wouldn't use it. After using the first treasure, Shinha then claimed the second one. "Ding system notification. Congratulations on comprehending the treasure. You have received the reward, a weapon enhancement card." This time it's just a card? Seems kind of plain. Weapon enhancement? Can it actually strengthen weapons? Looks pretty good. Everyone gathered around to watch. Suhan glanced at the item's attributes. Name, weapon upgrade card. Tier, 8 star. Description, a treasure that can raise a weapon's level. Extremely hard to obtain. Tip, just slap it onto a weapon to boost its overall power. Simple and practical. Note, cannot be used on ultra-grade Archon weapons even if you try. It won't have any effect. Special, has a chance to grant the weapon a unique skill. Compared to Feng Ho Chiman, the second reward feels a bit simple. Still, it's pretty decent overall. Before Shinha could speak, Suhan said, just use it. I don't have a weapon. Naina sa god. So her weapon can't be upgraded. And everyone else's probably can't compare to the Calamity Queller in your hands. Yeah, the Traveler still doesn't have a proper weapon. Hey, Paimon, what with that look? I only just woke up. Feeling smug already? Of course not. I'm saying we should find time to craft you a weapon. Sure looks that way. The two bickered off to the side. Shinha invoked an Adeptus art and drew Calamity Queller out from within herself. It was an ice blue spear. Just looking at it pressed down on you with its aura. Whoa, what a cool spear. It's gorgeous. Lumen, how about we make one like that too? Quit messing around. I can't use it at all. Lumen rolled her eyes. The weapon didn't suit her fighting style. Even if they made one, she'd never get used to it. Shinha slapped the weapon upgrade card onto the spear. A burst of light blossomed. Calamity Queller underwent a startling transformation. What had been wholly a deep blue was now wreathed in streams of silver-white light. Shinha felt a deeper bond forming between herself and the spear. At the same time, a message came through from the long spear. The weapon had gained a new skill called Frostcrown Pierce. This skill was projectile-based. It allowed the infusion of elemental energy into the weapon and could unleash an extremely devastating piercing attack. Once it hit an enemy, it would trigger an explosion, generating a terrifying blizzard storm within a 500-meter radius, constantly firing out frosty shocks. The effect could last for 10 minutes. After listening to Shinha's explanation, everyone couldn't help but inhale sharply in shock. This weapon upgrade card could completely transform the Shizai. This kind of improvement was just too over the top. Just this special skill alone had boosted Shinha's combat power by roughly 20%. If she were fighting out at sea, her strength would increase even further. Lumen, let us go shoot a video too. Maybe we'll get lucky and pull a treasure in the gacha. That's exactly what I was thinking. Compared to the bladeless sword I currently held, the difference was pretty huge. Paimon flew straight over to Suin's side, patted his shoulder, and said with a grin, "All right then, Suin, let us shoot a video. Just don't forget me this time, okay? I can't appear in live streams, but I can totally be in videos. If I'm not in it, then I'll make you pay me back by feeding me until you're broke. 8 meals a day, I'll show you who's boss." Of course the video needs Paimon. Let us go? I just thought of a great idea. We'll definitely go viral. Really? Yay. Haha, I was just kidding earlier. 8 meals a day would totally kill me. Come on, Lumen, let us go film the video. Then we'll finally have our own channel. I already asked around. Shopping on Astra Blue requires a currency called soft girl coins. We can earn a ton by making videos. Even people like Keed and the others have saved up a lot of money. I also want to buy tons of delicious snacks and all kinds of toys. So, what you're really saying is you want to share my account, right? Ahihi, can you really blame me? We're basically the same person, don't even think about leaving me behind. As they were chatting and laughing, Suhan opened up the virtual space. He pulled both of them inside. The others scattered off to do their own things. Looking around the empty world before her, Paimon's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It wasn't her first time entering, but every time still felt magical. So what are we filming this time? Are we going to make beef offal stew like Kaching did last time? That might not be the best idea for you. Suhan shook his head slightly. Kaching's beef offal was practically her signature dish. If they tried doing that again, it might still draw a decent crowd, but it definitely wouldn't go viral. Suddenly, Paimon started giggling. What's with that creepy laugh? I've watched all of Suhan's videos, and I even found some of yours online. Since this isn't the usual daily vlog route, you're definitely going for prank videos this time. Just imagining you messing up on camera makes me want to laugh so hard. Hee. Farina crossed her arms, pouted, and huffed lightly. So you think it's funny when I embarrass myself? Fine then. Tomorrow you can go earn your own mora. No way. I can't do that. At the thought of not being able to spend mora, Paimon immediately gave up. For her, being unable to talk and being unable to eat were basically the worst punishments imaginable. Totally unbearable. Seeing Paimon suddenly go quiet, Farina turned to Suhan and asked, "So, what kind of video are we making anyway?" "I've been thinking let's do 2 parts. Kaching is still busy with official duties right now. We'll film the second batch once she is free. As for right now, let us just focus on you and Paimon hanging out on Earth for now." "Are we going out to play?" Paimon, Okay. I know. It's all virtual." Looking at little Paimon's slightly dejected expression, Suhan chuckled and said, "Even though we're filming a video, we can still have fun. It's just without an audience." He thought for a moment. Suddenly, in the blank void, a massive amusement park materialized. It was the largest theme park in his city, its reputation extending worldwide. "Wow, this place is amazing, Suhan. Can we come here to play again sometime?" "Of course. Once we finish this project, I'll bring you guys to the amusement park." "Yay. Great. Now tell me quickly, who do we start filming?" "All right." Following Suhan's guidance, Lumi and Paimon went together to experience all sorts of modern novelties. First, they rode the pirate ship, then the roller coaster. Then they admired the night view from the Pearl Tower. Down the mountain, spring blossomed in full bloom, while the Taoist temple on top remained blanketed in thick snow. At first, Lumi was just posing for the camera, but gradually, she and Paimon became truly immersed in the breathtaking landscapes of Suhan's world. The thrilling glass skywalk, the endless fields of rhododendron across the 100-mile range, the vast expanse of cherry blossoms stretching as far as the eye could see. After seeing all these sights, the 2 girls were completely dazzled, overwhelmed by the beauty. The grandeur of these landscapes was in no way inferior to Teyvat. Even without elemental powers, none of this was diminished. The wonders of the great dragon empire left them equally enchanted and reluctant to leave. When it was time to wrap up filming, Suhan chose a small in-game reference as the ending. TCH. Paimon doesn't spend that recklessly, Suhan. This is defamation. How could I possibly spend that much? Renminbi. Oh, how much more did you actually spend in Mondstadt these past few days? Not that much, I think. Right, Lumi? Hee, the bill you gave me yesterday said otherwise. As the show neared its end, Paimon sat holding a bowl, pitifully staring into the camera. "Wah, we're really full already. Please have mercy on us." Fans, please hit that triple action button, like, favorite, and subscribe. This way, Paimon can meet everyone sooner. Everyone saw Suhan give an okay sign. The 2 who were performing were still on stage. That finally allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm beat. It was genuinely fun and really impressive, but I didn't expect filming to be this exhausting. Yeah, but that snowy Taoist temple Suhan mentioned, does it really exist? Lumine's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Down the mountain, spring was in full bloom. Yet on the summit, snowflakes danced across the sky. It was a scene straight out of a dream. I've heard that Dragon's Pine Mountain, near Mondstadt, really exists, but that place is crawling with monsters. Suhan nodded and said, "It's real. If I get the chance, I'll take all of you there for a visit." Seriously? Of course. But then what about Paimon? In her excitement, Lumen still remembered to think of her partner. There are no floating objects in this world, and nothing that flies like Paimon does. Suhan smiled and said, "You can just carry her in your arms, as long as she promises not to fly around." "And me? I got it for the sake of fun. I'll endure it. As long as we get to play." Paimon is willing to make a few sacrifices. When they finally stepped out of the virtual space, the sky outside had already begun to darken. Kaching was fighting the world boss alongside Naida. The sound of clashing blades and flashing figures was clearly audible from inside the room. Too bad, though the elemental reactions between Kale and Tinery still aren't quite smooth yet. It would be been better if you were there to trigger the reactions. Then I guess we'll wait a few more days. By the way, after finishing the Liua storyline, what did you think? Kaching set her tablet down and grinned at the grass god before her. Nahida replied, "Extremely powerful and a deity who truly fulfills her duties. Although I seem to have moved on the surface, I still feel deep down that the gods of Liua, they're still watching over Liua." He possesses the means to set things right. But I don't have such capabilities. Once I leave the Qingshan assembly, the first thing I must do is to cultivate my own loyal followers, to ensure Shimi's combat strength. That way, we won't be provoked and pushed around by the Fatui's doctor and those disbanded soldiers. The top 3 Fatui Harbinger executives. Each of them possesses strength close to that of a god. If I don't strive to improve myself, even if I manage to escape, my territory will inevitably be trampled. I must grow stronger. That's the most important thing. As the saying goes, peace is upheld by sufficient power. The two were chatting casually when they spotted Su-Han and the others arriving. Everyone turned their attention toward them. Did the filming finish? Yeah, let's take a break first. We're going to film the second segment next. This one's a collaboration. Once Lumen's video is released, we'll use this one. Then you're going to have to work hard. Kaching. Don't worry about me. I was just thinking I needed more treasures anyway. Kaching replied with a smile. Now that Liu has developed in such an orderly fashion, I also have more time to come around here. But recently, the Fatui has become quite active. That's been bothering her. Is the video editing done? Can I take a look? I'm really curious. What exactly did you guys film? Of course you can. Naetsa, let me tell you. We filmed something super cool. Paimon said proudly with her hands on her hips, her face beaming with pride. Her expression made everyone burst into laughter. After resting for 10 minutes, Su-Han asked Kori to call down Kaori and Shina. After all, this was a collaborative project. Almost everyone needed to participate. When Paimon saw the lineup, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, such a high-class group? What are you filming?" Obviously, it's going to be pranks on Master Kaching. Kaching, is today your scratching day? Yinfei, you've picked up these memes too. It's fine. Fans making jokes just means they like me. Truth is, I'm not weak in the game, it's just that electro reactions are tough to handle, and my numbers aren't that high either. Wait till I get Nahida, then we'll see. Just wait and see who still dares to call me Master Kaching. If this were the first time she heard something like that, Kaching would been furious. Who says stuff like scratching anyway? Isn't that basically an insult? But now that she has spent more time online, she has gotten used to it. She even takes some nice work photos herself now and posts them on Su-Han's account moments. Each one gets hundreds of thousands of likes. You can tell how popular she is. Everyone entered the virtual space together. Kaching was asked to change into that evening gown. Fian and Shinfei, along with Kamisato Ayaka, stood a little ways off, admiring the view. Standing beside them was Klee. Nahida looked at the scenery and asked, puzzled, Chuanyu Pavilion? Kind of a meme I used back in my past life. The lines are written here, just take a look. Paimon, you can't join in this time, but there'll be a little surprise at the end. Okay, today had been a full day of filming. Paimon didn't dwell on it much. As long as she stayed with Su-Han, she had spending money to burn. That was more than enough for her. Besides, the two had secretly made a deal. A little private fund would be set aside for her later. Hee. Kaching glanced at the script and smiled. This is pretty fun. Didn't he expect it to turn out like this? I think this'll go viral for sure. Nahida, did you memorize your lines? I only needed one glance to remember them. Great, then everyone, get ready. We're starting the shoot. Su-Han adjusted the camera angle. The filming officially began. Kaching, don't think like that. She is not targeting you. Could you be a little more proactive on your own? Oh, right. I just can't be proactive. This is just how I am. Come on, don't be like that. You need to stay sober and not act on impulse. Besides, didn't you specially make a whole outfit? You put so much thought into it. It wouldn't be right to just give up now. Oh, right. I give up. What's the point of putting in all this effort if she didn't even spare me a second glance? And the big wide world still didn't bring me along either. Well then, think of another way. Otherwise, your husband is going to walk away with someone else. Oh, right. Let him go then. Even if you told me right now that she's behind me flirting with someone else, I wouldn't even feel a flicker of emotion. But they really are behind you. Then, a stone-like block made of foam was thrown. Wait. No. Your expression is off. Kaching. Just now, when Nahida pointed behind you, you should pause for a second, look surprised, then turn around. Then look around for something. And finally, pick up this stone. Oh, okay, got it. Let's do it again. Kaching quickly straightened herself. After all, This was a virtual space. The props could reset according to Suhan's will. So doing retakes was just repeating the same scene. It didn't really waste any time. Filming continued. You should really think of another way. Otherwise, your husband really will leave with someone else. Nahida chimed in, trying to persuade her. But Kuching remained indifferent as ever. Her eyes filled with contempt. Oh, right. If he wants to run off, then let him run. Even if you told me right now that she's right behind me. If I were being hugged from both sides, my heart wouldn't even flutter, but they're all behind me. Kuching froze for a beat, then turned to look over her shoulder. She saw Lumen with her left arm linked through Shina S and her right arm wrapped around Kamisato Ayaka. Klee was tagging along at their side. Kuching got so mad she started rummaging around for something. In the end, she hurled the stone block she'd been sitting on. It slammed into them and knocked all three to the ground. Phew, does that work? Your expressions and movements were spot on. A plus. Good. That essay wrap. Little Paimon zoomed over, flustered. What about me, where's my part? Didn't he forget you? You're flying right in front of me, this line is yours. Oh, such an easy line. Then let us get ready to roll. Got it. The outro S in the can. That compilation segment is finished too. Everyone returned to the real world. Suhan said to Lumen, if you're not tired, you can stream from the PC in the living room in a bit. I'm guessing you're itching to play some Genshin, right? I'll wash my face first and then go live. Okay. About 5 minutes later, the stream went live. The viewers who'd been lurking forever saw the page light up, rubbed their eyes, and still couldn't believe it. There was actually a second stream today. Guys, we held out. The second stream is here. Let me see who it is. Get in here. Guys, the boss is live today, and it's a Genshin stream. Very quickly, a channel that had only a handful of people idling in it suddenly flooded with viewers. Everyone watched Lumen toweling off her hair. A lot of them guessed she'd just finished filming. One of the top supporters asked point blank, was the reason you didn't go live earlier that you were busy shooting? Ingmei fired up Genshin Impact with practiced ease. She glanced at chat, smiled, and said, yeah, we shot for a long time today, mostly because it was our first time we had a ton of retakes. I've got good news for you all. We ended up with 2 really high-quality videos. You can definitely look forward to them. One of them is mine. The other is a thank you for the fans. Also, Suhan asked me to pass something along. We're giving away 300 of the 648 tier top-ups to celebrate hitting 1 million followers, and each winner will also get a random signed photo from us. The link is right under our video, and there is a link under the stream, too. Everyone can enter, but you have to be a follower. And little secret Paimon is going to be in the photos this time. The moment she said that, chat went wild. Sure, 648 wasn't a huge number, but signed photos were another story. And Paimon in the photos? What was that about? A lot of fans suddenly got curious. Ingmei didn't say anything more. She focused on the game instead. Since it was her first time playing, her character control was a little shaky, and she didn't really get elemental reactions yet. But before long, she was handling the character like a natural. Amber showed up. So did Dvalin, the dragon that attacked Mondstadt. A glint of understanding flashed in Ingmei's eyes. No wonder the Knights of Favonius knew who she was, so that's how it was. The Mondstadt in the game was a lot smaller, and plenty of places hadn't been recreated. But that didn't stop her from getting completely absorbed. When she saw Fatui inside the Church of Favonius, the girl couldn't help frowning. So acting Grandmaster Jean and the others were trying to clean house in the Knights, so that what this is the church had actually been infiltrated by a foreign faction. How could the Knights possibly tolerate that? She doesn't play the game like most people do. Tons of folks have jumped into this title. Once they hit a certain level, a lot of them start spending money. They all pick the meta powerhouses. Lumen, though, sticks to the characters she actually owns. She never logs into anyone else's account. She really cares about the gameplay experience. Honestly, if you invest in it a bit, the Anemo Traveler can be pretty strong. All it takes is landing a single swirl reaction. The enemies just drop. It's not as hard as you'd think. Before long, night had fallen. After finishing Mondstadt's main story, Lumen walked out of the cathedral, and the chat suddenly flooded with watch out messages. Huh, watch out. Watch out for what? Is there another enemy? She frowned, confused. Moments later, her in-game character was ambushed by a woman from the Fatui. That woman not only slapped the Anemo Archon across the face, she also stole his gnosis. And it all happened right outside the cathedral. Silver-tongued, watching the woman walk off with the gnosis, Lumen instantly recalled that recent teaser about a massive thunder cannon. It sounded like a gnosis held incredible power. After taking in all of Mondstadt's story, Lumen went on to do other characters' quests, which let her get to know the city more deeply. Dinner's ready, Lu. Coming. Hearing Kamisato Ayaka calling for her, Lumen waved at the camera, signaling that today's stream was over. Everyone wanted a dinner stream, but with Paimon around, she hadn't planned to go live for that. Dinner was lavish. Everyone had pitched in to cook. There was a dish of Sichuan-style boiled pork and sesame balls, 8 dishes in all, plus 2 pots of soup. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they drifted off to their own things. But before Shinha left, Suhan handed her a bucket of water. What's this? Soak your feet before bed. You should sleep more soundly. Got it. Carrying the bucket, Shinha's figure slowly disappeared into the night. Back in the cave dwelling, she explained everything that had happened today to her master, step by step. Then, she took out the charm for calming disasters. Her gaze lingered on the spear, the weapon with far greater power. Luyan Jifeng Jinjuan's eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "This weapon was already extraordinary to begin with. And now, its power can still be enhanced? It seems there are indeed many benefits to staying close to Suhan. By the way, how were your emotions today? Did you feel any urges you couldn't control?" Shinha looked at her own wrists bare of the red cords and shook her head. She had only meant to test things a bit. But all day long, she hadn't lost control once. Her emotions had remained surprisingly stable. Occasionally, the malevolent chi would rise, but she quickly suppressed it with sheer willpower. How that is strange. If you didn't use the red cords, then how exactly did you stay in control? It's really puzzling. I can't quite explain it myself. I just remember, this morning, when I arrived, Suhan told me to soak my feet, saying he had prepared some rare medicinal herbs. Soak my feet? Yes. The bucket of water in my hands is from him. He told me to soak my feet with it tonight before going to sleep. Let me take a look. Luyan Jifeng stepped closer. Gently, she dipped her wing into the water. She wanted to see what was so special about it. If it could suppress malevolent energy, then it might be useful for others in the future, and she could study it further. What is going on here? The herbs in the bucket seemed quite ordinary, maybe even worse than the herbs commonly found in the mountains. No, what exactly is this? She had thought it was just a normal bucket of water. But Luyan Jifeng sensed something was off. She transformed back into her human form. Then she brought her fingertips to her nose, sniffing the water. As she caught its scent, surprise flickered across her face. Seeing her master's reaction, Shinha asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" "This water, there's blood mixed into it. And it's even human blood." Human blood? Yes. Normally, once you came into contact with human blood, your body should trigger a violent reaction. But why instead did it calm you down? Shunhua listened silently to the low murmurs of Luyan Jiefeng Jinjuan. A shiver ran through her body. Suddenly, Suhan's words echoed in her mind. "I have the blood of the Eastern Ling clan in me. The pure yang flame can suppress the malevolent aura." Was it him? Was it his blood that healed my broken body? After her loved ones had passed away, Shunhua's heart had gone cold. Family, parents, all gone from her life. At that time, she thought she might be alone forever. Even the word friend was something she couldn't comprehend. The red thread was good, yes, but it only bound her heart. Before she met Suhan, Shunhua had never imagined someone would hurt themselves for the sake of friendship. Had it not been for her master, she wouldn't have even known that Suhan's blood had been mixed into the water. Looking at his disciple's expression, Luyan Jiefeng Jinjuan seemed to have figured something out. It must be Suhan, right? He carries the blood of the Eastern Ling clan. Yesterday, the pure yang flame helped me sleep peacefully for a while, and I didn't have nightmares during the night. That kid, he really cares about you. Spiritual blood is no ordinary blood. Recovering from its use is quite complicated. Although the amount wasn't much, the thought behind it was precious. Perhaps this child could find her true self again. Through Suhan. Looks like he wouldn't need to worry too much after all. Luyan Jiefeng Jinjuan chuckled softly, then turned and left. Shunhua returned to her room and warmed the water slightly. She dipped her pale, slender feet into the water. Closing her eyes, the once worrisome malevolent aura slowly faded away with the medicinal effect. Now, it was almost unnoticeable. Her colorful, seven-hued eyes slowly fluttered open. In that gentle gaze, there was a hint of confusion, but she quickly seemed to remember something. A smile slowly blossomed across her face. It was a natural, relaxed grin, completely genuine. The next morning, it was still very early. Paimon and Lumen had arrived bright and early. Since the video was about to drop, they wanted to see what treasures they might get a share of. If we could get some powerful weapons, I feel like we could go straight to teaching that evil lady a lesson. I know that Bard wasn't exactly reliable, but she was our friend, after all. Right, Lumen? Tell me. Of course. I was so amazing, and yet I got knocked out cold. Totally unforgivable. Suhan, did you upload the video yet? As they walked into the living room, Paimon rushed to ask first. After all, they had helped make it, too. So it made sense they'd get half the loot. Not yet. I want to wait until Klee gets here, then do a live stream while uploading it at the same time. That way, it'll draw more attention. Don't worry, there are some snacks here to enjoy while you wait. They're the little sweets Lady Keed made yesterday. Yay? Lumen and I haven't had breakfast yet, so let us grab a bite first. Oh, and I also want some soup dumplings, steamed buns with crab roe, and dry mixed noodles. Paimon, seriously, can you even eat that much? Hee, it's not just for you, you know. These are all your favorite foods. Watching the two bicker, Suhan casually placed the food order. He added an extra serving of shrimp dumplings, too. That was for Klee. It was already 8 o'clock. She should be arriving soon, probably within the next 20 minutes. Sure enough, a clear, cheerful laugh echoed from the courtyard. Big brother, I'm here. Huh, Paimon, Miss Honorary Knight. You're both here too. Yeah, we just got here. Klee, this shrimp dumpling is for you. Yep, I've tried this before. Big brother fed it to me. Kali was especially fond of this dish. It tasted really good. She could even taste the freshness of the shrimp. And right now was the perfect time, dinner time. Suhan turned to the little son and said, Kali, want to go live later? Really? Big brother, can I? Of course. I'll be your assistant. Today's promotion depends on you, Kali. And this Sunday, Big brother will take you to the amusement park. Whoa, Kali wants to go live. Kali wants to go to the amusement park. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran straight to the computer, not even waiting to finish her meal. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she opened the streaming app like a pro. Without even typing in a title, she went live just like that.